7 days. That's all the time I had left before the world ended. But I wasn't going to face the apocalypse unprepared. I had a secret weapon, the doomsday simulator. With each simulated death, I grew stronger, unlocking new talents and gathering crucial information. The cost? Experiencing a dizzying array of apocalyptic scenarios, from zombie hordes to chilling psychological twists, and even succumbing to primal urges. But with every reset, I inch closer to godhood, ready to face the end of the world not as a victim, but as its master. This is my journey, my struggle, to not just survive, but to conquer the apocalypse itself. Where are the ultra-thin ones? I muttered, scanning the shelves of the convenience store. My mind was far from the mundane task of finding the right stockings. 7 days. 7 days until the world ended. I glanced at the cashier, a familiar face from my college class. "Hey, Suze. Didn't know you worked here." She feigned innocence, her initial choice of purchase swiftly replaced with chewing gum. No need to leave a bad impression on the guy she'd been eyeing. "Yeah, part-time," I replied, my voice flat. As I scanned her gum, a strange impulse took hold. "Say, if the world ended tomorrow, what would you do?" Her confusion was palpable. "Just kidding," I quickly added, dismissing the question. She wasn't worth the explanation. My focus shifted to the information flickering before my eyes. Doomsday Simulator version 1.0, countdown, 6 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, so, it was real. The end was coming. A simulator? Well, it wasn't exactly the lottery when I'd hoped for as a time traveler, but it was something. I sighed, rubbing my temples. What was I going to do? I started the simulation. 3 talent options materialized. Professional boxer, green, touching stomach, white, sharpshooter, blue, not exactly inspiring, but I picked sharpshooter. The simulation began. I watched the sun set and never rise again, the blood moon painting the sky a chilling crimson. I holed up in my rented house, watching chaos erupt around me. On the 3rd day, my downstairs neighbor, a young woman, brought me food. We connected. And then, everything went dark. I woke up, and then died. 6 times. 6 simulated days, culminating in my demise. The rewards appeared: professional boxer, talent, a doomsday gossip with a lot of information, unknown virus antibodies. This was going to be interesting. I was going to be ready. It closed early and the store door was closed down by Suze. Turning off the extra lights in the store and adding a cup of hot tea, he returned to the counter and sat down again. Now he probably does understand the rules for using the simulator. Whether you can protect yourself after the doomsday comes, or even do whatever you want, all depends on the simulation rewards. But, in the first simulation just now, there was really too little information that could be obtained. Suze could only roughly see that this apocalypse was not a zombie apocalypse on the streets. But more information is unknown. After all, in the simulation, he only survived for a few days in the apocalypse. Therefore, I am still not sure what kind of simulation reward to choose. Of course, the simulation reward just now can definitely be ignored. Such rubbish. If you don't choose the simulation reward, it will cool down for 10 minutes. If you choose a reward, the cooldown will be 20 hours. Rubbing his chin, Suze simply calculated the time. If he plays his cards right, he can get a total of 8 simulated rewards before the end comes. But this situation is too idealistic. In fact, if you can get 7 pretty good simulation rewards, you should be satisfied. After all, the simulation cooling time under normal circumstances cannot be ignored. No matter what, we must first understand the real threat of this doomsday, and then we can prepare for a rainy day. Wait patiently for the emulator's cooldown time. Soon. Suze started the simulation again the first second after the cooling time ended. The doomsday simulation has been started and is loading. You can choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Animal Ambassador, green. You can understand the voices of some canines, and can command a small number of dogs to complete the orders you give. You don't have to worry about the loyalty of animals, they are more reliable than your human companions. Sub-maximum poison resistance, blue. Your body has been strengthened. You can be 100% immune to all viruses and bacteria known to humans. There is a high probability that you will be immune to unknown viruses and bacteria. There is a small probability that you will become immune to viruses and bacteria. Stronger, bring your own kettle. White. Your survival ability has improved. Just like a cactus, you almost don't need to drink water, but please remember, you just barely need to drink water. The best talent option is still only blue. But looking at the talent description, it seems pretty good. Extremely high poison resistance is probably an indispensable special ability in the Doomsday. The inherent talent sub-maximum poison resistance, blue, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the sun no longer rises and the blood moon hovers in the sky. Although the official news is released immediately, the city is still in panic. You hide in a high-rise single-family building and wait and see what happens. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply and the panic escalated. You heard that someone died in the fight to grab supplies, and there were even more terrifying rumors, but you didn't know whether they were true or not. On the third day, the young woman living downstairs came to deliver supplies to you and tried to seek spiritual comfort from you. You sternly refused, but after thinking about it, you decided to challenge your weakness and try your poison resistance talent. You had sex with her. On the fourth day, there was a power outage first, and soon the water also stopped. You had an inexplicable fever and were in great pain. Before you lost consciousness, you found that your eyes were blood red. On the fifth day, your consciousness is hazy. On the sixth day, your consciousness is hazy. You are dead. This poison resistance talent isn't very good either. It's not much different from the first simulation. I just don't know whether it's because I can't resist the poison, or because the guy is too poisonous. Or, it's not a virus at all. No, the information is still too little. While thinking about it, the simulation reward also appeared. This simulation evaluation, short-term survival at the end of the world, but courage is commendable. Please choose any reward from the following three options. The rewards are as follows. 1. Sub-maximum poison resistance, blue. 2. Bring your own kettle, white. 3. A customized bat. Just ignore this round of rewards. Suze tried to sum up his experience while patiently waiting for the 10 minutes of simulator cooling time. Not long after, a new round of simulation was started by Suze. Doomsday simulation has started. You can choose one of the following three talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Succubus bloodline, green. Your charm has been greatly improved, but after the drastic changes in the world, you need to use this ability properly, because being too handsome will make others jealous. Wilderness master, white. You can eat disgusting food calmly and intuitively tell whether some foods are toxic. Sports student, white. Your comprehensive athletic ability has been improved to a certain extent. TSK. Isn't this still sensuous? Reply? Holding his nose, Suze once again chose the taller one among the short ones. The inherent talent, succubus talent, green, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the sun disappears. You hide in a high-rise building and watch what happens. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply, and the world seemed to have entered an ice age. You searched for information on the internet, and a lot of horrifying news came. You heard that the community was haunted, and everyone in the building died in their sleep last night, but you don't know whether it's true or false. On the third day, panic spreads, and it is hard to see people on the street. Not only your city is at a standstill, but the whole world is like this. The young woman downstairs comes to find you, but you drive her away with a stern voice. On the fourth day, there is a power outage and water shortage. There are more than one fire in the city. The situation seems to be completely out of control. Many people died inexplicably. The young woman downstairs finds you again. You notice that her eyes are bloodshot and she seems to have lost her mind. You decisively shot her to death and threw her body from a high building. Gun? TSK, it seems that I have found a way to get weapons. In addition, the self in the simulation obviously still chooses to fight with the enchanting young woman, and did not choose to change the safe house because of her existence. Such a choice is understandable. After all, he now has limited understanding of the situation of the end of the world. Instead of changing to a new safe house, it is better to target known dangers and take appropriate measures. On the fifth day, you are not worried about the consequences of killing and dumping corpses, because similar things are everywhere at this moment. You continue to hide in your residence and wait and see what happens. On the sixth day, you heard that the army's actions were frustrated. A large number of patients with red-eye disease emerged in your community. These people are like zombies, with only desire and violence in their minds. On the seventh day, your residence suddenly became the target of public criticism. You were forced to kill more than 30 patients with red-eye disease. It was very tiring. On the eighth day, you had a nightmare. A strange keyword appeared in the dream-contaminated area. When you woke up, you noticed that your eyes in the mirror were bloodshot. You decisively went out to find a way to survive. You collapsed at the entrance of the community. Your consciousness was hazy. You were attacked and you died. Evaluation of this simulation, a short doomsday survival, but decisive action. Please choose any reward from the following three options. The rewards are as follows. 1. Succubus Bloodline, green, 2. Wilderness Master, white, 3. Sports Student, white. Although it is 2 days longer than the previous 2 simulations, the reward options are still very bad. Suze simply ignored it. While waiting for the cooldown time, he tried to figure out the useful information that appeared in the simulation just now. Red-eye patients. Could they be zombies in another situation? Even the army's actions are not going smoothly, it should be more than that simple. Contaminated area? What is that? Is it the distinction between safe areas and contaminated areas? There is too little information, and it is still impossible to get too many accurate answers. There is only one thing that Suze can be sure of. Stay away from young women and cherish life. The Doomsday simulation has been started. You can choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. The Gift of the Fallen, gold. Oh, gold is out. Suze straightened his back and looked intently. Gift of the Fall, gold. When someone dies near you, you will receive a layer of healing, including eliminating negative status, energy, which you can use to heal yourself or others. You can store up to 7 layers of energy. Titan Bloodline, blue. Your physique has been strengthened in all aspects. It is not difficult for you to kill a tiger with your bare hands. Scarecrow, green. You can draw a villain on paper to curse the target. After completion, the target will have a chance to be infected with the disease. Golden talent shines brightly. Diamond Suit, Diamond Suit, Diamond Suit. Suze couldn't take his eyes away from it. The other 2 talents don't look like useless garbage. But in front of the golden talent, it is certainly not enough. He chose the golden talent without hesitation. And before the simulation started, Suze tried to conceive a doomsday plan in his mind. He wanted to challenge the young woman again. The inherent talent Gift of the Fall, gold, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday comes as scheduled. You hide in a high-rise building and collect intelligence through the internet. Soon, you are convinced that the sun has really disappeared, and the human sky has fallen into a mysterious shroud. The next day, you continue to collect intelligence, but you don't gain much. On the third day, the young woman downstairs took advantage of the time she was delivering supplies to you to ask for your love. You beat her to death with a stick. At night, you try to use the talent given by the fallen to resurrect the young woman, but failed. You cannot resurrect someone who has been dead for a long time. On the fourth day, when chaos broke out in the community, you disposed of the body. In the afternoon, the power and water were cut off. On the fifth day, you tried to treat a pink eye patient. You succeeded, and the talent energy you consumed was quickly replenished. You know, someone should have died in the corner of the neighborhood. On the sixth day, a large number of pink eye patients appeared in the community. These patients are sensitive to sound and light, so you live quietly. On the seventh day, they found you. You responded calmly and killed dozens of crazy patients. On the eighth day, after the repair, you took the initiative and searched for people who were not infected in the community. On this day, you killed many dangerous pink eye patients. On the ninth day, you had a nightmare. When you woke up, your talent storage energy was reduced by 1 layer. Fortunately, you were fine. At night, you go on a killing spree. On the 10th day, you are killing like crazy. There are no living creatures in the community, but your ammunition reserves are almost at the bottom. Did you massacre the entire community? Kindness. If you have a firearm with you, it is not a strange thing to deal with some crazy patients who only know how to use brute force. After all, he is quite familiar with firearms and has 2 lifetimes of experience. Moreover, compared to those who are crazy, the real fatal threat should still be the mysterious red-eye symptom. Fortunately, his golden talent came into play. Even without knowing it, he still completed the removal and treatment of the negative state. As expected of a golden talent, it is much easier to use than the previous poison resistance. Suze muttered inside softly. On the 11th day, you investigated around the community and found that there were other neighboring residential areas and pink eye patients, but you didn't want to cause trouble, so you chose to ignore it. On the 12th day, you noticed that a large number of pink eye patients outside the community died of exhaustion. In addition, you were glad that you did not have to deal with the corpses. People who died of the disease would be like burnt dust. In just half a day, they would be gone. Melting in the wind. On the 13th day, you had a nightmare. When you woke up, the healing energy was reduced by 1 level. On the 14th day, you had a nightmare. When you woke up, the healing energy was reduced by 1 level. On the 15th day, you had another nightmare. You realized that the community was not safe. At the same time, you found out that a community 4 kilometers away was a safe zone. On the 16th day, you went to a safe community. You encountered dangers many times on the way. A mutated era almost bit the front of your car. Fortunately, you used the drainage ditch to turn around and ran very fast. On the 17th day, you come to a new community. There are many people who have fled here. There is a shortage of food, but the order is good. You quickly find out a piece of news that surprises you. The manager of this safe zone is called the Awakened One by others. On the 18th day, you integrated into the new environment and learned new vocabulary: safe zone, contaminated zone, awakened person. Safe zone, polluted zone. Also, the awakened. Sufficient information made Suze think deeply. It seems that the biggest existential threat in this doomsday is something mysterious. It might be more appropriate to call it mysterious. On the 19th day, food became increasingly scarce. Fortunately, an awakened person went out to look for food. You witnessed the actions of the awakened person with your own eyes. The opponent's agility was exaggerated. On the 20th day, a new awakened person appeared in your safe zone. At the same time, you learned new information that the pollution zone was formed because of the pollution source. On the 21st day, the difficult conditions in the safe zone will make you miss your safe house so much. On the 22nd day, you have restored 7 layers of healing energy. You have heard about the method of becoming an awakener, but you don't know whether it is true or not. You decided to give it a try, so you left the safe zone and returned to the community where you were before. On the 23rd day, you rested in the safe house for a whole day. After falling asleep, you had a nightmare again, and the healing energy decreased by 1. On the 24th day, you searched inside and outside the community, and you seem to have found the source of pollution. That night, you really didn't have a nightmare again. On the 25th day, you were distressed about why you didn't awaken. On the 26th day, in your dream, you found yourself in a strange space, and there were terrifying hounds chasing you. You were in a hard fight. You died after exhausting 7 layers of healing energy. Live for 26 days. Finally, you died in the same place. Although the name of the community was not clearly written in several simulations. But Suze could probably guess where it was. There are only a few high-rise single-family houses suitable for doomsday safe houses in this city. I tried my best. If I didn't have the golden talent, I don't know how many times I died in that community, and I went back to take risks in order to become an awakener, so my death is not cowardly. So the question is, awakeners? While Suze's thoughts were flying, the simulator continued to run. Evaluation of this simulation. The meaning of life lies not in length but in width. Please choose any reward from the following 3 options. The rewards are as follows. 1. Paper recording the process of becoming an awakener. 2. Scarecrow, green. 3. Gift of the Fallen, gold. Fortunately, in the simulation reward, I didn't miss the thing I wanted most. Although option 1 also made Suze quite curious. But it is still far worse than the golden talent. He doesn't know the probability of the golden talent yet. What if the probability is very low, or his subsequent luck is bad? In short, if he misses the few golden talents, it will be a big loss. Ding! You have chosen the simulation reward. Gift of the Fallen, gold, talent already held. Gift of the Fallen, 7-7, simulator enters cooldown time, 19 hours and 59 minutes, simulation rewards, issued smoothly. But Suze, who was waiting for the battle, did not feel anything special. I thought it would be like in the novel, with pain all over the body or something. It seems that I thought too much. Scratching his head, Suze regained his calm expression. Then, he looked at the golden talent reward he had just received again. I didn't expect that the healing energy would be filled at the same time as the reward was issued. This saved some trouble. Otherwise, I would have to find a way to store up the energy. By the way, the terms mentioned in the simulation just now, the contaminated area, the awakener, Suze's eyebrows frowned unconsciously with a thoughtful look on his face. This information is definitely very important in the upcoming doomsday. But unfortunately, the simulator is limited in length. Not all the information is presented in the text. This made Suze very ambiguous and difficult to make an accurate judgment. Forget it, there is still time. As long as we keep simulating, the information will continue to gather. Suze is very open-minded and not anxious at all. In the previous rounds of simulation, the information also increased little by little. If I guess correctly, in the subsequent simulations, the core information about the doomsday will definitely appear more in the simulation text. At that time, all the answers he wants to know will be revealed. If not, just pretend he didn't say it. Because he has already received the reward. The cooling time of this simulator is as long as 20 hours. Suze can only rest first. After closing the store, he stepped on the night and returned to his current residence. The next day, early in the morning, In the bathroom, Suze was brushing his teeth listlessly, and the mirror reflected his face that had not slept well. Suddenly knowing that the doomsday was approaching, he was unconsciously active in spirit, and it was normal not to rest well. The gift of the fallen, the nurse. Muttering in his heart, Suze stared at the simulator in his sight with a dazed look. The cooling time was ticking. The talent he already had was also displayed on the side. But the daily feeling at this moment made Suze feel a little unreal. So, after a brief hesitation, he coldly went to the kitchen to get a knife, and with a knife, he gave himself a light cut. The shallow blood marks on the palm of his hand quickly recovered after he used his talent. Even the fatigue from not sleeping well was swept away. Although it was a bit of a waste of talent. But the experiment was successful. All of this was genuine, and there were less than 7 days left before the end of the world. Go out and come to school early. Suze rarely remembered his identity as a college student and came to an early class. Fuck, Zunda fake, brothers you actually came to the first class. A classmate exclaimed. As a successful person with financial freedom, Suze usually does not care about anything. If he doesn't want to attend this university class, don't even think about seeing his figure. And at this moment, there is only one reason why he appeared in the classroom. While it's not the end of the world, enjoy the few peaceful days. However, plans can't keep up with changes. After taking the roll call, Suze couldn't help but run away early. It turns out that he just wants to enjoy the college life of young people and see young beautiful girls. Such a simple wish is as straightforward and honest as Mr. G's diary. Gold and other things, do you want to sell them? After leaving the school, Suze took a taxi to the hospital. He wanted to go to the hospital to replenish the healing energy that he consumed this morning because of the experiment. By the way, he wanted to find out how near it was to die near him. On the way, he thought about whether to deal with some of his assets. Whether it was stocks, real estate, or gold, it seemed that there was no value left. However, he had more than 10 million in cash in his hand. If he just wanted to buy supplies, this money would certainly be enough. Moreover, if he was more extreme, he could completely cheat the materials by paying a deposit. Anyway, when the doomsday comes, the recipient will most likely be gone. At night. After wandering outside for a whole day, Suze returned to the vicinity of the school and took over from the convenience store clerk and went to work again. In fact, this store was also invested by him, and he just took it over from someone else last month. He worked as a cashier here, but because the store was short of a rotation recently, he took up the job in person. Anyway, he opened the store not to make money, but just to enjoy life. You ask what to enjoy. The answer is just like now. I want to eat cake. Don't eat it, look at how fat you are. The girls in high school uniforms walked in from outside, talking and laughing. Suze noticed one of the girls at a glance. She was incredibly beautiful. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her eyebrows were like distant black. Unfortunately, the loose winter school uniform blocked the girl's figure and could not accurately judge her figure. Even so, it was still enough to beat the countless pure school beauties that Suze had seen on illegal or legal websites. The convenience store was located between the university and the middle school, so students from both sides came to patronize it, but generally more from the middle school side, so high school students could often be seen in the store. Especially during the evening after class. But it is rare to see a high school girl with a score of more than 9 in front of me. And this is why Suze opened a convenience store. Looking at girls. A simple hobby after financial freedom, just like those fishing guys. Sure enough, in addition to the safe house, at least 2 sexes must be raised. After the students finished shopping and left, Suze sat down behind the counter and jokingly talked to himself. Time passed by minute by minute. The night became more and more quiet. Finally, the cool-down time of the simulator ended. The doomsday simulation has begun. Suze, who had been waiting for a long time, did not want to delay for a second and directly started a new round of doomsday simulation. While starting the simulation, he did not forget to tell himself in his heart. Don't stay in the safe house all the time. Try to investigate more doomsday information. Especially those keywords, awakeners, safe zones, etc. But even if he thought so at the moment, it might not be useful. After all, exploring mysteries and gathering intelligence means danger. If the self in the simulation is real enough, he will never die for illusory intelligence. You can choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Reckless man, white you have great strength, but it's just your brain. Danger perception. Blue you have an innate ability to perceive danger and can avoid danger to a certain extent, but this perception may make you more timid. Pea shooter. Green you are good at long-range attacks. Any object in your hand will become a weapon that hurts people in your hands. 3 relatively common talents appear among the options. Excluding the first white talent, the next 2 talents seem to come in handy. Based on the principle of choosing high rather than low. After Suze hesitated for a moment, he still chose the blue talent. Danger perception. This talent will definitely come in handy. If he had this talent in yesterday's simulation, he probably wouldn't have stayed in a contaminated area. In addition to the newly selected talents in this round. Of course, the fall gift already held by Suze will also be calculated into the simulation. The inherent talent danger perception has been selected, simulation begins, the first day, the end, has arrived as scheduled. You stay in the school dormitory and receive a notice with other classmates that you are not allowed to leave school, huh? You actually went back to school to live? The simulation content on the first day made Suze a little stunned. To be honest, he did consider the option of going back to school to have a group today, but he really didn't think about it in detail. But now that he saw the simulation content, he didn't find it strange. After all, what he wants to know most now is information about the doomsday. There are many people in the school, so the news may need to be more widespread. I just don't know if the school will become a so-called polluted area. No, the school is definitely safe, at least it will be safe at the end of the day. Suze reacted quickly. The talent he drew this round was danger perception. If the school is in the initial stage of the apocalypse, there will be more deadly threats. Why should he go back to school? It must be because talent comes into play. Knowing in advance that the school is relatively safe will make you choose the school as your birth point. The next day, the temperature dropped a lot, and the uneasiness seemed to spread to every corner of the school. You heard a lot of news, but you didn't know whether it was true or not. On the third day, there was a riot in the school, and some people panicked to the extreme. Fortunately, the problem was not serious and order was quickly restored. On the fourth day, you and your roommate stayed in the dormitory and didn't go out all day. There was a power and water outage in the afternoon, and the candle in your roommate's hand became a scarce treasure. On the fifth day, the situation became more serious, and a lot of shocking news came, and you knew that many people were dying. On the sixth day, someone escaped from the closed school and did not come back. On the seventh day, it snowed lightly, and the school began to organize manpower to maintain basic order. You heard that the school's food supply line was completely cut off. On the eighth day, all kinds of horrific news are still coming. You accompany the students to play cards in the dormitory to help them relieve their depressed and nervous mood. On the ninth day, many people had sex in the school playground, and the situation got out of control for a time. On the 10th day, the school informed that the daily food supply will be reduced. No one can waste any more food. You learn from a teacher that the official rescue was blocked and the school can only save itself now. On the 11th day, someone took the lead in reclaiming the hill behind the school and wanted to grow vegetables, but the extremely low temperature made you doubt its feasibility. On the 12th day, the infirmary has run out of medicines. A classmate in your class has a fever of 42 degrees. Although you have full healing energy, you have no intention of helping. On the 13th day, an awakened person appeared in the school, attracting many people to watch. You were also shocked by the speed and power displayed by the awakened person. Kindness. It has been more than 10 days, and I am still hiding in school. And it seems that he has no plans to leave school and explore outside. This is really just changing to a safe house and continuing to be a turtle. Moreover, there seems to be no advantage at all in this safe house except that there are more people and you can cuddle up together. Not even enough to eat. The most important thing is, not much of the doomsday information I wanted was revealed. Fortunately, on the 13th day of the doomsday, another so-called awakened person appeared in his sight. On the 14th day, you joined the school's security team. During your work time, you asked for information from insiders. You wanted to know how to become an awakened person, but you failed to get the key information. On the 15th day, someone else became an awakened person. Your roommates all lamented that mankind is entering a new era. On the 16th day, you learned important information. The first awakened person to appear in the school was because he entered the contaminated area and had a nightmare when he returned to school, and then he had an extraordinary body. On the 17th day, you have been hesitating all day. You want to leave the school and look for the mystery, but your danger perception is preventing you from taking action. On the 18th day, you continue to hesitate. On the 19th day, you heard that someone imitated the awakening method of the awakened person and died in his sleep after returning. You realize that you did not act rashly, which may be a good thing. On the 20th day, with the help of the awakened ones, the school opened a new supply line, but you know, this is only a temporary measure and will not last long. On the 21st day, you followed the awakened ones and left the school. Passing through the contaminated area, you were attacked by mutated animals and you separated from the team. You relied on your sense of danger and escaped without spending any healing energy. On the 22nd day, you did not go back to school. You returned to the safe house you prepared in advance, a high-rise independent building. The food stored here was safe and sound. You had a good meal and decided not to go back to school for the time being. On the 23rd day, your danger perception ability makes you feel on pins and needles in the safe house. In your sleep, you lose a layer of healing energy. On the 24th day, you find the source of pollution in the community and destroy it. Your danger perception stops, and now you are safe. At night, you wake up in your sleep. You feel the unknown terror and danger, and you dare not go back to sleep. On the 25th day, you left the community and returned to school. My roommates were very happy to see that you were still alive. On the 26th day, you fell asleep restlessly. In your sleep, you were attacked by a group of terrifying hounds. You fought hard and exhausted all the healing energy. You are dead. It's 26 days again. And they all die the same way. While sleeping, he was attacked by a pack of hounds. Even with the healing ability gifted by the fall, it is useless. I just can't defeat these hounds. The gift of danger perception is also done to the best of its ability. This simulation evaluation, you used your talents reasonably, and your death was not considered hasty. Please choose one reward from the following simulation rewards. 1. Pea shooter, green. 2. An accurate map within 5 kilometers centered on the school, including the boundaries of contaminated areas and safe areas. 3. A danger perception, blue. Call. Suze took a deep breath. There is still time, so there is no need for him to choose the above rewards. It's not that these options are completely useless, it's just that he believes that there are better rewards waiting for him later. Taking advantage of the 10 minutes of the simulator, he carefully read the simulation content again. Then, he couldn't help but be speechless. Why do people wake up when they come back after entering a polluted area? If I enter a polluted area, I will die if I stay there, and I will die if I come back. What's going on in this polluted area? Some random questions lingered in Suze's mind. There is no doubt that this round of simulation has given him a lot of useful doomsday information. For example, the area near the school will become a safe zone. It was still safe until more than 20 days, and the order was well maintained. It was just that supplies were a little short. But some more critical doomsday intelligence is still ambiguous. Why is there a fatal threat in the contaminated area? Is the safe zone absolutely safe? What is the way to become an awakener? All kinds of questions lingered in his mind, and no accurate answers could be obtained for the time being. What puzzled Suze in particular was that he died in almost the same way twice. Because he returned to the community where the safe house was located and destroyed the so-called pollution source, he was inexplicably entangled by the horror hound and died in his sleep. The causes of the two deaths were also similar. It was because he wanted to explore the key to becoming an awakener in the simulation. There is nothing wrong with such a wish. Just like what his roommate sighed in the simulation, a new era has arrived. Perhaps, the new era is the era of the awakeners. What's wrong with wanting to keep up with the times and become a trendsetter? The simulation content shows that on the 19th day, there were other people who imitated the known awakening methods, but failed. Suze looked back at the simulation content that had not been covered. He wondered if it was because the information he had obtained about becoming an awakener was wrong. So, whether it was himself or others, they all failed when they wanted to imitate? Or, there was nothing wrong with the information, but he made mistakes in some key steps. You have to walk one step at a time and eat one bite at a time, Suze said to himself after retracting his messy thoughts. Obviously, 2 or 3 simulations would not allow him to get a glimpse of all the information about the doomsday. Because the simulation content is relatively concise, there may be some information worth paying attention to that was omitted in the simulation. That is why he has to be more patient. Whether it is the correct way to become an awakener or the real cause of the contaminated area and the safe area. In the end, they will all surface one by one as the number of simulations increases. Moreover, once he draws a useful talent in the subsequent simulation, the progress of collecting doomsday intelligence will definitely be accelerated. The simulator cooling time has ended. Without wasting any time, Suze started the simulation again at the moment the cooling time ended. The doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Escape, purple. Before encountering fatal danger, activate this talent and you will get inspiration to escape from danger. When using this talent, you need to pay attention to the duration and cooling time of the talent. Wind talker, blue, you can use the wind in nature to transmit or receive some long-distance messages. Banana master, white, you love to eat bananas. After eating bananas, your body will become stronger in a short time. A purple talent appeared. Suze made a decision almost without hesitation to choose escape as the inherent talent for this simulation. However, before choosing a talent, he tried to think about the correct way to open the talent. Since when activating this talent, able to find a way to survive from all kinds of deadly dangers. Then, even if he is entangled by the terrifying hounds and nightmares like in the previous 2 rounds of simulation, he should have a chance to survive. Moreover, as long as the duration of the talent exists, he should have enough confidence to explore the dangerous area. Talent escape, purple, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected. You and your roommates stay in the dormitory and watch the official news. At noon, the teacher notifies everyone not to leave school. On the second day, the temperature drops, you put on long johns, hide in the quilt, and surf the internet calmly for a whole day. On the third day, due to the spread of panic, riots broke out in the school, but fortunately it was not a big problem. On the fourth day, water and electricity were cut off. On the fifth day, terrorist incidents broke out on a larger scale, many people died, and some people fled to the school for refuge. On the sixth day, the school was completely closed. On the seventh day, it snowed lightly, and the school organized people. You actively participated in the work of maintaining order, because you wanted to be the first to know about the awakened ones. On the eighth day, panic spread silently. Because of your handsome appearance and excellent psychological quality, you were selected to work in the girls' dormitory to do psychological construction. On the ninth day, affected by the playground incident, more than one girl wanted to have sex with you, but you refused. On the 10th day, you attended a meeting and learned that the official action was blocked and the school needed to save itself. On the 11th day, you were patrolling with the team all day. On the 12th day, you took advantage of your position to sneak out of the school to test your talent for getting away unscathed, and the effect was very ideal. On the 13th day, you returned to school and an awakened one appeared in the school. On the 14th day, you were promoted to the captain of the security team. You took the opportunity to talk to the awakened one and learned the exact information. There seem to be 2 conditions for the other party to become an awakened person. One is to be exposed to a source of pollution, and the other is to have nightmares. You ask about the content of the other person's nightmare, but the other person tells you that she doesn't remember it. On the 15th day, a second awakened person appeared in the school. After you inquired, you learned that the other person also had a nightmare and had powers far beyond ordinary people and became an awakened person. However, you cannot know whether the other person has been exposed to the source of pollution. No. You left school. Good guy. I am really patient enough. He hid in the school for another half a month, and only left the school after asking for the information he wanted to know. The next step should be to copy the way to become an awakened person? Thinking like this, Suze suddenly said, "TSK, that's not right. The 2 times I died before, I also came into contact with pollution sources, but I didn't wake up at all. The nightmares came one after another. I don't know what's wrong." Anyway, Suze felt uneasy. On the 16th day, you came to your residence near the school and had a full meal relying on the food stored here. You make a plan and decide to thoroughly investigate the area near the school first. You want to know all the contaminated areas and safe areas nearby, huh? Suze was slightly startled by the simulation content that appeared in front of him. He thought that he and the simulator would return to that top-floor single-family residential complex again. It seems that he is not the only one who has doubts about the intelligence at this moment. In the simulation, he was also doubtful about the information. That's why I didn't act rashly. There is no direct route to copying others' webtoon to become awakened. Instead, the target changed and priority was given to investigating the polluted areas near the school. In this way, you can give full play to your natural ability of escape whole body. Moreover, the information I obtained was obtained by myself on my own risk, so I don't have to worry about being deceived by others. On the 17th day, you woke up from a nightmare. After waking up, the healing energy did not decrease. You knew that your residence was also within the contaminated area. You decided to start the investigation from the contaminated area near your residence. On the 18th day, you found some clues and found that the residents near your residence suddenly disappeared as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. Later, you found a strange mirror. You thought it was the source of the contamination, but you didn't dare to touch it. On the 19th day, you didn't get much in the contaminated area where you were. But you found that there were many infected people similar to zombies in the Bama community next to you. This group of infected people was very aggressive, but they liked to hide in dark corners. On the 20th day, you saw an awakened person leading a team from the school. You knew that their goal was to find living supplies. On the 21st day, you made a surprising discovery that the contaminated area seemed to have strict boundaries. On the 22nd day, when you looked in the mirror, you were dragged into the mirror world. You accepted a terrifying test. If you don't have the talent to escape unscathed, you won't have enough 9 lives. Now you know why the residents in this polluted area disappeared. On the 23rd day, you investigated the Jaha community and found that there were many mutant animals gathered here. These animals were very ferocious and ordinary hot weapons could not deal with them. On the 24th day, you investigated the polluted area near the middle school and found that the residents here also disappeared. You guessed that the hidden threat here was similar to the world in the mirror. On the 25th day, on the 26th day, on the 27th day, the record of survival time was quietly renewed. The self in the simulation was indeed firmly carrying out the investigation mission. The polluted area near the school was almost touched by himself. After gathering these intelligence, Suze got 2 very important intelligence. First, the hidden dangers in each polluted area are different, but there is no doubt that these dangers are quite deadly to ordinary people. Second, the contaminated area has strict boundaries. The first piece of information is self-evident. If you want to live longer in the apocalypse, you must stay in the safe zone as much as possible and don't step into the contaminated area. Otherwise, the disaster may fall on your head at any time. The second piece of information is equivalent to a supplement to the first piece of information. After knowing the specific scope of the contaminated area, you can determine your safe range of activities. On the 28th day, you return to your residence to rest. On the way, you meet other survivors and you have a brief exchange. At night, although you avoid facing the mirror, you are suddenly dragged into the mirror world again. With your talent for escaping unscathed, you escape again by chance. On the 29th day, the survivors you met yesterday disappeared. You guessed that they died in the mirror world. On the 30th day, you secretly returned to school and found that there were more than 10 awakened people in the school. The way they became awakened was no different from the method you heard before. On the 31st day, you had a conflict with an awakened person. Your roommate stood up for you and was accidentally broken a leg by the awakened person. On the 32nd day, your roommate was lying in bed and unable to move due to lack of medicine. You secretly treated your roommate and left the school again. On the 33rd day, you returned to your residence to rest. At night, you broke the strange mirror that might be the source of pollution. That night, you slept very uneasy. On the 34th day, you woke up and found that a large number of plants suddenly emerged in the polluted area where you were. You were attacked by plants, and with the help of your talent of escaping unscathed, you escaped with difficulty. On the 35th day, you returned to school. The awakened person who had previously injured your roommate came to apologize. Although you knew that the other party was not apologizing sincerely, you did not say anything. You had a nightmare, and the talent of escaping unscathed tried desperately to save your life, but you chose to risk your life to become an awakener. In the last second before your death, you got information to become an awakener. You need a spell. You died. The mobile phone on the table has a map on the screen. The information about the contaminated area just obtained in the simulation was simply outlined and recorded by Suze on the map. And at this moment, after noticing that the self in the simulation died again, Suze's expression was quite calm. Sure enough, it is impossible for people who become awakeners to always abide by the rules of the past. If they hurt someone, they only need a false apology to cover the matter, although the simulation content did not clearly mention the changes in the status of awakeners in the school. But from the limited content, this conclusion can also be analyzed. The status of awakeners should be one level higher than others in the consensus of everyone. No wonder the self in the simulation chose to risk his life in the nightmare. He fought desperately just to become an awakener, to become an existence equal to the other party. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Fortunately, he finally got the key information. Spell? So, the way to become an awakener that I got before actually lacked this key factor, which is the so-called spell. Let's not talk about what the spell is. Suze suddenly doubted whether he had been deceived by other awakeners in the simulation. Such crucial information, but no one told him. Well, according to the law of survival of the fittest, others have no obligation to tell him. Evaluation of this simulation: bold and careful, brave and resourceful. You can choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Escape unscathed, purple. 2. A customized map of the contaminated area, any starting point, 10 kilometers in radius. 3. Windtalker, blue. The purple talent suddenly appeared in the reward options. Su Zhe's hand couldn't help it. The practicality of this talent is beyond doubt. It can keep him safe even if he goes deep into the tiger's den. But, this is only a purple level talent after all. I'll bear it. There's still enough time. Let's see if I can refresh the golden talent. Gritting his teeth, Su Zhe gave up the reward option for this round. Not long. The 10-minute simulator cooling time passed quietly. Su Zhe started the simulation again. The doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Qing Dynasty Zombie, white. You jump very high, and can even double jump in the air, but your movements are very stiff and not beautiful. Cook, white. You are good at cooking, and the food you process will be so delicious that it will make people want to burst their clothes. Hibernation Master, white. You have a unique sleeping skill. As long as you fall asleep, you will not consume any energy, but the premise is that you can sleep. What is this Sandu defense? Looking at the new round of talent options, Su Zhe was a little dumbfounded. Or, give me back the talent reward I just got? The inherent talent Hibernation Master, white, has been selected. The simulation begins. On the first day, the end of the world is coming. You stay in the school dormitory and receive a notice that you are not allowed to leave the school from now on. On the second day, although there are only garbage talents to choose from. But at least you still have the top talent such as the Gift of Fallen as a backup. If you just want to survive in the end of the world, it doesn't seem to be a difficult thing. But living in a corner is obviously not the result that Su Zhe wants at this moment. Similarly, it is not the result that he wants in the simulation. In the simulation, he continues to use the same strategy. Treat the school as an information exchange station and try to get accurate information from the awakened people who appear in the school. That is, information about the spell. On the 30th day, the first awakened person who appeared in the school told you that she remembered the dream she had when she became an awakened person. Her spell was the starry sky. You thanked her and then went to the relevant contaminated area overnight. On the 31st day, you destroyed the pollution source. On the 32nd day, you spent the night in the polluted area. In your dream, you were chased by mutant animals. You exhausted all your healing energy. You died. Fallen again. Even though you had the spell, you still failed. Su Zhe didn't know the reason for a moment. You could only continue to be patient and simulate again and again. The inherent talent Silence Warlock, green, has been selected. On the first day. On the 26th day, you confirmed that the spell for becoming an awakener is Starry Sky. On the 30th day, you had a nightmare. In your dream, you were in a strange space and were chased by a hound that seemed to be able to teleport. You exhausted all your healing energy. You died. The inherent talent has been selected. Then don't eat anything, blue. The first day. On the 35th day, you learned different spells from other Awakeners' inspirations. You suddenly realized that people's physiques are different. Perhaps different people need different spells to awaken. On the 44th day, you tried to actively attract the mystery again, wanting to become an Awakener. You really had a nightmare. In the dream, you tried enough, but you didn't succeed until all the healing energy was exhausted. You died. Continuous simulation, continuous death. Su Zhe was a little numb. It seemed easy for others to become Awakeners. Just contact the pollution source, then have a nightmare, use the spell, and you can get powerful power. But he, even with the help of a powerful talent, could never become an Awakener. So much so that in the subsequent simulations, his focus changed. No longer obsessed with becoming an Awakener quickly. Instead, he wanted to know more information. The effect of doing so was that he knew more about the situation around his school. Where is the boundary of the contaminated area? Which places are safe areas? What are the main threats of each contaminated area? He even knew that the contaminated area could not be removed. Even if the pollution source is destroyed, new pollution sources will soon appear, and new pollution sources will bring new deadly threats. For example, in the contaminated area where zombies originally gathered, after the pollution source changes, evil spirits that can pass through the wall and take lives may appear. Su Zhe has more and more information like this. Now if he wants to build a safe house in advance again, it will not be too easy. After all, he knows very well which places will become the so-called safe areas after the doomsday. As the simulation progresses, Time quickly passed for more than 4 hours. The ordinary 10-minute cooling time, plus the time required in the simulation, made Suze feel a little urgent. He wanted to get as many simulation rewards as possible before the doomsday, which meant that he had to use the time properly. If the simulation time exceeds 4 hours, it means that the simulator's cooling mechanism cannot be fully utilized. Fortunately, yesterday's simulation was relatively time-saving, and he still has some spare time now. If I had known earlier, I would have chosen the previous purple talent of getting away with nothing. Such thoughts always echoed in Suze's mind when the simulator showed garbage inherent talents. Until now. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Safe Fortress. White, you will give people a lot of sense of security. With you around, everyone will feel at ease, but in fact you have not become stronger. Born as a furnace. Green, when you activate the talent, you will make yourself as warm as a furnace. Father God, listening. Gold, you will often hear the real voices that you may want to hear. These voices may contain important secrets. When you have a strong will, you can also hear the voices of people around you. Wow. Finally saw the golden talent again. It's not easy. Suze was thinking that if another purple talent reward appeared, he would never miss it. Unexpectedly, the simulator gave him another golden talent. Of course, there was no need to hesitate. Directly choose the golden talent. Father God listens. Inherent talent Father God listens, gold, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the end of the world is coming. You can only enter and leave the school. You stay in the dormitory and watch the changes. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply and you do nothing. On the third day, panic spreads and everyone you meet has a look of anxiety on their faces. On the fourth day, you secretly leave the school and come to the half-mountain community where you live. Everyone in the community is dragged into the mirror world and no one is heard from them. You know that the mirror world is activated once every 7 days, and everyone in the contaminated area will be dragged into it. On the 5th day, you stay in your room full of supplies and feel bored. On the 6th day, you continue to be bored. On the 7th day, your talent, Father God listening, works and you hear the information you want to know from a far distance. Different contaminated areas have different corresponding spells. On the 8th day, you hear a strange voice again. Through this voice, you determine a new spell imagination. Power up. The newly acquired golden talent is indeed extraordinary. He got the information he wanted most so quickly. It seems that the information he got before about becoming an awakener is indeed correct. It's just not comprehensive enough. However, this cannot fully explain his failure in trying to become an awakener many times. Because he clearly used the correct spell in the corresponding contaminated area, but he just couldn't succeed. It's puzzling. Fortunately, in the previous simulation, he chose a talent that directly improves combat power. Generally, the green combat power talent is enough for him to compete with the awakener. And the blue combat power talent is enough for him to beat ordinary awakeners. So, Suze has already thought about it. If he really can't become an awakener, he will choose a talent that can directly improve combat power. In this way, even if he can't become an awakener quickly in the simulation, it doesn't matter. Anyway, the talent will provide him with the combat power foundation to explore the contaminated area. On the 9th day, you waited all day, but didn't hear the voice you wanted to hear. On the 10th day, you were dragged into the mirror world in your sleep. In the dream, you overcame the difficulties and tried 3 different spells, but none of them succeeded. You expend a layer of healing energy and escape from the mirror world. On the 11th day, you went out and replenished a layer of healing energy. The 12th day, on the 17th day, you entered the mirror world again. You tried 3 spells again, but still failed. You realized that the mirror world was different from the nightmare of the awakened, and it was pure murderous intent. You expend a layer of healing energy and escape from the mirror world. On the 18th day, you heard a new voice and learned a new spell strengthening. But now you feel pessimistic about your plan to become an awakened person. On the 19th day, you deliberately lit a fire in the community yard, attracting other survivors, but you did not show up. You hear the voices of these few survivors, and they have bad intentions. On the 20th day, you decided to stay in bed, so you left your residence and returned to school. You lied to others, saying that you had been hiding in another safe area. I have temporarily given up on the idea of becoming an awakened person. Understandable. If you stay in the contaminated zone, you will not find any chance to become an awakened person, but you will also have to face the deadly threat from the mirror world. If it weren't for the gift from the fall, he would have been dragged into the mirror world several times, which would have killed him. In this case, Let's think differently. Change to a safe place first, stay up and observe, of course there will be no problem. On the 21st day, you are selected into the security team and will follow the awakened ones to act together for material supplies. Day 22, on the 33rd day, a female awakened person likes you, and you are jealous and have conflicts with other awakened people. On the 34th day, you notice that the awakened person who had a conflict with you was thinking about how to kill you during outings. On the 35th day, you easily killed this awakened person. During an outing. This was not difficult. The awakened person could not stop the bullet and hit his head. Relying on talent, you know that everyone else in your party suspects you of committing the murder, but they have no evidence and no one wants to mess with you. On the 40th day, the awakened person who expressed his love to you told you that a teacher was murdered by the awakened person, and everyone was very uneasy. On the 41st day, you were kicked out of the security team because you were not an awakened person. Your roommate said this was a good thing. If you continue to stay in the team of awakened people, you might be assassinated one day. On the 42nd day, you secretly left the school and entered the polluted area to spend the night. On the 43rd day, you had a nightmare. In the dream, you tried 4 different spells, but they all failed. You consumed a layer of healing energy and woke up. Are you trying to become an awakener again? Kindness. I can feel myself in the simulation and my desire to become an awakened person. Or the desire for power. Whether it was his previous conflict with the awakened or being kicked out of the team, it probably made the desire in his heart a little stronger. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. In addition, the obvious point. Whether it is this simulation or the previous simulations, they all illustrate one fact. After becoming awakened, some people become a little arrogant and feel that they are superior to others. Regarding this phenomenon, Suze's view is there is nothing wrong with it. The second point is said. The strong dominate the weak. This is the basic rule of the game in human society. Almost no one really hates the rules of this game. What everyone hates is nothing more than their failure to become the dominant player. On the 46th day, an official transport plane flew across the sky, and some supplies fell into the school. On the 48th day, your talent came into play, you heard new voices, and there seemed to be 6 spells in total. On the 50th day, you learned that the school is in short supply of supplies, and the team responsible for maintaining supply channels is at a loss to do anything. On the 51st day, the number of awakened people in the school exceeded 30. Do you know that behind this, at least 300 people failed to awaken and died because of it? On the 52nd day, there was a conflict between the awakened people in the school and the awakened people in other safe zones, and more than a dozen awakened people died. You heard that the reason for the conflict was the decrease in supplies. Both parties, who were originally collaborators, wanted to monopoly of supplies. On the 57th day, you tried to be promoted to the awakened one again, but failed in the end. The healing energy was reduced by 1, but it was quickly replenished. As time went by, some more useful information was revealed. For example, officials have not given up action. Although it is difficult, some people are working hard. There is also information about the spells. There are 6 spells in total, and I already know 4 of them. The other information is not new. In addition, in previous simulations, Suze survived for up to 60 days. If it weren't for his obsession with becoming an awakened person, he could still live longer. This round of simulation in front of me looks like. It seems he is about to break this survival record. On the 58th day, there is a serious shortage of supplies. Because you have a bad relationship with some awakened people, you and your roommates did not receive supplies. You heard your roommates' thoughts. They didn't blame you, but hated the awakened ones who targeted you. You felt relieved. On the 59th day, you had a conflict with an awakened one. You didn't suffer any loss, but you left the school. You wanted to wait for the other party to catch up and then kill him, but the other party was a coward, so you returned to the safe house. On the 60th day, you decided to destroy the pollution source, but you knew very well that this action might bring about a fatal disaster. Even with the talent given by the fall, it couldn't save you. On the 61st day, before you had time to destroy the pollution source, a strange fog arose, and you lost your way in the fog. You saw indescribable horror, you exhausted your healing energy, and you died. Wang Defa? What kind of fog actually took me away directly? Looking at the content displayed in the simulator, Suze couldn't help but stare. To be honest, he knew he should die. But he originally thought that his death should be similar to the previous one. Because he destroyed the pollution source, he caused a dream that was more deadly than an ordinary nightmare. Even the gift of the fall could not save him. Don't ask why he kept dying in the same way. In fact, the reason is very simple. He couldn't stand that anger. In every simulation, he would conflict with the Awakener. And with his temper, of course he would not swallow his anger. In addition to finding a way to fight back, he certainly wanted to gain power that was superior to the opponent, a power that was more powerful than ordinary Awakeners. So there were constant attempts. And constant deaths. But the way he died in front of him was something he never expected. He died because of a sudden fog. I don't know if he was too unlucky or if the fog was too deadly. In the fog, I saw something indescribable. This is too powerful. Suze sighed as a time traveler. Let's not talk about anything else. If the fog that appears on the 61st day is a fixed program, and it is a program that can definitely take his life, then he has to be more careful. He has to find a way to crack it before the fog really comes. Of course, it may just be that he was unlucky in the simulation and happened to run into a fatal event. Evaluation of this simulation, luck is also a part of the survival game, but you seem to be unlucky. You can choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Natural fire furnace, green. 2. Father God listens, gold. 3. 2 unknown awakeners spells, seeing the golden talent appear in the reward options. Suze's heart calmed down steadily. There is no need to think about it, just choose the golden talent. Although this talent does not seem to play a decisive role in this round of simulation, the practicality of the talent is beyond doubt. Not to mention the metaphysical ability to hear key intelligence. Just being able to hear the voices of people around and know the other party's true thoughts is enough for Suze to choose it. In addition, Suze also noticed the simulation evaluation this time. It seems to explain why he died in the fog. It should be bad luck. Just encountered something scary. But he can't be completely sure. What if he is born to attract such bad luck? Of course, it's not difficult to know the specific answer. In the following simulations, as long as he lives long enough, he will experience this fog again. Just collect information then. Simulation reward selected. Father God listens, gold. Simulator enters cooling time, cooling countdown, 19 hours and 59 minutes. The simulator enters a longer cooling time again. Suze, who has been in the store for a long time, can finally get up and rest. It's already past 2 in the morning. The store door has been closed for a long time, and there is only a small light in the store. I don't feel anything special, but this talent is easier to experiment. Rubbing his chin, Suze muttered to himself. He suddenly frowned after muttering. Shit. Didn't we agree to prepare a safe house and at least 2 sex workers? How come in today's simulation, there are more than 1 safe house, but the latter is nowhere to be found? This is unacceptable. This matter must be put on the agenda tomorrow. The next day. There was still half an hour before class, when Suze's figure appeared in the classroom. There is a top student in the classroom occupying the front row and already reading. The university he attended, Suzhou University, was not considered a top institution, but it was ranked high in the country. In Sioux City itself, Suzhou University is undoubtedly the number 1. Overall, the school is pretty good. But no matter how good the school is, there is no shortage of weirdos like Suze. After entering the classroom, Su Zijing walked to the back of the classroom. I randomly picked a seat and sat down, then took out my mobile phone. Remembering her now? She got married last month, huh? You can come to my live broadcast room later and brush me a rocket. No one has brushed it for a long time. Come to me tonight. I bought a new cosplay suit. I can wear it for you to see. The phone displayed ambiguous message replies one after another. They are all women Suze has had in-depth exchanges with over the years. There are good families and there are bad families. But now, he is no longer very interested in these women. According to his 8.5-point standard, there are not many women who meet the requirements. But if you include internal conditions such as personality, it becomes more difficult to explain. No further messages were returned. Suze put down the phone and looked thoughtful. What he is considering now is exactly how to build his own safe house before the doomsday comes, and 2 accessories for the safe house. Let's not mention the safe house. The problem with accessories alone was enough for Suze to ponder at this moment. Looking for a suitable target among the women you have known in the past? This is a plan that has just been completely abandoned. Frankly, I'm not so much picking up safe house accessories right now. Rather, it's like choosing a companion for the doomsday journey. Maybe, my last journey in the apocalypse will be spent with the other person. When I think about it this way, the painting style becomes a lot more pure. So, Suze wants to try his best to choose a girl with a beautiful heart and a kind heart to become his partner in the apocalypse. Of course, if the other party is not willing to cooperate, Suze will have no choice but to force it. Although the twisted melon is not sweet, it quenches your thirst. Only. The problem now is that I don't even have a suitable melon, and I don't know where to start if I want to force it. Brother Zay, you're here so early. Suze's thoughts were interrupted. As the class time approaches, there are gradually more and more people in the classroom. The sexy young men who appeared next to Suze at this moment were his two roommates. The one who talks a lot is called Wang Zixin, and the one who has a relatively silent personality is called Sunbin. In yesterday's doomsday simulation, his two roommates were quite loyal. He actually achieved the goal of being unyielding and unyielding. In several simulations, he had conflicts with the awakened ones, but his roommate was not afraid of the strong and dared to stand up for him. It is not easy to do this. Although people's hearts are unpredictable. Loyalty today does not mean loyalty forever. But at least, in the first few dozen days of the apocalypse, his two roommates were considered good friends. Think so. Suze suddenly became curious. He stared at Wang Zixin beside him, silently activated his father-listening ability, and tried to listen to the other person's heart. Damn, I should have done a quick 3 in that move just now, and then invaded the opponent's red zone. Very good. What a simple game, boy. Brother Zay, why are you staring at me? Noticing Suze's gaze, Wang Zixin pretended to be shy and said with a pinched voice, if it's Senior Suze, it's okay for everyone to come in. Suze, get out of here, uncle. While talking and laughing, Suze suddenly became interested and continued to try to concentrate on eavesdropping on the thoughts of other students in the class. Is Suze looking at me? I knew he liked my twin tails today. One more look and it will explode. I open a brothel on the high seas. There is no reason to break the law. Talents are very useful, but when using them, it's best not to stare directly at others. It seems a bit stupid, and it is easy for the other party to feel strange. After completing a circle of attempts, Suze silently looked back. Start thinking about the safe house again. Put away the safe house accessories first. Let's first consider the location of the safe house. Yesterday's simulation made him very clear about the division of safe zones and contaminated zones around the school. Logically speaking, of course he should build his safe house in a safe zone. But contaminated areas are not out of the question. Because as long as you understand the threats in some polluted areas, you can move around in polluted areas relatively safely. Just like where he lives now. After the doomsday comes, although it will be shrouded in the pollution zone. But the main threat is the mirror world. As long as you avoid this danger and do not come into contact with the source of pollution, you can achieve maximum safety. Of course, there is no absolute safety as long as you stay in a contaminated area. A fatal nightmare may appear at any time. It's just that Suze has the talent of gift from the fall. Even if you don't survive the nightmare, you can rely on a layer of healing energy to escape. There is no need to put all your eggs in the same basket. Pick a few more places and you never know when they will be needed. It's only a few days before the world changes dramatically. It's impossible to build a huge doomsday base now. The funds don't allow it. So I can only choose some places on the map and rent a house. The house doesn't need to be too good, as long as it can store supplies. After all, yesterday's simulation has proved the shortage of supplies. Especially after 50 days, the awakened people can fight for supplies. Therefore, sufficient supplies are the core components of the safe house. As for safety, this has to mention the advantages of placing the safe house in the contaminated area. Especially in the contaminated area where some powerful monsters are entrenched, even the awakened people dare not try to enter. If the supplies are placed in the contaminated area, there is basically no need to worry about being found by others. And as long as you draw a good talent, you may be able to stay in the contaminated area without injury. It's just that the nightmares that appear from time to time are annoying and will constantly consume healing energy. These are the places. Let's go check out the specific situation today and then make a decision. After a class, Suze's safe house site selection was almost finished. Just then, following the flow of people after class, Suze went back to the dormitory. He usually doesn't live in the dormitory, but occasionally he goes back to the dormitory to spend the night, so his bed in the dormitory is always there. There is even a very high configuration computer on the table. It is convenient for him to play games with other classmates when he is in the dormitory. Brother Zay, have you seen the news in the class group? I heard that the class monitor has contacted. There will be a social gathering this week, and our class will also have a picnic. As soon as he sat down, Wang Zixin came over with his mobile phone, looking very excited. Social gathering? Suze was silent, thinking, Could there be a beautiful girl in the opposite class that he has never met? Brother Zay, are you going to the social event? Go, why don't you go? Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Then I told the squad leader that we will all go to the dormitory. Hee. Wang Zixin let out a lewd laugh. Sun Bin, who was in the next bed, smiled much more elegantly. But since this guy has a girlfriend, there should be no need to participate in social activities. I didn't stay in the dormitory for too long. Su Zay mainly wanted to check the dormitory environment. What if after careful consideration, he would choose school as the birthpoint of the end of the world? There is no shortage of comfortable beds and quilts. Don't forget. After the end of the world, the sun quickly disappeared and the temperature dropped sharply. Therefore, keeping warm is also something that needs attention. After confirming that the dormitory is available, Su Zay left quickly. After leaving school, he took a taxi to look at the house. As a quasi first-tier city, Su's city's housing prices are not low. Even a wealthy businessman like Su Zay can't buy. And buying a house is not as convenient as renting. What he needs is to quickly get the right to use the house, and then he can store the purchased supplies in it. Su Zay was busy preparing for the safe house all afternoon. In the evening, he came to the convenience store earlier than usual because he needed to prepare supplies. He is relatively experienced in this matter. After taking over the convenience store, he also got to know the supplier himself. To purchase supplies, just ask the supplier directly. As for what supplies to store, Su Zay didn't have any extravagant requirements. It's nothing more than water and food. You can prepare a little less water. After all, according to the previous simulation content, it is not difficult for some safe zones to obtain water resources. So the main thing is to prepare food. Prioritize food that can last for a long time, and food that is convenient and ready to eat is also good. Speaking of which, during the simulation yesterday, official news also appeared. Recalling the content of yesterday's simulation, Su Zay couldn't help but rub his chin and think about it. Since the officials were able to release supplies to other safe zones more than 40 days after the end of the world, they may have stabilized their position. Only in this way can we be free to help others. But it might not be so good. After all, according to the information Su Zay has, the scope of the contaminated zone is far larger than the scope of the safe zone. Moreover, the safe zone is basically surrounded by the polluted zone, just like a high ground that can only be clung to. If you want to leave the safe zone, you must pass the test of the polluted zone. Under such a doomsday threat, official actions must be difficult. Hey, Xiao Su, I'm in a hurry. How about, you do it instead? The store manager's voice brought Su Zay's thoughts back. Kindness. After pondering for a while, Su Zay tentatively nodded in agreement. There were still more than 20 minutes before the shift change time, but the store manager he hired was in a hurry to play mahjong and lied to him that there was an emergency at home. While answering the other party, he used his talent to eavesdrop on the other party's thoughts. That's great, Doomsday. After the store manager left, Su Zay sneered to himself. What he was laughing at was that it would make him feel better to see such people die in the apocalypse. In addition to the store manager, the other part-time student is of good character. Unfortunately, Su Zay has no intention of becoming a saint in the apocalypse. If he doesn't become a gangster in the apocalypse, others should burn incense. Time passes. Soon, the night became darker. The end of the simulator's cooling time is getting closer and closer. Right in the convenience store, a new customer walked in. Su Zay, who was playing with his cell phone, raised his eyes to look at the guests. Hey, isn't this the high school student who came to the store yesterday? Su Zay saw this girl yesterday and remembered it very clearly. There were several girls there at that time, talking and laughing. Instead of staring directly at the girl, Su Zay turned his attention to the counter monitor. From the surveillance video, it can be seen that the girl has a simple ponytail, her lower body is in a school uniform, and her upper body is in a thick solid color sweater. Under the sweater, the curves are full and proud. This is a beautiful scene that I didn't get to see yesterday. Without saying a word, Su Zay raised his head and continued to observe the girl. In front of the shelves, the girl pursed her pink lips, and her cheeks without makeup had pure beauty. Her thin and long eyelashes beat slightly, reflecting her clear and clean eyes. At least 9 points. Su Zay did not hesitate to give high marks in his heart. Then, he belatedly remembered the doomsday travel companion he had not yet found. That person, why hasn't he left yet? Just as Su Zay was considering whether to use a gray sack or a black sack to lure away the inexperienced girl in front of him. Suddenly, I heard the other person's voice. Only then did Suze notice the outside of the store. There was a middle-aged man hiding not far away, looking at the store with a lewd expression. This person is just following me. Okay, so scary. What should I do? It turned out that he entered the store because he wanted to avoid the strange man behind him. Suze understood now. Probably because she was not sure whether the middle-aged man outside was a pervert, the girl did not ask her directly for help. What to do, if mom and dad were still here? Woohoo! Continuing to listen to the girl's voice, Suze suddenly made an unexpected discovery. The parents of the girl in front of me seem to have passed away not long ago. There is no one else at home, so even if you want to find someone to pick her up, it is not easy. She couldn't ask her classmates for help because she didn't want others to know what happened to her family. It would be okay to ask the teacher for help or call the police, but she was afraid of causing trouble to others. And I don't know if the middle-aged men outside are perverts. So I was embarrassed in the store. I can only pretend to pick something first. Call after eavesdropping on the girl's thoughts, Suze stood up immediately. Just walk out of the store. Why are you staring at my girlfriend? Go home and see your mother. Very simple, drive away the middle-aged man outside the store. When he returned to the store, he saw the girl looking at him with stars in her eyes and a look full of gratitude. So handsome, please don't be so superficial and say things that everyone knows. Thank you. Thank you, that person just now. The girl thanked her, her voice slightly trembling. She must have been frightened just now. You can sit in the store for a while. If you're really worried, I can take you back. You should live nearby. Suze deliberately glanced at the girl's school uniform. Since he is a day student, he should live nearby. Oh, let me sit down for a moment. A little more naive than expected, the girl felt a little nervous and sat down on the bench behind the counter. Suze didn't say much. Continue to maintain his persona of a cold and handsome guy. This little brother is such a good person, it's not that spicy either. This little brother is thinking about what color sack you would like. I saw this little brother yesterday. Is he a college student? His profile is so good looking. He must have many girlfriends. Oh. Just take your time to appreciate my brother's sexy profile. Why did he say, my girlfriend, when he just drove that pervert away? Because I want to completely dispel his idea of doing evil. Suze said without warning. Ah. The girl's pretty face was stunned. He unconsciously shrank his neck, looking a little silly. How does he seem to know what I am thinking? So cool. Bingo. That's right. Suze secretly enjoyed the other party's inner praise. Although on the surface, he is still the same as Gu Jing Wubua, looking like a cold-faced handsome guy. However, the method of guessing what the other person is thinking needs to be done slowly. If you tell the girl directly, I know your parents passed away and you are very scared now. He probably would have scared people half to death immediately. Just after driving away a wretched pervert, a more terrifying one came. Oh, I understand. The girl scratched her head and pretended to understand Suze's explanation. Actually, I don't understand. Suze didn't bother to explain, so he asked instead. May I have your name? Chen Kuching. No more words. After a few seconds of silence, the girl named Chen Kuching blinked and asked again. And you? Suze. Are you a college student? Well, it's from Su University next door. I also want to take the exam at Sucha University. A few awkward words completely killed the atmosphere. To be honest, Suze didn't have much thought about flirting with girls. Anyway, it's almost the end of the world, and when the time comes, I'll just get a set of sacks, whether she likes it or not. But if he could win over his sister with his personal charm, he wouldn't mind. Well, let's do this. I'll take you downstairs to your house first. Suddenly, Suze spoke, breaking the silence. The simulator's cooldown time was about to end, and he didn't want to be distracted by the girl next to him. Okay. Ma, I'm sorry to bother you. There was no polite refusal. Chen Kuching was indeed frightened and was waiting for Suze to kindly send her home. Now I got what I wanted. Suze pulled down the store door and saw off the customers. On the way, there were still awkward conversations, but the atmosphere was much more relaxed. I'll live here, thank you for sending me. Soon, outside the community, Chen Kuching thanked Suze again. This time, she was much calmer. When saying thank you, every body movement expresses her sincere gratitude. He even managed a rare, sweet smile full of strength. Then she turned around. With a bang, it hit the streetlight and screamed ouch. 9.5 points. Suze silently improved the girl's score in his mind. Whether it's looks, figure, or even this silly look, They all deserve this score. I'm going back. Chen Qiqing, who felt embarrassed, turned around and left as if running away. Suze also quickly turned around and left. Return to the convenience store before the cooldown period ends. Suze poured himself a cup of hot drink, then returned to the throne behind the counter and sat down slowly. The simulator cooling time has ended. Simulation, start. Doomsday simulation has started. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Prince of Tennis, white. Your tennis skills have been greatly improved. Now you can use smashes against the enemy, although it may be useless. Disinfection expert, white. Your saliva has an antivirus function comparable to medical alcohol. Bloody warrior, green. Take off your shirt and expose your chest muscles. You will become a powerful hunk, and your all-round attributes will be improved to a certain extent. Kindness. 3 lumps again. But Suze was used to it. The probability of purple and gold talents appearing is really not high. But now, we can only choose the most useful one from the 3 responses. However, before choosing inherent talents, Suze thought silently in his heart again. After yesterday's simulation, the information you wanted to know most now was actually how to become an awakened person. In other words, how he personally became an awakened person. Because others have used similar methods to successfully break through and become awakened ones. And he just couldn't succeed in the same way. It looked like he was being targeted, so in today's simulation, he must figure out exactly what he needs to do to become an awakened person. If he doesn't figure it out, just pretend he didn't say it. Also, like that heavy fog, as well as information on various polluted areas, Suze couldn't get enough. The inherent talent Explosive Warrior, green, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the end came as scheduled and the whole world fell into panic. After you contacted Chen Qiqing on the phone, you drove her back to your current residence, Jinsho community. She feels safe staying with you. Kindness? I didn't even put a sack on Chen Qiqing. Cough. Sacks are only a backup option. Judging from the simulation content, sacks should not be used. It seems that he must have resorted to means before the end to bring the relationship closer and increase mutual trust. Otherwise, people wouldn't be able to board their own ship so easily. In addition, in this round of simulation, it seems that I have chosen a safe area as my birth point. This Jinsho community is the safe zone closest to the school. In the previous simulation, the forces that fought with the awakeners of the school for supplies were the people in this safe zone. On the second day, the temperature dropped sharply, and the mood of uneasiness spread. You and Chen Qiqing cooked a hot pot. On the third day, there were a lot of terrifying news on the internet, and Chen Qiqing was scared. On the fourth day, the power and water were cut off, and the city was in chaos. You accompanied Chen Qiqing downstairs for a walk, and saw that everyone in the community was panicking. On the fifth day, you accompanied Chen Qiqing to do homework for a day, and at night, Chen Qiqing accompanied you to sleep. You talked a lot while lying on the bed. You had sex. Well, I can only say that this is not a surprising development. It's the end of the world, and you are alone. It would be strange if nothing happened. On the 6th day, you continue. On the 7th day, you continue. On the 8th day, you tell yourself that you can't go on like this. It's not healthy. At night, Chen Qiqing changed into a cosplay outfit. You continue. On the 9th day, you continue. Not buddies. We don't have to be so excited. You are writing Husher's diary here. The simulated content made Suze laugh and cry. But I can understand that in the past few days, although many people died and it was very chaotic. But there is indeed not much new information. So it is understandable to stay at home and have children. On the 10th day, mysterious events in other communities spread in the community, and most people dare not go out. On the 11th day, there is a shortage of supplies in the community, and currency is completely invalid. Now it is an era of barter. On the 12th day, you notice that there are awakened people in the community. Some people gathered together to discuss how to find food for everyone, and the awakened were elected as leaders. On the 13th day, someone knocked on your door, and you ignored it. On the 14th day, the person who knocked on the door yesterday came again. He wanted to violently break in, but you stepped in to stop him. The other party explained that he broke the door because he wanted to collect supplies inside the community, but you heard the other party's voice and had no good intentions. On the 15th day, someone knocked on the door again. The person claimed to be a relative of the landlord. He had an arrogant attitude and wanted to take back the house. You activated the Explosive Warrior talent and killed one person on the spot. The others dispersed. On the 16th day, you symbolically donated old clothes to help residents fleeing from polluted areas keep warm. On the 17th day, you heard that a community resident was kind enough to take in the refugees, but was murdered. On the 18th day, an awakened person opened up a stable channel to obtain supplies, and was sought after by people in the safe zone. On the 19th day, the news that your family has supplies spread like wildfire. On the 20th day, the awakened one brings people to ask for supplies. You activate the explosive warrior talent, fight with the awakened one, win, and successfully kill the opponent. To stay in good shape, you have to spend a stack of healing energy. On the 21st day, you are considered an awakened person. Other awakened people invite you to join the leadership team, but you refuse. Because you heard from the heart, these awakened people have their own agenda. Day 22, same as the previous simulation. Green's combat talent is enough for him to face off against the so-called awakened ones. If the gifts from the fall are also included, it would be a unilateral beating. After all, ordinary awakened people don't have such terrifying recovery ability as him. Having said that, it would be better if there was a way to become an awakener, Suze murmured in his heart. Direct combat power is absolutely an indispensable survival condition in this doomsday. Not every safe zone maintains good order like a school. Only after 30 or 40 days did some dark events begin to occur. In this round of simulation, the safe zone where Suze was located was obviously on the verge of collapse of order. Ordinary people maintain good intentions, but are taken advantage of and killed. Awakened people have stronger abilities, but have different thoughts. To put it bluntly, if there is only one awakened person, then this person may immediately declare that he does not eat beef, and then start doing evil. Human nature cannot withstand too many tests. That's why direct combat effectiveness is a must. Otherwise, it will be useless no matter how much supplies are stored. If your neighbors are stocking guns and you are stocking grain, it would be strange if they don't rob you. On the 24th day, there are many people in the safe zone who are ready to move, you know it clearly. On the 25th day, you teach Chinkiching how to use a gun. On the 26th day, Father God's gift of listening came into play. You heard 2 other unknown spells. Now you know all the spells. They are strengthening, fantasy, clairvoyance, inspiration, transformation, starry sky. On the 27th day, share the detailed information you know about the contaminated area with Chinkiching, and tell her all the spells. On the 28th day, a newly awakened person comes to your door and wants to snatch your supplies. You fight with them and kill them, but your door is completely damaged in the battle. On the 29th day, an awakened person once again invited you to join the leadership team. You sensed a lot of malice, and your patience ran out. You took Chinkiching to the leadership group meeting and deliberately allowed the awakened cronies to secretly evacuate your supplies. On the 30th day, the supplies were gone. Chinkiching cried so sadly, you grabbed some sweets from others and gave them to her. On the 31st day, you went on a killing spree. Using the recovery ability of the fallen gift, you killed all the awakened ones and related minions in the safe zone. The other survivors were frightened. On the 32nd day, you felt that the safe house had lost its meaning, so you drove and ventured through the contaminated area and returned to school. Really? With the talent given by the fall, even the green combat talent can help him deal with the awakened ones. Although the process may be a little difficult and troublesome, you can win in the end. In addition, God's gift of listening continues to be at work. Now, I finally know all the spells. However, this safe house doesn't look like a safe house. Suze couldn't help but complain in his heart. What is a safe house? If there is no absolute safety, can it be called a safe house? At best, it can only be regarded as a storage room for supplies. It's not like I wasn't aware of this problem before. It's just because in the previous simulation, I spent most of the time in school. Safety issues are really not as serious as this round. Another point is that in the previous simulations, he was alone, and it didn't matter whether he was going through wind or rain. This round of simulation is different. He brought a girl with him. No matter what decision is made, Chinkiching's safety must be considered. So even a small task like passing through a polluted area has turned into an adventure. After all, as long as you enter the contaminated area, you may cause fatal nightmares. On the 34th day, the order of the school is much better, but you also feel that many people are impetuous. On the 35th day, you want to try to awaken, but Chinkiching strongly demands to go with you, so you hesitate. On the 36th day, you continue to hesitate. On the 37th day, you continue to hesitate. On the 38th day, you confirm Chinkiching's determination. You took her to the contaminated area and returned to school after contacting the pollution source. On the 39th day, you had a nightmare. The healing energy decreased by 1, and nothing happened to Chen Qiqing. On the 40th day, after investigation, you confirmed the intelligence and the conditions for becoming an awakener. Contacting the pollution source or entering the contaminated area will have a chance to usher in a nightmare. In the nightmare, you will be tested and choose the spell to use. After completing the above steps, you can become an awakener. But you don't understand why you have failed repeatedly. On the 41st day, after you woke up, you found that Chen Qiqing died. She had a nightmare without your knowledge. She died. You tried to treat her, but failed. On the 42nd day, you drove and brought the supplies stored in your other safe house back to school and distributed them to the people who took care of you during this period. On the 43rd day, you broke the pollution source of the Banshan community. On the 44th day, you spent the night in the contaminated area. You had a nightmare. In the dream, you exhausted all the healing energy. You died. Different simulation contents, similar ways of dying. Suze silently wrote down one thing in his little notebook: never destroy the pollution source. This behavior is equivalent to suicide. At least, the current intelligence shows that this is suicide. Even his gift of death can't save him. In addition to this information, the way to become an awakener is also completely clear. But he seems to have a special physique and can't become an awakener. Or maybe he just simply failed the test in the nightmare. After all, only 1 in 10 people who challenge the mystery and successfully awaken survive. In terms of probability, it is indeed not high. Damn, awakener, what's the situation? Shaking his head, Suze looked a little helpless. He could only be patient. Continue simulating and continue to obtain information. The simulator enters a 10-minute cooldown period. The reward options for this round of simulation are also lackluster. They are all low-level talents and intelligence of little value. Suze certainly won't waste the opportunity to choose rewards on these low-value options. Should I change a safe zone as the birth point, taking advantage of the cooldown period? Suze pondered whether to change the birth point. The speed of order collapse in the safe zone selected in this round is really fast. If I change a safe zone, the situation may be improved to a certain extent. Just like when I simulated on the first day, the order in another safe zone was relatively good. Buzz. The phone suddenly vibrated, and there was a new message. Suze came back to his senses, took a look at the phone, and found that it was from Chen Qiqing. When I sent her home just now, she took the initiative to ask Suze for her contact information, saying that she wanted to send Suze a banner. Suze humbly said that you don't have to repay kindness with enmity. Back to the present. The message sent by Chen Qiqing was nothing more than thanking you again. And confirmed the time with Suze. If Suze works part-time at the convenience store as usual tomorrow night, she will come to give Suze some gifts when she goes home after class to show her gratitude. Gift? No need. If Chen Qiqing tied herself up and stuffed herself into a box, Suze would be happy to sign for such a gift. This would also save him from the trouble of picking up girls before the end of the world. Speaking of which, I seem to be going to buy something just now, but I completely forgot. Chen Qiqing continued to send messages. The girl, who looked very cold, unexpectedly, was quite talkative. The gift thing seemed to be just a lie of hers. She naturally changed the topic to something else. She continued to talk endlessly. Suze could actually understand her. After all, the man she was chatting with was a handsome guy. What a pity. The Father God's innate ability to listen cannot eavesdrop on others' thoughts through a transmission tool such as a mobile phone. Otherwise, this chat might be more interesting. I really wanted to apply to Sucha University, but I didn't do well in the college entrance examination, so I came back for another year. The topic continued to expand. However, Suze had already overheard a lot of such things through his mind. For example, the girls' college entrance examination results were not ideal. The image of a cold and cool female academic master was just an illusion of outsiders. For example, she didn't want to expose the fact that her parents had passed away in front of her classmates, but it was just a strong disguise. In fact, she was hiding in the quilt and crying every night. It was probably after she realized that she talked too much, and Suze's reply frequency was not high, so Chen Qiqing ended the chat in a sullen manner. Suze was not that harsh. Even if he was distracted and chatted with Chen Qiqing for a while longer, it didn't matter. Speaking of which, wasn't he still distracted by watching the store? The cooling time of the simulator has ended. Just in time. The cooling time was over, so Suze didn't waste time and started the simulation again. The doomsday simulation has started. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. 1. Food King. Blue. You are good at improving and ripening plants. You can make food that takes 3 months to fully mature in 10 days, But every time you use your talent, you will consume energy, too. Deer Hunter, White, you are good at using bows and arrows and designing moving targets. The audience will not be able to bear it without you in the Olympics. 3. Lightning Superman, Blue, you can use bioelectricity freely, so you can create and invent various lightning-based attack methods, which can make you very strong. 2 blue talents appeared. And looking at the talent introduction, they seem to be pretty good. The talent of the Food King should be more team-oriented. If it is a safe zone with relatively good order. If there is such a talented person, the pressure on food may be greatly reduced. Of course, such a talented person will also be regarded as a treasure by the safe zone. However, Suze has no idea of being a treasure in the safe zone. Compared to this kind of life-related talent, he now wants more direct combat power. The third talent is obviously a combat power talent. Just choose it. The inherent talent Lightning Superman, Blue, has been selected. The simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected. You choose the safe house in the Alboy community as the birthpoint of your doomsday journey. Chen Keqing accompanies you. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply. Various terrorist news spreads in the community group. Chen Keqing is very nervous, so she decides to divert attention and cooks by herself. You help her. You are amazed at Chen Keqing's cooking skills. You cook before the meal is finished. Wow! This dry firewood is faster than the previous round of simulation. And this round of simulation is obviously different from the previous round. In the simulation, I really chose another safe zone as the birth point. In addition, there are some small changes in details. On the third day, the community organized people and got a lot of supplies. You also got a lot of supplies, although you need to pay a high price to buy them. On the fourth day, the power and water supply were cut off, and the panic escalated. Someone in the community played music on the balcony, and the atmosphere was unexpectedly elegant. On the fifth day, many refugees came to the safe zone. The community organized owners to donate old clothes and old bedding to help the refugees, but the progress was not smooth. On the sixth day, the city was in chaos, and people were panicking. Someone in the community got a generator, but there was not much fuel. On the seventh day, Chen Keqing fell downstairs and her ankle was swollen. You used your innate ability to heal her, and she was shocked. On the eighth day, you noticed that there were awakened people in the community. On the ninth day, someone in the safe zone gave a speech to stabilize people's hearts. On the 10th day, official self-rescue news came, and many people were shocked. On the 11th day, the moral high ground of the safe zone fell. On this day alone, more than 10 women, openly or secretly, sought spiritual comfort from you. Chen Keqing generously said that if you like, you can go, but you didn't go because the women who came were too ugly. On the 12th day, the number of awakened people in the safe zone increased. On the 13th day, Chen Keqing expressed generosity again. You overheard her thoughts and knew that she was pretending to be generous because she cleverly thought that you looked down on those rouge and powder. On the 14th day, a beautiful young woman appeared next to you. Chen Keqing's sense of crisis increased greatly and she secretly felt jealous all day. On the 15th day, the number of awakened people continued to increase. You realized that some awakened people had bad intentions and wanted to destroy the existing order in the safe zone. On the 16th day, there was a conflict among awakened people and one person was injured. On the 17th day, an awakened person coveted Chen Keqing's beauty and spoke rudely. You stopped pretending and showed your cards. You are a tough guy. You electrocuted the other party into a carbon stick. On the 18th day, you became famous in one battle. Your deeds spread throughout the safe zone. Many people nominated you to be the leader of the safe zone. You declined, but you supported the puppet leader to take office, and you initially controlled the safe zone. On the 19th day, you attended the leadership team meeting of the safe zone. With your talent, you eavesdropped on the thoughts of all the main team members and secretly made a detailed plan. On the 20th day, you secretly eliminated the hidden dangers in the team. On the 21st day, your prestige in the safe zone has been improved again. The leader you supported is very good at management. All the resources of the safe zone have been utilized. On the 22nd day, you have opened up the material supply line. If nothing goes wrong, you don't have to worry about food within a month. On the 23rd day, a new awakener asked you why you can use the power of thunder and lightning. You gave a perfunctory answer. On the 24th day, I actually participated in the construction of order in the safe zone. This is a bit surprising. Suze knows his own temperament very well. To be honest, he prefers the feeling of the sweeping monk. There are fighting and killing in the outside world, and heroes are emerging, but no one knows that in the High Library, there is a peerless master who is watching the world with a smile. Once this peerless master takes action, the world will be shocked. Ahem. Although this is not a martial arts story, but the end of the world. But in essence, it is not much different. However, Suze can understand that things have developed to this point. Who said that he is so strong that he can easily kill ordinary awakeners in seconds? Such combat power is of course easy to attract attention. Since he can't hide his edge, he might as well go with the flow. It is worth mentioning that the simulation content in front of him seems to prove it again. The blue-level combat talent is enough for him to gallop in the end of the world. He may not be able to suppress the monsters in the polluted area, but he can probably kill the few awakened ones easily. On the 26th day, you are in the safe zone, helping the leader to find out the news from the outside world. You don't get much. You only know that each safe zone has been initially formed. On the 27th day, the Father God's listening talent comes into play. You hear that others try to destroy the pollution source and die if they try. On the 28th day, there are women who flirt with you every day, which makes Chen Keqing very nervous. She decides to draw 18 comics to distract her attention. On the 29th day, because of her poor talent in painting, Chen Keqing announces the end of her short career as a painter. You look at her works and think they are actually okay. You are inspired by her comics and you develop a new posture. On the 30th day, continue to develop new knowledge. On the 31st day, there are more awakened ones, and the way to become an awakened one method, gradually disclosed. Day 32, you notice that some awakened people had different intentions. You wanted to get rid of them, but there was no reason to do it for the time being. Day 33, you set a trap to get rid of some awakened people with different intentions. Day 34, it was snowing. You played snowballs with Chen Keqing on the roof for a while. She told you that if you want to find another woman, it is not impossible, but she must be the eldest lady. Day 35, when the awakened people of your side went out to find supplies, they were attacked by other awakened people, and suffered heavy losses. You launched an investigation. Day 36, bored, Chen Keqing played role-playing with you. Day 37, continue to play. Day 38, it was Chen Keqing's birthday. She made a fire and cooked a pot of hot food. You sincerely praised her cooking skills. Day 39, well, it feels like falling in love in the apocalypse. The probability of Chen Keqing's name appearing in the simulation content has increased significantly. But it is also reasonable. After all, it can be seen from the simulation content that the self in the simulation did not consider becoming an awakener at all this time. Perhaps it was because the gentle place that Chen Keqing created for himself was too fragrant. So he was reluctant to risk his life to try to become an awakener. In addition to Chen Keqing's frequent appearances, the key events that occurred in the safe zone were not ignored. In addition, some information was reconfirmed, such as the pollution source must not be destroyed. Day 40, Father God's listening talent came into play, and you learned that an awakener broke the pollution source and died tragically. Day 41, you investigated the identity of the previous attacker, and others hoped that you could take action, and you agreed. You were worried about Chen Keqing, but you couldn't take her into the contaminated area because it was dangerous. Day 42, you spent 2 hours telling Chen Keqing the information you knew, because you wanted to emphasize the danger of the contaminated area to Chen Keqing, but she insisted on going with you. You heard her determination and took her with you. You successfully killed the target. Day 43, you used the gift of the fallen properly, and stayed awake all night, guarding Chen Keqing, because you were worried that she would die in a nightmare. Day 44, Chen Keqing thought that she should take the initiative, and she wanted to take the risk of becoming an awakener. After thinking about it, you agreed, and you took action immediately. With your help, Chen Keqing contacted the pollution source. Day 45, you had a nightmare, and when you woke up, the healing energy was reduced by 1. Day 46, Chen Keqing had a nightmare, and you guarded her throughout the whole process, but Chen Keqing succeeded in one go. She used the spell of the starry sky and became an awakener. Day 47, you developed a new posture and celebrated for a whole day. On the 48th day, you heard that the authorities were still trying to rescue you. Although the situation was still very bad, your Father God listened to his talent and put it into effect. You heard a new piece of information. Awakened people have encountered extremely terrifying creatures. This reminds you of a word-contained object. On the 49th day, because you don't have to worry about Chen Keqing's safety all the time, you take people into the contaminated area to investigate. On the 50th day, the investigation continues. During the investigation, you enter a strange room. You get lost in the room and encounter strange creatures. During the battle, you think of that word again contained object. Exhaust all the healing energy and you die. This simulation evaluation, live brilliantly, die casually. You can choose anyone from the following 3 simulation rewards: 1 Thunder Superman, blue; 2 Food King, blue; 3 Deer Hunter, white. It ended a little too suddenly. Suze was caught off guard. Looking at everything going on so smoothly, he thought he might have to live for a long time in this simulation. Unexpectedly, extreme joy can lead to sadness. We had just started to explore the contaminated area, but we encountered such a strange thing. While walking, I suddenly entered a strange room and encountered a strong enemy inexplicably. The most important thing is, contained object? No way. Suze couldn't help scratching his head. If the self in the simulation encounters the fictional monster he knew in his previous life, then, his death would not be considered unjust. After all, the life threat posed by that kind of existence cannot be compared with things like zombies. I can't make a conclusion yet, but based on the intelligence I heard through talent, there should indeed be some very terrifying monsters existing in the apocalypse. Thinking about it, Suze couldn't help but think of the deadly fog he experienced in yesterday's simulation. In the previous simulation, the heavy fog. He also suddenly fell into it, then encountered a terrifying creature, and finally died of hatred. It looks similar to the situation simulated just now. I don't know what the connection is between the two. Is it my bad luck that I happen to encounter this kind of bad luck, or is this bad luck just aimed at me? Suzy rubbed his chin and continued to think deeply. Judging from the information we have so far, the possibility of bad luck should be higher. After all, he was not the only one who encountered such a horrific incident. And it seems that someone not only encountered such a horrific incident, but also successfully escaped. If we simulate it a few more times, maybe the relevant information will become clearer. Withdrawing his thoughts, Suze took a deep breath. Speaking of which, in the simulation just now, Shenkiching also successfully evolved and became an awakener. This result is not surprising. After all, he has a lot of information. At least in terms of spells, Shenkiching will never suffer. In this way, all Shenkiching has to do is pass the test in the nightmare. This test is usually not directly related to force. But generally there will be a fixed theme. Just like the contaminated area of mutated animals, if you come into contact with the pollution source of the contaminated area, then the nightmare test that occurs must be related to animals. As for whether everyone's nightmare test is the same, Suze hasn't figured it out yet. If the test is fixed, then can I use the concept of game dungeons to understand the nightmare test? If I know all the dungeon clearance strategies in advance, wouldn't I be able to pass the test easily? Having said that, Suze still felt pessimistic about his plan to become an awakened person. After all, I have failed too many times before. And it failed many times despite having sufficient information. This makes people have to wonder if God is targeting him intentionally. Not long after. The 10-minute simulator cooling time is coming to an end. Suze also wrote down a few lines of information that needed to be investigated on paper. Is the path to becoming an awakened person fixed? What kind of existence are those extremely powerful, terrifying creatures that appear after the end of the world? Questions like these need to be answered in the following simulations. The simulator cooling time has ended, doomsday simulation has started. When the time came, Suze started the simulation again. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as your inherent talent for this simulation. Devil Contract, gold. You can only live up to 60 days, but fate will guide you, and you will get a treasure during your limited journey to the end of the world. IMMT, green. You are thick-skinned and very good at resisting beatings, and you can use taunting skills. Although they may not take effect, once they take effect, the enemy will only attack you. Sword control, blue. You can use flying swords, and you can control up to 6 flying swords at the same time. The maximum power of flying swords is equivalent to small caliber cannonballs, but using talent requires a lot of energy. Suze's eyes were unsurprisingly attracted to the golden talent. But the golden talent in front of me is really strange. A talent that can only survive for 60 days, and the longest it can survive. If a golden talent appears, there is no reason not to choose it. It was this innate ability that made Suze feel very strange. What kind of treasure is it worth paying such a heavy price? If now is the real doomsday moment. Of course, it was impossible for Suze to choose this option. But now it's simulation time. Then there is nothing more to say. Open up. The inherent talent Demon Contract, gold, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday comes as scheduled. You choose Abwa community as your doomsday birthpoint. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply. You and Shenkiching cooked a hot pot at home. After the meal, you sat together and you told her a lot of information about the doomsday. She was very flustered. To appease her frightened little heart, you have sex with her. On the third day, all kinds of horrible news were flying all over the sky, which seemed to confirm the horror you talked about yesterday, but Chenkiching calmed down a lot. You praised her change of mentality. On the fourth day, there was a power outage and water outage, and the situation became even worse. On the fifth day, many refugees came to the community. On the sixth day, you taught Chenkiching how to use a gun because you felt that your current residence was not safe, especially after the awakened ones began to appear. On the seventh day, Chenkiching learned very well. On the eighth day, an awakened person appeared in the community. With the help of Father God's gift of listening, you began to collect information from everywhere. You have a plan. You must help Chenkiching become an awakened person as soon as possible. On the ninth day, you told Chenkiching your plan and clearly explained the dangers involved. She was a little scared. On the 10th day, the atmosphere in the community becomes casual, and you continue to secretly collect intelligence. On the 11th day, you completed the collection of intelligence and thought you were ready. At the same time, Chenkiching was mentally prepared and decided to take the risk, but she had a condition. On the 12th day, you two made love all day long. This was Chenkiching's condition. On the 13th day, after being exhausted, you showed Chenkiching your healing ability. Chenkiching was extremely surprised and her confidence increased. She was no longer afraid of the next adventure. On the 14th day, the number of awakened people in the safe zone increased. You drove and took Chenkiching to the polluted area. You both came into contact with the source of pollution. On the 15th day, you guarded Chenkiching all night, but nothing happened. On the 16th day, Chenkiching had a nightmare. After waking up, she was successfully promoted to an awakened person. She forgot most of the dream content and only vaguely remembered the information you gave her. She used all of it, successful again. Using the advantage of intelligence, you helped Chenkiching to be promoted to an awakened person without any danger. Since this method can be used on Chenkiching, it should be able to be used on others. It just depends on whether Suze has such an idea. In addition to this point, the simulation content in front of him once again made Suze think about it. The safe house doesn't feel safe at all. Although the simulation didn't say much, Suze could sense the problem. In the simulation, he obviously didn't feel very safe. When staying in the safe zone, he needed to be on guard against others at all times. Especially after the awakeners appeared. And in this round of simulation, he didn't choose the combat talent. Directly clashing with the awakeners, he probably wouldn't get any advantage. That's why he helped Chenkiching become an awakener so quickly in the simulation. He needed a safer environment. On the 17th day, an awakened person coveted Chenkiching's beauty. You played doubles with her and killed the other party. In the process, you showed your extraordinary healing ability, so some awakened people wanted to win you over. On the 18th day, the situation in your safe zone stabilized, and you and Chenkiching were deeply involved in the leadership team of the safe zone. On the 19th day, you tried to become an awakened person, but failed, and your healing energy was reduced by 1. On the 20th day, you noticed that there were still awakened people who were eager to make a move because of Chenkiching's beauty. You set a trap and killed the other party, but there were some small mistakes, so the news leaked. On the 21st day, you discussed with Chenkiching and left the safe zone. On the 22nd day, you returned to the Banshan community near the school. This is the polluted area of the mirror world. You and Chenkiching stayed here. On the 23rd day, you calculated the time for the next mirror world to be activated and made a detailed time plan. On the 24th day, you and Chenkiching began a shameless daily life. On the 35th day, the time for the mirror world to be activated changed slightly, but fortunately, because of the existence of the devil's contract, you felt a strong threat in advance. You took Chenkiching out to avoid the limelight and escaped a murderous intention. On the 36th day, returned to the residence, shameless. On the 37th day, shameless. On the 45th day, you felt a strong sense of fate. You drove away from your residence. After passing through several polluted areas, you found your treasure under the pier of the Cross River Bridge. You brought the treasure back and studied it all day. Day 46, the treasure is very mysterious, you have no clue, but the Father God's talent for listening suddenly activated. You know the answer. What you got is a piece of draft paper. When the gods tried to create the world, this piece has no name, so you gave it a name. From now on, it is called Avalon. Day 47, you studied the use of Avalon. You can simply understand it as a dimensional space. You can shape the structure inside the space through fantasy. But you can only shape it once. Day 48, you successfully shaped the interior space of Avalon. Chenkiching was so happy, she showed her cooking skills and made a lot of delicious food. But the price of the devil's contract was activated at this moment. You bled from all 7 orifices, you could not use your healing ability, and when you were dying, you heard Shin-Kiching crying and a gunshot. She died for you. Simulation ends. Suze's sight stopped at the last line in the simulation text. Shin-Kiching. She actually died for him? This is really an unexpected development. In just over 40 days of traveling together in the apocalypse, a girl was willing to do this for him. Should I say that he is too charming, or that this girl is too affectionate? Probably, both. Suze sneered unconsciously. Nothing else. I just think Shin-Kiching may be more lovely than he expected. But how lovely, Suze can't say now. However, after this round of simulation, Suze completely gave up the idea of putting a sack on Shin-Kiching. On the one hand, it is because you don't need such extreme means to achieve your goal. On the other hand, although the forced melon quenches your thirst, it is not sweet. Melon, or dessert is better. As for the sudden death in the simulation just now, it is not surprising at all. After all, I chose a cost-type talent. I can't live more than 60 days, so there's nothing wrong with dying. Evaluation of this simulation, fate is set, go with the flow. You can choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Avalon, God's creation. 2. Devil's contract, gold. 3. Sword control, blue. Simulation reward appears. Suze's eyes switch back and forth between the first 2 options. Although the devil's contract is a golden talent, as long as he is not mentally ill, it is unlikely that he will choose this reward. If you can only live for 60 days, what's the use of more treasures? Is there a possibility that the talent that appears in the reward has actually been improved, so you don't have to die so early? Suddenly found a blind spot. Suze couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then decisively chose Avalon. Although the simulation text just now did not describe the origin and function of this reward in too much detail. But this must be an extraordinary treasure. You can create internal space with fantasy. Like a luxurious handwriting from a god, there is no reason not to choose this reward. You have chosen the simulation reward Avalon. Simulator enters cooling time, 19 hours and 59 minutes. After receiving the reward, Suze felt the subtle changes in his body this time. It was like adding an organ to his body, and he could feel the existence of that power. Wow! Raising his hand, with his mind moving, a faint light appeared in Suze's palm. His consciousness could penetrate this faint light and observe the structure inside. It's actually not complicated. Just understand it with the Shumi Cave Heaven in the Immortal Cultivation novel. It's just that the Avalon that has just been obtained in front of him is empty inside, nothing exists. It's zero. As the person who controls Avalon, Suze can use fantasy to shape the structure of the internal space. For example, if he imagines that there is a villa inside, then a villa will appear inside. If he imagines that there is a beach inside, then there will be a beach inside. It's just, this space doesn't seem to be particularly large. The consciousness flowing into Avalon soon touched the boundary. If we look at this space from the perspective of the three-dimensional world, its length, width, and height are the same, about 100 meters. In other words, Suze's fantasy can only be played in this limited space, not really as he pleases. Of course, if such a wide space is only used to build a doomsday safe house, it is more than enough. According to the concept of floors, he can build a high-rise building of 20 to 30 floors in it. Each floor is 10,000 square meters. Such a space is enough for storing food or creating a leisure activity area. And the most important point, rules can also be shaped by oneself. Suze's consciousness continued to deepen. Although there is no text description, as the owner of this space, he can read the mystery in it. And the so-called rules that can be shaped by oneself. Still, give an example. If Suze sets the energy in it, it will never be used up. Then the appliances he imagined, such as refrigerators and computers, would always have electricity. Not only that, the same principle can also be applied to food. He can imagine a fruit tree that does not bear fruit, but grows bread every day. Although such rules are contrary to the real world, in this space, such things can be done. However, the restrictions still exist. You can't create something with self-awareness. Suze quickly tasted the most critical restriction. There are also some other restrictions. For example, he can only imagine once. Once the internal space of Avalon is completed, it cannot be changed. For example, if the rules he created have fatal contradictions, then the internal space may collapse. Just like a star turns into a black hole, everything disappears. For example, if his fantasy deviates, the things he created may also deviate. This problem is relatively easy to solve. Using a real object for reference can greatly reduce the chance of error. So, is this my world? He complains silently in his heart. But Suze was in a very happy mood. In today's simulation, he felt the unreliability of the safe house countless times. Now he doesn't have to worry about it. With such an extraordinary treasure, he can directly draw a line between himself and ordinary people. The next thing to do. It is to operate this my world well, make perfect use of the space in it, and create a comfortable and luxurious doomsday safe house. After fiddling with it for a while, Suze then slowly turned his eyes back to the simulation text. The text will not be overwritten before the next simulation starts. Suze can still slowly ponder the information contained in it. At this moment, Suze's attention. The draft paper when the gods created the world, and it is a fragment of the draft paper. This is the information clearly displayed in the simulation content. The short text contains a lot of surprising information. There really is a so-called god in this universe. Suze realized this key point. So, what kind of existence is the so-called god? Will it be the evil god in Cthulhu mythos? Or is it a god-level civilization under the law of the dark forest? If so, as a human being, it would be too desperate. Fortunately, there is no evidence to prove the evil of God. Suze will naturally not waste his energy here and scare himself. The current task is to concentrate on dealing with the upcoming doomsday. So, now, it's time to design my safe house. Doomsday Simulator version 1.0, for days, 11 hours and 30 minutes left before the beginning of the doomsday, the next day. At noon, in the dormitory. Suze sat at the computer desk, patiently searching for samples on the internet. Avalon. This name comes from the legend of King Arthur. Because it means paradise, Suze borrowed this name. At this moment, Suze supported his chin with one hand, browsing the luxury house samples on the internet relatively casually. It is not impossible to construct the interior space of Avalon directly with his own imagination, but it is a bit brain-consuming. So refer to the samples that exist in reality to save some energy. What a huge project. This job is really time-consuming and laborious. Think about it, some people have to think about it for a long time to decorate a house of 100 square meters. Suze's workload is at least hundreds of times that of others, so it will be more difficult. If you want to be lazy and directly apply similar templates, you can complete the creation relatively quickly. But that will reduce the quality of life. Suze doesn't want to waste the space inside Avalon. Fortunately, to construct the interior space of Avalon, Suze doesn't need to do it all at once. He can accumulate and archive it bit by bit. If you are not satisfied, you can modify it. And theoretically, he has plenty of time to slowly build this space. After all, even if the doomsday really comes, it will not affect his continued creation of the safe house that belongs to him. The only thing to note is, he only has one chance to click the Confirm Creation Complete button. Once the internal space of Avalon is determined, there can be no more changes. Everything inside will run according to the rules designed by Suze in advance, as long as these rules do not contradict each other. Buzz. The mobile phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Suze picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from Chen Keqing, asking him if he likes sweets. It was probably about giving him a gift as mentioned last night. Suze, sweets? Not bad. After a simple reply, Chen Keqing replied in seconds. Chen Keqing, that's good. I'll give you a gift when I pass by the convenience store in the evening. Suze, I don't have a shift tonight. Chen Keqing, huh? Suze, well. Let's do this. When you come, tell me and I'll get it. I made an appointment with Chen Keqing to meet in the evening. The appointment was a spurofement decision. Because Suze thought carefully, he would definitely put Chen Keqing in a sack when the doomsday came. In this case, he should be a little nicer to her. You can ask her what kind of room she likes. Then I will draw a small space in Avalon and leave it for her. TSK. I am such a conscientious owner. Knock knock. The door of the dormitory was knocked. Suze and his roommates were attracted. When they opened the door, they found that it was the student union who came to check the dormitory routinely. The girl who walked in front was the monitor of Suze's class. With our own people here, the inspection is just a formality. However, after the inspection, the female monitor stayed in their dormitory for a while. Will everyone in your dormitory participate in this week's activities? The female monitor put one hand on her waist and asked Wang Zixin, who was sleeping at the door. In the 4-person dormitory, one bed belongs to another class, so it doesn't need to be counted. Sun Bin is not here at the moment, so Wang Zixin answered the female monitor on behalf of the 3 people in the dormitory. Yes, I told you yesterday in Xiuqiu. The female monitor said, pretending to remember. Then, she came to Su Zhe's seat naturally and talked to him. Su Zhe, you won't be absent, right? Me? Su Zhe was a little surprised. Why did he keep confirming with him? So he nodded, yes, I will go. Why? Do I have to pay the class fee now? The class fee will be collected in the evening. The female monitor looked at Su Zhe with a smile. To be honest, this smile was already considered obscene. She patted Su Zhe's shoulder and continued, you can't stand me up. You are the face of our class. Look at this little face. The accounting girls who are socializing with our class must like it. Su Zhe's mind unconsciously emerged the scene of the director whistling at Zhou Xingxing's ass. To be honest, he was a little suspicious whether the female monitor had other intentions, so he tried to eavesdrop on the other party's thoughts. I even wore black silk stockings to come here, but I didn't even look down. Damn this man, is he really a gay? It seems that Su Zhe thought too much. The female monitor in front of him was just simply coveting his sexy face. It's understandable. Who made him so handsome? Moreover, in the eyes of his classmates, he should be a man who keeps his chastity. Because there are few girlfriends around him. Of course, this is not the case. He has quite a few female confidants, and although he is often blatantly dissolute, his reputation has always been good. The reason for his good reputation is nothing more than 2 points. One is that he spends money generously, and the other is that he is tight-lipped. Finally, with his good looks, he is basically invincible. Is this woman interested in you, brothers, eh? As soon as the female monitor left, Wang Zixin came over and touched Su Zhe's shoulders with an expression that said you know what I mean. But Su Zhe didn't want to understand. Especially the female monitor who scored less than 6 points, he really didn't want to understand. Let me tell you, I heard that there are several beautiful girls in our accounting class at this social event. Wang Zixin took out his cell phone. He didn't know where the photos came from. Su Zhe took a few curious glances. To be honest, you can't tell anything just by looking at the photos. After all, they are all heavily retouched. And even the photos Wang Zixin showed, after retouching, are not as good as Chen Keqing, not at the same level. I heard that there is another very beautiful senior sister who will also come, but I don't have a photo. The turbulent teenager, Wang Zixin, continued to reveal his gossip. Hearing his tone like King Wu of Qin, Su Zhe was really a little curious. After all, in the doomsday plan he set for himself, there must be at least 2 safe houses. This is just Chen Keqing alone. If he can find another suitable one, Su Zhe doesn't mind giving some advice. Hey, Su Zhe. Suddenly, the female monitor came back and knocked on the door again. Half an hour later, Su Zhe accompanied the female monitor and appeared at the school gate. I was drafted. Because I had to prepare for the social activities, I had to go buy some things for the picnic in the afternoon. Originally, Su Zhe would definitely not do this kind of work. However, because of the information revealed by Wang Zixin, Su Zhe changed his mind temporarily. Not only did he personally accompany the female monitor to meet with the people in the social class, he was also considerate and helped a group of people save money on taxis. He drove his Panamera over. When this car worth more than 2 million yuan appeared in the sight of several people under Su Zhe's driving, words are just an unnecessary embellishment. Even if it is just a simple sentence. Get in the car. It is still as pretentious as the wind, always with me. Rich second generation. Su Zhe, I didn't know you were so rich before. Now, I'll give you a chance. Find a way to pursue me. The female monitor sitting in the passenger seat chattered and joked with Su Zhe. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. In comparison, the 2 accounting students in the back seat were much quieter. They were all playing with their phones. They didn't seem interested in the financial resources Su Zhe showed. However, the voice Su Zhe heard was not the case. No wonder he is the face of their class. This guy, he looks good and has money. Alas, he probably doesn't like me. Damn, if I had such a rich boyfriend, I would let him buy all my cosmetics. The voice of one of the girls in the back seat was as above. It is worthy of praise that this society has taught most people a truth to know themselves. This accounting girl obviously knows it well. Just like the female squad leader in the passenger seat, her covetousness for Su Zhe is blatant. If Suze has any initiative, the female squad leader will probably twist like a maggot on the bed. But Suze has no initiative at all. Therefore, people should know their limits, joke, and stop at the first taste, and must not go too deep to avoid self-humiliation. Humph, isn't it just a broken car? Why are you pretending? It's all given by his parents. Can he earn enough money to buy a wheel by himself? Hee. After I graduate, within 5 years, I can also buy such a good car. In the back seat, the voice of another accountant man is as above. Suze has no desire to comment on such voices, because it is too ordinary and too normal. And this is also one of the reasons why he chooses to be low-key and not expose his wealth in college life. Being too dazzling will attract jealousy. He is already handsome enough, and he is jealous enough, so he doesn't need to label himself as rich. That being said, at this moment when the doomsday is approaching, there is no need to maintain such a low profile. Moreover, he is also paving the way for the upcoming social activities. In short, he hopes that the beautiful woman Wang Zixi mentioned, who has never met before, can have the excellent quality of worshipping money, and then, sit on it and move. Sucheng is a southern city. Sometimes it will be misty and rainy all day long, and it is winter, so it gets dark early. When the high school students' dinner time just started, the sky of the city has already revealed some night colors. Chen Qiqing, who had an appointment with Suze, had just come out of the gate of number 3 middle school. At this moment, she was holding a cake she made by herself, standing at the intersection, waiting for Suze. I am a little hungry. If I secretly eat a bite of cake, will I be discovered? Suze, who also arrived on time, had heard Chen Qiqing's messy thoughts before he approached. It's time for you high school students to eat, right? Let's eat something? He was a bit frugal with words. Suze met Chen Qiqing. Social greetings and courtesies were completely omitted. He took the gift from Chen Qiqing, and then pointed to the hot pot restaurant not far away. Sit down for a while. Chen Qiqing blinked, and after a few seconds of silence, she nodded. Oh my god, domineering CEO, let me sit down and I'll sit down. Damn guy, forget it, since he was so handsome last night, I'll just agree reluctantly. Are you some kind of tsundere monster from the second dimension? Such a rich inner drama. After entering the hot pot restaurant, Chen Qiqing found that Suze had booked a seat in advance. Even the hot pot base was boiling, and Suze put a lot of the ingredients on the table. I know you don't have much time to eat, so I'll try my best to save you time. As he said that, Suze looked up and saw Chen Qiqing's face full of hesitation. Because the only thing I agreed with Suze was to give the cake to Suze, and there was no plan to have a meal together. Are you treating me to a meal? Oh my god, this is not a shady place. Will I faint while eating, and find that my kidneys are choked when I wake up? I can't eat. My kidneys are more important. I recognize your vigilance. Especially when your parents have passed away, this vigilance should be maintained. But, don't worry, I don't like your kidneys. Suze pointed to the seat next to him and said with emotion and reason, this store is so close to your school, you should be more familiar with it than me. Oh my god, how did he know that I was afraid of having my kidneys cut? What a scary man, but what he said seems to make sense. Isn't the owner of this store Xiaolin's mother? After a period of rigorous thinking, Chen Qiqing sat down first and asked, is there anything? Something. Suze nodded, then took out his mobile phone and handed it to Chen Qiqing. Can you fill this out? Don't worry, it's not a scam. You will know after you take a look. What is this? A questionnaire? Chen Qiqing blinked and read the content on the screen carefully. It was a questionnaire that Suze prepared specifically for her. While Chen Qiqing was filling out the questionnaire, Suze continued to eavesdrop on her thoughts. Ask me about my hobbies? Does it count if I like doing housework? Well, I can't be too honest. Write something more elegant, like listening to music and reading books, like doing housework? No wonder, during the simulation, I often see this girl showing off her cooking skills. I think she is really good at it. Special skills? Does playing games count? I am really good at playing PUBG. If I were half as good at studying as I am at playing games, I would have been admitted to Sucha University, and I am still a game girl. And a self-evaluation? Is this a job application resume? The evaluation is that except for not being good at studying, I am a beautiful girl who is all-round in other aspects. Well, I'd better write that I am serious about work, filled in. Chen Qiqing returned the phone to Suze, and then asked Suze with a sincere and clear look if he had anything else to do. No more. Having gotten the answer, Suze didn't need to keep Chen Qiqing, but he still said politely, really don't you want to eat something? Anyway, you haven't eaten yet. Well, Chen Qiqing stared at the mutton floating in the pot, then I'll eat some, thank you. The temptation of food is only a superficial inducement. The main reason that prompted Chinkiching to let down some of her guard and choose to eat was Suze. Appearance is justice. If it weren't for Suze's handsome appearance, he would be harmless from any angle. Chinkiching would definitely not be greedy. To put it more deeply, if the flower protector last night was not Suze, but another ordinary-looking man, I'm afraid Chinkiching wouldn't even take the initiative to ask for contact information. And at this moment, Chinkiching was also very clear about the ambiguity of eating alone with a male college student. He doesn't like me. Should I reject him by saying that I don't want to fall in love before the college entrance examination? So embarrassing. Forget it. Let's eat first. While brainstorming, Chinkiching did not forget to find the food she wanted to eat. It didn't take long for her to start eating hot pot. Her body was warm. So she straightened her back, unzipped her school uniform, revealing another school uniform inside. Ha! Why am I wearing two? Oh, by the way, it was a bit cold during the second class. Hiss. The second school uniform was also taken off by Chinkiching. Inside was her own clothes, a white woolen shirt, supporting a proud arc. The proud figure sealed by the school uniform revealed the tip of the iceberg. Suze's eyes fell on the girl's plumpness. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. This is a natural reaction engraved in men's genes. Unless you are forcibly restrained, if you are not careful, your gaze will naturally reach towards the place it is fascinated by. It seemed like I was looking at my bear just now. No wonder some people say that women always know if a man is peeking at her. This insight ability is comparable to a blue-level talent. Suze silently looked away and asked casually and naturally, "Have you ever been in love?" Coming, no, answered neatly. Chinkiching proudly added, "Our family strictly prohibits early love, and we are not allowed to fall in love before going to college. Love that is not for the purpose of marriage is just a hooligan. This lady is not the kind of casual person, and if my mother knew that I had the idea of puppy love, woo, mom is gone. When I think about sad things, the rice in the bowl doesn't taste so fragrant anymore." Chinkiching had no choice but to eat 2 big bites quickly, covering up her sadness with food, as if she was afraid that she would reveal her flaws. "But I have already turned 18. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing as puppy love anymore. Why am I suddenly ashamed? I'm so old and yet I still refuse puppy love. My former classmates are all in college, so they have become adults. Strange." Why did he fall silent after asking the question? Okay, so embarrassing? Silence? No, 18-year-old girl, I'm listening to you. Suze smiled secretly in his heart. College students should fall in love casually, right? The silence lasted too long, and Chinkiching had to find a topic on her own. Yes. Suze responded. That's it. Chinkiching nodded matter-of-factly, and added, "Our high school is very strict. Basically the distance between boys and girls is more than 1 meter. Really? Suze continued to cherish words like gold. My former classmates have all gone to college. Chinkiching gritted her teeth and said again. What am I talking about? Like a fool, college students fall in love casually. Is this a question that needs to be asked? Chinkiching, are you really an idiot? You are a senior in high school who has visited illegal websites, watched countless short movies, and has rich theoretical knowledge. Don't act like you don't understand anything. You are too idiot. There is not much difference between women and men when it comes to lust. So Suze can completely understand Chinkiching's curiosity about knowledge. All I can say is that she is indeed the girl who roleplayed with him in the simulation. Really knows more. Can you please stop asking me to find topics? After a few awkward conversations, Chinkiching said weakly. Well, okay, Suze groaned and asked, Jinshi Huang is not actually dead. All civilizations in the universe are hunters with guns. The Bermuda Triangle is a lie fabricated by the news. There are often used weapons on the back hill of Sioux University. Condoms, which one of these topics do you want to hear? Chinkiching almost choked to death. I knew you wanted to hear the last one. Sude, you should have played there. Does Haosan know? At first, when Suze wanted to talk about such a colorful topic, Chinkiching refused. But Suze's description was very objective and did not involve personal feelings. So Chinkiching entered the topic unconsciously, and the atmosphere became less awkward. It wasn't until the time was almost up and Chinkiching had to go back to school that the hot pot meal came to an end. Remember to go home with other classmates. Before leaving, Suze suddenly gave an instruction like an old father. Oh, after replying blankly, Chinkiching turned and left. This boyfriend's tone, does he like me or not? If he likes me, shouldn't he come to pick me up? Hiss, is this the legendary hard to get game, play hard to get? Not to mention. But Suze knew very well that Chenkiching had not completely let go of her guard against strangers. If he really offered to pick him up, Chenkiching would probably refuse. And he had no intention of being a warm man. After all, his motive for asking Chenkiching out today was just to leave some space for this girl in the safe house. It is enough to achieve this purpose. Countdown to doomsday, 4 days, 5 hours and 30 minutes, the simulator's cooling time will end at around 7 p.m. Therefore, the time when simulation can be started is earlier than in the previous days. After parting ways with Chenkiching, Suze quickly returned to his residence. Yesterday's simulation was very short. Because the golden talent appears too quickly. His original wish to obtain more information naturally failed. After all, in yesterday's simulation, the longest he lived was less than 60 days. It is of course impossible to obtain sufficient doomsday information during such a short journey to the end of the world, so today, he sat at his desk, took paper and pen, and wrote down very clearly the doomsday information he needed to understand and master in today's simulation. For example, how safe can your own Avalon be? What exactly are those terrifying and powerful contained objects? The path to becoming an awakened one. What are the meanings of the 6 spells? These are all the information that Suze wants to know and master. The cooling time of the doomsday simulator has ended. When the time is up, the simulator in Suze's site shows that the simulation can be turned on again. There is no delay. Suze directly turns on the simulation. The doomsday simulation has been turned on. Please choose any one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Explosive drummer, green. You are very good at using musical instruments. The vocal music you play will improve all the attributes of friendly forces. Running athlete, white. You are good at running. If you are in the marathon, the championship is almost suspenseful. Flame user, green. You can control flames, so you can use them to attack, but if you don't use the flames that exist in nature, your attacks will consume a lot of physical strength. 3 mediocre talent options appeared in Suze's site. You can't expect that every simulation will have a relatively useful talent. In fact, the probability of the appearance of gold talents is very low, and even purple is rare. In the simulations of the previous 2 days, Suze found the golden talent quickly twice. He was really lucky. As for the present, Suze set his sights on the talent of fire user. Although it is only a green inherent talent, it is better to have it than not. There is no need to consider the other green talent. Suze had already planned today's simulation in his mind. If there is a combat talent, then choose the combat talent. Forget about auxiliary talents like whiplash drummer. After all, he wants to live longer in the simulation today and see a wider doomsday scene. Therefore, combat talent is indispensable. Inherent talent fire user, green, has been selected. Simulation starts. On the first day, the doomsday comes as scheduled. You choose Albua community as your doomsday birth point. There is not much food in stock at home. Although the news reassures people to stay calm and not to panic buy and hoard food, Chenkiching chooses to believe in her own judgment. She takes you out to go shopping, but there are many people rushing to buy food, and you only get a handful. Vegetable. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply. Although it was extremely cold outside, Chenkiching still wanted to drag you to buy food. You went out with her but came back empty-handed. Chenkiching was very angry. You comforted her and said that if she had a bite of your food, she would never be hungry. She was moved by your sincerity. On the 3rd day, all kinds of horrific news came. Chenkiching felt panicked, but on the surface she still maintained an optimistic attitude. She sorted out all the food at home. Even if she saved some food, she could only eat it for 3 days. Fortunately, the community found supplies and you bought some food at a high price. On the 4th day, there was a water and power outage. You were very stupid and deliberately watched Chenkiching busy. On the 5th day, many refugees came to the safety zone. The community organized people to help the refugees, and you watched with cold eyes. On the 6th day, Chenkiching's wife was so exhausted that she built a firewood pot at home and cooked 2 hot meals. When you heard that she wanted to steal the neighbor's gas tank, you were so cute by her. You had sex. On the 7th day, you got a gas tank from outside and installed it on your stove. Chenkiching was very happy. To celebrate having hot food, you have sex. On the 8th day, an awakened person appeared in the community. The simulation content made Suze laugh out loud. No. Is this me testing Chenkiching in the simulation? Is it like a rich father pretending to be poor at home in order to cultivate the excellent qualities of his children who endure hardships and stand hard work? Kindness. Like something you would do yourself. Speaking of which, in this simulation, only Chen Qiqing, Suze looked thoughtful. Last night, he just met Chen Qiqing. When he turned around and started the simulation, Chen Qiqing immediately appeared in the simulation content. This shows that the simulation content actually includes the events of the few days before the end. Because I had already thought about putting a sack on Chen Qiqing, so Chen Qiqing appeared in the simulation. In the same way, Wang Zixin also mentioned a beautiful woman today, and he was also attracted by it. Although I haven't seen anyone yet, I have already begun to prepare for the sacking. But this so-called beauty did not appear in the simulation content. Therefore, the answer is most likely. Wang Zixin, a living person, gave some information blindly. That so-called beauty may not exist at all. On the 9th day, people in the safety zone were in panic. Someone gave a speech to calm people down. Chen Qiqing went with you to watch the awakened person. She sighed, maybe this person has unlocked the genetic lock. On the 10th day, bad news came from time to time, but no one knew whether it was true or false. With the help of the awakened ones, the security and order of the community was barely maintained. On the 11th day, incidents of moral turpitude broke out in the community. You deliberately frightened Chen Qiqing and told her not to go out. The main thing is to listen to the advice. Chen Qiqing decided not to leave the house and never show up again. On the 12th day, there are more awakened people in the safe zone. You start to systematically collect intelligence. You need to confirm at least one safe way to become an awakened person. On the 13th day, you continue to collect intelligence. On the 14th day, the number of awakened people continues to increase, and you quietly collect information. Under Chen Qiqing's questioning, you told her part of the information about the awakened, and asked her if she wanted to try to become an awakened. Chen Qiqing was afraid of death, so she refused. On the 15th day, the number of awakened people continues to increase, and some of them are ready to take action. On the 16th day, the awakened people clashed and several people died. On the 17th day, an awakened person came to the door and wanted to take Chen Qiqing away. She was frightened. You calmly take action, and the flames burn away the intruders. Although controlling the flames consumes a lot of money, you properly cooperate with the gift of the fall talent. As long as you continue to kill enemies, you can continue to use the talent to restore your physical strength indefinitely. Cup. Chen Qiqing admires the strength you have shown. On the 18th day, you became famous in one battle. Under the recommendation of everyone, you became the leader of this safe zone. You immediately announced the way to become an awakened person and encouraged more people to become awakened people. On the 19th day, many people tried to become awakened, and the number of deaths increased sharply. You took the opportunity to collect information and continue to improve the way to become awakened. On the 20th day, you act vigorously and get rid of some of the people who oppose you. On the 21st day, you clearly distinguish rewards and punishments, and maintain the order in the safe zone like a peaceful daily life. On the 22nd day, the danger of becoming an awakened person is too great, and fewer people are willing to try. Fortunately, you have collected enough information. Now, you are confident that you can help others 100% and become awakened. On the 23rd day, you will become the path to awakening. Tell Chen Qiqing that the conditions are what you know: spells, exposure to pollution sources, and passing the nightmare test. The key lies in the nightmare test. You know that the contents of nightmare tests generated by the same contaminated area are similar. Therefore, as long as you tell Chen Qiqing the contents of the nightmare test, you can help her become an awakener easily. The 24th day, the information about becoming an awakener seems to be completely clear at this moment. It is basically the same as Suze's previous guess. Each contaminated area can be regarded as a copy in the game. The contents of the copy may have some subtle differences, but the core content will not change much. Therefore, if someone has enough information and is generous enough to make all the information public, then, in theory, awakeners can be mass-produced. But in practice, it should not be an easy thing. There are so many contaminated areas, each one is different. Even if you just want to explore the nightmare test of a contaminated area, it is not easy. After all, many awakeners forget the content of their dreams after waking up. I can imagine how hard I worked in the simulation to piece together the complete information. To be more concrete, if the content of the nightmare test is 60 minutes long, an awakener may only remember 3 minutes of it after waking up. Even if the repeated parts are not counted, Suze has to investigate the experiences of 20 awakeners to piece together complete intelligence. When executing it specifically, you have to consider whether others are willing to cooperate and tell the truth. That is to say, Suze has the talent of Father God listening. It is almost impossible for someone else to collect intelligence and figure out the whole story in just a few days. So, why? I can't be an awakener. Suze sucked in a breath of cold air, and a little helplessness appeared on his face. However, he has let it go now. No longer obsessed with becoming an awakener. Anyway, as long as he has enough power to crush the awakeners, the sky will still be bright. On the 26th day, the order in the safe zone is very stable. You ask Shinkiching again if she wants to become an awakener. She doesn't want to, because she is afraid of death. On the 27th day, you asked Shinkiching again if she wanted to become an awakened person. She refused and said that she would hold your thigh until she died. On the 28th day, you asked Shinkiching again if she wanted to become an awakened person. She thought you were tired of her and deliberately let her die, so she cried sadly. You coaxed her for a long time and promised to prepare an unimaginable birthday gift for her. On the 29th day, you explained to Shinkiching that the reason why you asked her if she wanted to become an awakener was because you had a method that would lead to 100% success. She didn't quite believe it. You drove Shinkiching violently and used healing energy on Shinkiching. She now believes a little more than before. On the 30th day, you took a short video with your mobile phone. In the video, you were guarding a passerby who was having a nightmare and undergoing a test. The other person failed to challenge the nightmare, but was treated by you in time and was able to save his life. You showed the video to Shinkiching. Unexpectedly, Shinkiching's focus was on why your mobile phone had electricity. On the 31st day, you bring Shinkiching into contact with the source of pollution. On the 32nd day, with the help of the information you gave, Shinkiching became an awakened person without any danger. It really worked. It seems that the self in the simulation has found the real trick. Unfortunately, there is no detailed explanation in the simulation content. I don't know if relevant information will be revealed in future simulation content. Anyway, there is no rush, there is still plenty of time for simulation. On the 33rd day, you two had sex all day long, and Shinkiching asked you for a birthday gift in advance, but you refused and continued to remain mysterious. On the 34th day, there was a fight between awakened people in the safe zone. You stepped in to stop it and quell the dispute. There were managers you selected to make suggestions to you and reshape the order in the safe zone. On the 35th day, you killed more than a dozen foreign awakened beings. Your record is frightening. On the 38th day, Shinkiching's birthday, you gave her the birthday gift you cherished. You showed her Avalon and introduced the room designed for her. She is so happy that she faints. You give her artificial respiration, and you two make love. Finally took it out. If he didn't take it out, Suze himself would wonder if something had gone wrong. Did he accidentally collapse Avalantron? Therefore, the simulation content, only in the first 30 days, did not mention Avalon at all. Fortunately, not so unlucky. When it was time to take it out, I took it out anyway. As for why it took so long to bring out Avalon? The explanation Suze could think of was, just like the famine in ancient times, the imperial court actually did not lack food, but it deliberately refused to save the victims. Only after many victims died, the imperial court opened the warehouses to release food and began to rescue people. Of course, the imperial court could open warehouses to stockpile grain as early as possible. But if it is released too early, the victims who have not truly experienced the horror of famine may not be grateful to the court at all. What's more, they will blame the court for being too late in providing disaster relief. But if we wait until many victims have died before releasing food to save their lives, then all the victims will kowtow to the court and be extremely grateful. Similar reasoning. If Suze was on the first day of the end, he would take out Avalon and show it to Shinkiching. Shinkiching might not be as excited and happy as she was later. I have to say, enough of this. But it is indeed something Suze can do. On the 40th day, you accepted the suggestions of some people and reshaped the order of the safe zone. You gave the awakened people a relatively higher status. They can receive more supplies, but they must be at their disposal at any time. Other than that, you maintained the original social rules, and there was almost no opposition in the safe zone. On the 41st day, the order in the safety zone is good. Day 42, on the 51st day, because the order in our own safety zone was good, more people were transferred from several nearby safety zones, because the order in the safety zone where these people were originally located was poor. On the 52nd day, you killed more than a dozen awakened people again, completely eliminating some potential threats. On the 53rd day, your safety zone is managed in an orderly manner. But the shortage of supplies is still an issue that needs to be considered. Shinkiching secretly asked you why you didn't take food from Avalon. You simply replied that you were a bad guy and liked to see others suffer. Chenkiching was led astray by you and stayed out all day watching others suffer. Day 54, on the 57th day, when the awakened ones under your command entered the contaminated area to look for supplies, they were attacked by monsters in the contaminated area, causing heavy casualties. The simulation content is slowly advanced. The entire safe zone seems to have become something in the palm of my hand. The awakened cannot freely come and go in the contaminated area, although they no longer have to worry about the nightmare test. In front of the desk, Suze supported his chin with one hand and tapped the table with the index finger of his right hand, looking thoughtful. Of course, the actions of awakened people will be more random than ordinary people. After all, there is no need to worry about the possibility of dying in a dream. But the dangers in the contaminated area cannot be ignored by the awakened ones. For example, mutated animals have appeared in simulation content before. Some of the monsters can bite the front of a car in one bite. Ordinary awakened people cannot deal with that kind of monster with ordinary weapons. There are also some invisible threats, such as pink eye. If you are not careful, you will be infected, which is more difficult to prevent than the flu. Although there is a threat, it is not as deadly as before, so, the end of this doomsday is that everyone evolves, becomes awakened, and then enters a new era of civilization? Such a thought popped up in Suze's mind. But soon, the simulation content told him. This is just the beginning of the doomsday. 61st day, fog, but nothing happened. 62nd day, you heard that the contaminated area has changed, and the threats that originally existed in it have become another appearance. You feel that the danger seems to have escalated, but you don't know what happened. 62nd day, the father's talent for listening takes effect. Now you know what happened. The contaminated area seems to have upgraded overnight, and all the contaminated areas have become more deadly than before. Day 63, the passage to get food is blocked by monsters. You have to lead the team yourself and barely bring back supplies. Day 64, other awakeners have difficulty moving. You have to get busy. Chenkiching is unwilling to stay in Avalon. She moves with you. You know how powerful Avalon is. If you really encounter fatal danger, you and she can hide in it. As long as you don't open the door, no one can enter Avalon, not even the monsters in the contaminated area. The contaminated area will actually upgrade. This information surprised Suze. In the previous information, as long as the source of pollution is not destroyed, the contaminated area will not change. But now, all the contaminated areas have suddenly upgraded and become more threatening. I can only say, it's okay. He has Avalon. And looking at the introduction of the simulation content, Avalon is indeed his favorite top safe house, which can completely isolate the threat from the outside world. If he really gets angry, he will take Chenkiching to hide inside and never come out, even if he dies in it. On the 65th day, as the leader of the safe zone, you continue to be busy. Because you cannot replenish energy by killing monsters in contaminated areas, you must be cautious in many battles and always maintain sufficient physical strength. On the 66th day, because of the fight for supplies, you killed some people in other safe areas and established your prestige again. On the 67th day, Father God's gift of listening comes into play. You hear, someone, the second awakening is successful. Second awakening? The awakened one awakens again? The new information that appeared on the simulator made Suze open his eyes wide and read it carefully. The awakened has awakened again. Does this correspond to the upgrade of the contaminated area? He could feel the close connection between the two, but there was no exact information yet to prove the relationship between the two. Suze quickly continued to advance the simulation. On the 68th day, you investigate the information about the second awakening. On the 69th day, a second awakening person appeared in the safe zone under your jurisdiction. The power and speed of the second awakening person were greatly improved again. You secretly measure the comparison of combat power between yourself and the second awakening. Relying on your skillful control of flames, you can easily defeat the second awakening, but the second awakening poses a certain threat to you. On the 70th day, you had a public sparring session with a second awakened person, and you easily killed him. You don't feel like you're hitting too hard, because you know that the other person's ambitions will expand after they gain strength. You continue to maintain your leadership position within the safe zone. Kindness. After pondering, Suze paused for a moment. He was thinking about the combat power level of the second awakening people. Compared with ordinary awakened people, those who have completed 2 awakenings must be much stronger. Then, Suze also needs to re-evaluate his own combat power level. In his previous concept, as long as he got the blue combat power talent, he would basically be alone in the world. Even the green combat talent is enough to help him conquer the world. But if the awakened ones can continue to advance, then the situation will be different. What if there are still 3 or 4 awakenings? The awakened ones will become stronger and stronger, but his innate abilities are not capable of growth. And strictly speaking, it's not how powerful green or blue combat talents are. Simply because he still has the talent gifted by the fall. Otherwise, maybe the second awakening can put him in a difficult battle. So, how did the awakened one trigger the second awakening? Another nightmare test? After withdrawing his thoughts, Suze couldn't help but have questions in his mind. The answer to this question, of course, can only be answered by continuing to simulate it. On the 71st day, you continue to maintain order within your jurisdiction. On the 72nd day, you investigated various information about the second awakenings and gained a lot. On the 73rd day, Father God's gift of listening comes into play. You have filled in some of the missing information. Now you know the promotion path for the second awakening, that extraordinary materials and formulas. Extraordinary materials refer to extraordinary items produced in contaminated areas. They are usually found on monsters in contaminated areas. If you resist pollution erosion, you may obtain related items. The formula refers to collecting extraordinary materials of a certain quantity and quality and merging them. The fusion will be completed automatically. Those who hold extraordinary materials will automatically be promoted to second-level awakened ones. On the 74th day, you continue to investigate the information related to the second awakening. There are new words popping up. Extraordinary materials and recipes. It's very simple to understand it from the perspective of a game. Suze could instantly imagine such a scene in his mind. Awakeners kill mutated monsters, obtain extraordinary materials from monster corpses, and then fuse the extraordinary materials found according to formulas. It sounds easier than the first awakening. You don't even have to endure nightmares. But if the formula is very complicated and requires constant reliance on human life to explore and perfect it, then that's a different story. Thinking about it this way, it's no different from a nightmare test. Whether it is the first awakening or the second awakening, sufficient information is needed, and having a simulator, theoretically, I have enough trial and error costs. Suze sorted things out in his mind. There is no doubt about it. He owns a simulator and can predict the future to a certain extent. He should be the best person who can awaken multiple times with low risk. It's a pity. So, why can't I become an awakened person in the same way as everyone else? This question appeared in Suze's mind again. If he could control himself in the simulation, Suze would definitely try to become an awakener again. It's just a simulation after all. If you die, you will die. Getting the information is more important. On the 75th day, you know that the number of second-time awakened people is slowly increasing. Now everyone is gradually calling this type of awakened people as second-level awakened people. On the 76th day, the way for ordinary people to become awakened people has not changed, and the number of ordinary awakened people is also increasing. On the 77th day, you witnessed the battle between the awakened ones. A second-level awakened person killed 3 awakened people and escaped while being chased and intercepted by more than a dozen awakened people. On the 78th day, you heard that the order in other safe zones is crumbling, and the second-level awakeners are trying to reshape the situation. On the 79th day, the official came, a small group of 12 people, all of whom were second-level awakeners, and their team leader was named Sue. As the leader of the safe zone, you talked with Captain Sue, and from him, you learned a lot of news. The official never gave up the action, but because of the difficulties, and this time, their goal of going to each safe zone is to stabilize the situation in each safe zone, improve everyone's morale for survival, and deter some people who are ready to move. You eavesdropped on Captain Sue's thoughts and knew that he was not lying, so you left the team in the safe zone to rest. Wow! New intelligence has been obtained again. Although the official action footprints also appeared in the previous simulation, they were only a few words. It is difficult for Suze to infer more information. And the simulation content in front of him, although it is still not very detailed, can at least help Suze confirm his previous guess. The official has not completely stopped the action. It's just that it is not enough. In addition, although the simulation content does not clearly mention the relevant information, but Suze can guess that the official action must be more efficient. Otherwise, they couldn't have put together a team of all second-level awakeners so quickly. They must have mastered a relatively mature formula. So, they can mass-produce second-level awakeners? Such a question naturally appeared in Suze's mind. And the simulation content immediately gave the answer. On the 80th day, you got a lot of information from Captain Sue, some of which you eavesdropped on, and the other part was told to you by him. They did master the formula, but the same formula cannot be used infinitely. It can only help a limited number of awakeners to advance again. The word spell is not accurate. Captain Sue said that he personally prefers to call it a word spirit. He showed you his word spirit technique to control lightning. At the same time, he thought that you who can control fire are the same type of people as him. When you first awakened, the spell you chose should all be conversion. On the 81st day, after the official special operations team left, you continued to investigate the intelligence related to the second awakeners, and at the same time searched for awakeners with the word spirit technique. On the 82nd day, you continued to collect intelligence. On the 83rd day, a second-level awakener team challenged you. Under the crowd's onlookers, you sat upright, controlled the flames with your mind, and killed the enemy. Your dominance remained the same. Many people in the safe zone cheered for you, and everyone thought you had joined the official. On the 84th day, you continued to collect intelligence. On the 85th day, on the 86th day, you still haven't found the second awakener who can use the word spirit, but the father's listening talent comes into play. You know, during the awakening process, the number of awakeners who get the word spirit at the same time is rare, but it is not that there are none. These people may have the power to threaten you. On the 87th day, you continue to secretly observe and study the second-level awakeners. On the 88th day, second-level awakeners cannot be mass-produced. The spell only needs to be used when awakening for the first time. In addition, it is better to say that it is a class rather than a spell. A second-level awakener may obtain the word spirit art during the awakening process, or more commonly, obtain supernatural powers. Awakeners with this power are generally more powerful. Lines of new information were written on paper by Suze without haste. To be honest, he now has a greater sense of crisis than before. Relying on the fallen gift, he can still easily kill the second-level awakener in seconds. Even the second-level awakener with the word spirit art may not be his opponent. However, the gap between his strength and his opponent is indeed shrinking. On the 80-day day, no one is his opponent. On the 90-day day, maybe no one. But what about 100 days? 200 days. What will happen after that? Will the awakeners continue to become stronger? All these questions emerged in Suze's mind. What if it's a golden combat talent? Suze couldn't help but think like this. If his physique is destined to not become an awakener, he can't rely on the mysterious rules like most people to gradually become stronger. Then he can only rely on his own talent. A golden combat talent may help him go far enough in the doomsday. On the 99th day, the number of second-level awakeners is still increasing, and you have collected enough information. Now you have mastered more than one advanced formula. On the 100th day, the Father God's talent for listening suddenly came into play, and you heard new news. An awakener broke the pollution source, survived successfully, and was promoted to a second-level awakener. On the 101st day, you think and re-examine the pollution source. It is worth mentioning that after the fog appeared, the pollution sources in the polluted area have become more secretive. On the 102nd day, the Father God's talent for listening is used again. You learned from other second-level awakeners who have the word spirit technique. The pollution source is a shortcut to awakening. Although it is 10 times more dangerous, there is still a chance of success. You are tempted and want to try, but hesitate. On the 103rd day, you continue to hesitate. Chen Qiqing thought you were unhappy and tried to coax you all day long. You gave up the idea of taking risks. Pollution source may be a shortcut to awakening. Suze continued to write new information on the paper slowly. The previous information seems to be a bit one-sided. Destroying the pollution source may not be an absolutely fatal act. It is a shortcut. A shortcut to become a second-level awakener without exploring the formula. But taking shortcuts comes at a price, and the challenger may have to face 10 times the danger. This made Suze think about it. I have done a lot of things to destroy pollution sources, why didn't I succeed once? Is it because it is too difficult, I didn't seize the opportunity, or I just can't become an awakener? No matter what I do, it's useless? To be honest, Suze is a little tempted at this moment. Just like him in the simulation, he once again had thoughts about becoming an awakener. It's normal to have thoughts. On the one hand, it's because I got new information and felt that there was a chance to try it. What if I succeeded? On the other hand, it's because I can see others getting stronger every day, while I can only stay where I am. With my personality, I will definitely not be able to sit still. It's just. In the simulation, it seems that I was captured by the gentle countryside. I quickly gave up the idea of taking risks. Come to think of it, I have a top-level safe house and a beautiful girl who will coax me all day long. Why should I take risks? On the 103rd day, in order to help Chin-Kiching become a second-level awakener, you researched a new formula. On the 104th day, relying on a new formula, you successfully helped Chin-Kiching become a second-level awakener. She drove you violently for a whole day, but fortunately you were strong enough. On the 105th day, you heard that the official action was much smoother than before, and the material channel was now stable. On the 106th day, on the 110th day, a group of second-level awakened people once again appeared in the safe zone under your jurisdiction to challenge you. In fact, you already knew that they had evil intentions. You killed all the enemies. Day 115, heavy fog. On day 116, the polluted area changes again. You realize that yesterday's heavy fog may be some kind of signal, and you immediately investigate the changed polluted area. You accidentally destroyed the source of pollution. On the 117th day, you and Chin-Kiching explained the funeral affairs. You hid in Avalon, but you still did not escape the nightmare. You encounter a powerful enemy in your nightmare, you exhaust all your healing energy, and you die. The heavy fog is a signal of some kind. After the heavy fog passes, the entire polluted area will change. Avalon also has unstoppable threats. For me personally, breaking the source of pollution still means absolute death. There was no emotion in his expression. Suze wrote down all the newly obtained information on paper. This simulation evaluation, you broke the survival record. Please choose one from the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Exploding drummer, green. 2. Second order formula, fantasy. 3. Flame user, green. The simulation reward was directly ignored by Suze. Let's not talk about whether these rewards stretch the crotch or not. Don't forget, one of his simulation goals today is to obtain enough doomsday intelligence. Unless a golden talent appears, he will not stop simulating. Even the purple talent reward cannot stop him. Now, the simulator enters a 10-minute cooldown period. Suze sat on the soft chair, raising his head and raising his eyebrows. Staring at the ceiling expressionlessly, after a moment, he murmured to himself, if I don't choose the combat talent, then I will always be hiding in Avalon in the simulation. Not choosing the combat talent. It means that in the simulation, without the help of firearms, I will not be able to defeat even ordinary awakeners hidden. Not to mention the second-level awakeners and awakeners who master the art of words and spirits. Once my strength does not allow me to waste in the doomsday. Then, with my personality, I will most likely choose the safest way to survive the doomsday. That is to hide in the safe house and never come out. In the simulations of the previous 2 days, I did not always have the power to fight against the awakeners. But at that time, the simulated self did not have Avalon, and there was no place to hide. I could only take risks to pursue power, the power to fight against the doomsday, and the power to fight against the awakeners. As long as I hide, I will hide thoroughly, maybe. I can see the end of the doomsday. That's right. Suze certainly doesn't want to be a turtle. He just wants to use the simulator to get more doomsday information. Today's simulation has reshaped his understanding of the doomsday. Too much information that has never been seen before appeared in today's simulation content. Who knows what incredible things will appear in the doomsday, and what kind of terrifying threats will appear. And to see a more profound doomsday landscape, you need to do the most important thing. Live long enough. In addition, in the doomsday, survival is the top priority. Suze also wants to see if he can survive to the end of the doomsday. Simulator cooling time, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. The cooling time has not ended yet. Suze read the information recorded on the paper until his eyes fell on the last line of words. Avalon is not absolutely invincible. If he destroyed the pollution source, it would be useless even if he hid in Avalon, and he would still be found by the weird. I am special and cannot become an awakener. There are still some people like me who cannot become awakeners, just like the useless spiritual roots in the immortal cultivation novels. Suze thought in his heart, but he couldn't get an answer. Because there has never been clear information in the simulation content. It has not been clearly stated that someone is destined not to become an awakener. Only he, no matter how he tried, could not succeed. Whether he took the right path step by step, steadily and steadily, or took shortcuts by destroying the pollution source like a reckless man, it would not work. The former was a little better, with the gift of the fallen as a backup, he would not lose his life because of the attempt. The latter was too much. He would die if he tried. There was no room for maneuver at all. If I had a talent for intelligence or prediction, would I take the risk and try again in the simulation? Of course, Suze had such an idea because he had not completely given up. If he could really draw the talent of predicting the future in divination, he would have no reason not to try in the simulation. Maybe he would find a way to succeed. Even if he did not succeed, he had obtained the information, so he would not lose anything. The cooling time of the simulator has ended, ha! Noticing that the cooling time had ended, Suze took a deep breath and chose to start the simulation again. This night is destined to be hard. The inherent talent Divine Calculator, Blue, has been selected. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected, and you choose the Abwa community as your doomsday birthplace. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply. On the 15th day, an awakener wants to do something bad to Chinkiching, and you take her out of the safe zone. On the 16th day, you help Chinkiching contact the pollution source, and your divine calculation talent comes into play. You have a hunch that Chinkiching can successfully advance to an awakener in one go. On the 17th day, Chinkiching becomes an awakener, and the spell she uses is the Starry Sky. To celebrate, you show her the secret of Avalon, and you decide to hide in Avalon. I won't come out of Avalon. On the 38th day, it's Chinkiching's birthday. You take her to the 12th level of Avalon to celebrate her birthday. You didn't tell her that you wanted to try to become an awakener. On the 39th day, Chinkiching said that she would hide in Avalon with you for the rest of her life, but you told her that you would take risks soon and try to become an awakener. On the 40th day, Chinkiching advised you not to try, but after failing, she chose to support you. On the 58th day, after collecting enough intelligence, you destroyed the pollution source with the help of your divine calculation talent. On the 59th day, your talent prediction failed, and you exhausted all your healing energy in a nightmare. You died. The shortcut to destroying the pollution source is unlikely to work. In this case, continue the simulation. It doesn't matter if you can't become an awakener. At least take a look at what the scenery is like in the Doomsday. Selected the inherent talent Flower Master, White, Day 1, Doomsday arrives as expected, Day 61, Heavy Fog, Day 83, in the safe zone, the number of level 2 awakeners increases, but you don't care, because you lack combat power. You continue to hide in Avalon with Chinkiching, living a world of 2, Day 115, Heavy Fog, Day 120, Father God's talent of listening comes into play, and you hear the latest intelligence. After the heavy fog, the contaminated area changes dramatically again. The contaminated area with clear boundaries is now at risk of spillover. In simple terms, the monsters in the contaminated area may riot and attack the safe area. Day 130, you hide in Avalon and hear that the safe area with the most official personnel is attacked by monsters, many people die, and the official suffers a heavy blow. Day 131, news of attacks on the safe area continues to come in. In addition, the number of third-level awakeners increases. Day 136, Father God's listening comes into play, and you get accurate intelligence that the promotion conditions for third-level awakeners are similar to those for the second level, except that more and higher-level extraordinary materials are required. The heavy fog is a signal for the upgrade of the contaminated area. After the contaminated area is upgraded, the awakeners can also advance accordingly and become more powerful. After the second fog, the safe zone is no longer absolutely safe. It is possible to encounter pollution spillover from the polluted area, which is difficult to resist. Suze still recorded the new information in detail on paper. Simulation, continue to move forward. The inherent talent Super Elite Ninja, Purple, has been selected. The first day, the end of the world is coming as expected. The 165th day, Fog. The 166th day, as you expected, the polluted area has changed again. Some polluted areas have become extremely dangerous. Even you are unwilling to enter easily. The 177th day, you notice that the Chosen One appeared in the safe zone. The Chosen One is a cursed individual. The Chosen One will gain powerful power in a short period of time. If it is not killed quickly, the corresponding safe zone will be seriously polluted. On the 182nd day, with the help of Father God's gift of listening, you collected enough information. The Chosen One will be selected suddenly. The appearance of the Chosen One is irregular and seems to be completely random. After becoming the Chosen One, no matter whether the target is an ordinary person or an awakened person, he will gain powerful power that originally did not belong to him. In addition, monsters in the contaminated area near the safe zone will not attack the Chosen One. For other people in the safe zone, if the Chosen One is not killed in time, the corresponding safe zone will become a contaminated zone. In addition, not all safe zones will have the Chosen One. On the 183rd day, you get advanced information. All polluted areas actually originate from human beings' nightmares. If zombies appear in dreams, the corresponding polluted area will become a dangerous place full of zombies. If ghosts appear in dreams and seek life, the corresponding polluted area will also become inhabited by vicious ghosts. Fatal area. On the 200th day, you successfully killed the chosen ones within your jurisdiction and protected the peace of the party. After the third heavy fog appears, new threats will appear, and the corresponding chosen ones will appear in the safe zone. If the chosen ones are not killed, the safe zone will fall and become a polluted area unsuitable for survival. The rules for the formation of polluted areas actually come from human beings' nightmares. The curing talent nightmare, green, has been selected. On the first day, the end comes as scheduled, 233 days, heavy fog. On the 234th day, after the heavy fog, the contaminated area changed again. Because you could only summon nightmares with mediocre combat power, you chose to continue to live in hiding in the safe house and not come out. Day 245, you confirm the intelligence. Since the last heavy fog, the safe zone has undergone subtle changes. Even if ordinary people stay in the safe zone, they will encounter nightmare tests. If they fail to pass the test, they will die. On the 250th day, the safe zone is no longer safe for ordinary people. All ordinary people in the safe zone begin to seek ways to become awakened. Because if you passively enter the nightmare test, the content of the nightmare is completely uncontrollable. Therefore, if you actively choose to enter the contaminated area and accept the pollution, you will have a higher survival rate. On the 251st day, you heard someone lamenting that God is forcing everyone to evolve. If they don't evolve, there will be only death. Hiding in Avalon, you don't seem to have any worries about evolving, but once you leave Avalon, you won't know. After the fourth fog appears, ordinary people who have not yet become awakened must become awakened, otherwise they may be dragged into the nightmare test at any time. The inherent talent mechanical expert, white, has been selected. On the first day, the end comes as scheduled, day 288, heavy fog. On the 289th day, the contaminated area has not changed. Because you are not good at fighting, you continue to hide in Avalon and secretly observe the direction of the end. On the 300th day, after the pollution source in the contaminated area is destroyed, changes will no longer be refreshed. If the saboteur resists the test and is promoted successfully, the contaminated area will disappear completely. The end seems to be taking a real turn for the better. On the 301st day, many people realized that the opportunities to advance to high-level awakened persons have become limited, so some people began to compete for resources in the contaminated area. On the 329th day, all contaminated areas have been eliminated as far as you can observe. Many awakened people paid the price with their lives, but the end seems to be really coming to an end. Although the sky never changes. On the 330th day, there is a big earthquake. You see the stars falling. For human civilization, the real disaster seems to be coming. Congratulations, you have completed the entire simulation. This simulation evaluation, live, who can live better than you? Please choose one from the following 3 simulation rewards. 1 secret information about the falling stars. 2. Mechanical expert, white. 3 stealth, white. Day 330, the limit of simulation. In front of the desk, Suze was squeezing his eyebrows. A slightly tired look appeared on his face. Looking at the time, it's almost 10 o'clock in the morning. After a whole night of simulation, I only saw the purple talent twice. Not once did the golden talent appear. He can only keep simulating. Fortunately, the information obtained this night should not be too much. He has now figured out almost every stage of the end, what kind of crises will arise, and how to deal with them. There are 6 stages of doomsday, and heavy fog is the signal to enter the next stage. The 5th great fog appears, which is the 6th stage. Awakened people can reach the highest level of the 6th stage awakened person. The end of the doomsday is the falling of the stars. The tip of the pen stops on the paper. Suze's eyes fell back on the last day of the simulator. For human civilization, the real disaster is the falling stars. Throughout the night, Suze had used the simulator many times to simulate to the extreme, that is, to survive for 330 days. As for whether this day is the real doomsday of mankind, Suze does not know. However, judging from the description of the simulation text, there should be a way to survive, but it should be. At present, Suze has no evidence to prove that the 330th day is not the real day of destruction. Only speculation. After all, there is a 2.0 version of the simulator. The 1.0 version of the simulator can only simulate up to the 330th day. The 2.0 version of the simulator is not necessarily the case. Although I don't like the saying that there must be a way when the car reaches the mountain, I can only think so now. Shaking his head, Suze did not think much. Continue to wait for the simulator to cool down. Although he has enough patience to wait for the appearance of the golden talent. But time waits for no one. If more than 10 hours are consumed, the number of rewards he can get before the end of the world will probably change from 7 to 6. Such a loss, Suze does not want to bear. Therefore, if a suitable purple talent reward appears next, he will most likely choose. Countdown to Doomsday Simulation, 3 days, 14 hours, and 15 minutes, remaining cooling time of the simulator, 3 minutes and 15 seconds, time passes by second. Soon, the cooling time ends again, and Suze, who has been waiting for a long time, starts the simulation again. Doomsday Simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent of this simulation. Racer, White. Your posture skills are very superb. It is a loss to the whole world if you are not in the international rally. Death Rock, Green. Your music is a sharp weapon. Any suitable material will become a musical instrument in your hands. You can use it to attack your opponents and kill people with sound. Invite God, Gold. You will invite 3 guardian gods. The guardian gods are invisible to others. The 3 guardian gods each have a magical power that can escort you and suppress powerful enemies for you. Finally got the money out. No more being forced to choose lower level talents. Suze felt a little relieved, and all he had to do next was to complete the simulation. Unless you are unlucky, this golden talent will definitely appear in the simulation rewards. It seems like it should be a talent that contains combat power. After coming back to his senses, Suze reread the introduction of golden talent. Please God. 3 invisible patron saints will accompany him behind him, and each patron saint has a magical power. Such a talent feels like a substitute messenger. It's just that we don't know yet what kind of power the patron saint has. Since it's a gold-level talent, it can't be any worse no matter how bad it is, Suze murmured silently in his heart. An all-night simulation made him crave direct combat effectiveness more than ever before. Without strong enough combat power, when the end really comes, he can only hide in Avalon and be a tortoise. Although life is quite beautiful, if Suze can refuse that kind of turtle style, he definitely doesn't want it, so... The goal of this round of simulation is to find out what this gold-level talent is. Please God, how effective it is in combat. Can it help him in the end, without fear of any opponent? Certainly. What Suze thinks about now is intelligence. But after the actual simulation, the self in the simulation will definitely still have survival as the first goal. But fighting is definitely inevitable. The level of combat power of this talent will eventually be revealed in the simulation content. While thinking like this, Suze made up his mind. Simulation, start again. The inherent talent Please God, Gold, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday comes, the blood moon volleys in the sky, and you choose the SC-35 safe zone as your birth point. After a whole night of simulation, Suze saw much more information than before. Therefore, he now knows that in the midterm stage of the doomsday, each safe zone will be given a number to facilitate communication between all parties, and the text content of the simulator will also change accordingly due to his knowledge. In front of him, the so-called SC-35 safe zone is not a strange place. It is the Alboa community that Suze has chosen most times. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply, and there was not much food left at home. Chen Keqing dragged you, who was not very interested, out to purchase supplies, but came back empty-handed. The 3rd day, on the 15th day, there were more awakened people in the safe zone, and there were awakened people who coveted Chen Keqing's beauty. You took her away from SC-35. Before leaving, you ordered the guardian angel to kill in the safe area, causing everyone to panic. The patron saint who executes orders is called the god of attack by you. The power he controls is physical attack. He can draw a bow and shoot arrows, or swing a sword to kill the enemy. On the 16th day, you took Chen Keqing back to school. The dormitory beds were assigned to other people. You received the tent. You set up the tent on Shueyuan Avenue. It's cold when you sleep, but you are very warm. Chen Keqing likes to sleep with you in her arms. The 17th day, on the 31st day, you had a conflict with the awakened ones in the school. There were awakened ones besieging you, but their weapons could not touch you, and they all passed through your body. You relied on the power of the guardian god. This power comes from the defense god. His power is to bear all the damage on your behalf. When the ability is reflected on you, you are like incorporeal and can ignore any attack. You kill all your opponents, but no one knows about it. On the 36th day, you took Chen Keqing into the polluted area and came into contact with the source of the pollution. On the way, you showed her your teleportation ability, and she was shocked. The fact is that you have relied on the power of the auxiliary god. The auxiliary god can condense time for a short period of time. You can think during this time, and the auxiliary god can act during this time and can lift you to other positions. From an outsider's perspective, it's like you're teleporting. On the 37th day, Chen Qiqing became an awakened person without any danger. On the 38th day, Chen Qiqing's birthday, you took out Avalon as a birthday gift and showed it to her. She was so happy. Very good. The three abilities of Qingxin's talent have been clearly described in the simulation content. Suze nodded unconsciously, satisfied. Although the specific strength of the three powers is not yet known, at least the functionality is good. There is offense, defense, and support. It's me in the simulation, and the name of the patron saint is a bit sloppy. Except for the information about the patron saint. There is one more thing worth mentioning. It was because he deliberately hid his clumsiness and covered Avalon, and took it out after 30 days. A whole night of simulation was basically like this. At first, Suze felt that he in the simulation was deliberately testing Chen Qiqing, but now, it felt a bit like I was having fun. Bad. You know, Chen Qiqing is definitely the target of sacking Suze now. Throughout the whole night of simulation, Chen Qiqing never left her in any simulation. Even when he deliberately didn't take out Avalon. Even when following him can't even guarantee his personal safety. On the 61st day, heavy fog. On the 62nd day, changes occurred in the contaminated area. On the 75th day, a second-level awakener brought a group of younger brothers to cause trouble for you. You knew that the other party was just coveting Chen Qiqing, so you deliberately found a high-sounding reason. Under the onlookers, you stopped pretending, you showed your hand, and killed hundreds of people. On the 76th day, you reshaped the rules of the safe zone near the school. Now, you are the king here. On the 79th day, you contacted the official special team. After talking, you joined the official, but only as a temporary official. You know that the official needs your strength. On the 80th day, the news that you joined the official spread throughout the safe zone. Some people thought that the official could check and balance you, and exposed hostility. You once again cleansed the safe zone bloodily. It was not a surprising development. Whether it was an awakener who had power and his ambition swelled, and wanted to rob women. Or you, who had great power, slaughtered without mercy. These contents have appeared countless times in the simulation. No matter which stage, this kind of thing is not fresh at all. The only thing that makes Suze feel a little fresh. It is probably to choose to join the official. Although it seems to be just joining the official in name, it is indeed an option that rarely appears in previous simulations. This is only the second stage, the most powerful awakener, that is, the second-level awakener, at most with the addition of the word spirit technique, should be my opponent. Muttering, Suze continued to simulate. He wanted to know where the combat power limit of the talent of summoning gods is. Day 115, heavy fog. Day 116, all the nearby polluted areas have changed. Day 127, you notice that there is a risk of pollution spillover in the nearby polluted area, and the safe area under your jurisdiction seems to be about to face a fatal impact. On the 128th day, monsters gathered at the edge of the contaminated area, ready to move. Some people were worried that the safe zone under your jurisdiction was no longer safe, so they chose to escape and go to other safe zones. On the 129th day, news came that other safe zones were attacked by monsters. Because the safe zones attacked suffered heavy casualties, the safe zone under your jurisdiction was also in a panic. Some people escaped again, but you turned a blind eye and sat on the mountain. On the 130th day, the awakened team under your command chose to take the initiative to attack and clean up the monsters on the edge of the contaminated area. It seems that the effect is not bad. Many people who stayed behind seem to be relieved. On the 131st day, the monsters in the contaminated area gathered again. The cleaning the day before was obviously useless. Many people wanted to leave the safe zone under your jurisdiction with supplies. You left the supplies and let the people go. On the 132nd day, the pollution in the contaminated area overflowed. You single-handedly guarded the pass and killed all the monsters in the contaminated area. You were regarded as the most powerful person with the word spirit technique after a stunning battle. One person blocked the pollution spillover from the contaminated area. Not bad. Very good. Suze's face, which had been calm for a long time, showed a hint of smile. The countless simulations before had already given him a rough idea of how great the threat of pollution spillover from the contaminated area was. Even if a large number of third-level awakeners were gathered, they could not easily resist the pollution spillover from the contaminated area. Some visible monsters were okay, and modern weapons could be used for defense. I was afraid of invisible threats. For example, unknown viruses or something. However, even invisible threats are not completely without countermeasures. In addition to modern scientific and technological means, the words and spirits of some awakeners may also be able to cope with them to a certain extent. Just like disinfection, it can remove or resist some invisible threats. However, the words and spirits also have strengths and weaknesses. It is even related to the energy possessed by the awakener himself. Therefore, if you want to take care of the entire safe zone by yourself, no one can do it. This is probably why in the simulation text, it appears that you are regarded as the owner of the strongest word spirit technique. It is indeed amazing in combat power, crushing other awakeners in the stage. Day 165, Heavy Fog. Day 166, the pollution area changes, and the threats in some pollution areas have been upgraded a lot. You begin to study the advanced formula of the 4th level awakener. Day 180, 190, the chosen one appears in the SC2 safe zone. You are invited by the official to go to the safe zone to help kill the chosen one. Day 190, you contact the official awakening team and exchange information about the chosen one. You know the power level of the chosen one and then formulate a killing plan. Day 191, you act alone. You find the chosen one deep in the pollution area around SC2. The target is a beautiful woman. You fight with her and defeat her. But you don't kill her immediately. You decide to study her. On the 192nd day, under the intimidation of your military force, the chosen one chooses to cooperate with you. On the 193rd day, the chosen one enters Avalon, and after enjoying the beauty of Avalon, the chosen one has sex with you. On the 194th day, the chosen one dies, the SC2 safe zone falls, and turns into a polluted zone. The chosen one. The chosen one will only appear after the 3rd fog appears and the 4th stage of the doomsday begins. The appearance of the chosen one is like a game arranged by the gods. Select a lucky person from the survivors in the safe zone, and turn him into the chosen one without any signs. When the chosen one appears, 2 opposing sides appear in the safe zone. On one side is the lonely chosen one. On the other side are all the other people in the safe zone. What the chosen one has to do, of course, is to survive. But it is very difficult. It's not that being hunted down by other humans will make it difficult for the chosen one to survive. You know, the chosen one can move freely in some polluted areas. Therefore, it is not easy for the pursuers to find the chosen one in a large-scale operation in the contaminated area. Not to mention that the chosen one is extremely powerful. It is equivalent to a 4th level awakener, and at least has a powerful word spirit technique. So, the real reason why the chosen one can only go to the fate of death. In fact, it is a nightmare. Similar to destroying the pollution source, you need to accept extremely dangerous tests in a nightmare. In the simulation of a whole night, Suze also relied on the Father God's talent for listening to learn that there are chosen ones who have successfully survived in the world. In the simulation content, he did not see it with his own eyes. The 233rd day, Heavy Fog. The 234th day, in the safe zone under your jurisdiction, many guidebooks for becoming an awakener were distributed, but some people were still unwilling to try. The 240th day, someone in the safe zone died in a nightmare again. After being beaten, they felt the pain. The last batch of ordinary people embarked on the adventure and tried to become an awakener. The 288th day, Heavy Fog. The 289th day, the polluted zone stopped changing. You knew that the last doomsday stage was coming. You began to plan to attack the polluted zone and collect high-level extraordinary materials. On the 290th day, you fought with the owner of 2 word spirits. After some effort, you killed the other party and completed the snatch of high-level extraordinary materials. On the 291st day, you killed several 5th level awakeners. On the 300th day, you successfully helped Shin Kaching become a 6th level awakener. On the 325th day, you faced the most difficult battle in the doomsday. On this day, you killed 12 6th level awakeners, half of whom had word spirit technique. On the 330th day, the ground shook, the stars fell, and the doomsday seemed to have come to an end. Congratulations, you survived to the end. A 6th level awakener, plus word spirit technique, is no match for the golden talent. Suze was satisfied. He had drawn the purple combat talent before. Although it can also help him defeat strong enemies in the 6th stage of the doomsday, the purple combat talent is actually quite stretched. If it weren't for the fallen gift, it's hard to tell who would win or lose. And now, the talent of calling the gods is obviously much stronger. Unfortunately, it still can't achieve the effect of crushing. It is estimated that it still needs a certain degree of support from the fallen gift, otherwise he can't win. This is enough, Suze muttered to himself. If possible, he certainly wants to be the only one. It would be best if he could crush everyone. But the conditions are like this now, and we can't ask for too much. If we must ask. Isn't there a 2.0 version of the simulator? This simulation evaluation, impeccable doomsday journey, please choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. A secret intelligence about the chosen one. 2. Death rock, green. 3. Calling the gods, gold, ding. You have chosen the simulation reward Calling the Gods, gold. Simulator enters cooling time, 19 hours and 59 minutes, talent already possessed, gift of the fallen, 7 out of 7, Father God listens, please the gods, talent obtained. Still no physical sensation, but boom accompanied by Suze's thoughts. A roar that ordinary human senses cannot detect suddenly erupted. And behind Suze, 3 vague shadows of guardian gods all emerged. Attack! As soon as the thought came up, the guardian god in the middle behind him seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Or he drew his bow and shot arrows, or held a long sword and waved it. This is the god of attack, the name was given, Suze secretly complained in his heart. I don't know what I was thinking in the simulation, giving the guardian god such a name. Just the shape of this guardian god can be called Susanoo. Not only does it have powerful physical attacks, it even has some magical attack capabilities. As the controller of the talent, Suze is very clear about the ability of his talent. The attack of the god of attack will be accompanied by cold white flames. If the opponent is severely injured, the flames may be able to burn the opponent to ashes. If the opponent is killed, it goes without saying. The flames will burn the body completely, crushing the bones and scattering ashes, without mercy. Suze also experienced the abilities of the other 2 guardian gods one by one. The guardian god responsible for defense is easier to understand. To put it bluntly, it is a pure meat shield. A shield that is turned on 24 hours a day. Since it is a shield, it has a limit. If the limit damage value that the guardian god can withstand is exceeded, the shield will be broken, and the subsequent damage will fall on Suze himself. Then there are the auxiliary guardian gods. Condensed time. But it is not the time of the world. It only condenses Suze's own time. Let him think quickly during this period of time. With this ability, the plot in the comics where 2 pages of long lines are spoken in a moment will no longer be a dream. Although it may not be very useful. In comparison, when condensing time, relying on the power of the guardian god to change your position is more practical. This is the real teleportation ability. Unfortunately, the distance that can be moved is relatively short. A distance of 10 meters is almost the limit. Do you want to try the strength of the guardian angel? Although you can roughly feel the strength of the talent, it always feels unreal if you don't really use it a few times. However, Suze looked up at the window. The morning sky was a deep blue, and the community was peaceful. Under such conditions, at most you can only try the ability to freeze time. So, in his room, he tried the ability to freeze time a few times. After finishing, Suze returned to the desk and sat down again. His eyes swept over the various doomsday information he had written all night. Word spirit technique. In the end, Suze's attention fell on these words. In the simulation, his innate ability is often regarded as word spirit technique by other awakeners. In terms of actual function, word spirit technique is indeed similar to his innate ability, and can almost be directly equated. Some powerful words and spirits are even comparable to blue-level talents. Maybe there are even words and spirits comparable to purple and gold levels. Suze secretly wondered in his heart. He was barely satisfied with his current combat power. But in tonight's simulation, his doomsday activity range was almost locked inside Sioux City. Therefore, the information he came into contact with was also limited. Maybe if he changed to a slightly farther doomsday birth point, he would be able to encounter a stronger awakener. Complicated. Spitting out 2 words, Suze rubbed his tired eyes. Not only is the combat power of the awakener a problem, there are also the contained objects that occasionally appear suddenly. There is also the unknown doomsday endpoint, the falling stars. There are still many things worth questioning and exploring. Fortunately, Suze still has time now, but now, he has to get a good sleep first. Countdown to doomsday, 3 days, 6 hours, and 15 minutes. Buzz buzz. The mobile phone placed on the bedside made an annoying vibration sound. Suze got up from the bed and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. It was a call from his roommate. Go ahead. The call was connected, and Suze spoke. Brother Zay, come quickly. Even through the phone, he could feel that Wang Zixin must have a lewd smile on his face at this moment. He continued, the super beautiful senior sister I mentioned to you before is sitting opposite me now. Suze wanted to hang up the phone a little. In the simulation last night, he had never seen the beautiful woman mentioned by Wang Zixin. So there is only one answer, either this woman is not beautiful at all, or this woman only has a decent skin. Only Brother Zay can suppress this level of female demon. Well, in fact, someone asked you by name, damn it. Wang Zixin continued to speak excitedly. Listening to his description, it seems that tonight's game is the foreplay of tomorrow's class social gathering. Those present are all people who will participate in class activities tomorrow. Send me the address and I'll be there later. After hanging up the phone, Suze got up slowly. After thinking about it, he decided to go there anyway, just in case he got something, and found a beautiful woman who could be put into the sack. Swish, the sound of water running in the bathroom sounded. After taking a shower, Suze just got his phone, and it vibrated again. This time it was Chen Keqing who sent a message. After an emoticon package, there was a sentence. Have you eaten the cake? It should taste okay. His eyes fell on the phone screen. In Suze's mind, a voice came out unconsciously. Chen Keqing is a good girl. Suze rarely uses good girl to describe a woman, but the countless simulations last night are enough to prove everything. No matter what happens, the girl who can accompany him to the inn Chen Keqing. She deserves the best evaluation. And definitely, she deserves Suze to treat her sincerely. But, sorry, I am a scumbag. I said I would find two, so, at least find two. So Suze quickly replied to the message. The cake was left in the store yesterday, so I didn't get to eat it. Can you make me another one? This is a lie. Because the cake sent by Chen Keqing on the table next to Suze had been opened last night, and Suze had eaten most of it. There was nothing to complain about the taste. Chen Keqing's cooking skills are really good. Chen Keqing, huh? Chen Keqing, it's okay. I'll make you another one, hee Chen Keqing, just treat it as a return gift for your hot pot Chen Keqing. By the way, how should I give it to you after I make it? Chen Keqing, we have 2 days off this week, so it's very convenient. The conversation started instantly. Chen Keqing sent a series of messages. From the cake, it naturally transitioned to the topic of weekend holidays. Suze was also quite cooperative. Even if it was awkward, he kept replying to the messages. Of course. Replying to the messages did not affect his going out for the meeting at this moment. Chen Keqing, picture, Chen Keqing, I'm going to start making cakes, we'll talk later. Struggle, after preparing the ingredients for the cake, Chen Keqing took a photo and sent it over. If it wasn't convenient to reply to messages while making cakes, I feel that she could still chat with Suze for $10 more. Compared to some women with complicated minds and deep scheming that Suze had seen, Chen Keqing is absolutely as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Her mind is really easy to guess. To put it simply, that is, the girl fell in love. If Chen Keqing didn't have a good impression of her between men and women, there would be no opening remarks like, how does the cake taste? Because that was just an excuse for, I want to chat with you for a while. No wonder, after the end of the world, it was so easy to follow me, Suze couldn't help but smile. Well, for the time being, it can be considered as mutual attraction, although I wanted to put on a sack at the beginning, and my mind was not as pure as Chen Keqing's. Is it here? The voice of the taxi driver brought Suze's thoughts back. Yes, it is here, thank you. After opening the car door, Suze got off the car and looked at the address sent by Wang Zixin again. It was the 5th floor of the building in front of him, where there was a board game room. 7 waits for 1, Brother Zay, hurry up. Wang Zixin sent another message, urging Suze to go up. According to his description, there are 3 men and 4 women in their room now, and the number of people is very symmetrical. And the most beautiful girl even specially left a seat next to Suze. After a while, Suze knocked on the door of the private room. Brother Zay, you are so faithful, everyone is waiting for you. Wang Zixin helped to open the door, and while his back was facing others, he quickly winked at Suze. Probably to express. Look, the beauty in the corner, isn't she very pretty and hot? As a brother in my heart, I will never forget you if there is such a good thing. But, when Suze looked at the one in the corner. Hello, Suze. The beauty in the corner is an acquaintance. Qin Yushi, it turns out that the beauty they are talking about is you. Suze smiled and greeted politely. Then, at Qin Yushi's beckoning, he came to the seat next to her and sat down slowly. Damn, do you know each other? Only then did Wang Zixin realize that he was a clown. He widened his eyes and tried to communicate with Su Zhe through his eyes, but Su Zhe refused and deliberately turned his eyes away, taking a closer look at the beauty next to him. Qin Yushi. In terms of figure and appearance alone, she should be no less beautiful than Shen Keqing. I didn't disappoint you, Su Zhe. Qin Yushi was very generous and joked with Su Zhe. Su Zhe just smiled and didn't say anything. As for whether he was disappointed or not, it's not a question. However, Su Zhe really doesn't like Qin Yushi too much. Because Qin Yushi is the kind of woman Su Zhe has seen, with a complicated mind and deep scheming. Although she looks very beautiful, she is not so likable. There are probably two specific reasons for being unlikable. First, Qin Yushi is the kind of woman who will play ambiguity with others, but will never really give them a chance. In other words, she takes advantage of her appearance, deliberately giving people the illusion that they can touch her with their hands, but in fact, it's just like the knife and pin CC. She will always make you a little short. When you come to your senses, you have been used clearly. Another reason. Getting too close to Qin Yushi will cause some trouble. Because Qin Yushi has a great background and is a real upper-class person. In their top second-generation and third-generation circles, Qin Yushi is still one of the best. So, if you want to make Qin Yushi your woman, you must first consider Qin Yushi's background. In that circle, the 4 words equal status are not a joke. Su Zhe is very self-aware. Although he has a lot of assets, in the eyes of many people, he is already a rich man. But in front of Qin Yushi, or in front of Qin Yushi's family background, he is nothing. These 2 reasons. Su Zhe's impression of Qin Yushi in the past was quite ordinary. After all, there are so many beautiful women, why should he provoke such a character? Everyone is gathered, let's start the game quickly. Others seem to have been waiting for a while. The game has already started before Su Zhe's but is warm. The game is not something strange, it is just a common Monopoly game. I heard from your roommate that you are single now? Playing games does not delay chatting. Qin Yushi smiled and chatted with Su Zhe. Well, I guess so. What do you mean I guess so? Oh, it means you are ambiguous with other girls, right? It is similar to the previous impression. Qin Yushi is like some high-level bad girls, constantly releasing her availability. It was just a casual chat, but she seemed to be unhappy because Su Zhe was flirting with other girls, and she deliberately showed a disappointed look. To be honest, Su Zhe's mind was also very active at this moment. The past was before, the present is now. There are only 3 days left until the end of the world. Where can we find the Doomsday Sisters for Shen Keqing? Otherwise, Qin Yushi could just make do with it. Anyway, this woman is at least good-looking and clean and self-possessed. These 4 words are indeed quite strange to apply to her. But it's really useless. Oops, it's up to the seller. Su Zhe, you have so much cash, can you buy my land at a high price? My land is in a good location. Through the content of the game, Qin Yushi and Su Zhe had a fever again. Staring at Su Zhe eagerly, his bright eyes were so moving. At least the others next to him looked straight at her. The expressions on the other boys' faces were as if they wanted to clear out their chips immediately and give them all to Qin Yushi. At the same time, he also despised Su Zhe. People say that you don't know good from evil, so just agree to it. To be honest, Su Zhe was also inexplicably touched at this moment. This is probably the so-called beauty trap. Of course, you have to understand the honey trap. Some people think that a beauty trap is a beautiful woman wearing cool clothes, standing in front of a boss and posing, with her big butt swaying, either innocently or coquettishly, in short, full of spring. But the actual beauty trap. Hello, Teacher Luo, my name is Zhuang Yan. In Su Zhe's eyes, Qin Yu's poetry is probably not as good as Zhuang Yan's, but it is indeed hard to refuse, so if you don't buy it, you will go bankrupt quickly. Su Zhe sneered and said half-jokingly. What a cruel man. Qin Yushi deliberately used a look full of resentment. She grasped the timing very delicately. It was just right, and it would never make people feel too obviously artificial or exaggerated, and it was completely natural. Luckily, Su Zhe had a certain understanding of Qin Yushi, so he was not like the other boys in the room, who were almost hooked by Qin Yushi. After the interlude, the game continued. The atmosphere was very peaceful. It was just an ordinary atmosphere of friends getting together to play games. My luck is a bit bad. If I can't shake a good point in the next round, I will lose the game. Su Zhe was distracted and eavesdropped on Qin Yushi's thoughts. In fact, Suze had been eavesdropping on her thoughts since he entered this room. Because he was more curious about why Qin Yushi appeared here. According to Wang Zixin, Qin Yushi had a good relationship with her junior sister in accounting, and she had a working relationship with the student union, so she appeared in today's game with the girls in the accounting class. But the fact, it seems to be just like this. There doesn't seem to be a very complicated reason. In other words, the dramatic plot of actually Qin Yushi likes me, so she deliberately created an opportunity to meet. Such a plot does not exist. Of course, Suze did not have such expectations. Like or not is not important. As long as the sack is big enough, Qin Yushi will always like her. That's right. Suze is now seriously considering whether to make do and choose Qin Yushi to accompany Chen Keqing. Suze is very hidden. I just found out yesterday that he is also a rich second generation. The game does not affect the small talk, and the topic suddenly turns to Suze. Then, someone else continued the topic and asked Suze. By the way, Suze, what does your family do? The person asking the question is a girl, with two clear and stupid eyes, very straightforward, asking such a somewhat private question. The other party has no malice, just pure curiosity. Of course, Suze can refuse to answer, but he didn't. He pondered for a moment and replied, "You misunderstood. I'm not a second-generation rich man. I'm just lucky and won a lottery of 57 million. You can check it online. 3 years ago, someone in Jiangcheng won this jackpot. In fact, I was the winner. At that time, my father and I bought the lottery together, and the number was also the number we bought for several years." The eyes in the room converged on Suze. More than one person showed surprise on his face, as if saying, "Damn, someone can actually win the first prize of the lottery. It turns out that I have been blaming the welfare lottery for so many years?" Puff until Qin Yushi chuckled and couldn't help laughing. Finally, one or two people realized that Suze might just be making up a story. "You little comrade are not honest, making up stories again." Glancing at Suze, Qin Yushi snorted and laughed. "If I remember correctly, you seem to have told the story of your young and promising story before, did you?" Suze looked curious. To be honest, he really didn't remember telling Qin Yushi about this. Of course, it doesn't matter even if he has told it, because none of the stories he told are true. Over the years, there are too many versions of the story, and he occasionally forgets it. Of course I have told it, I remember it very clearly. Qin Yushi pursed her pink lips and looked like she was recalling carefully. Then she said, "I remember that you said that your first pot of gold was because of a barren mountain in the village. The barren mountain was not worth much, but at your suggestion this year when you were 13 years old, the whole village turned the barren mountain into a scenic spot, and then you made tens of millions. Is a mountain so valuable?" A college student opened his clear and stupid big eyes again and was surprised. "Bullshit." Qin Yushi sneered. "What they are doing in that barren mountain is actually finance. They are looking for news reports saying that there are people who have ascended to heaven in the mountain and it is a place of blessing. You don't think they make money from tickets, do you? They directly sell the 10-year income rights of tickets to a third party. They haven't done anything yet, but they have made 100 million yuan. They do the same operation several times, such as selling food in the scenic area and selling it to a third party. In addition, they built a temple in the scenic area and sold a blessing lantern for 880,000 yuan. Those who understand will understand why the lantern is so expensive. The story is fake. But the means are real." Others were confused and felt that it was impressive. Suze also looked very interested, as if the story was not told by him. "Isn't that just cheating money?" After Qin Yushi finished her story, someone asked weakly. "Finance is just cheating. As long as you don't get caught, it's not a crime." Qin Yushi smiled with narrowed eyes. The story should be fake, but the truth may be more exciting than this story." Suze eavesdropped on Qin Yushi's thoughts again. She is indeed a smart woman who has seen a lot. She is not like the others who look at Suze with the eyes of a financial fraudster. Qin Yushi knew that Suze was making up a story as soon as she heard it. Not only that, she even guessed that the way Suze started his career might be more exaggerated than this. And the most exaggerated thing is Suze's age. "Okay, stop looking at me like that. It's all made up, just like the lottery ticket just now. You won't really believe it, right?" Suze smiled slightly and brushed off the topic. "Team building game time only lasts until 10 o'clock. Although today is Friday, the dormitory door closes later. But after the party was over, everyone had no choice but to go home and go back to school. Like Suze, Qin Yushi usually doesn't live in school, so they are the only ones in the same direction. I walked side by side with Qin Yushi for a while, chatting without a word. Suze's attention seemed to be attracted by the bar next to where the nightlife was just starting. He kept looking in the same direction. In fact, he was just checking the cooling time of the simulator. There are still 8 hours of cooling time, was muttering. Qin Yushi, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and turned around to smile coquettishly at Suze. How about you take me home? Kindness? After coming back to his senses, Suze raised his head and stared at Qin Yushi from behind. Wearing a long black coat, a Lonex solid color sweater, and a short black silk skirt, her tall and plump figure is completely highlighted by the clothes. The upper body has a proud curve, the legs are straight and well proportioned, and have just the right amount of voluptuousness. There is no need to be picky about the figure. The same is true for a face as troublesome as water. The eyebrows are picturesque, and the gaze shines brightly. It is indeed beautiful. Compared to the Ying Yin who happened to be passing by at this moment, it was completely on another level. Okay, I'll give it to you. Suze's answer was obviously beyond Qin Yushi's expectations. The pretty face was stunned for a moment. She probably guessed that Suze would refuse. But unexpectedly, Suze agreed quite simply. Then let's walk back. I live not far away, so let's just treat it as a walk. Qin Yushi smiled sweetly. Strange, he actually agreed to take me home. Didn't Suze avoid me before? Why not tease him a little and see what he thinks? On the way to send Qin Yushi home, Suze quietly continued to eavesdrop on Qin Yushi's thoughts. Obviously, Qin Yushi just said it casually at the beginning, deliberately creating an ambiguous atmosphere. She didn't really want Suze to take her home. Because just as Suze understood her, she also had some stereotypes about Suze. In Qin Yushi's view, Suze was of course a smart person, very tactful, and saw through things. It was obviously something that could not be obtained, but it was unnecessary to spend energy and money because of a little temptation. Suze used to be like this. Knowing that Qin Yushi was not a woman who could be easily touched, he simply avoided her if possible. But tonight, if the end of the world doesn't come, Suze was a little distracted because of his random thoughts. He was thinking, if the doomsday didn't come, the sun would rise as usual, and the world would run as usual. Then, with several golden talents, should he take the Dragon King script? The gift of the fallen hand was enough for him to become a living miracle doctor. Even a 5 million word miracle doctor article couldn't describe his awesomeness. Let's get back to the point. The reason why he agreed to Qin Yushi and sent her home was obviously very simple, because he was willing. Well, there are more than one reason, but this is definitely the most important one. Alas, I'm going to study abroad next year. Qin Yushi continued to chat, and suddenly talked about studying abroad. Really? Suze responded indifferently. Why are you so calm? It will be difficult for you to see me, a beautiful woman, in the future. Qin Yushi said in a slightly angry tone. Don't worry, Suze hesitated. 3 days later is the doomsday, and you can't go anywhere. Of course, this can't be said. If possible, Suze didn't want to let anyone know that he knew the end of the world would come in advance. It is worth mentioning that in the doomsday simulations these days, there was no intelligence showing that there was a second person who knew the end of the world in advance. What are you worried about? Oh, don't worry, you won't miss me, right, Wuching? Qin Yushi pouted, looking a little sad. The fox spirits that appear in the legends of strange things are probably only at her level. Obviously, they don't have much interaction in normal times, but under the leadership of Qin Yushi, it seems that the relationship between the two is so good, and ordinary men can't stand this. How about it, do you want to try to chase me before I go abroad? Qin Yushi squinted and smiled, her eyes curved into crescents, charming and shining. Suze had heard similar words from the female squad leader the day before, but the two were completely incomparable, although both were more obvious, joking. Forget it, it's so boring, let's give it a try. If I like it, I'll take it. If you don't give it to me, I'll snatch it away. So, I don't need the so-called pursuit. Are you possessed by the second-year syndrome? Qin Yushi's movements were exaggerated, and she kept a little distance. Suze ignored her and continued to walk forward slowly. Just in time, the place where Qin Yushi lived was in front. It was a high-end villa area. Following Qin Yushi into the gate of the community, we walked along the main road for a while, and then turned a corner, and we saw where Qin Yushi lives now. When he reached the right place, Suze stopped. That's it, see you tomorrow. Suze looked around and wrote down Qin Yushi's address. Maybe it will be useful after the end of the world. Wait, I think you're a little strange today. Shin Yushir called Suze, and then walked around Suze. The faint fragrance lingered around him, which made people think about it a little bit. But I can't tell exactly what's strange about it. Shin Yushir stroked her cheek and stared at Suze for a while. Suddenly, she said with a smile, actually, I really think you're pretty good. Otherwise, I'll really give you a chance. Suze was silent, but the spitting desire on his face was ready to come out. So Shin Yushir raised the stakes. She moved closer, tiptoed, and whispered in Suze's ear, if you are willing to pursue me seriously, I will do it with you once before I go abroad. Wang Zixin was right. She is indeed a hot female demon. The straightforward bait thrown out is more lethal than any sweet talk. I am a little shy, however. Shin Yushir's inner voice is not as easy as it seems on the surface. Do you want to consider it? I am serious. Shin Yushir took a half step back and continued to ask with a smile. I'll think about it. Suze smiled lightly and replied indifferently. It's almost the end of the world, why should I think about it? It's a sack, isn't it fragrant? Then do your best, see you tomorrow. Shin Yushir waved and pushed the door back. Suze also turned around and left, following the way he came, and soon came to the main road of the villa area. Then he saw a black car coming towards him and stopped not far in front of him, and then two strong men got out of the car, walked slowly and ran straight towards him. Seeing this, Suze stopped immediately. I knew that getting close to Shin Yushir might cause some troubles. But, you are not my brother, you come just like that? The eldest daughter of your Shin family is so precious, others just send her home, and you have to be beaten, right? Brother, I'm sorry, we are also following orders, you have to suffer a little. The two strong men came closer, and they were quite polite, but on their hands. The faint blood on their hands was washed away by Suze. He had to clarify that the person who had just troubled him had nothing to do with Shin Yushir, or Shin Yushir's family, but was just the personal behavior of a young master. In response, Suze simply beat up the two thugs. He didn't kill them. But the reason for not killing them was that he wanted to see what the other party would do next. Of course, these things are not serious business now. Serious business is to prepare for the coming doomsday. Just like now, as soon as he got home, Suze immediately threw himself into the construction of Avalon. This project is huge, and Suze does not plan to sleep in the remaining 3 days. Anyway, there is the gift of the fallen. If the body is really tired, just treat yourself directly. The fatigue will be swept away instantly. Although using the innate ability for such a thing seems a bit overkill. Buzz the phone vibrated, and Shen Keqing sent a message. Are you in the store around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning? She came to ask about the meeting time. Tomorrow she will send Suze another cake. I can be there. Suze replied simply. Because it was time to go to bed, Shen Keqing didn't chat for a few words and said good night. Sure enough, Shen Keqing is still more lovely, Suze sighed to himself. He didn't want to stand on the moral high ground and say that there was nothing wrong with Shin Yushir, but he personally preferred simple and pure girls. Countdown to doomsday, 2 days, 16 hours, 15 minutes, in a blink of an eye, it was almost 6 o'clock in the morning. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. It was still dark outside the window, and it was foggy. After eating a little, Suze used the coffee machine to make a cup of hot coffee to refresh himself. After all, the simulator's cooldown time was about to end. If he was unlucky and no gold or purple talents appeared, it might be another many hours of simulation. Squeak! Carrying the coffee, Suze returned to his desk and sat down. The computer screen on the table was on, with a map of Sucheng on it. After zooming in on the map, you could see the notes Suze made on it. In yesterday's simulation, he roughly figured out the distribution of Sucheng's safe zones after the doomsday. Maybe not very accurate, but it should be pretty close. Several of the safe zones were marked by Suze. Among these safe zones, some are the birth points that Suze currently chooses the most, and the other part represents the official safe zones of Sucheng. At this moment, Suze's eyes fell on the latter. After the doomsday, the safety zones that represent the official forces of Sucheng. Nothing else. He was just considering the possibility of joining the official. In yesterday's simulation, he had joined the official, but he did not participate deeply in the official's various actions. Just like the leaders of other safety zones, he was like the official's special recruits. The official will only summon these thugs when there are major actions or encounter more difficult opponents. Such a level of participation certainly cannot gain enough trust from the official. So, when the official has some more confidential information, it will not share it directly with these mountain kings. Yes. Suze only considered participating deeply in various official actions in order to get more information. Although he has reached the end of the doomsday many times in the simulation and saw the final scene of the falling stars. But the unknown about the doomsday still exists. For example, the mysterious containment. For example, are there other deep meanings behind the 6 spells? Just like last night's simulation, it was not until the last few simulations that Suze realized that the birth of the pollution source actually came from people's nightmares. And if he joined the official, he might be able to get this information. It doesn't seem to work. After a little thought, Suze couldn't help shaking his head. Because he remembered the information he saw in the simulation. The connection between the official safety zone of Sucheng and other safety zones is actually very weak. To put it simply, the official information of Sucheng basically only comes from the local safety zone of Sucheng, and there is no information exchange with the officials of other cities. Unless Suze has some way to connect all the official forces. No. It should be broader. If there is a talent that can help Suze connect to any corner of the world, to any safety zone, this is a bit difficult. Suze himself felt that this requirement was a bit harsh. I can only try to simulate as many times as possible, hoping to see more detailed information in the simulation text. Simulator cooling time has ended. Soon, the simulator cooling time has finished the last leg. Suze, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly chose to start the simulation. The Doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Donphan's bucket, white, ventriloquist, white, energy sharing, green you can share your energy with others. The power you share does not come from yourself, but from the starry sky. The inherent talent energy sharing, green, has been selected. Simulation starts. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected. You choose SC35 as your doomsday birth point. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply and panic spreads. Many people go out to purchase supplies in the cold wind. Chenkiching pulls you out, but because you can't compete with other citizens, you return empty-handed. On the third day, a familiar doomsday opening. Suze has seen himself choose SC35 as the starting point of the doomsday many times. Originally, there was nothing new. But, where is Qin Yushir? Suze had a question in his mind. It stands to reason that with his current mentality, he would tie Qin Yushir up and take off on the road at the end of the world. Just like he took Chen Kiching with him before. But in the simulation, no information about Qin Yushir appeared. It seems that this woman did not travel with him at the end of the world. Did I change my mind? Suze lowered his eyelids and looked thoughtful. The simulation actually included the world's trajectory in the few days before the end of the world. Suze knew this a long time ago. That is to say, in the last 2 days before the end of the world, he might change his mind because of something and no longer choose to tie Qin Yushir up directly and get on his doomsday chariot. It doesn't matter. Suze didn't take it to heart and continued the simulation. On the 4th day, the water and electricity were cut off. You were sitting on the mountain of Taishan, but Chen Kiching was busy and worried about the supplies. On the 5th day, many refugees came from outside the community. On the 6th day, on the 8th day, an awakened person appeared in the community. On the 9th day, in order to stabilize people's hearts, someone in the community gave a speech. On the 13th day, you planned to help Chen Kiching become an awakened person, so you collected a lot of information. In the process of collecting information, you deliberately inquired about the news. You heard that an awakened person also appeared in the school of Suchou University. The name of the awakened person was Qin Yushir. On the 14th day, the news that Qin Yushir became an awakened person surprised you a little. On the 15th day, you took Chen Kiching out for a walk. Because she was afraid of those awakened people who might not have bad intentions, Chen Kiching trembled behind you. Sure enough, there were awakened people who coveted Chen Kiching's beauty. You didn't pretend anymore. You were a master. You killed many people to establish your prestige. Good fellow. It turns out that the first awakener in the school was Qin Yushir. So, in my previous simulations, I seem to have seen related simulation content many times. However, in the simulation content at that time, Qin Yushir's name was not directly written once. They just mentioned the ordinary first awakener appeared. In addition to this point, it is worth noting. Suze was also very sharp and noticed the change in the simulation content. In the simulation, it seems that he made some temporary changes after learning the news that Qin Yushir became an awakener. It seems that he is heading straight for the throne of the safe zone. And the reason for doing so. On the 26th day, you continue to maintain the order of SC35. You cultivate some confidence and encourage them to become awakened. On the 27th day, you come into contact with the awakened people from the school. Because the other party spoke rudely, you killed one of them and let the others go. On the 34th day, you heard the news that the awakened people from the school were also integrated. Now they have a complete security team, and Qin Yushi is one of the leaders. On the 40th day, in order to compete for supplies, awakened people from other safe areas attack you. You kill all the attackers. On the 43rd day, your reputation has been upgraded again in several nearby safe zones. All awakened people are afraid of your power. On the 46th day, you got the news that Qin Yushi used your reputation in school to take the top spot in her safe zone. But in fact, you have not reached any cooperative relationship. On the 49th day, you continue to let Qin Yushi pull the tiger's skin to make a banner. On the 51st day, Qin Yushi led a team to search for supplies. In the contaminated area near you, they encountered a team of awakeners who also came to search for supplies. A conflict broke out between the two sides. At the critical moment, you appeared as a hero and killed many people. You and Qin Yushi were alone together. During the conversation, you asked Qin Yushi to give an explanation for the fox pretending to be the tiger's power. She told you her first time, that you had sex in a polluted area. On the 52nd day, you sent Qin Yushi's team back to school. Before leaving, you used the talent of energy sharing on Qin Yushi, making her stronger than before. TSK. After going round and round, we finally came together. Suze looked at the simulated text and didn't know whether to complain or not. To be honest, when he first saw that Qin Yushi did not appear in the simulation content, he thought that Qin Yushi's name would not appear again on his doomsday journey. But now it seems. Free range? Ha ha. Suze smiled softly. The simulation lasted about 50 days. During the simulation, he had obviously gotten together with Qin Yushi, but Qin Yushi was not left behind. Only when they were separated, gave Qin Yushi some strength. Such behavior. It's too much like free range. The so-called freezing is a state of aloofness, allowing Qin Yushi to operate on the school side. Even if Qin Yushi encounters trouble that is difficult to solve, Suze may not lend a helping hand, but if Qin Yushi takes the initiative to seek help, Suze will definitely take action, but there is a price for letting him take action. Obviously, hurting behavior is also a way of training. Is it to break her pride, or is it just for fun? Muttering, Suze couldn't tell for the moment. All we can say is that with his character, both are possible. After coming back to his senses, the simulation continues to move forward. Day 61, Heavy Fog. On the 82nd day, you found out that the number of second-level awakened people in the school continues to increase, and Qin Yushi has also successfully advanced to the second-level awakened person. Day 115, Heavy Fog. On the 130th day, the school's internal meeting ended and Qin Yushi was deprived of her leadership seat. She left the school and defected to you. On the 131st day, you brought Qin Yushi back to school. The reason why Qin Yushi was pushed out of the leader's seat was because she did not work hard to fight against the spillover of the contaminated area, which caused dissatisfaction. You know, this was Qin Yushi's deliberate move. She had already planned to give up school because she felt that she could not stop the pollution from leaking out. On the 132nd day, the contaminated area overflowed. You guarded it alone, blocking the pollution, and your skills shocked everyone. You helped Qin Yushi regain the top spot in the school, and you left. Day 165, Heavy Fog. On the 170th day, Qin Yushi took the initiative to turn down her position as the leader of the school and took refuge with you again. You kept her. On the 181st day, Qin Yushi noticed that you and Shenkiching were always clean. Under her questioning, you showed Avalon to her, and she took off the linen on the spot. 233 days, Heavy Fog. Day 288, Heavy Fog. On the 330th day, there was a big earthquake. You looked up and saw the stars falling. Congratulations, you have completed all simulations and survived to the end. Call. Suze slowly let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that it is indeed free range. It was more than 100 days before Avalon was shared with Qin Yushi. It was obvious that he was determined to have fun reading Qin Yu's poems. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly rejected Qin Yushi's surrender. Even if he finally accepted her, he would still deliberately not let her live a good life, as if he was deliberately teasing her. It can only be said that if there is an effect, there must be a cause. However, we don't know the cause yet, or rather, we don't know it very accurately. Except for analog texts related to Qin poetry. In this round of simulation, there is basically no other new information. After all, I just drew a green talent that has almost no effect. You can't expect to get too much doomsday information with this talent. Continue to simulate. The inherent talent Killing Heart, blue, has been selected. The inherent talent Pork Guy, white, has been selected. The inherent talent Charm, blue, has been selected. The inherent talent Ghoul, green, has been selected. Time flies by. In the blink of an eye, the sun was shining brightly outside the window. More than 3 hours have passed. In these 3 hours, Suze only got some fragmentary new information and saw the purple talent once. Apart from that, there is no other gain, no way. In the simulation, he will abide by the principles of reality and cannot risk his own life to explore information like a desperate soldier. So the efficiency will be much slower. The simulator cooling time has ended. Noticing that the simulator's cooling time had ended, Suze was patient and chose to start the simulation again. The Doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Global connection, gold. As long as you know the existence of the target, you can connect with it regardless of distance. After the connection is completed, you can share the other party's vision and communicate directly with the other party. You can connect to up to 7 targets, and you can use talents to control the opponent's body, but note that when connecting to the target can refuse. Spider sense, purple. You have a natural super perception ability, which can avoid upcoming dangers, and you will feel when danger is swimming nearby. Tomato King, white. You are very good at growing tomatoes because you can communicate with growing tomatoes and help them grow quickly. Suze couldn't help but raise his eyes at the new talent. Unexpectedly, purple talent and golden talent appeared at the same time. When choosing the above, of course you have to choose gold. But this purple talent seems to be really good. It is the ability that Spider-Man has. Choose the golden talent first and see how the golden talent performs in the simulation. If the performance is not good, maybe the purple talent will appear in the rewards and you can still choose. Suze thought about it briefly and then made a choice in his mind. But he hasn't made a choice on the simulator yet. Because before making a choice, he planned to review his thoughts. This talent of global connection. It was simply the kind of talent that he had thought of a few hours ago, the kind of talent that suited him best. Communicate directly with targets from a distance. This is something that can be achieved in peaceful daily life with just a phone call. In the apocalypse, it is extremely valuable. Because judging from the previous simulation, after the end of the world, it didn't take long for the planet's magnetic field to have a big problem, and the communication methods in the past could no longer be used at all. Therefore, the communication between various safety zones returned to the most primitive way. By the legs. However, now that we have the talent of global connection, the situation is completely different. Unfortunately, only 7 people can be connected at the same time. Suze read the introduction of the talent repeatedly, and continued to think about the correct way to open the talent. Because the number of people who can be connected at the same time is quite limited. It is naturally impossible to directly control the global intelligence at one go. This is equivalent to him setting up a group chat with limited parking spaces. When the group chat is full, other people have to kick out a group chat member before they can come in. It's really a bit troublesome. Besides, the talent has not really been obtained yet, and Suze doesn't know what it will feel like to use it specifically. When the perspectives and conversations of 7 people appear in the mind at the same time, will it seem a bit noisy? When the video group chat, you have to speak one by one, right? In addition to connecting with other people, you can also use the connection to control other people. This talent ability also makes Suze very concerned. If the connection is achieved, he will have absolute dominance. Does it mean that I can use this talent to achieve the goal of unilaterally controlling others? In this way, even if I control others to die, they cannot resist. I can only get the answer in the simulation. Suze put his eyes back on the text of the simulator. Then, he chose the talent of global connection. The solidified talent Global Connection, Gold, has been selected. The simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected. You choose SC35 as the starting point of your doomsday journey. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply. Many people go out to buy supplies. You and Shen Keqing also go out to try to buy things, but there are too many people and the competition is fierce. You return empty-handed. On the third day, shocking news keeps coming. Uneasy emotions ferment in every corner of the city. On the fourth day, water and electricity are cut off. On the 13th day, you hear that the first awakener in the school is Qin Yusher. On the 14th day, the number of awakeners in the community continues to increase. Some people are ready to move. You observe in the dark and select a few ordinary people and a few awakeners. You plan to use the talent of global connection on them. You use force to force several people to agree, and you successfully connect with them. On the 15th day, you try to unilaterally control the 7 people connected to you. The ordinary people among them cannot resist your control at all. The awakened ones resist a little, but still cannot get rid of your control. After getting the desired effect, you send them all to the contaminated area and give them a death. Day 16, Day 21, you killed the awakened people who refused to obey in the safe zone, and consolidated your position as a leader again. At the same time, you sent people to communicate with the nearby safe zones. You wanted to use the talent of global connection to build your spies in these safe zones. Day 29, you have basically planted spies in the nearby safe zones, and only the school direction is left, and you have not started yet. Day 35, with the help of your fame, Shin Yusher killed her competitors in the school and became one of the core leaders of the school. Day 41, you continue to let Shin Yusher use the tiger skin as a banner. Day 51, you think it's time, you meet Shin Yusher, and ask her for compensation. You have a relationship, and afterwards, you connect with her. Now, she is your spy in the school. The simulation content is moving forward slowly. Obviously, the self in the simulation is quite patient and shows the most familiar doomsday starting point. And waited for more than 10 days. I waited until there were enough awakeners before I started. I used these people as experimental materials to try my global connection talent. As for the effect of the talent, at present, it seems that there is nothing wrong. Whether it is an ordinary person or a first-level awakener, after the connection is established, they will become the lower level in front of Suze. As long as Suze has the corresponding intention, he can unilaterally control the other party. But awakeners resist a little. Suze noticed the words in the simulation text. Awakeners are not completely without the ability to resist, but have a certain ability to resist. Although they were finally sent to the West by the simulated self, but it's a problem. Suze frowned, realizing that the unilateral control ability of the talent might not be that strong. This is just a first-level awakener, and he can resist a little. Then the higher-level awakeners in the future. Will they be completely out of control? 61st day, heavy fog. 62nd day, after the fog dissipated, the contaminated area changed completely. You knew that you had entered the second stage of the apocalypse and a second-level awakener would soon appear. 71st day, you continued to pay attention to the news of the second-level awakeners. 71st day, you took the initiative to attack and selected an ambitious second-level awakener as your target. Under the coercion of force, the other party was forced to accept your talent connection. You controlled the other party to commit suicide, and the other party resisted strongly. When the stalemate continued, you ordered the guardian spirit to kill him. 72nd day, you captured another second-level awakener alive and tried to control him to commit suicide after the connection, but failed again. The other party resisted strongly, so you had to kill him yourself. On the 78th day, the official team contacted you. They had heard that you were very powerful and wanted to invite you to join the official team. After carefully understanding the official situation and plans, you accepted Captain Su's invitation. You officially joined the official team and will hold an important position. On the 79th day, you plan to leave SC-35 and go to SC-3, where you will become the leader of the Awakener team. The second-level Awakeners have already resisted fiercely. Suze blinked and stared at the text content of the simulator. Then, he adjusted his sitting posture, propped his elbows on the table, and looked thoughtful. It seems that the idea of cultivating several puppets with the talent of global connection is going to fail. It is so difficult to control the Awakeners to commit suicide, not to mention other more complicated instructions. Fortunately, Suze didn't have much hope. Moreover, he didn't hope to cultivate the skills of puppets. He didn't need that kind of thing and didn't like it very much. In addition to the information related to talent, in the simulation content in front of him, what Suze valued most was naturally the relevant information about contacting the official. Although he came a little late, he finally came. In the simulation, he finally did what he wanted to see most, joining the official, and then he should use the official platform to obtain more information. As for why he didn't join the official at the beginning of the doomsday, Suze thought about it from his own perspective. It should be because the official didn't stand firm at the beginning of the doomsday. Maybe it was already very difficult to stabilize the safe zone under his feet, let alone support other safe zones. At this stage, Suze's contact with the official was nothing more than helping to clean up the mess. It's not that this kind of work can't be done, but it's already dirty and tiring. Suze has 100 reasons to refuse to do it. On the 80th day, you use your connection talent to ask Qin Yushi if she wants to follow you to SC3. Because she thinks you don't like her enough, she deliberately refuses and says she needs to think about it. Later, you take Qin Keqing with you, leave SC35, and go all the way to SC3. On the 81st day, Qin Yushi contacts you and expresses her willingness to leave school and go to SC3 to help you. You originally planned to go there in person to pick her up, but she didn't want to trouble you and would follow the official team back to SC3. On the 82nd day, Qin Yushi followed the official team to SC3. When you were communicating with her, you happened to see them being attacked. The battle was unfavorable. While avoiding the enemy's pursuit, Qin Yushi was dragged away by the mystery of the contaminated area and died. On the 83rd day, you investigated SC3 and tracked down the identity of the attacker. On the 84th day, you found that the relationships in SC3 were complicated and the interest groups were intertwined, but you still found out the murderer behind the attack on Qin Yushi and her group. On the 85th day, a subordinate advised you to make a big deal out of a small matter, and you killed the subordinate in public and massacred SC3. Except for a few innocent people who were deliberately let go by you, all others were killed. On the 86th day, you went crazy and continued to go to SC1, SC2, SC4, and other safe areas to kill those who opposed you. On the 87th day, in order to appease your emotions, the official launched an internal investigation, and some termites were caught and sentenced to death. You temporarily stopped. It was indeed crazy to kill. Even if it was just a simulated text, people could feel the violent atmosphere. However, Suze, who was sitting at the desk, looked calm at this moment. There is no problem with the combat power. Suze whispered to himself while looking at the simulator text. Around 80 days, it can only be regarded as the early and middle stages of the second stage of the doomsday. The strongest awakener is only the second stage, and at most has one more word spirit technique. An opponent of this level is definitely not his opponent. After all, relying on the gift of the fallen and the talent of summoning gods, he is basically invincible in the sixth stage. However, it cannot be said that there is nothing that can threaten him in the second stage. After all, there are still hot weapons. Maybe it's just that the simulation text didn't write it clearly. In fact, the main threat he has to deal with in the simulation is hot weapons. Fortunately, there is the gift of the fallen. Whenever such an atomany situation occurs, Suze can't help but sigh in his heart. In the internal struggle of human beings, the gift of the fallen is so useful. As long as you keep killing your opponents, you can refill the cup infinitely. The only pity is that the various monsters in the contaminated area cannot charge the gift of the fallen. Back to the present. Suze pulled the simulator text back. Starting from the 78th day, read it again. The fuse of the incident was undoubtedly because Qin Yushi was killed by the attacker in the simulation. Perhaps, from the perspective of this moment, Suze didn't have the strong idea that Qin Yushi was one of his own. But it was different in the simulation. That was the 80th day after the end of the world. God knows what happened between him and Qin Yushi during the time that the simulation text did not describe, but the result is obvious. In the simulation, since I invited Qin Yushi when I went to the official safe zone, I must have regarded her as my own. And my woman was killed. Can I bear it? No, the forces in the SC3 safe zone are complicated. Suze's eyes swept across the simulated text. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Human nature, the world has become that way, and it can't stop some people's nature of fighting for power and profit. I can only say that it's not surprising. On the 89th day, the incident of your bloodbath in the safe zone came to an end. Many people heard the whole story and became your fans. Your reputation grew rapidly. On the 90th day, you returned to SC3 and settled down for your own personal purpose. You begin to cultivate your own loyal department, and at the same time you begin to deeply participate in various official plans. On the 101st day, you leave Sioux City and go to BC-10. The official has established an intelligence agency here, and you will serve as the leader of the agency. On the 102nd day, you take office and start to handle affairs. With the talent of global connection, you begin to collect intelligence on a large scale. On the 110th day, you and your subordinates work very efficiently, and the safe zone with stable communication channels has exceeded 500. On the 113th day, the official formally formulates the fire plan. In order to cope with the doomsday environment that may become more severe at any time, you decide to select some suitable safe zones as the landing point of the fire plan. The safe zones that implement the fire plan will concentrate resources and develop underground, intent on building an underground shelter, but you know it's futile. Day 115, heavy fog. Day 116, you collected intelligence that someone encountered an indescribable horror in the fog, and the others who were traveling with him disappeared. The survivors who escaped aged overnight and completely lost their minds. You recorded this information. Day 125, under your leadership, your awakened team began to break through and advance to the third level awakened. Some of them awakened the word spirit art. Day 130, supported by a large amount of third level awakened intelligence, you determined the birth rules of the word spirit art. When the awakened are advanced, they may also obtain the word spirit art. At the same time, you guessed that the word spirit art may actually come from the awakened person's own fantasy. On the 135th day, you continue to collect information about the word spirit art. On the 165th day, heavy fog. On the 177th day, another group of awakeners are promoted to the 4th level awakeners. After gathering information from many safe zones, you come to another conclusion. The 6 spells, or 6 ranks, correspond to some vague meanings. The word spirit art held by the awakeners always corresponds to 6 spells. For example, the awakeners who choose the starry sky spell often awaken the word spirit art for healing and assisting others. On the 180th day, you collect a lot of information about the word spirit art, but it is difficult to classify the word spirit art. When awakening, the word spirit art has a small probability of being obtained, and the word spirit art may come from the awakener's own fantasy. The 6 spells correspond to some vague meanings. Suze recorded the key information on the paper slowly. Sure enough, the talent of global connection still came in handy. Through the aggregation of a large amount of data, some useful information was summarized. We even collected information about the contained objects or mythical creatures that rarely appear. Someone saw a terrifying existence in the fog. It was very similar to what happened to Suze in a previous simulation. He lost his way in the fog and then encountered horror. Then he died, and even the fallen gift could not be saved. What are these unknown horrors? Suzy rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. If we just talk about the indescribable existence encountered in the fog, then he would personally be willing to call these terrifying beings mythical creatures. But if you include the other terrifying creatures he encountered in previous simulations, and even the Avalon he obtained, then he would be even more willing to call these beings contained objects. We can only wait and see whether more relevant information will appear in subsequent simulations. Shaking his head, Suze put this matter down for now. Then continues simulating backwards. On the 182nd day, a chosen one appeared in your safe zone, but the chosen one did not escape. He asked you to kill him to protect the safe zone. On the 183rd day, you studied the chosen one, but gained nothing. You met the other party's request, and you ordered the chosen one to be killed. On the 185th day, the chosen ones appeared one after another in other officially stationed safe zones, but none of these chosen ones escaped. They chose to die, sacrificing themselves to preserve the safe zone. On the 188th day, luck seems to be bad. Many important safe zones, including some safe zones where the fire plan is implemented, have the chosen ones. On the 190th day, the feedback you received showed that most of the chosen ones chose to sacrifice themselves to protect the safe zone, but a few of the chosen ones escaped and are now being hunted. On the 193rd day, because the chosen one was not killed, a safe area fell and became a contaminated area, and personnel were forced to evacuate, with heavy casualties in the process. On the 215th day, you observed a lot of information about the chosen one, and you came to a surprising conclusion. If the appearance of the chosen one does not bring a large number of deaths, then the frequency of the chosen one's appearance will increase, but nearly half of the researchers do not think so. Day 233, heavy fog. If the appearance of the chosen one does not bring about a large number of deaths, then the frequency of the chosen one's appearance may increase. On the paper, a new record was added. However, this information has not yet been 100% confirmed. Suze just wrote down the information first. After all, there had been erroneous information before. After many simulations and getting the correct information again, Suze erased the erroneous information one by one. A considerable number of those who were chosen as the chosen ones did not choose to escape. Suze was silent, feeling the differences between people in his heart. These unlucky ones who became the chosen ones. What do you think about when you choose to sacrifice yourself? Sacrifice yourself to save everyone? Or is it the preservation of the Tinder plan? Or is it something more grand, preserving human civilization? And what do those chosen ones who choose to protect themselves think about when they choose to escape? If he can successfully overcome the tribulation, can he also save the safe zone? Still, you all go to death on horseback, or at least you want to be buried with me? While Suze's thoughts were fermenting, the simulation continued to move forward. On the 234th day, after the fog, the contaminated area changed as expected, and became more dangerous and deadly. On the 239th day, multiple intelligence confirmed that the safe zone is no longer absolutely safe. All ordinary people will be forced to take risks and try to become awakened. The Spark plan is therefore questioned. On the 245th day, multiple parties are arguing about whether the Spark plan should continue. You are watching from the sidelines, not caring, and continue to collect the information you want to know. On the 260th day, you get key information about the containment again. There is an awakener from abroad who tamed a terrifying creature that looks like a containment. The awakener relies on the terrifying creature under his seat to sweep across the 4 directions, and is extremely powerful. After thinking about it, you think the information may be strange. On the 262nd day, you get accurate information that the foreign awakener who tamed the containment has died. The cause of death is unknown, and the containment has also disappeared. On the 288th day, heavy fog. On the 290th day, the source of pollution in a polluted area is found and destroyed, and the polluted area disappears immediately. With the help of the intelligence structure you built, the news is quickly transmitted to other safe areas. On the 300th day, the doomsday seems to be over, and many people begin to plan for reconstruction after the doomsday. You watch indifferently and lead your loyal subordinates to find information about the end of the doomsday, the falling stars. On the 315th day, someone saw the scene of the falling stars in a nightmare. You investigated, but nothing was found. It seems that the nightmare is just a coincidence, but the other party did get the word spirit technique in the nightmare. You know, not only when the awakened are advanced, they may get the word spirit technique, but also other special opportunities may allow the awakened to get the word spirit technique. Day 320, under the banner of reconstruction after the end of the world, you are asked to take sides. You are tired of these people's house games, and you start to kill some people in a planned way. Day 329, you are disappointed because you still haven't found any clues about the falling stars. Day 330, a big earthquake. The falling stars, you seem to have seen the end of the world. Congratulations, you have completed all the doomsday simulations. Evaluation of this simulation. Ruthless Doomsday Hunter, please choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Spider Sense, purple. 2. Global Connection, gold. 3. An accurate piece of information about the containment. Mythical creature, I have lived to the end of the doomsday again. Unfortunately, I still haven't found any information related to the end of the doomsday. Suze calmed down for a moment, and then selected some potentially useful content from the simulation text and recorded it on paper. After the recording, Suze exhaled a foul breath. Then with a pop, he put down the pen in his hand, raised his head and stretched his brows, stretching his muscles. These few pieces of information about the containment can only be used as a reference. After a short rest, Suze looked through the simulation text again. First, he checked the information about the containment, and then counted the struggles of others in the doomsday. Whether it was those who continued to fight for power in the doomsday, or those who chose to sacrifice themselves to preserve the fire plan, he didn't want to make any comments. Because it was too naive to distinguish between right and wrong. Moreover, some things can only be felt most realistically after they are truly seen. In other words, wait until that day really comes, then talk about it. Simulation reward selected. Global link, gold. Simulator enters cooling time, 19 hours and 59 minutes, directly selected the simulation reward. Although the other 2 rewards are also quite attractive. Let's not talk about spider sensing. The third reward, an accurate piece of information about the containment. Suze really wants to open it and take a look. After all, after so many rounds of simulation, I have become stronger in the simulation. But I still know very little about the information about the containment, which is enough to explain the mystery of the containment. Maybe, the key to breaking the falling stars lies in those containment. Suze had such a thought in his mind. He is not sure whether his Avalon can keep him safe when the stars fall. That's why he has to continue to collect information about the falling stars. I can't just accept my fate and live for the last few hundred days and months. Well, let's try my talent first. Sitting at the desk, Suze closed his eyes, felt the power of his talent, and quickly thought of a name in his mind. Qin Yushur. When the name and appearance appeared in his mind, a mysterious feeling appeared. Although he closed his eyes, he still saw some dim light, which seemed to form a time and space tunnel, twisting and folding in front of his eyes. Then suddenly all activity stopped, locked in a vague terminal position. So this is how it is used. Suze nodded secretly in his heart. I understand. As long as you know that Qin Yushir exists in the world, you can directly find her and try to connect with her. But if you want to use this ability to detect the other party's position or even spy on her actions, it won't work. Because you can't see anything, there is just a terminal to connect. If I connect to Qin Yushir now, Suze wanted to try further to see what it would feel like after connecting to the target. He even tried to control the target to see what it would feel like. But Suze was just thinking about it in his mind and didn't really plan to try it now. Because again, he didn't want others to know that he knew about the end of the world in advance, and even had all kinds of powerful abilities before the end of the world. That's it. After withdrawing the global connection, Suze's eyes returned to normal. Outside the window, the sun was shining brightly, and the sound of the elderly in the community talking and laughing could be heard. Buzz, the phone on the table vibrated. It was Chen Qiqing who sent a message to ask if Suze was working part-time at the convenience store at the moment. Because the time they agreed to meet was 10 o'clock in the morning, and now it was 10 o'clock. I'll be at the store right away. Suze replied to the message. Oh, then I'll send it to you later, laughing. After replying the message, Suze stood up at the desk. He picked up the hot water cup next to him, drank a big gulp, and then went back to the room to change his clothes. He went back to the desk, picked up his phone, and took a look at the message in the class group. The class social event that was agreed upon before was also this afternoon. People from both classes would go to Chushui Park for group activities. After reading the message, Suze put his phone in his pocket. Before leaving, he simply tidied up the notebook on the table, put the information about the doomsday in order, and then he went out. The weather is nice. The warm sunshine in winter brings a few wisps of breeze occasionally, blowing away the dryness in the air. Suze just arrived at the convenience store. Chen Qiqing followed closely behind, poking her head into the store from the outside. After seeing Suze, she smiled. Say hello, and then hand the cake in the hand to Suze. Sit down for a while? After saying that, Suze went to the window seat in the store and sat down. Well, Chen Qiqing followed and sat down. In order to avoid another accident of accidental loss, let me try it first, okay? Suze smiled slightly and was already unpacking the cake while speaking. Sure. Chen Qiqing placed her hands on her thighs and knees, looking cute. JPG. She looks very calm and composed, but that's not entirely what she thinks. Ah? Do you want to eat it now? Well, it makes me so nervous. I don't think the cake I made is delicious. Impossible. This is a handmade cake that I have devoted all my skills to, plus a little bit of love. How could it not be delicious, really? Chen Qiqing's inner voice is much cuter than Qin Yu's poems. Clear, clean, pure and simple. In addition, listening to Chen Qiqing's voice, she also knew that Suze's previous guess was accurate. The girl's feelings are beginning to stir, but there are still too many uncertainties, so she can only find a topic to talk to him about first. Are you being lazy now? After Suze took a few bites, Chen Qiqing asked something off topic. It doesn't count, because it's not me who schedules the shift, and I'm the owner of this store, so it doesn't matter if I'm lazy. Are you the boss too? Kindness. Well, you're pretty good then. Chen Qiqing blinked her eyes. She really thought that Suze was very good. He started a business in his sophomore year. Well, this should be regarded as starting a business, Chen Qiqing thought secretly. It tastes good. After finally commenting, Suze affirmed Chen Qiqing's craftsmanship, then continued to eat, and said, It just so happens that I didn't finish my breakfast well. I'll have a few more bites. Hee, I'm very good at making cakes. Chen Qiqing raised her pink lips, feeling secretly happy because of the recognition. By the way, do you know about the class friendship in college, right? Suze changed the subject and asked. I've heard of it, my former high school classmate said. Chen Qiqing nodded playfully. Actually, our class also has a class reunion today. Suze briefly explained the ins and outs of the matter, then raised his head, looked at Chen Qiqing, and asked with a smile, Do you want to come and play? The weather is quite nice today. Me? Chen Qiqing looked hesitant. I really want to go, but this is an activity for their college students. As a high school student, I went there. What if someone asked me about my relationship with Suze? It would feel a little awkward. Eavesdropping on Chen Qiqing's thoughts, Suze pretended to think and said, You can also ask your classmates to fly kites or something. Don't you guys only have 2 weekends a month? You can go to the park to play. Take some time to relax. Then I'll ask my classmates. Chen Keqing was completely tempted. Because the plan given by Suze perfectly solved her little worry. Of course, the most important thing is, Chen Keqing originally wanted to play with Suze, but there was no reason. If you invite your classmates to play together, you can pretend to play separately, but in fact you can still play with Suze. In terms of safety, it is also more secure. It's done. After a while, Chen Keqing contacted 2 female classmates. We made an appointment to go to the park to fly a kite together in the afternoon. Then let's go. I'll buy you a kite first, and then have lunch. We'll go there. Suze stood up, as if he was taking his girlfriend out for fun. Afternoon. The class group is extremely active. Except for a few people like Suze who acted alone, everyone else gathered to take a taxi or take the bus. One after another, 2 classes, 40 or 50 people, all arrived in the park. After choosing a suitable location, spreading out the picnic mat, and renting 2 barbecue grills, the atmosphere of a social event was quickly created. Brother Zay, where is the person? I received a message from Wang Zixin on my phone. Parking. Suze replied the message, turned off the engine and got out of the car. Chen Keqing, who originally wanted to avoid classmate Suze, failed to avoid her own classmate. The 3 girls all came here in Suze's car, but because Chen Keqing said that Suze was just a friend, the other 2 girls didn't ask any more questions. Although Suze could hear their voices, they were already gossiping. I'll go over to our class to report first. After helping Chen Keqing and the others occupy a seat, Suze greeted a few people. Then he headed towards the location of his class. The 2 sides are not too far apart. However, when Suze got halfway, he was stopped by Qin Yushi. This woman was wearing casual clothes today. It was not the kind of clothes that would highlight her figure, but she was stunned by Qin Yushi's figure, which outlines her sexy and silky curves, especially her upper body, which can be said to be fruitful. The big shots always appear last. Suze, you came really late. Half-jokingly, Qin Yushi and Suze reconciled and got together. It was not a strange statement at first, but Suze eavesdropped on Qin Yushi's thoughts. Finally here, let me think about which question to start with. First ask him where he learned his skills. Or ask why he didn't tell me about what happened last night. You look very beautiful today. Suze stopped and looked Qin Yushi up and down deliberately, and smiled. Why, am I not beautiful normally? Qin Yushi said with a grumble, and she hugged Suze's arm with a silky and natural movement. Although Suze didn't have the opportunity to feel the turbulent waves, such an intimate action was enough to surprise people. At least, in the past interactions between Suze and Qin Yushi, he had never seen Qin Yushi do such a little action to any man. This woman is a guy who cherishes her feathers. It's okay to let others have wild thoughts and words. But don't even think about it in terms of body. This is where Qin Yushi is so powerful. She always dominates the sense of distance and reads men's minds thoroughly. Sit with me alone for a while, I want to talk to you. Qin Yushi smiled. Do it for a while? Suze deliberately misinterpreted. Hate it, I said sit. Qin Yushi scolded. Suze smiled and said nothing more. But when he raised his head, his eyes suddenly met Chen Keqing, who was not far away. When their eyes met, Chen Keqing immediately looked away. Although there was a little distance between them, Suze could still barely hear Chen Keqing's inner voice. Damn, what's wrong with that woman? Whoa, it can't be his girlfriend. No, didn't he say he didn't have a girlfriend? Mom, I met a scumbag. Whoa, am I thinking too much? What if it's his sister? It must be said that Chen Keqing's inner voice, as always, made Suze a little bit amused. Okay, let's talk later, I'll go to our class to sign in first. Retracting his gaze, Suze said to Qin Yushi. When we play games later, you boys should give way to others and don't hurt the girls. The female monitor was organizing everyone and preparing small games. Suze walked up and signed in. TSK, Suze, you are so lucky. I don't know how the female monitor can do 2 things at the same time. She was just organizing activities. As soon as she turned her head, she caught Suze again and joked, but you have to be careful later. The boys in the accounting class are jealous of you. They might kill you when playing games. Alas, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame you for kidnapping their goddess senior. I won't take the blame for this. Suze smiled and said casually. After chatting with the female monitor for a few more words, Suze looked around and asked, where are Wang Zixin and Sun Bin? Them? They seem to have gone out to buy things just now. Another classmate said. As soon as the voice fell, Suze saw Wang Zixin and Sun Bin appear in the direction of the garage. The two ran back happily. From the expressions on their faces, it was clear that they had encountered something new and worth writing about. As expected. As soon as Wang Zixin rushed back, he started to talk before he could fully recover. Fuck. You may not believe it, but Sun Bin and I just ran into plainclothes police. Sun Bin took a deep breath next to him, calmed his heartbeat, and nodded. Yes, I have only seen it on TV before. Wang Zixin took over the conversation. It was really a van with people. The van stopped next to Sun Bin and me, and the door opened. 4 or 5 strong men rushed down, tied Sun Bin and me into the car without saying a word. Fortunately, after the car drove a short distance, someone said that they had caught the wrong person, so they threw us out of the car again. A group of people were shocked. I didn't expect that the TV series would be true to me, and that someone would really encounter such a thing. If it were any other day, Suze would not believe Wang Zixin's plainclothes story, but he would not think too much about it. But today is different. Last night, Suze himself encountered 2 strong men who suddenly appeared. Where were you two tied up in the car? Suze asked after Wang Zixin had told the story vividly. Where could it be? It was in the garage. Sun Bin and I went out to buy things. I thought that you parked in the garage, so I said I would find you and come up together, and then there was the following matter, garage. Suze looked thoughtful. Just thinking about it, Xin Yushir came over and ran straight to Suze. Suze, I want to fly a kite too, can you accompany me? Xin Yushir smiled sweetly, and her pretty face made others fascinated. Yeah, Suze nodded, stood up, and left with Xin Yushir. It seemed that Xin Yushir was approaching the direction where Chen Keqing and the others were. But halfway through the walk, Xin Yushir slowed down her pace, looking around, looking for a suitable place to sit down and chat alone. Just pick a place to sit. Suze also slowed down and said. Can we stand? Xin Yushir asked with her head tilted. Stand? That's fine, but it's better to choose a dark corner in this park where there are few people. After all, standing is more obvious. Suze joked. Xin Yushir pouted, then laughed. I don't like it in the wild, I still like pure love. Suze smiled and didn't respond. Followed Xin Yushir to a higher platform on the side. On the edge of the platform, leaning on the handrail, you can see a wide view and take in the scenery of half of the park. Let me think about where I should start. Xin Yushir looked like she was thinking seriously, until her eyes fell on Chen Keqing not far away. Is that beautiful girl flying a kite your girlfriend? Suze was silent, as if he was hesitating about how to answer this question. It's okay. I'm a very open-minded person. I don't mind if you want to raise a child. Xin Yushir chuckled, and the murderous weapon on her chest surged, attracting people's attention. Then you are a very good person. Suze laughed. That's not right, so you should be more tolerant of good people like me. As she was talking, Xin Yushir's phone vibrated. Someone sent her a message. She glanced at the phone seemingly casually. It's really here, by Jimo, this psychopath. Suze quietly eavesdropped on Xin Yushir's thoughts. The name she mentioned. By Jimo. Suze had already heard it from the 2 thugs last night. He should be a young man with a prominent family background, and his background is stronger than Xin Yushir's family background. Take a look at this. Xin Yushir handed her phone to Suze. There was a surveillance video on it. It was the scene of Suze unilaterally beating 2 strong men last night. From the surveillance video, Suze was like a god of war, and he knocked down 2 enemies easily. But in fact, Suze himself was not that powerful. Although he had taken boxing classes, he did not learn any real skills. In the surveillance video, he was able to deal with 2 enemies so casually, entirely because of the power of the auxiliary god. The condensation of time made Suze's every dodge and every punch so accurate and sharp. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Xin Yushir looked at Suze. She was really curious. I used to think you must be a rare genius. Now it seems that my observation at that time was indeed correct. Relying on starting from scratch, he accumulated tens of millions of assets at the age of less than 20. Xin Yushir knew a little about Suze's experience before. So Xin Yushir was a little interested in Suze. And after what happened last night, Xin Yushir was even more interested. Just tell me, who is that young master? Suze smiled and asked straight to the point. Oh, you guessed it? Xin Yushir opened her eyes wide, and then she was serious for a rare time, explaining, the second son of the Bai family, Bai Jimo, sent the people last night. I guess he was jealous when he saw you sending me home. What is your relationship? Suze asked again. It's not a big deal now, But if nothing unexpected happens, the Bai family will come to propose marriage next year, and then there may be a relationship, and he will become my fiancé. Qin Yushir said calmly. What right does he have to be jealous now? Suze asked with a smile. Maybe it's because I'm too attractive? Oh, okay, maybe he's a little crazy, too possessive, and thinks he will definitely marry me in the future. I can understand. Suze smiled, then looked at Qin Yushir and asked curiously, what do you think, will you get engaged to him next year? Well, to be honest, he looks pretty good, and his ability is also top-notch in the circle, and it doesn't seem unacceptable. Qin Yushir said in a joking tone. But Suze tasted her heart. That answer is not entirely a joke. Qin Yushir is also an upper-class person who will consider equal status. No, it should be said that she is the kind of person who recognizes the rule of equal status. Although she herself is not used to being superior, the fact is that these top rich people seem to be reproductively isolated from the poor and cannot get along. Although it is acceptable, I don't like it very much. If a man, stepping on a colorful cloud, suddenly says that he will love me for life, I may immediately go with him. Qin Yushir returned to her nature and began to hint at Suze again. What will be the reaction? Is it to retreat in the face of difficulties? Or to show your real ability and prove your charm? Qin Yushir is waiting for Suze's feedback. Not only is she waiting for Suze's verbal answer, she also wants to see Suze's actions. The so-called action, of course, is Suze's actual actions to prove his excellence and intelligence. Prove that even if his background is not as good as those young masters, his ability is enough for him to have a place in that top circle, or even become one of the best. If it were before, Qin Yushir would not say such words to Suze. Because she knows that Suze is not interested in such a goal. But last night, Suze's various behaviors seemed to indicate that he was interested now. This was a misunderstanding. Suze could understand, but he didn't like it. Because he didn't like it, Qin Yushir habitually looked at the problem from the perspective of a superior. No wonder he treated Qin Yushir like that during the simulation. Suze smiled secretly in his heart. He continued to remain silent and did not answer Qin Yushir immediately. In addition, he kept looking into the distance. Because he saw a man with a good temperament, who was also looking towards where he and Qin Yushir were standing. At this moment, in the distance, the man just got on the sightseeing bus and slowly approached along the path. The silence continued, but Suze's phone vibrated. As if he had sensed something, he picked it up and took a look, and found that he had received a strange text message. The content of the text message was his personal information. From the relationship network of his parents and relatives to the business he had made money in, although it was far from a 100% investigation, it was still enough to express the other party's arrogance. A little karami of your level, I can investigate it clearly with just a flick of my finger. The silence continued. Suze's eyes were always locked on the man in the sightseeing bus. Qin Yushir finally realized that Suze seemed to be staring at something, so she followed Suze's line of sight. Bai Jimo? This guy came quite quickly. No, he should have arrived at the park a long time ago. What a psychopath. Through Qin Yushir's voice, the other party's identity was confirmed. Suze continued to observe the other party with a calm expression. Soon, the sightseeing bus stopped at the right place. But it did not stop at Suze and Qin Yushir's place, but at the place where Chen Qiqing and the others were flying kites. The distance was a little far, and Suze concentrated his attention to the limit. He barely relied on the Father God's listening talent to hear the voice over there. Are you Chen Qiqing? The man stopped in front of several high school girls and smiled warmly and elegantly. Yeah, Chen Qiqing nodded stupidly, and her classmates looked at the man with curiosity. It's a pity that your parents passed away. If I have time, I will go to burn a stick of incense. The smile on the man's face was still warm. However, after saying what he should say, he turned around with an arrogant look. He got on the sightseeing bus again and patted the shoulder of the driver in front. The driver understood and went back to the way he came. On the way back, the man continued to look at Suze from a distance. Ha! Suze smiled imperceptibly. Now he was sure that Wang Zixin and Sun Bin were tied up in the car earlier, which was also an accident created by the young master of the Bai family. Just like he just deliberately revealed the secret that Chen Qiqing carefully protected in front of her classmate. His target was Suze, and he wanted to tell Suze, not only can I crush you to death, but the people around you should also be more careful. Qin Yushir also saw Bai Jimo go to find Chen Qiqing. But of course she didn't know what Bai Jimo said in the past. Anyway, now she could see from a distance that Chen Qiqing was crying, and her two female classmates were at a loss beside her, not knowing whether to comfort her or stay quiet. At this time, Suze finally spoke. His tone was still calm, with a little smile on his face. Where were we talking just now? Oh, I also want to ask you a question. Do you like the second young master of the Bai family? Qin Yushi shook her head and said without thinking, no, who would like such a psychopath? She was not exaggerating at all. Because she could guess that Bai Jimo had just hurt innocent people again. And this might just be the beginning. Just like when someone beat Suze last night, if Suze was beaten, admitted his weakness, and disappeared, there might not be a follow-up today, but if Suze continued to resist. Since you don't like it. Suze looked in the direction where Bai Jimo was going back, put away his smile, and said, then, I'll help you kill him. What? Qin Yushi was stunned, and a brief surprise was reflected in her gorgeous eyes. A gust of wind suddenly blew by. Qin Yushi's hair was blown a little messy. She reached out to play with it, and then she heard Suze laughing again. Just kidding, if you want me to do it for you, you have to think about the price you have to pay. Said this meaningful sentence. At the same time, in Suze's sight, Bai Jimo returned to the camping area. One side of the camping area, there are more obstructions. And Suze is waiting for the best time. While the wind is howling. It is more violent than the evil wind just now. Qin Yushi stretched out her hand to cover her eyes and her hair, fearing that her hair would be blown messy again. And at this moment when she was completely unaware. In the camping area in the distance, Bai Jimo was shot in the head by an arrow, fell to the ground without making a sound, and was quickly swallowed by the white flames. Not even a grain of dust was left. The person who was traveling with him just turned around to get some food, and when he looked back, he didn't see anyone. But the person traveling with him didn't notice anything strange, and soon looked away. This wind is so strange. The evil wind stopped, and Qin Yushi muttered. It is a bit noisy. Suze said lightly. If it was after the doomsday, perhaps someone could see the tall shadow of the guardian behind Suze. The arrow just now was shot accurately by the guardian. The passing wind was just the aftermath of Suze's deliberate release when he drew his bow and shot the arrow. Now, he gave an answer. But the answer was given to the young master of the Bai family. What did you say just now? Oh. Kill him, I think it's okay. I really hate him. Qin Yushi continued the previous topic and joked with a smile. She also thought that she had received Suze's answer. The previous silence was the answer. In this case, she would certainly not embarrass Suze anymore and just let this topic go. Sorry, I have to go comfort my girlfriend first. Suze also spoke at the right time, separated from Qin Yushi, and went straight to Chen Qiqing. What a pity. Looking at the direction where Suze left, a trace of complex color flashed across Qin Yushi's eyes. She actually really hoped that Suze would give a face-to-face answer, and she might accompany him to the end and fulfill the promise she made to Suze last night. What a pity. With a subtle sigh, Qin Yushi picked up the phone again and took a look at the message on it. The previous vibration of the phone was a message from Bai Jimo, inviting her to sit over and chat. Qin Yushi has gone over now. But, when she arrived at the place, she did not see Bai Jimo. When asked about other people, they were also confused, and they all said that they were just beside them. Kill him. Qin Yushi's mind suddenly recalled Suze's voice just now. But she quickly shook her head and stopped thinking about that unrealistic possibility. On the other side, Suze also came to Chen Qiqing's side. The girl was still shedding little pearls and couldn't stop crying. The two female classmates shrank their necks and kept silent beside them. They were also sitting on pins and needles now. Even if they didn't react at first, they should react now. Even they, who were the best friends of Chen Qiqing, didn't know what happened in Chen Qiqing's family. It must be because Chen Qiqing didn't want the people around her to know. But now, because of a stranger, they also knew. Whoa, Chen Qiqing was crying sadly, and when she saw Suze appear in front of her, she cried even more sadly. She couldn't stop. It wasn't grievance, nor was it fear that other people would know the secret of her family's misfortune. I just can't express my sadness. At the age of 18, when I was preparing for the college entrance examination for the second time, I suddenly lost my parents. It was understandable that I would cry harder. Suze thought Chen Qiqing did a good job. No one in school knew her secret, which was enough to show how strong she was during this period. After thinking about it, Suze also sat down in front of Chen Qiqing. Then he said, actually, my parents died when I was very young. Actually, my parents passed away when I was very young. There is no cadence, nor is there any pretense of affection. Suze just told his story in a very ordinary tone. The effect of this was pretty good, it felt sincere, and at least it completely attracted the attention of a few people at once. Even Chen Keqing, who was still crying, blinked her eyes hazy with tears and looked at Suze. What is more sad than the death of my parents is that after my parents died, nothing was left behind, no house, no inheritance, only some debts. Fortunately, the creditors saw that I was young and said that debts are wiped out after death, forget it, following Suze's eloquent talk. The word miserable kept popping up in several people's minds. So, when I first entered elementary school, I started to bounce around my relatives' houses. My relatives didn't like me very much. After all, I was a burden, and I was often bullied. When I was in 3rd grade, I stayed with relatives and had a sister who was several years older than me. She scolded me and hit me every day. And when I was in 5th grade, fortunately, my life changed when I was in junior high school. Although I still lived with relatives, I started to make money on my own. I used some legal and illegal methods to earn my first pot of gold and have my own life. After the small treasury was opened, everything slowly got better, as Suze's story goes deeper. Chen Keqing unconsciously forgot to cry. Because now she only felt that Suze was really miserable. Compared with Suze, she was pretty good. Although her parents had an accident, they left a lot of inheritance. The same goes for her other 2 classmates. In addition to feeling that Suze's experience was miserable, he was also impressed by Suze's handsomeness. He has been making money since junior high school. No wonder Suze drove a multi-million-dollar car when he first brought them to the park. Okay, that's the end of the story. After finishing his story, Suze smiled and asked, "How is it? My life experience of less than 20 years is pretty exciting, right?" The 3 tall girls all nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Chen Keqing looked at Suze with hazy eyes, wishing she could hug Suze now. Not only because we share the same problem, but also because I think Suze is too cool and awesome. Suze also felt that his experience was quite impressive. The only fly in the ointment is, in the story just now, except for the fact that his parents died, the rest were made up by him. So, don't cry, I'm still with you. Suze raised his hand and gently wiped away the tears that had not yet dried on Chen Keqing's face. The girl's skin was as white and delicate as mutton fat jade, and incredibly soft. Well, Chen Keqing hurriedly wiped away her tears and returned to her previous state. I couldn't hold it back just now, but I'm fine now. It was okay, but things happened after all. Although Chen Keqing's 2 female classmates are very sensible and have repeatedly promised to help keep secrets, at least not to talk nonsense before the college entrance examination, it is of no use. As long as some classmates know about it, the feeling will be different if the secret is kept secret. Just like this moment. It is impossible to imagine flying a kite carefree like just now. The 2 classmates will always take care of Chen Keqing's feelings, and this is what Chen Keqing doesn't want to see. Of course Suze doesn't care. He said to himself, "You don't need to be so serious. Anyway, in a few days, you might all become orphans, and everyone will be the same by then." Later, Suze drove a few girls home. First, he sent away the 2 female classmates, and then sent off Chen Keqing. However, when the car drove to the entrance of the community garage, Suze suddenly parked on the side of the road. "Your classmate was here just now. There was something very important and serious that I didn't say." Suze put one hand on the steering wheel, turned his head, and suddenly said to Chen Keqing. "What's important?" the co-pilot, Chen Keqing, asked weakly. "I want to apologize to you because I seem to have gotten you into trouble." Suze pretended to be serious. "What's the trouble?" Frightened by Suze's seriousness, Chen Keqing swallowed. "Do you know who was the person who talked to you in the park earlier? That person was a young man from a prominent family. I have a grudge against him. He may want to kill me now, and you are considered by him to be my girlfriend, so he might also send someone to attack you." Suze said it vividly. Chen Keqing was so frightened that she swallowed again. "Real or false, so scary, no wonder that person knows about my family, so do you understand what I mean? We are all in danger now." Suze continued. "Yes, can you call the police?" Chen Keqing asked sincerely. "Guess, if you call the police for someone like him who has great hands and eyes, it will be useless. When the deputy director comes, you have to toast him first. Can they help us?" Suze sneered and said. "Then what should we do?" Chen Keqing shrank her neck and asked. Frankly speaking, she was still a little doubtful. Speaking of vigilance, Chen Keqing has always maintained good vigilance. Although I have some crush on Suze, I am not impulsive. She would believe whatever Suze said. But Suze was prepared. He took out his phone and opened the video. It was the surveillance screen Shin Yushir showed him before. This is the surveillance video of him sending people to attack me last night. Take a look. Chen Keqing looked at the video carefully, and Suze continued to explain the whole story, including the relationship with Shin Yushir and the details of being misunderstood by the young master. It's really the surveillance video from last night. I seem to have seen this community before. Oh, it's the villa area where Lei Lei lives. Oh my god, so what Suze said is true? In this surveillance video, Suze is so powerful, it's like he's filming a movie. It seems that the fire is almost ready. Suze spoke at this time. Do you understand now? We are already on the same boat. Chen Keqing nodded blankly. But there was not much fear in her eyes. Perhaps because the danger has not really appeared in front of her, she can't feel the real fear. You have to stay with me these few days, so that I can always protect your safety. You can see that I am very good at fighting. The dagger is revealed. But Chen Keqing had temporarily believed Suze's words at this moment. She asked honestly, then are you going to live in my house? No, go to where I live, so that I am more familiar with the surrounding environment. Suze struck while the iron was hot and said, go back now to get some clothes to change, and then say hello to your aunt, and say that you are going to stay at a classmate's house for a few days. I will send you the address immediately. After Chen Keqing's parents passed away, her aunt came to take care of her for a while, but recently her aunt had something to do and was temporarily away. Okay, I'll go upstairs to get it. Chen Keqing sniffed, looking like a stupid beauty. Suze nodded, then drove the car into the garage. After going downstairs, Chen Keqing opened the car door and got out of the passenger seat. Suddenly, Suze called her. Hey, wait. Chen Keqing turned around and asked coquettishly, what's wrong? Suze said seriously, bring your homework too. Chen Keqing, this is your room. After returning home, Suze helped Chen Keqing put away her luggage. First, I introduced the girl to her room. The house Suze lives in now is very ordinary, with 2 bedrooms. He usually uses one, and the other is a guest room, which he can use occasionally. The layout in the guest room is relatively simple, but it has everything you need. If you want to read and do homework, you can go to the study room. Suze pointed to the study room directly opposite the guest room. The study room is quite spacious, with a desk and a computer table with a desktop. You go to the study and sit for a while. I'll help you change the quilt. I'll take you out for dinner later. Very much like a host, Suze arranged everything properly. Ma, I'm sorry to bother you. Chen Keqing stuttered. He turned his head cautiously and looked around. After all, this is the first time to be alone in a room with a reliable adult male, so I feel a little nervous and restrained. By the way, let me help you clean up your desk first. Noticing the notebook on the table in the study room, Suze walked over and put the notebook away with clean movements. Doomsday information is recorded here, so it's better to keep it properly. When Suze was cleaning up the desk, Chen Keqing stared at the notebook in Suze's hand. She felt a little curious because she felt that Suze mainly wanted to take away the notebook. Diary. Suze explained casually. Oh, Chen Keqing took another look at the notebook and was more curious about the contents than before. After cleaning up the study, Suze turned around and went to clean up the guest room. Chen Keqing sat obediently on the chair in the study room. While Suze was busy with other things, she took another look at the bookshelves in the study room. The girl's eyes passed over the books on the second floor of the bookshelf one by one, the Analects of Confucius, Wang Yangning Collection, Zhuangzi. So many books, in it, will there be a book like Jin Ping Mei? Oh, I'm so nervous. What if Suze wants to push me down later? You don't be nervous, you have to have firm principles, Chen Keqing. Mom said that if something is too easy to get, it will not be cherished. If Suze wants it, I will definitely refuse it. Well, at least refuse it a few more times. Obviously, classmate Chen Keqing prefers to read spring and autumn period. The books placed on the bookshelf do not understand Chen Keqing's elegant style. And at this moment, Suze, who was making the bed in the guest room, eavesdropped on Chen Keqing's thoughts while looking at the notebook he put on the bedside with a smile on his face. He now has a plan to overthrow Chen Keqing. Late at night. In the study. Lying on the desk, Chen Keqing's eyelids were twitching. The math test paper under her pen seemed to have hypnotic characters, attacking her fragile defense line all the time. Nothing special happened this night. After dinner, she sat in the study room and studied hard for 5 hours. Because Suze was reading next to her, she didn't even have the nerve to look at her cell phone, so she didn't know how many times she screamed in her heart, the power of love is so great. In order to maintain a good image in front of the people he likes, the scumbag suddenly turned into a top student. Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Don't worry. I'll watch over you at night. Suze suddenly looked over at her and said. I'm a little sleepy. Chen Qiqing stretched her waist. Her plump and undulating curves were particularly eye-catching. I also have an eyeliner. If there is any trouble, I should be able to give early warning, so have a good rest and don't be afraid. Suze said matter-of-factly. Oh. Chen Qiqing hid her shame. If Suze didn't mention this matter, she would have almost forgotten that she came to live at Suze's house because she was hiding from that young master. Well, I'll go to bed first. Chen Qiqing stood up and said shyly. Well, go ahead. Good night. Good night. The door of the guest room is closed gently. Suze smiled to himself. What he just said about having an informant who could provide early warning is of course nonsense. But the crisis does exist. After all, Bai Jimo was physically vaporized by him. He might be fine today, but if the Bai family still can't find anyone tomorrow, they should be suspicious. If you move faster, maybe someone will be able to find out about Suze tomorrow. Therefore, what Suze said to Chen Qiqing in the afternoon was not entirely intentional intimidation. Certainly. These are unimportant little things. When the end comes, the past may not matter anymore. Countdown to doomsday, 1 day, 18 hours and 16 minutes, in a blink of an eye, it's almost 6 o'clock in the morning. After Suze took a look at the cooling time of the simulator, he stood up, went to the living room to get a glass of hot water, then returned to the desk and sat down again. The notebook was taken out again. The cooldown time was about to end, so he had to hurry up and start the simulation. Strictly speaking, if he gets lucky, there is still enough time left for him to get 3 simulation rewards. But if he had to rush for 3 rewards to operate, time would be too tight. Therefore, it may be better to lower your expectations and set the goal to only get 2 simulation rewards, and you will still have plenty of time. The cooldown time of the Doomsday simulator has ended. The moment the cooling time ended, Suze chose to start the simulation. The Doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Random landing, purple. You will be randomly teleported to a certain place in the world at the moment of the Doomsday, but it will not be on the sea. At the same time, you will encounter a magical event during your Doomsday journey. Yu-Gi-Oh! White. You are very good at all kinds of games and have a high level of comprehension. Axe King. Green. You can summon a huge axe as your weapon. When holding this weapon, you can use the ability of jumping to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. A purple talent appeared. And it is a cost-type talent. Suze's eyes directly ignored the 2 replies behind and locked on the purple talent. This type of talent is relatively rare. And the last cost-type talent that made him earn a lot of money was the Devil's Contract. It's a pity that it's just a purple talent. I'm afraid it's not that good. Suze muttered to himself in his heart. But even if it's not that good, you still have to choose it. Encounter a magical event. Before officially choosing the talent, Suze read the talent introduction again. The magical events in the introduction seem quite vague. I don't even know if the things I will encounter are good or bad. Let's not talk about the good things. If it's a bad thing, it's probably encountering a highly threatening containment object. If I can see the true appearance of various containments, it's not a loss. After so many days of simulation, Suze is still not clear about the Doomsday information. But the information about the containment objects is basically nothing, and there is no clue about the falling stars at the end of the Doomsday. If the simulator can control the selection by itself, Suze will definitely explore and dig for these 2 points now. The inherent talent Random Landing, purple, has been selected. Simulation starts. On the first day, the Doomsday came as expected. In the blink of an eye, you were teleported to another city in the country, Yuncheng. When you looked up and looked around, you found yourself in the bustling area of the city. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply, the weather was bad, and flights were grounded. After careful consideration, you decided to stay in Yuncheng. While the money still had some effect, you opened an ordinary room in Jingyi Hotel. I plan to observe the direction of the situation first. On the 3rd day, you stayed in the hotel room without going out. The internet was good and bad. When the internet was still good, you read a lot of local news and saw a lot of shocking news. In the evening, Chen Qiqing came out of Avalon and asked you to come in for dinner. On the 4th day, there was a problem with the power supply. However, the hotel had a backup power supply and barely maintained the power supply. At the same time, you noticed noises coming from the street from time to time. You knew that it was the gradual outbreak of pollution in the area. On the 5th day, you went out for a walk, and a large-scale outbreak occurred in the contaminated area. You saw many people dying in batches during this period. After returning to the hotel, you found that your room was occupied by strangers. You negotiated, but to no avail. You leave the hotel. On the 6th day, you discussed with Chen Qiqing and asked her to hide in Avalon temporarily and not come out. She expressed confusion until you showed her the various horrific scenes you took while walking yesterday, and she gave up decisively. Yes, it means that I want to be a deadhouse. On the 7th day, you discover that the hotel is actually a safe zone. When you return to the hotel, a refugee recognizes you as the strong man who killed someone before. You got the best room because of it. A woman is courting you, but you think the other person is too dirty to reject. On the 8th day, there were more and more refugees near the hotel, and there were many people living in the corridors. On the 9th day, an awakened person appears in your safe zone. On the 10th day, because you have killed someone before, the awakened one comes to look for trouble. You order the guardian angel to press the other person's head against the wall and use the other person's brain to paste the wall. After a shocking battle, you became the master of the safe zone. On the 11th day, a new awakened person appears. On the 12th day, the number of awakened people increased. On the 13th day, a fighter plane crashed in the city. You know, the sky above the polluted area is not safe. On the 14th day, Yunchen. Su-zhe muttered softly. While searching the map on the computer, I quickly found the hotel mentioned in the simulation text. Of course, the hotel is not the point. The point is, after the end of the world, it will be the same no matter where in the world it is. The division of contaminated zones and safe zones is like cutting the originally complete world continent into thousands of isolated islands. Each island is surrounded by water and polluted areas. The dangers in these contaminated areas vary, but they are all deadly. The most desperate thing is that neither the sky nor the earth is safe. The air above and below the contaminated area are restricted areas. Even Su-zhe, who has simulated it many times, still doesn't know the upper and lower dimensions of the contaminated area, where the specific boundaries are, or even whether there are any boundaries. In short, after the doomsday comes, the living space of mankind will become isolated islands. It's darkly humorous. When the apocalypse reaches the midterm, many people may think that the safe zone means absolute safety, so they begin to think about accepting the status quo and plan to build a new world. Until the overflow of the contaminated area and the appearance of the chosen one, despair came again. With my current strength, it doesn't matter where I am born. Su-zhe thought confidently. On the 18th day, you collected enough information and began to help Chen Qiqing prepare to become an awakened person. On the 20th day, with no danger, Chen Qiqing was successfully promoted to the awakened one. On the 35th day, you once again defeated the awakened people who came from other safe areas, and hung the bodies of these people outside the hotel to follow suit. On the 40th day, you heard that in a nearby safe zone, order completely collapsed, many people died, and the remaining people fled. Many new faces also appeared in the safe zone under your jurisdiction. On the 50th day, you asked for official news. On the 60th day, the safe zone under your jurisdiction is almost overcrowded. Many people rely on your strength and your rule. After thinking about it, you decided to attack the nearby safe zone. Day 61, heavy fog. You originally planned to hide in the safe zone, but by some mistake, you went out and lost your way in the fog. At a certain moment, you felt that the talent of random landing was at work. In the fog, you see a girl who is also disoriented. 10 points, this is the evaluation you gave without hesitation when you saw the girl's appearance. After the conversation, you learned the other person's name, Shi Xiaoye, and you shivered in the fog until you summoned the entrance to Avalon. On the 62nd day, facing the strange and beautiful girl you picked up from outside, Chen Qiqing felt that her status was threatened, but because she thought Shi Xiaoye was so good-looking and had a good personality, Chen Qiqing quickly surrendered. But you began to doubt Shi Xiaoye's identity, and you suspected that she was a protected object. On the 63rd day, you have been eavesdropping on Shi Xiaoye's thoughts all day long, but you don't get much information. You only know that she is a first-level awakened person and has no spiritual speech skills. On the 64th day, Shi Xiaoye expressed that he understands your doubts and hopes that you can continue to study her, because she has forgotten her past and only remembers what happened after meeting you in the fog. On the 65th day, Shi Xiaoye and Chen Qiqing played online games for a day. Day 66, continue playing games. Day 67, playing games. On the 68th day, you preached and advised the two of them not to play games all day long. They felt guilty. Day 69, playing games. On the 70th day, being tortured by computer players made him angry and Shi Xiaoye said he would never play games again. Day 71, continue playing games. What kind of useless beautiful girl is this? The content of the simulation made Su-zhe curse in his heart. Looking at the simulation content of the previous few days, he thought that the talent of random landing was really comparable to the devil's contract. I picked up a big treasure for him. I always feel that this girl named Chi Shioye hides an amazing secret. But I didn't expect that this girl would become good sisters with Chen Keqing so quickly, and they would become good for-nothing otakus together. Found it in heavy fog, and we suspect she is a containment object. Suze stopped complaining and read the simulation text again. You can tell. In the simulation, I was really doubtful about Qi Xiaoye's origins at first. But it is estimated that nothing was found. So much so that the subsequent simulation text only records some unimportant things, kindness. You can't say it's not important. At least after reading the content for a few days, it can be seen that this girl named Qi Xiaoye is a novice at gaming. Is there a possibility that she is really just an ordinary girl who lost her memory because she encountered some terrifying creatures in the fog? Suze continued to think. But thinking can't solve doubts. You have to continue to simulate to solve them. On the 72nd day, after being beaten several games by Chen Keqing with one hand, Qi Xiaoye learned from the painful experience and announced his retirement. She began to help you research the formula for the second-level awakener. On the 73rd day, you openly collected information about becoming a second-level awakener, and some people mistakenly thought that you were afraid of the power of second-level awakeners. Someone challenged you, and you killed him in seconds. The safe zone under your jurisdiction returned to peace. On the 74th day, you compiled a set of formulas, but because the spells used by Chen Keqing and Qi Xiaoye were different, you needed to prepare another set of formulas. On the 75th day, using the formula you provided, Qi Xiaoye tried to be promoted to a second-level awakener. You guarded her throughout the process because you wanted to observe her carefully and know her true identity. You didn't gain much. She was not much different from other second-level awakeners you saw. You were almost convinced that she was a human girl who lost her memory due to an accident. In addition, when she advanced, she awakened the word spirit technique. On the 76th day, you summarized a new formula. On the 77th day, with the Father God's talent of listening, you heard that the official Yunqing was in some trouble. Because the place where the trouble happened was not far from where you were, you went there in person to calm the chaos. As a result, you were invited by the official Yunqing and you were invited to join. On the 78th day, using the formula you provided, Chen Keqing successfully promoted to a second-level awakener. She also obtained the word spirit technique during the awakening process. On the 79th day, the official Yunqing stabilized its position and began to operate. You took the opportunity to form a department loyal to you and began to master the power of intelligence. On the 83rd day, relying on the talent of global connection, your communication network successfully spread to Suchun. On the 85th day, you got in touch with Qin Yushi. As you expected, she was very good and still firmly controlled the leadership position near Su University. On the 89th day, Qin Yushi suddenly requested to join the official Suching safe zone. With your instruction and support, she entered the safe zone and became your spy in Suchun. On the 90th day, Qin Yushi complained to you that in the doomsday, the living environment was bad and people were evil. On the 96th day, a transport plane carrying supplies took off at risk, but crashed over Yunqing. An absolutely safe route has not yet been opened. On the 100th day, when exchanging intelligence, Qin Yushi was feverish to you, but you were out of reach. On the 101st day, after communicating with many parties, you decided to go to BC-10, where you will continue to preside over official intelligence work. On the 102nd day, the plane you were on crashed halfway, but fortunately you were well prepared and parachuted successfully. On the 110th day, you arrived in Suching after crossing hundreds of kilometers. On the 111th day, you met Qin Yushi, and that night, you had sex. On the 112th day, before the fog came, you went to BC-10. The simulation text slowly progressed. But it seems that this round of simulation is just a continuation of the last simulation yesterday. With the talent of global connection, I joined the official and tried to collect intelligence more widely. Of course, Suze did not think that there was anything wrong with this choice. On the contrary, this was exactly the simulation content that Suze wanted to see. Whether it was the Easter egg secrets that were still hidden in the doomsday and had never appeared, or the falling of the stars at the end of the doomsday, they all needed intelligence support to get the final decryption. But, at this moment, the simulation has not attracted Suze's attention. Qi Xiaoye, who originally made him most curious and concerned, did not seem to have such a complicated origin as imagined. At least in the simulation, I must have treated Qi Xiaoye as an ordinary girl. If I had to say, what was special about this girl? I could give a girl 10 points at first sight, and Suze would not mind if there were more. Another thing worth mentioning is Qin Yushir. In the simulation, I actually did not bring her. It is definitely impossible to say that he did not know the interests of random landing in the simulation. After all, he had clearly abandoned the secrets of Avalon and protected Shinkiching inside before the end of the world. In this case, he could have taken Qin Yushir with him in advance. Only cats that have been beaten by wild cats outside know the good of home. Suze smiled and thought to himself. On the 115th day, there was a heavy fog. Fearing the fog, Shishoya stayed in Avalon all day and was unwilling to come out. On the 120th day, you began to study the advanced formula for the third level awakener. On the 126th day, you helped Shishoya successfully advance. On the 129th day, your intelligence network played a role and you got news about the containment object. On the 130th day, you received a group of photos taken by investigators with their lives. The content of the photos was a mysterious creature. You couldn't get much useful information from the photos alone, but when Qi Xiaoye passed by, she recognized the containment object at a glance and told you the secret of the containment object. You were extremely surprised and asked her about it. She told you that the information about the containment object suddenly popped up in her head, and she didn't know why. On the 131st day, you discussed the containment object with Qi Xiaoye all day. You were sure that Qi Xiaoye's ability to identify the information about the containment object did not come from her words and spirits. On the 132nd day, you fed Qi Xiaoye with good food and drink, hoping that she could remember the information about other collections. She was passive and lazy. At night, you used your bath towel to teach her a lesson. On the 135th day, you got information about other collections. On the 136th day, after confirming the information, you took a risk and went to the place where the collection appeared in person to investigate. During the investigation, you saw a strange humanoid music box. The moment you saw the music box, Qi Xiaoye interpreted the information of the mysterious creature again. She nervously told you that if you can't escape from the sight of the music box in 30 seconds, it will play music and kill you. You tried to seize the initiative and attack the music box, but to no avail. You escaped. On the 137th day, based on the characteristics of the music box, you made a new plan. With the help of the mechanism of escaping from the vision card, you attacked the music box with all your strength 20 times and destroyed it physically. You brought the body of the music box back for research. Surprisingly, you killed the collection. Sitting at the desk, Suze couldn't help but straighten up and read this important simulation content carefully. First of all, the most important discovery. This girl named Qi Xiaoye is really not an ordinary person. She actually has the ability to directly read the information of the containment. Strictly speaking, this is the first time that Suze has clearly and detailed information about a containment in the simulation. And the containment is not invincible, which can also be seen from the simulation. In fact, similar information has appeared in the previous round of simulation. Someone controlled a powerful containment and killed people with it, but I don't know why it was backfired later. So, what's the use of killing the containment? Suze stared, questioning in his heart, and continued to simulate. Day 138, you spent the whole day studying the remains of the containment. On the 139th day, you summoned professionals who were loyal to you to study the remains of the contained objects with you. You have concluded that the material that constructs the body of the contained object is an ordinary material in nature. On the 140th day, you continue to study. On the 145th day, you ended your research on the remains of the containment object, and you did not get any more useful information. Day 146, that's it? Suze, who was holding a signature pen and preparing to record the relevant information in detail on paper, didn't know whether he should write or not. Obviously, the self in the simulation has really tried his best to study it. I even tried to sway people, but still didn't get much useful information. There are only two possibilities. Or, the research direction is wrong. Or, there's just really nothing to study. Taking a breath of relief, Suze simply recorded that some of the contained objects were made of ordinary substances, which was information that might not be useful. It's not a loss. One of my simulation goals today is information on these contained objects. Although the information obtained now is still pitiful. But he has this magical girl Qi Xiaoye. As long as he finds Qi Xiaoye at the right time and place in the next simulation and travels with him, there will definitely be more and more similar information. And the current round of simulation is not over yet. Maybe there will be more exciting information in the follow-up. appearing in the simulation text. Day 165, Heavy Fog. On the 177th day, you helped Shishoya advance to the 4th level of awakening. You were surprised to find that her talent was extremely high. During this advancement, she awakened the art of speaking and spirituality again. Now she has 3 different spiritual techniques. On the 178th day, you helped Shin Yushir and Shenkiching complete the advancement. On the 180th day, in each safe zone, the chosen ones continue to emerge, and you just sit back and watch. On the 192nd day, you killed a chosen one who escaped. 193 days, Heavy Snowfall. On the 194th day, the snow stopped. Qi Xiaoye was playful. At her suggestion, you made a snowman on the roof. The blood moon covered the snowman with strange colors, but you thought the scenery in front of you was nice. After fighting with Qin Yushir and Shen Kiching, Qi Xiaoye panted and sat down next to you. After talking, she kissed you, and you heard her heartfelt voice and said that she really liked you. Your vision was blurred, and when you came back to your senses, you found that you had become an awakened person. On the 195th day, you secretly studied your newly acquired power. You discovered that after you became an awakened person, the power contained in your body was even stronger than that of the current 4th level awakened person. Later, you will tell Qi Xiaoye and others about your changes. On the 196th day, you study together. You want to know why you suddenly became an awakened person. You even doubt whether you should be called an awakened person. On the 197th day, you are convinced that your changes are indeed the same as those of the awakened ones around you. On the 198th day, you accepted the status quo. Now you are an awakened person, but you are still paying attention to the details in life, because you don't know how you triggered the magic and became an awakened person. Now, the simulated text that appeared in front of him made Su Zhe's eyes widen a lot. I originally thought that the subsequent simulation would bring more information about the contained objects, but I didn't expect that there would be another surprise. A target that has almost been forgotten by him, or rather abandoned by him. Become the awakened one. This goal actually resurfaced at this moment, and appeared so suddenly. What triggered it and made me become an awakener? Su Zhe looked thoughtful. He reread the simulation. Reading it from beginning to end, I still didn't find any clear signal. And in the simulation, he was also confused. He didn't know what happened, why he suddenly woke up. Variable, what is it? Su Zhe continued to think. He was searching for memories and comparing them with countless previous simulations. In this round of simulation, what variables were introduced? There is no doubt that the biggest variable is the mysterious beautiful girl Qi Xiaoye. Secondly, in this round of simulation, he killed a contained object. But these 2 variables don't seem to be the key. If Qi Xiaoye was his recipe, then why didn't Qi Xiaoye's existence make him awaken before? After everyone had been together for more than 100 days, he suddenly awakened. If killing the contained object was his recipe, the delay was too high. It took so long before he woke up. It can't be because she likes me that she awakened me. Su Zhe scratched his head, dumbfounded. Don't tell me, there is a slight possibility that the answer is this. But it's only a tiny bit possible. Let's continue the simulation first. After thinking about it, Su Zhe set his sights on the simulator again. Day 233, Heavy Fog. Qi Xiaoye is still afraid of the fog and hides in Avalon. Day 250, you get information about the containment again, but because the location of the incident is too far away, you choose to give up the investigation. Day 270, after consuming a lot of manpower and material resources, you got a photo of a certain containment. After Qi Xiaoye looked at the photo, he really revealed the secret of the containment. But according to Qi Xiaoye's description, the containment in the photo is not something you can deal with. Although you want to explore the secret, you don't want to die. Day 288, Heavy Fog. Day 305, you are tired of the worldly turmoil and start to purge your enemies. Day 330, a big earthquake, you look up and see the stars falling. Congratulations, you have survived to the end of the doomsday. Evaluation of this simulation, drink Shinbao, and you and she will be fine at the end of the world. Please choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Random landing, purple. 2. A piece of information about the containment. 3. Axe, green. Su Zhe ignored the simulation reward. If the information content of the second reward was replaced with information about Qi Xiaoye, he might have hesitated again and again. But if it was just information about a certain containment, then forget it. Containments are also strong and weak. Taking advantage of the simulator cooling time, Su Zhe looked back at the simulation text. 270 days after the end of the world, although he got the relevant information about the containment again, he gave up the exploration in this simulation. I can understand. After all, the self in the simulation will take survival as the first priority. And life is so comfortable, how could he take risks for something that may not be worthwhile? But how strong can this containment be? Suze had a question in his mind. Of course, this question cannot be answered for the time being, and can only rely on subsequent simulations. Qi Xiaoye. Suze whispered the name softly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good. The first important thing before and after the end of the world is to find this mysterious beautiful girl first. Simulator cooling time has ended. The 10-minute cooling time ended quickly. Suze, who had discovered the new world, couldn't wait to start a new round of simulation. Inherent talent Fatal Curse, Blue, has been selected. Simulation starts. On the first day, the end of the world came as expected. Your flight landed smoothly at Yunqing Airport. You took Shinkiching to Jingyi Hotel to check in. On the second day, the temperature dropped sharply. On the 19th day, you killed 3 Awakeners again to maintain your dominance in the safe zone. On the 41st day, an Awakener carried a gun and attempted to challenge your rule. You killed him mercilessly and hung his body outside the door for public display. On the 61st day, the fog you had been waiting for 2 months finally arrived today. Due to the lack of accurate intelligence, you could only grope around in the fog. The good news was that you did not lose your way in the fog. The bad news was that you did not find the person you were looking for. Qi Xiaoye did not appear in the fog. On the 62nd day, you mobilize all your strength and continue to search for Qi Xiaoye nearby. On the 70th day, you still haven't obtained any information about Qi Xiaoye, and you begin to wonder if she has met with an accident. On the 117th day, you will look for Qi Xiaoye as a long-term goal, and continue to use your intelligence network to search for all her information. On the 329th day, you still haven't found Qi Xiaoye, and you haven't become an Awakener. Fortunately, relying on your powerful talent, you are still almost invincible. On the 330th day, a major earthquake, stars fell, and the end of the world seemed to have arrived. Congratulations, you have completed all the doomsday simulations. The inherent talent Death, Green, has been selected. On the first day, the end of the world came as expected, and you and Shinkiching stayed at the Jingyi Hotel in Yunqing. On the second day, the temperature dropped sharply. On the 61st day, fog appeared, and you explained your affairs to Shinkiching in Avalon, because you planned to take a risk and rely on your talent to force yourself to get lost in the fog, because you thought that this might be able to find Qi Xiaoye. You failed. You did lose your way in the fog, but you still didn't find the person you were looking for. On the 101st day, you join BC-10 and take charge of intelligence work. You continue to search for Qi Xiaoye. You have selected the inherent talent Desperate, Blue. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected. You choose Yunqing as your doomsday birthplace. On the second day, on the 61st day, a thick fog appears. You tell Chen Kiching about your planned adventure. She objects, but because she sees your determination, she accompanies you in the adventure. You lose your way in the fog, you encounter a strong enemy, you flee back to Avalon, and a terrifying monster breaks into Avalon to hunt you down. You run out of healing energy and both of you die. The inherent talent Death Scythe, Green, has been selected. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected, and you choose SC35 as your doomsday birth point. On the 61st day, with the help of the talent of Global Connection, you control an ordinary person from the direction of Yunqing, enter the fog, and look for Qi Xiaoye, but unfortunately there is no useful discovery. On the 115th day, you are still trying to find Qi Xiaoye, but you are no longer so persistent in this goal. On the 192nd day, you get information about the containment. Because the distance is relatively close, you go to investigate. During the investigation, you accidentally alarm a powerful containment, and you are chased. You use up all the healing energy and you die. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 hours have passed. The content displayed on the simulator gradually calms Suze's mood. Because of unexpected troubles. Originally, I thought that as long as I searched for Qi Xiaoye in the dark near the hotel in Yunqing on the day when the fog first appeared, I would be able to meet this mysterious girl. But the fact is obviously not the case. More than a dozen consecutive simulation attempts ended in failure. No matter what posture he used to find Qi Xiaoye, whether he ignored the danger and went into battle himself, or used the global connection to control others to enter the fog to search, he just couldn't find her. Could it be that some of the previous information misled me? Suze frowned, thinking about what went wrong. Is there a problem with the location? Or is there a problem with the time? Or is there a problem with all of them? If I knew her appearance, Suze exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling helpless. The talent of global connection is useless at this moment. Because in addition to the name, he must at least know the other party's general appearance before he can directly lock onto the other party and try to connect. In common sense, it is not difficult to investigate the other party's appearance. There is an official population system, and you can find out with a casual check. However, what he can think of at this moment, can he not think of it in the simulation? He must have tried this method before, but it didn't work. So he can only use such a stupid method to find. If I just can't find her, she is just a special existence that appeared because of the previous talent. Suze tapped the table with his index finger, thinking of this possibility. If this is true, then he doesn't need to try again. Unless he draws the exact same talent again. So, I have to accept this reality. She is just a magical person that I met by chance in the simulation? Thinking of this, Suze couldn't help but sneered, and a fierce look flashed across his face. No. He must find this girl named Qi Xiaoye. Without her, his doomsday journey feels like it will lack something crucial. Let's not talk about anything else. Just Qi Xiaoye's ability to recognize the information of the containment at a glance is enough for him to go to great lengths to find the other party, not to mention that Qi Xiaoye seems to be the key formula for him to become an awakener. However, if he really can't find it, then the second half of the previous dozen simulations should be the choice he will make. He still has to find her, but he can't risk his life to find her. After all, in the previous simulation, even if he took out Avalon, he could not escape the pursuit of the terrifying creatures. This is enough to show that he can't really do whatever he wants in the doomsday. The simulator cooling time has ended. Amidst the complicated thinking, the cooling time ended again. Without thinking, Suze immediately chose to start a new round of simulation. The doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Advent, Gold. You can instantly teleport a certain amount of matter, including yourself, to a certain target point. After teleporting, you can stay at the target location for up to 7 hours. Within 7 hours, you can choose to teleport back at any time. Healing Kiss, Green. Your kiss can heal others, but such treatment will consume your energy. Clairvoyance, Green. Your ears are very sensitive and can hear sounds from far away, but you need to concentrate to exert the ability of this talent. The inherent talent Advent has been selected. Simulation starts. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected, and you choose SC35 as your doomsday birth point. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply and panic spreads. Although the family is not short of food, Chen Keqing still drags you out to buy. Unfortunately, there are too many people rushing to buy, and you return empty-handed. On the third day, shocking news keeps coming. On the 17th day, you defeat the challenger again and cultivate new spies. On the 18th day, you really use the talent of Advent for the first time. You set the starting point of the transmission in Avalon and only transmit yourself. You come to the BC-18 safe zone, give a middle-aged woman a big bag, and then choose to teleport back. Now you understand exactly how to use Advent. You are glad that you have the talent of global connection, otherwise it would not be convenient to use the talent of Advent. On the 61st day, the fog came. You had already deployed 7 spies in Yuncheng. You sent them all into the fog. 6 of them found nothing, and 1 got lost in the fog. The lost spies encountered terrifying creatures in the fog. Because you shared the spies' vision, you also saw the indescribable monsters. You consumed a layer of healing energy and finally recovered. On the 62nd day, you continue to control the spies and search for Qi Xiaoye and Yunqing. On the 101st day, you come to BC-10 and continue to preside over intelligence work. On the 153rd day, you get information about the containment or mythical creatures, but you have never considered continuing the investigation. The reason is that the terrifying creatures you saw on the 61st day still make you afraid. You know that in that unknown dark sea, there are still countless terrifying existences that can kill you. You don't want to take risks. On the 305th day, you still can't find Qi Xiaoye. On the 315th day, while fighting with other forces, you get information about nuclear bombs. Under your operation, a nuclear bomb was detonated, causing an unknown number of casualties. On the 325th day, a major earthquake, stars fell. Congratulations, you have completed all the doomsday simulations. Evaluation of this simulation. The oldest and strongest emotion of human beings is fear, and you were lucky enough to have tasted it. Please choose one of the following 3 simulation rewards. 1. Advent, Gold. 2. Healing Kiss, Green. 3. 1000 Mile Ear, Green. In front of the desk, Suze's eyes seemed a little stagnant. It was nothing else, just because there seemed to be a lot of simulation content worth pondering in this round of simulation. First of all, there is still not much progress in the information about Chishoya, so I won't mention it for the time being. Then there is the golden talent that I chose in this round of simulation, which is also relatively simple. The key point of using the talent is to know the exact target point in order to teleport there safely, and I won't go into this for the time being. There are 2 points that really make Suze fall into thinking at this moment. The first is the terrifying creature he saw on the 61st day of the doomsday. The simulation content does not clearly describe what kind of existence it is. However, just because he looked at the other person directly, he had to rely on the gift of the fall to heal himself. In other words, if he did not have the ability to heal, he might die just by looking at the other person. What level of terrifying existence is it? While questioning, Suze silently increased his vigilance against the end of the world. It is better not to go out on foggy days. Thinking about it this way, it seems that in the previous simulation content, Shishoya would be very scared every time the fog appeared. When I saw the simulation content before, I thought Shishoya just lost her way in the fog and had sequelae. But now it seems that maybe it is because she is more sensitive to those terrifying existences, so she is afraid of the fog. In addition to this information about mythical creatures, there is another new information that Suze pays attention to. Why is the end date of the end of the world advanced? It has always been the 330th day, when the stars fall and the end of the world. But in this round of simulation, this fixed date has changed. A few days earlier. Is it because of the nuclear bomb? Suze read the text and had a question. This is indeed a variable. In the previous simulation, he also got information about the nuclear bomb, but no one went to detonate the nuclear bomb, or someone might have detonated it, but it was far away, so far that his intelligence network could not cover it. It's worth investigating. Suze first concluded that he planned to observe this in the subsequent simulation. But there is no way to continue observing for the time being, because he wants to choose the talent of Advent. After all, it is a golden talent. Suze believes that since this talent is the highest level, it must have its reason, so it cannot be missed. Also, there is no need to worry about the remaining simulation time. Because after this round of cooling time ends, he still has a full 19 hours to simulate the doomsday as much as he wants. As long as he sticks to the last time point and chooses a simulation reward, it will be fine. Bang! There was a sound from the guest bedroom. It seems that some idiot accidentally hit his head, and he was embarrassed to make a sound. Suze smiled knowingly, came back to his senses, and chose the simulation reward first. Simulation reward Advent, Gold, has been selected. Doomsday Simulator enters cooling time, 19 hours and 59 minutes, after a while. The door of the guest bedroom was slowly pushed open. Chenkiching carefully poked her head out. Awake? There are ingredients in the refrigerator, otherwise, you can show your cooking skills and prepare 2 breakfasts? In the study, Suze tilted his head and smiled at her. Oh, okay. I'll go right away. When she heard that the task was cooking, which she was good at, Chenkiching immediately showed her enthusiasm. After a while, Chenkiching brought 2 exquisite breakfasts to the table. Suze was already sitting at the table, ready, but he was answering the phone at this time. Yeah, okay, said a lot. Wow, this is too much like her husband is a successful man, busy with business. It's like a flash marriage. So shy, I didn't know that my inner voice was stolen. Chenkiching pursed her lips and sighed sweetly. On the other side, Suze quickly answered the phone, and then said while eating breakfast, after eating, let's move to another place, just in time for some exercise. Chenkiching opened her mouth, huh? A few hours later. Chenkiching helped carry a bag of luggage to the new house that Suze had just bought. I'm so tired. Putting the luggage on the ground, Chenkiching collapsed on the sofa. In fact, there was not much to move, she was just physically weak. As for why they had to move, of course, it was because of this community, which was the place that Suze had chosen countless times in the simulation as the birthpoint of the doomsday, the safe zone SC-35. Of course, at this moment, no one knows this number yet. Thank you for your hard work. Suze followed from behind, closed the door, and asked Chenkiching, by the way, you high school students still have classes tonight, right? From a newlywed wife to a hard-working repeat student, it only takes a moment. Chenkiching sat up on the sofa and said crisply, well, I have to study in the evening, but isn't it inconvenient for us to move now? Suze knew that she was referring to the matter of the Bai family's young master, so he pretended to be serious and said, it's okay, we can go about our lives as usual. We can't tie ourselves up just because of his matter. Chen Keqing said and gave up the idea of asking for leave, which was not much in the first place. To be honest, the main reason why she doesn't want to go to school right now is because the news of her parents' death leaked yesterday. She was a little worried that she would feel strange eyes when she went back to school. She didn't want to cry again in public. During the time after lunch, Suze basically concentrated on organizing Avalon. The amount of the project was huge, and he didn't want to delay the work until more than 10 days after the end of the world, and he still hadn't completed the work. When the time is almost up, Suze called Chen Keqing, got out of the garage, drove, and personally took Chen Keqing to school. Go to a parking space near the school and turn off the engine. I will stay here all the time. If anything unexpected happens, remember to inform me as soon as we agreed before. I will appear by your side soon. Suze said seriously, holding back a smile. Oh, I know. Chen Keqing nodded vigorously. Then he opened the car door, got out of the car, and walked towards the back door of the school. Is that guy named Bai really that powerful? What if I get slapped from behind and can't even send a message? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could someone as smart as me be slapped? As the distance grew further, Chen Keqing's inner voice gradually became blurred. Suze immediately looked away and snickered in the driver's seat. All I can say is, I'm sorry, in the 2 days before and after the end of the world, I can only use this reason to keep you here with me. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Suze picked up the phone and glanced at the message on it. It was from Qin Yushi. Without thinking much, he returned a real-time positioning with his backhand. It didn't take long. A pretty shadow appeared outside the car window. Qin Yushi was dressed in a campus style today. She wore a short windproof jacket with a white sweatshirt on her upper body. Her chest curved proudly. Her lower body was in wide-leg jeans. They were obviously loose, but they could not cover the plump curvature of her buttocks. Your position is really hard to find. Opening the passenger door, Qin Yushi took the lead and complained. It was a little cold outside. After she sat in, she shook her hands first. I have to say that this woman's appearance is indeed a beauty in the world. Even this kind of sparse and ordinary action, as long as she does it, it is particularly eye-catching. Tell me, what's the matter? Suze smiled slightly and asked straight to the point. You have such a harsh tone, as if you are urging me to finish my work quickly. Are you so unhappy if you sit with me? Qin Yushi curled her lips, complained, and drove by the way, but she did not waste time, and continued said, there is indeed something that makes me very curious. Bai Jima was missing. Yes, I know. Suze nodded. You know? Qin Yushi raised her eyebrows. I killed him. Suze's expression was as calm as a dead man. It's rare to see such complete solidification on Qin Yushi's face. Real or false, although I have thought about this possibility, it is too incredible, but with Suze's character, would he joke with me about this kind of thing? Is there anything else? Suze said matter-of-factly, I'm in a good mood today. If you ask, I'll tell you. Let me think about it. She put away the surprise on her face. After thinking for a few seconds, Qin Yushi asked with a smile, why did you kill him? Well, Suze pondered, and suddenly laughed. When I was in elementary school, I was very naughty. I was often left alone by the head teacher to teach me, but I refused to change despite repeated teachings. No matter how many times I was slapped, I still continued to be naughty. Although the head teacher he doesn't like students like me very much, but my dad told the class teacher it's okay. Since he dared to do those things, he must have thought about how to bear the consequences. After returning home, my dad told my mother that I have to only people like me who dare to cause trouble can achieve great things in the future. Fortunately, Chen Keqing was not present. If she were to be there, she would definitely have to ask with her eyes wide open, didn't your parents pass away before you were in elementary school? Qin Yushi was silent. When Suze spoke, the smile on her face gradually grew stronger. Being naughty and causing trouble is the motivation. Being able to bear the consequences after being naughty and causing trouble is, it couldn't really be him. It's over. Why does this man look more and more handsome? It's easier to talk to smart people. Just make up a story and others will understand. Do you need my help? After a long time, Qin Yushi spoke again. How can you help? Suze pretended to be curious. Of course I'll help you with my mouth. Qin Yushi raised her white chin and said proudly. Just use your mouth? Suze asked with a smile. Words are not enough? Qin Yushi snorted and further explained, their family can't find anyone now, and they are already a little anxious. They are wondering who kidnapped him, So what I can help you is to help you clear the relationship and tell them that Jimao's disappearance has nothing to do with you, an ordinary college student. Although, before he disappeared, he was planning to deal with you, so you have certain suspicions. Well, that's quite reasonable. Su Zhe sneered. That's it, we are in the same boat now. Qin Yushi formed an alliance with Su Zhe in an extremely free and easy manner, and then opened the car door. I thought she was about to get out of the car, but she suddenly sat back down. No, I can't bear it anymore. Qin Yushi opened her beautiful eyes and stared at Su Zhe carefully. I want to ask another question, how did you do it? Unless you help me with your mouth now, this matter will always be a secret. Su Zhe decisively refused to answer. He had no plans to have a showdown with Qin Yushi now. The direct admission that he killed the person before was just to arouse Qin Yushi's curiosity. As for what the use of this curiosity is. Sure enough, you won't tell me, I must have been manipulated by him, and he deliberately aroused my curiosity. Man, I admit that you have attracted my attention. Qin Yushi, who harbored a domineering CEO in her heart, had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to dig into the truth after looking at Su Zhe for a few seconds and confirming that Su Zhe would not tell her. Honestly. At this moment, she only half believed Su Zhe's statement. Because I can't figure out how Su Zhe did it. But if it was really Su Zhe who did it, she would be a little afraid of Su Zhe, who could make Bai Jimao disappear silently, and probably make her disappear too. It was because of this consideration that Qin Yushi didn't ask Su Zhe how he did it at first. The more he knew, the more dangerous he was. There is a reason for this saying to be passed down. Ahem, forget it if you don't tell me. Qin Yushi reopened the car door and actually got out of the car this time. Before leaving, she turned back and added, anyway, if you need any help, you can call me. Then, I won't delay you in picking up your little girlfriend. On the way here, she asked Su Zhe why he parked here, so she knew that Su Zhe was waiting for Chen Keqing to finish class. In fact, it's not exactly waiting for Chen Keqing. He was concentrating on building the interior of Avalon, so it looked the same no matter where he sat. In a blink of an eye, it's time for the end of get out of class in the senior year of high school. Light rain fell from the sky. Sioux City is a southern city, and even on the coldest days, there is usually only a small amount of snow. In urban areas, snow is even more rare. At this moment, Su Zhe was holding an umbrella and waiting at the school gate. Looking up at the falling raindrops, he wondered whether he would see this kind of rain again on the day after the apocalypse, after the temperature dropped significantly. Su Zhe. Chen Keqing's voice brought Su Zhe's thoughts back. Pursing her small mouth, she walked out of the crowd of students and hid under Su Zhe's umbrella. Oops, should I hold his arm? I'm a little embarrassed. I don't know how that woman managed to hold his arm so naturally yesterday, just as she felt in her heart. Chen Keqing's pretty face was filled with shyness at this moment. She has obviously assumed the identity of her girlfriend. But when she tasted love for the first time, she was obviously very clumsy. If it were a girl with a little experience, she would definitely drag Su Zhe to make him admit the relationship first. As for Chen Keqing, she hasn't thought about that yet. She just took it for granted that Su Zhe should also like her. Isn't that enough? If Chen Keqing really asked what our relationship is now, it would be quite difficult for Su Zhe to handle it. After all, he is a scumbag who advocates no initiative, no rejection. Just like this moment. Ningning overheard Chen Keqing's tangled and shy voice, but he just didn't take the initiative. He only held an umbrella, kept the distance between them, and chatted about off-topic topics. Soon, I got in the car. Chen Keqing was in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Wow, it feels like my parents used to come to pick me up from school. Is this love? I like it so much. Hey, there seems to be a smell of perfume. There seems to be other girls sitting in this seat. Being able to smell the scent of Vicks and lingering in the air seems to be a natural skill for women. Fortunately, Su Zhe was prepared. Qin Yushi came to see me and sat in your seat for a while. Su Zhe started the car and smiled calmly. She is the spy I told you about. If there is any trouble, she will notify you in advance. Us. Oh, Chen Keqing blinked her clear eyes, no doubt that he was there. Do you have anything to buy? Su Zhe changed the subject. Well, I want to buy some snacks. After thinking for a moment, Chen Keqing replied honestly. Unexpectedly, Chen Keqing would suddenly think of buying a large amount of snacks the day before the end. Su Zhe had no choice but to grant her wish and take her to his convenience store. Whatever is in the store, take whatever you want. Really? Then I'm here. As if she had won the first prize in a shopping mall promotion, Chen Keqing's pretty face was filled with happiness and she took her pocket to put her loot. Su Zhe was at the counter, talking to the store manager. He originally planned to close the store the day after tomorrow, but when he came over at this moment, Su Zhe found a reason to ask the store manager not to open the store tomorrow and take a few days off. Not long after, Chen Keqing picked up several large bags of snacks and daily necessities and put them on the back seat of the car. Because she had just moved, some things had not been bought yet, so she stopped by the store to pick out some things that might be useful. Anyway, Su Zhe was using it for himself, so she was not polite. Although I moved to a new home, the atmosphere was the same as last night. Quite peaceful. Chen Keqing leaned on the desk and worked on the test papers for a while, then Su Zhe urged her to take a shower and go to bed. Is it finally coming? Are you asking me to wash my hands of everything and wait for favor in bed? Haha, didn't get excited, I thought about it yesterday. I have to reject it at least 3 times, twice, at least twice, or what if he doesn't cherish me? The girl's voice is as interesting as ever. Pity. According to Su Zhe's plan, she wouldn't even have a chance to refuse. Of course, this plan is not implemented now. Countdown to doomsday, 23 hours and 58 minutes, doomsday simulator cooling time remaining, 5 hours and 3 minutes, the time for the end is getting closer and closer. Su Zhe couldn't be said to be in a hurry, but he didn't have that much time either. You have to take advantage of the cooling time of the simulator to continue constructing Avalon. After the cooling time is over, you have to immediately devote yourself to the doomsday simulation. The last dozen hours. He wanted to make full use of it. He won't choose a simulated reward until he has figured out all the doomsday information he wants and can get. Then, end the 1.0 version of the simulator and wait for the end to truly come. In the blink of an eye. It's almost 5 o'clock in the morning. The emulator's cooldown is about to end. Su Zhe took a deep breath and turned his attention away from Avalon. He got up, went to the kitchen to get a glass of hot water, and then returned to the desk and sat down. The new home is more luxurious than the previous place. This is originally a high-end community, and both land and house prices are much more expensive than before. At this moment, the scenery in the new study is different from before. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows with a wider view, you can even get a glimpse of the quiet night. Waiting for the final cooling time, Su Zhe casually swiped open his phone. On the screen, the built-in browser popped up a news headline that attracted his attention. Ha! Su Zhe exclaimed, then clicked on the news to check. On the other side of this planet, there are already abnormalities. The content of the news surprised Su Zhe for a few seconds. Although the description in the news was still ambiguous, it just said that the moon over there looked a little wrong, and the color and size were abnormal. Perhaps many people would only think that the media made up this news again, but Su Zhe knew that this should be what was mentioned in the simulated text. The blood moon was in the sky. So, the end of the world is coming early? Such a thought only stayed in Su Zhe's mind for a few tenths of a second. Because he soon realized that it was his understanding of the concept of time based on human beings that led him to preconceived ideas. The end of the world did not come early, it just slowly descended on this world in its proper posture. In other words, the end of the world did not happen suddenly at a certain moment, like a meteorite hitting the earth. Instead, it happens gradually over a period of time. Just like humans use the time it takes for a planet to rotate once to record 24 hours a day. If humans still have a future, they will record, based on their original concept of time, that a certain day of a certain year is the first day of the doomsday era. But in fact, before this day, the doomsday had already played out its horrible prelude in this world. The doomsday simulator is obviously based on this concept, so it was accurate and appeared in Su Zhe's vision at midnight a few days ago. The simulator cooling time has ended. In his sight, the text of the simulator jumped. Su Zhe withdrew his eyes from the phone, and a smile appeared on his face. The doomsday is here, but fortunately, I have a simulator. The doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent of this simulation. The inherent talent Mission Impossible, purple, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday comes as scheduled. You choose Safe Zone SC35 as the starting point of your doomsday. The next day, the temperature dropped sharply. On the 61st day, the fog arrived, and you were already prepared. Not only did you send 7 informants under your control into the fog to look for Qi Xiaoye, you yourself also teleported from Su City to Yun City. And he personally entered the fog and took the risk to find her. You failed. Fortunately, you and your informants were not lost in the fog, and you escaped unscathed. On the 103rd day, you drag your family with you to BC-10, where you will continue to preside over intelligence work. on the 113th day, with the support of a strong intelligence network, you received news about nuclear weapons. You couldn't help but be curious. You wanted to know whether the fixed date for the arrival of the fog had the same probability of happening as the end of the doomsday. Change. You start planning, you want to detonate some nuclear bombs. Day 115, heavy fog. On the 119th day, with your strong encouragement, some bombers took off risk and crossed over many polluted areas. Finally, a bomber successfully entered the airspace of an island country and blindly dropped a nuclear bomb. On the 160th day, heavy fog arrives, 5 days earlier than expected. You come to the conclusion. The fog, like the end of the world, does not necessarily arrive on a fixed date, but you don't know how the nuclear bomb plays a variable in it. The inherent talent Cold Killer, Blue, has been selected. Simulation begins. On the first day, the doomsday comes as scheduled. You choose SC35 as your doomsday birth point. The next day, the temperature drops sharply. On the 19th day, you completed the spy layout in Yunqing, and you began to investigate all possible information related to Qi Xiaoye in advance. On the 39th day, you still haven't gotten any information about Qi Xiaoye. On the 61st day, the heavy fog came. You put out all your eyeliners and wandered around in the fog desperately. Your 2 eyeliners got lost in the fog. Originally, the 2 of them were in different positions far away, but when you stretched out in a matter of seconds, the 2 met in the heavy fog. You know, this is a common situation in heavy fog. People will teleport unconsciously, and teleportation often means losing direction. You lost 2 eyeliners, and their necks were broken by unknown monsters in the fog. On the 62nd day, the fog dissipated, and you failed again and failed to find Qi Xiaoye. On the 130th day, you accidentally obtained information about the contained objects. With the talent of the Cold Killer, you went to investigate. 131st, for safety reasons, you decided to use the global connection to control other people to investigate the containment object that appeared in the building. The containment object that looked like a large insect did not attack you at the beginning of eyeliner until your eyeliner picks up the fallen jewelry. Your eyeliner was killed by the contained object in an instant. You weighed the combat power of yourself and the contained object. You gave up the investigation and left decisively. On the 330th day, there was a big earthquake and the stars fell. Congratulations, you have lived to the end. Simulator cooling time, 9 minutes and 50 seconds. The time came to around 6 o'clock in the morning. It was getting dark outside the window, and the water glass on the desk had bottomed out. Suze's eyes fell on the text of the simulator, waiting for the cooling time to end again. At the same time, he was also mentally analyzing the information presented in the simulation. Still can't find her? What went wrong? The obsession with finding Qi Xiaoye is of course not just because he is curious about what this beautiful girl looks like. It's even more because without her, he wouldn't be able to become an awakened person in the simulation. Don't even think about studying those weird and unpredictable contained objects. There is no way, in the simulation, survival will always be the first priority. Without knowing the information about the contained object, it is impossible for the self in the simulation to take the risk and try to investigate. Not taking risks to investigate means that it is difficult to fully understand the path to becoming an awakened person. Also worth mentioning. It was he who determined the arrival date of the fog and the end of the apocalypse in the simulation, which was not fixed. But why it wasn't fixed, Suze couldn't come up with an accurate explanation for the time being. Anyway, after getting this piece of information, I basically never touched a nuclear bomb in subsequent simulations. This is easy to understand. In the simulation, I just want to live a few more days. If you hit a nuclear bomb and the end of the world comes early, is there any benefit to you? No. An alarm clock rang in the bedroom. But the alarm was quickly turned off. It should be Chen Qiqing's time to get up. It's quite hard for senior high school students to wake up early and stay late. But Suze didn't pay much attention to Chen Qiqing. The cooling time of the simulator happened to be over. He sat at his desk and continued to simulate. The doomsday simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Death Singer, green. Your singing is very lethal. When your body dies, your singing will still echo in the world for a while. Christmas tree, blue. You can plant a Christmas tree seed in the enemy's buttocks. If the enemy does not expel the seed within a day, the Christmas tree will stretch the enemy's body and eventually kill it. Open, gold. You will not get any talent, but one of your strong wishes may come true. The golden talent is here. Suze's eyes are fixed on that golden color. He chose this golden talent without hesitation. And before the simulation starts, he repeated to himself in his heart. A strong wish. This wish can only be defined Qi Xiaoye. Although Su now has other doomsday information he wants to know. Like the terrifying secret hidden in the fog. Like how he can become an awakener. But none of this information is as important as Qi Xiaoye. After all, as long as you find Qi Xiaoye, you may get more than one piece of precious key information. Simulation starts. On the first day, the doomsday arrives as expected, and you choose the SC-35 safe zone as your doomsday starting point. On the second day, the temperature drops sharply. On the 19th day, you rely on absolute force to consolidate your prestige in the safe zone again, and at the same time you continue to strengthen your desire to find Qi Xiaoye. On the 30th day, there is no sign, but you are sure that the talent you opened is working. On the 33rd day, you have a strong desire, you get inspiration, you immediately use the talent that descended. Come to Yunqing. You go to Yunqing number 18 middle school. This school is now a contaminated area, but you go straight in. Under the guidance of your talent, you enter the school playground and follow the number 3. You walked up the stairs to the exit 12 steps, and when you took the 13th step, you counted 13 silently in your heart. You seem to have entered another space, and you saw the person you wanted to see. Qi Xiaoye appeared in your sight. She seemed to have entered this space earlier than you. After talking, you realized that you were trapped in a closed space. You further investigated and found that if you didn't solve the math problem on the blackboard on one side of the space, you couldn't leave this space. The math problem on the blackboard was about as difficult as the last question of the college entrance examination paper. As a college student, you have long passed the peak of knowledge, so you entrusted Qi Xiaoye, hoping that she could solve the math problem, but she pondered for 3 hours and couldn't even solve the first question. You thought for a moment, and before the end of the advent time, you solved the problem with difficulty, and you escaped from the closed space. On the 34th day, with the help of the advent talent, you brought Qi Xiaoye back from Yunqing. After that, you secretly investigated Qi Xiaoye all day. Just as you imagined, he had forgotten all the memories before meeting you. You used your spies in Yunqing to investigate the polluted area where number 18 middle school was located. You found that this polluted area had just been refreshed once the day before you went there. On the 35th day, you combined all the information and came to the conclusion. The fog had nothing to do with the appearance of Qi Xiaoye. The second refresh of the polluted area where number 18 middle school was located was the key to the appearance of the girl. Therefore, if you want to find Qi Xiaoye, you must act before the fog arrives, otherwise the polluted area will refresh again after the fog, and you will lose the chance to find her. The pen tip went back and forth on the paper. Su recorded the contents of the simulated text in detail on the paper. Is this a free reward? Ha, Su smiled unconsciously and was in a good mood. He now knew where the problem was. No wonder he couldn't replicate the scene of seeing Qi Xiaoye in the fog in the previous simulation. It turned out that the fog was really a cover. That fog was not a signal for a meeting, but a signal for an ultimatum. Once the fog was over, Qi Xiaoye would be nowhere to be found. So, as long as I copy the meeting method of this round of simulation, I will definitely be able to see her after the real doomsday. There are still many mysteries surrounding Qi Xiaoye. Su has only solved the first problem and knows how to meet her. So, the next thing to do is to rely on simulation to pursue deeper secrets. Day 38, Chen Keqing's birthday. To celebrate, you bring Qi Xiaoye into Avalon. Qi Xiaoye, who has been washing her but with ice water for several days, is lost in the warmth of Avalon. She said she wants to stay here for the rest of her life. Day 40, Qi Xiaoye is lost in the joy of the game. Day 50, Qi Xiaoye cries because of her poor gaming skills and decides to listen to your advice and give up the idea of giving professional players a hard time. Day 59, you deliberately scrubbed Chen Keqing's bath under Qi Xiaoye's peeping. Day 60, you scrubbed Qi Xiaoye's bath. Day 61, heavy fog. You hid in Avalon, never leaving the house, and scrubbed your body all day long. On the 73rd day, you collected enough information and prepared an advanced formula for Qi Xiaoye. She did not disappoint you and easily became a second-level awakener, and at the same time awakened the first word spirit technique. On the 77th day, with your help, Chen Keqing was also promoted to a second-level awakener. There is also a gap between second-level awakeners. You organized Chen Keqing and Qi Xiaoye to compete, and Qi Xiaoye won. Even you were surprised by the fighting skills shown by Qi Xiaoye in the competition, but she herself said that she didn't know why she used those fighting skills. The simulation text was advanced in an orderly manner. Su patiently read the simulation content of each day carefully. Sure enough, Like the previous simulation, this girl named Qi Xiaoye is quite mysterious. Every time she advances, she must awaken the word spirit technique. Su Zhe has simulated this situation so many times, and has not seen the second one. Except for this point. Qi Xiaoye seems to be very good at fighting. But she herself doesn't know why she is good at fighting, just like her lost memory, it makes people feel mysterious. Day 79, you contact the Suching official. Day 81, after joining the official, your intelligence network has begun to show results, and you get information about the whereabouts of the containment. Day 82, you get a photo of the containment and give it to Qi Xiaoye to watch. She accurately tells the information about the containment. It is a strange white mask, it seems to be placed in a display case. Once someone approaches, it will attach to the face of the person approaching, and begin to manipulate the other person to self-abuse until the other person dies. On the 83rd day, you made a plan based on the characteristics of the containment. With the help of Qi Xiaoye and Chen Keqing, you successfully contained the white mask and placed it in a special glass box, but you didn't know how to deal with it. On the 84th day, you took some effort to smash the white mask and destroyed it, but what you expected didn't happen, and you didn't become an awakener on the 103rd day. With the help of Qi Xiaoye, Chen Keqing, and Qin Yushi, you killed another strange containment, but you still didn't become an awakener on the 110th day. You and Qi Xiaoye suddenly became an awakener when you were taking a bath on the 112th day. You combined all the information and came to the conclusion. You need to kill the containment to become an awakener. But for some reason, being with Qi Xiaoye seems to help you become an awakener. You can't help but suspect again that Qi Xiaoye might be a containment. On the 113th day, while you were bathing with Qi Xiaoye, you sighed in your heart, who cares if Qi Xiaoye is a containment, anyway, she is your woman now. On the 129th day, you opened the intelligence network and continued to search for all the information about the containment. Killing the containment is the right way to become an awakener. Su Zhe once again recorded the key doomsday information on the paper. However, after writing this line of information, Su Zhe couldn't help but smile bitterly. It feels quite difficult. Combined with the previous simulation content, there is no doubt that those containments that appear inexplicably in the world are strong and weak. But even the weaker and easier to deal with containments are still tricky. With 5 golden talents, I have to handle them carefully. If it weren't for Qi Xiaoye, the external intelligence plugin, no matter how cautious I am, it would be useless. Some containments don't look that powerful, but once the death mechanism is triggered, it's useless to escape to Avalon. Maybe just like everyone else, I should become stronger step by step. Wait, what will happen if I kill the containment again after becoming an awakener? Can I become stronger again? With doubts, Su Zhe pushed forward the simulation again. On the 191st day, Qi Xiaoye felt scared just by seeing the photo of the containment. Under her advice, you gave up the idea of dealing with the containment. On the 235th day, when you arrived at the scene, the containment had disappeared. This kind of thing has happened more than once. You have become accustomed to it and can only give up helplessly. On the 299th day, the last stage of the doomsday has arrived. A 6th level awakener challenges you to a sparring match. You only use your own power as an awakener to be on par with the other party. On the 315th day, you gave up attacking the contained object again because you were not completely sure to contain and control the opponent. On the 330th day, there was a big earthquake and you saw the stars falling. Congratulations, you have completed all doomsday simulations. This simulation evaluation, we control, we contain. Please start from the following. The simulation reward was ignored by Su Zhe. It's still early, and even the reward of golden talent cannot sway him in the slightest. He will continue to simulate. And in this round of simulation, he has already obtained the information he wants most. Knowing how to find Qi Xiaoye is already very profitable. It's a pity that I couldn't see the scenery from higher places. Su Zhe felt a little regretful. His path to becoming an awakened person is unique. Although it is a bit difficult, once you are promoted, you will be at the same physical level as a 6th level awakened person. As for what happens next, it's unknown. It is also unknown whether the 6th level awakened people are the end of human evolution. Although we have obtained information about the contained objects more than a dozen times, there are only a few that we can really deal with. In other words, the issue I have to consider now is how to find the soft persimmons in the containment. Muttering secretly in his heart, Su Zhe actually had a smile on his face. Because I remembered some interesting content from my past life. It feels that in addition to the basic goal of survival, he will also have another long-term goal in the apocalypse to investigate the contained objects. It's over, I overslept. Chen Qiqing's thin voice came from the bedroom. After the previous alarm clock was turned off, she took another nap. As a result, I accidentally slept for 10 minutes longer. At this moment, she got up from the bed in a hurry, taking off her pajamas and looking for clothes. The viewing angle in the study was just right. Su Zhe tilted his head and watched the girl busy with a smile. After the plush pajamas are taken off, the plump figure swaying under the thin thermal shirt is particularly eye-catching. Women don't wear underwear when sleeping. Suddenly, he noticed Su Zhe's gaze. Chen Qiqing blushed, avoided the view of the study, and continued to change clothes. Let's go out to eat in the morning. You seem a little anxious. Su Zhe said with a smile in the study. Oh, okay. Chen Qiqing's voice was filled with shyness, because she felt that she had overslept and was a little dull, which affected her image of a beautiful girl. The morning mist made the streets hazy. The weather in Sucheng today was not very good, and the temperature was lower than the previous 2 days. Su Zhe pulled the car over and waited for a while. After a while, Chen Qiqing, who got off the car to buy breakfast, came back jogging, opened the car door, and returned to the passenger seat. In order to send Chen Qiqing to school before the morning self-study, Su Zhe did not delay at all and stepped on the accelerator. Didn't you sleep last night? Chen Qiqing asked Su Bai curiously while flipping through the breakfast bag. I slept, what's wrong? Su Zhe replied. In fact, of course he didn't sleep, but relied on the gift of the falling to eliminate the fatigue of not sleeping for a long time. The gift of the falling is like a panacea in the Foundation's archives, and it is omnipotent when treating negative states of the human body. Whether it is external injuries or internal diseases, they can all be solved in his mind. Nothing, it seems that you haven't slept these 2 days, Chen Qiqing blinked her eyes, thinking that even if Su Zhe had rested, he must not have rested too well. Well, I feel sorry for my man. Shall I feed you first? Chen Qiqing asked again. No, I'm driving, you can eat by yourself. Su Zhe smiled, he knew what Chen Qiqing was thinking, he was afraid that he would be tired. Oh, that's right, Chen Qiqing didn't dare to distract the driver, so she had to eat in small bites. She found a topic and chatted. When I was buying things in the store just now, I heard those shop assistants say that there seemed to be a strange abnormality in the sky on the other side of the ocean, like, the end of the world. Oh? Su Zhe raised his voice, as if he was interested in this topic, and asked, then, are those shop assistants afraid of the end of the world? Afraid? They should just be joking. Chen Qiqing didn't think in such a scary direction. Just like those shop assistants who were talking and laughing. Who would know that the news that seemed to be alarmist on the mobile phone at this moment was actually the beginning of the end of the world? After chatting for a while, the car stopped outside the school. You don't have to stay here all day, it's too tiring, and you have to go back to school, so we can just keep in touch on the phone, right? Before getting off the car, Chen Qiqing carefully asked Su Zhe for his opinion. Yeah, that's fine. Su Zhe nodded. Then let's do this. Chen Qiqing smiled sweetly, then opened the car door, stepped out with one foot, and paused for a moment. Would it be a bit presumptuous if I kiss him now? Forget it, what if he doesn't like it? The girl's secretly rippling spring heart was clearly visible under Su Zhe's gifted peeping. Hey, wait a minute. Su Zhe pulled Chen Qiqing back to the passenger seat, stroked the girl's side face with one hand, and kissed the girl's pink lips without saying anything. After a touch, he smiled lightly, as if nothing had happened, and said, go to class. Oh, shyness followed the tone and color. Chen Qiqing's fair cheeks were quickly stained with a pink ink-like color. In just one breath, her white earlobes were stained with a faint blood color. I'm leaving. Chen Qiqing ran away with her lips pursed. Heh, Su Zhe snorted and laughed. After all, this is the last day before the end of the world, so let her leave more memorable traces. Time passes. In the classroom of Suda, the second class has just finished the first section. Simulator cooling time remaining, 8 minutes and 55 seconds, just like the most ordinary daily class time. Su Zhe sat at the back of the classroom and quietly continued his simulation career. Simulating over and over again to pursue more doomsday intelligence that has not been seen yet. Now, it's time for a break. Qin Yusher's figure appeared at the back door of the classroom. A different outfit every day. Today, Qin Yusher is wearing a pure queen outfit, a woolen coat, a black silk skirt, and exquisite black high heels. Just the feet stepping on it is incredible. After taking a few glances at the back door of the classroom, Qin Yusher found Su Zhe's figure, then entered the classroom, and sat down next to Su Zhe naturally. The rich fragrance came to her face. Qin Yusher put her hands in her pockets, leaned close to Su Zhe's ear, and said straight to the point, "Just now, the eldest master of the Bai family called me again to ask about Bai Jimao. I told him that I don't know and it has nothing to do with you. He doesn't seem to have any doubts." Before coming to Suze, Qin Yushir had already informed Suze in advance on the phone. She is now doing her duty and maintaining the alliance yesterday. "What should I say now? You've worked hard?" Suze said in a joking tone. Well, Qin Yushir's pretty face was filled with a trace of complex emotions. Frankly speaking, as the time of Bai Jimao's disappearance increases, she now has to believe that Bai Jimao's disappearance is directly related to Suze. This matter really makes Qin Yushir feel complicated. Although she has no feelings for the Bai family, she doesn't have any hatred. As for Suze, she admits that her curiosity about Suze is much stronger than ever before, and this curiosity even carries the goodwill between men and women. After all, there is a saying called "women admire the strong," and this goodwill is not casual. But having a good feeling does not mean that she is completely in the same group with Suze. Even if she is willing, will Suze be willing? She was unsure. "No need to work hard, I only have one request." After a few seconds of silence, Qin Yushir chuckled, as if joking, and whispered, "This request is that we have no grudges in the past and no enmity in the present. Please don't kill me in a killing mood." Qin Yushir was really a little afraid of Suze. When she was alone with Suze in the car yesterday, she was a little scared. "Not really." Suze sneered, "I can't bear to part with such a beautiful woman like you. You have such a sweet mouth." Qin Yushir smiled charmingly, as if flirting with Suze. There were always eyes in the classroom, peeking at her and Suze. Some people saw Qin Yushir laughing so happily next to Suze, and they were very jealous. As long as Suze fully released the innate ability of Father God to listen at this moment, all kinds of dirty words would probably drown him in an instant. There is no way, I can only say that Qin Yushir is too charming and attractive. I'll let you know if there's any news. Bye, I'm going back to my classroom. After chatting with Suze for a while, Qin Yushir got up and left. The fragrance of her hair was scattered in the air. Suze also gradually regained his calm expression. Although Qin Yushir didn't say it just now, he felt that he and Qin Yushir should be very clear. The people of the Bai family might be more suspicious of Qin Yushir, not Suze. After all, Qin Yushir or the Qin family are the ones who are more capable of making a person disappear out of thin air. These things didn't stay in Suze's mind for too long. Soon, he re-entered the doomsday simulation. In a blink of an eye. It was dark, and after dinner, Suze came to the laboratory of the School of Electronics. He still had an experimental class tonight. After all, it was the last day of ordinary life, so let it pass peacefully. At this moment, Suze, who was sitting by the window, continued to distract himself and simulate. The inherent talent All-Seeing Eye, Purple, has been selected. On the first day, the end of the world came as expected. The sun no longer rose, and the sky was occupied by a blood moon. You chose SC35 as your starting point for the end of the world. On the second day, the temperature dropped sharply. On the fifth day, you used the talent of the All-Seeing Eye to check Qin Yushir's current condition. During your observation, the area where Qin Yushir was located suddenly erupted with pollution. A brown bear suddenly appeared in the living room on the first floor of her house. The cook who got up to check was slapped by the brown bear and her neck was broken. Fortunately, Qin Yushir responded calmly and took the opportunity to hide in the basement, so she was not in danger for the time being. On the sixth day, you have nothing to do, so you continue to observe Qin Yushir from a distance. You see her hiding in the basement and shivering. From time to time, you can hear the screams of humans and the roars of wild beasts outside. On the seventh day, you continue to observe. You see Qin Yushir is dizzy and dazed from hunger, but she still dares not move, not even to make a sound, for fear of being found by the wild beasts wandering outside. On the eighth day, you continue to observe. Qin Yushir is dizzy from hunger and seems to fall asleep. When she wakes up, you find that she has become an awakener. On the ninth day, you continue to observe Qin Yushir. Awakeners also need to eat. Qin Yushir is hungry. With no information from the outside world, she decides to take a risk and leave the basement. On the 10th day, you eat the hot pot that Chen Qiqing worked hard to make at home and continue to observe Qin Yushir. Dealing with the beasts roaming in the contaminated area, Qin Yushir was in danger several times and escaped from the claws of the beasts with difficulty. As a spectator, you almost couldn't sit still and wanted to help, but Qin Yushir finally relied on herself to escape the contaminated area. On the 11th day, after taking a bath with Chen Qiqing, you continue to observe Qin Yushir. She stayed in the nearby safe zone and inquired about a lot of information. Because there were other awakened people, she felt that the safe zone she was in was not safe. On the 12th day, you continue to observe. In the safe zone, there were awakened people coveting Qin Yusher's beauty. She set up a trap and killed an awakened person, but the situation did not get better, so she left decisively. On the 13th day, Qin Yusher returned to school and became the first awakener in this area. It turned out that Qin Yusher spent the first 10 days after the doomsday like this. The simulation content made Su Zhe sigh in his heart. It was not easy for her. Although the simulation text did not describe the horror of the sudden crisis in detail. But those few words were enough to inspire imagination. Imagine that there was no sign at all, and suddenly a brown bear weighing hundreds of kilograms appeared in your living room. How would you feel? Scream? Or faint? Or, try your best to escape. But there may be more desperate things. When you finally escape from home and close the door, thinking that even if the door can't resist the brown bear, it can at least delay it for a few seconds. As a result, you turn around and find a hungry tiger in the narrow corridor outside your house, drooling at the corners of its mouth, staring at you. The first round of contaminated area threats faced by Qin Yusher is probably like this. That's why Su Zhe said that it was not easy for her to survive. However, the difficulties in the doomsday have just begun. Remaining cooling time of the simulator, 9 minutes and 45 seconds, another round of simulation ends. The female teacher who stopped in front of the blackboard in the laboratory said to submit the homework before get out of class, and then left. But the students in the laboratory are now focusing on the doomsday news. There are many voices around, discussing the topic of doomsday. There will be discussions, of course, because from morning to now, the abnormality on the other side of the ocean is still continuing and worsening. There have been reports in the news that some areas seem to have entered a state of eternal night, and the sun has disappeared. Su Zhe temporarily turned a deaf ear to the chaotic discussions around him. He just gave up a purple talent that looked pretty good, and continued to wait for the appearance of a golden talent. It's almost 8 o'clock. Su Zhe looked down at the time on his watch. In the previous more than 10 hours of simulation, he didn't see a golden talent again, but he saw a lot of purple talents. It's almost time. As long as the golden talent appears again, I will choose it? Su Zhe thought in his heart. A whole day of simulation gave him some detailed information about the end of the world. But in the general direction, there is no new information. To put it simply, the simulation content is a bit too homogenized. The 1.0 version of the simulator is indeed almost over. The cooldown time of the simulator has ended. After a while, the cooldown time ended. Su Zhe retracted his chaotic thoughts and focused on the simulator again. The end of the world simulation has begun. Please choose one of the following 3 talents as the inherent talent for this simulation. Water element, green, you can summon a powerful water-shaped phantom to assist you in fighting the enemy. Bacon king, white, you are very good at roasting bacon, and you can even turn vegetables into the taste of bacon. Infinite domain, gold, you can open a theoretically infinite domain. You can spy on everything in the domain and automatically sense danger and hostility. When you lock onto a specific enemy in the domain, you can steal part of the opponent's power and use it for your own benefit, as soon as you say it. Su Zhe's eyes stayed on the introduction of the golden talent. Theoretically infinite domain. Although the word infinite is a bit exaggerated, it makes sense if you add such a prefix in theory. Let's try it first. Su Zhe only looked at the talent introduction, and he didn't know how to use the talent, so he went straight into the simulation. The inherent talent infinite domain, gold, has been selected. On the first day, the end of the world came as expected, and the sun no longer rose. You chose the SC-35 safe zone as your starting point for the end of the world. On the second day, on the 5th day, with the help of the talent of infinite domain, you began to observe Qin Yusher's situation. On the 10th day, you continued to observe, and you saw Qin Yusher escape from the contaminated area without any danger. On the 16th day, you defeated the challenger again and consolidated your dominance in the safe zone. At the same time, you continued to teleport to Yunqing every day to promote the refresh progress of the contaminated area where the 18th middle school is located. On the 20th day, under your secret manipulation, the contaminated area where number 18 middle school is located has been refreshed. On the 21st day, you go to the contaminated area where number 18 middle school is located. Follow the procedures, find Qi Xiaoye, and bring him back to Sucheng. On the 22nd day, Su Zhe has watched the simulation content in front of him many times today. He is now very proficient. In each round of simulation, he can find Qi Xiaoye and bring him back in about 20 days. The reason is of course because the refresh of the contaminated area has a fixed mechanism. Suppose that in the first stage of the doomsday, there is a contaminated area code named A3, then A3 can have a fixed quota to allow some ordinary people to become awakened. Maybe 20, maybe 30. Different contaminated areas. And after all the quotas are used up, the contaminated area will automatically refresh. Therefore, what Suze has to do is to speed up the refresh progress. He just needs to find more ordinary people and help them become awakened. As for the method of directly breaking the pollution source and refreshing it, it may also work. But he never tried it once in the simulation. Because he was worried that he would not be able to find Shishoye if he went wrong. On the 53rd day, you helped Shin Yusher's team to defeat the strong enemy. You and Shin Yusher were so passionate that you took time to take a bath. On the 72nd day, you joined the official safe zone. You began to cultivate a department loyal to you and presided over intelligence work. On the 73rd day, because of your innate ability in the infinite domain, you found that some people in the neighboring safe zone were dissatisfied with your existence and had evil intentions. You investigated and learned that among those who were dissatisfied with you, there were the Bai family members you knew. That night, you killed and cleared many enemies. On the 90th day, you got the information about the containment. With the support of Chishoya's intelligence, you went to investigate. On the 91st day, you killed the containment with difficulty. On the 101st day, you and Chishoya were taking a bath and suddenly became an awakener. On the 102nd day, you researched the reason why you became an awakened person, but you gained nothing. On the 105th day, you are committed to building a more powerful intelligence network. Relying on Father God's listening and infinite fields of talent, you have selected many suitable people to join the intelligence department you lead. On the 107th day, while searching for talents, you found an interesting spiritual speaking technique. With the help of the ability of the infinite field, you stole the opponent's spiritual speaking technique. On the 110th day, you continue to borrow the ability of the infinite field to spy on those talents that may be suitable for training. On the 115th day, heavy fog comes, your infinite domain is restricted, and you cannot spy on what is happening far away, so you choose to take a day off. Sitting at the table, Suze used his left hand to rub his cheek. He was reading the simulated text silently. It seems that the golden talent obtained this round has the ability similar to the all-seeing eye. Can observe other people from a distance. The practicality of this ability is quite good. This is the ability that Suze wants now. In addition, he can automatically sense malice in the field at any time. This ability can be regarded as strengthening the shortcomings of Father God's listening. After all, although Father God can spy on others' true thoughts when listening, he needs to be close enough to a short enough distance, at last. There is also a feature to steal enemy abilities. It's an unexpected surprise that he can actually steal other people's spiritual speaking skills. At first, Suze thought it was just stealing other people's physical strength and power, but now it seems that this talent is stronger than he expected and has a wider range of uses. On the 120th day, becoming an awakened person does not satisfy you. You continue to do your best to investigate any information related to the contained objects. On the 124th day, thanks to the powerful intelligence network you personally established, you obtained information about the contained objects. You took Qi Xiaoye and others to investigate. Things went smoothly. You successfully controlled the objects without fighting. Contained items. On the 137th day, you went to investigate the containment object again. Because of Qi Xiaoye's perfect intelligence support, you easily destroyed the containment object. On the 149th day, based on the information provided by others, you took people and transported them to a foreign country to investigate the contained objects. You encountered the most difficult battle since the beginning of the apocalypse. You almost exhausted all the healing energy, and Qi Xiaoye was even killed 3 times in front of you before you finally destroyed the containment. Day 150, rest. You heard Qi Xiaoye's voice. She is still frightened by the multiple deaths yesterday, but she said that if you still want to investigate the contained objects, she will always be with you. On the 171st day, you got information about the contained objects. After Qi Xiaoye's introduction, you realized that this was another powerful enemy. Considering that the winning rate is only about 50%, you decide to give up investigating the containment object. It is still a simulation content that I have seen more than once. Suze's eyes were slightly lowered, with a thoughtful look on his expression. There is absolutely no doubt that the self in the simulation is curious about the contained objects, or in other words, the desire for unknown power. But even with 6 golden talents, it is still difficult for me to fight against certain contained objects in the simulation. The results of the simulation seemed disappointing. But Will these simulation contents happen when the end of the world actually comes? While asking himself, Suze smiled without a trace on his face. The answer is obvious. When the doomsday begins, he will also get a new version of the doomsday simulator. By then, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Maybe containment isn't so scary after all. As for this moment, there was actually only one thing Suze wanted to know most. In this round of simulation, the speed of killing contained objects is significantly faster than in any previous simulation. As the number of controlled and killed contained objects increases, what will happen? With questions in mind, the simulation continues. On the 180th day, you once again received information about the containment, but because you were worried that you would not be able to deal with it, you only sent your men to investigate, but your men were killed without any surprise. On the 183rd day, because he saw your curiosity about the containment objects, Shishoya made up his mind and started to vote by show of hands. Everyone unanimously agreed that they are willing to accompany you through life and death to investigate the containment objects. On the 184th day, you led a team to investigate the containment object. With careful planning, your team did not suffer any harm. You successfully controlled the containment object. On the 225th day, you destroyed the 7th containment object since the end of the world, but still nothing special happened. On the 260th day, with the help of Shishoya, you controlled a mysterious containment object that looked like a ladder. This time you still had no trouble. On the 261st day, when you were studying the items you brought back, a sudden change occurred in front of you, and a fork in the road of fate seemed to appear at your feet. You made a choice in confusion. When you regained consciousness, all your talents have been upgraded. Now you are stronger than ever before. On the 262nd day, you experimented with your upgraded new talents one by one. You are more powerful than ever, but you feel that you could have chosen other equally interesting routes at the fork in the road of destiny. On the 309th day, the situation is a little out of control. You can no longer concentrate on investigating the contained objects. On the 315th day, you led the team to control a powerful containment object. This is the strongest monster you have ever fought. You cannot destroy it. You can only control it within the rules. On the 330th day, there was a big earthquake and the stars fell. In the laboratory, the buzzing noise was still chaotic. But these sounds did not affect Suze's concentration at this moment. The corners of his mouth had already curved. His eyes were fixed on the simulated content. After more than 200 days, he finally saw the farther future. See yourself getting stronger. Although there are still some unsolved mysteries, such as what the so-called forking path of fate refers to. But there was no need for him to be impatient. Because these unanswered questions may be fully answered in the early hours of tonight. The simulation reward Unlimited Simulation, Gold, has been selected. After coming back to his senses, Suze suppressed his smile and calmly chose the reward first. The content of this simulation has been simulated. There is no need to gamble on luck in the last few hours before the end, so I chose this reward. Doomsday Simulator update time remaining, 3 hours and 46 minutes. After Suze selected the reward, the simulator also changed immediately. This time it's no longer a cooldown time, but an update time. Very well, the next step is to wait for the end to come. He whispered to himself in his mind. After talking to himself, he had a thought in his mind and tried to use his newly acquired talent, Infinite Domain. At the main entrance of the laboratory, the female teacher walked in. The noisy voices of the students immediately subsided a lot. However, the female teacher's focus was not on the noise, nor was she here to urge everyone to hand in their homework. After looking around the blackboard, she looked up and asked, "Hey, have you seen a silver-colored cat?" A student below answered, "I didn't see it." Then someone asked, "Teacher, is it your cat?" The female teacher smiled bitterly, "No, it's Teacher Qian's cat. I held it in the office, and when I turned around, the cat disappeared." The students quickly said that they would help search together. At this time, Suze came back from outside the classroom, holding the lost silver grain in his arms. "Thank you, Suze, where did you find it?" The female teacher quickly took the cat over. "I heard a cat fighting in the yard. I walked over and happened to see this cat being beaten by the school cat, so I fished it back," Suze said with a smile. "Hey, that's a good beating. It scared me. I almost thought I lost the cat." The female teacher teased the cat and said with a smile, "Some cats just like to run around. After going out and being beaten by wild cats, they will be honest." Suze smiled and said nothing. It was indeed just an accident that he brought the cat back, because when he was experimenting with his new talent, he happened to see the scene in the yard. After the lab class, Suze and his roommate went back to the dormitory. It was the last time to tidy up his bed before the end of the world. In fact, there was nothing to tidy up. In addition to the computer on the table, there were textbooks for class. The quilt on the bed was also changed to a thick one and folded neatly. Brother Zay, are you going to sleep in the dormitory tonight? Wang Zixin asked while changing slippers. No, I'll go back later. Suze shook his head. Oh, I haven't slept in the same bed with you for a long time. Are you so cruel to let me stay alone in the empty room? Wang Zixin joked. Fuck you. Suze laughed and scolded. Then, he turned on the computer and planned to check the information for a while so that Avalon could be made more perfect. But there was not much time. He had to pick up Chen Keqing later. Damn! The stock market fell badly today. Sun Bin, who was in the bed opposite, shouted. It has nothing to do with you. It makes you look like you have lost a lot of money. Wang Zixin said beside him. I have a reasonable suspicion that someone is shorting the stock market. Those doomsday news today are probably lies made up by these people. Sun Bin looked like he was speaking up for the world. Look, there's news here saying that someone made hundreds of times more money by shorting the stock market today. Suze did not participate in their discussion. However, he was also thinking about the topic raised by Sun Bin. Those doomsday news can be seen everywhere now. But people still just treat it as after-dinner talk, and do not realize that this is really an unprecedented civilization disaster. Perhaps, some people in high positions have already known the horror behind those doomsday news. Knowing that it is not the media's intentional creation of traffic news. So, what will those powerful people do before the end of the world with this information gap? Just as Suze was imagining freely in his mind. The phone on the table vibrated. It was Chen Keqing who sent a message. Just after class, a policeman called and said that he seemed to be investigating something. I didn't quite understand it. Anyway, after he asked, I answered honestly that I hadn't encountered anything special recently. Is it really handled as a missing case? Looking at the message sent by Chen Keqing, Suze couldn't help but ponder. Qin Yushir told him today that the eldest son of the Bai family was also personally investigating the disappearance of Bai Zhimo. Will there be anything? Chen Keqing continued to ask on the phone. Have you done anything wrong recently? If not, then nothing will happen. Suze replied jokingly. I definitely haven't done anything wrong. Chen Keqing replied quickly. Self-study couldn't stop Chen Keqing from wanting to chat with Suze, and the topic quickly shifted to other things. Suze simply turned off the computer, left the dormitory, and went directly to the school gate to wait for Chen Keqing to finish school. High school students still finish classes at normal times as usual. Suze stopped at the back door of the school, his eyes seemed to be in a daze. In fact, it wasn't. He was distractedly using the new talent he had just received in the evening. Relying on the power of the talent, he can see everything happening around him, but he must concentrate to accurately observe the direction he wants to observe. In other words, the width of his field of vision is limited. However, after the field is expanded, the perception of danger and hostility is not so troublesome. After all, it is automatically received. And the closer the distance of danger and malice, the stronger Suze's perception. Just like now. Suze can feel the faint murderous intent hidden nearby. It is murderous intent, not the kind of hostility that others envy because he is holding a beautiful girl. Suze! Chen Keqing's pleasant voice pulled Suze back to his thoughts. She trotted over, took Suze's arm, pushed him, and left the school gate as soon as possible. Suze had a smile on his face. He knew that Chen Keqing was a little shy. By the way, when Chen Keqing took his arm, his talent came in handy again, and some men were very jealous. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Keqing was in a good mood. Holding Suze's arm, she showed her proud softness to Suze's arm without hesitation. By the way, you college students should also be discussing doomsday news today? Well, some people are discussing it, but my roommate thinks it is a lie made up by humans to make money in the stock market. Suze smiled. What about you? Chen Keqing asked, blinking her black and white eyes. How about you tell me what you think first? Suze asked back. I don't know. Chen Keqing said honestly, I'm actually a little scared, but aren't there experts doing live broadcasts on news programs to explain abnormal phenomena, although I don't understand their professional terms? Well, Suze pondered and thought that these people really dared to talk nonsense. So what do you think? Chen Keqing asked. Me? Suze grinned, I think tomorrow is the end of the world, and everything will be unrecognizable. Get in the car. Suze started the car and turned on the car music. As soon as they drove out of the road near the school, Shin Yushir called. Suze didn't avoid Chen Keqing in the passenger seat and directly put the phone on the line. I think something might be wrong, Suze. Just now, Bai Xianjun, the eldest son of the Bai family, came to visit me. He was very polite, but I always felt that he didn't believe what I said. Is there anything going on over there? In the passenger seat, Chen Keqing shrank her neck and pricked up her ears, but she still didn't understand the communication between Suze and Shin Yushir. As for Suze, before answering the phone, he had already relied on his talent in the infinite domain to feel the source of the murderous intent. That's right. The light murderous intent he felt before had already become stronger at this moment. Danger is at hand. My situation, there was a traffic light in front of him. Suze slowed down the car and said, someone seems to want to talk to me. Because there was another unfamiliar phone number calling in, Suze told Shin Yushir that he wanted to answer the phone. He then hung up the call on Shin Yushir's side and answered the unfamiliar phone number. Hello, are you Mr. Suze? A gentle male voice came from the phone. Chen Keqing was very nervous now. She didn't understand what happened, but she could see that Suze's face was very serious, and she could also hear the uneasiness in Shin Yushir's tone. So, she looked out the window unconsciously. Because it was late, there were not many cars on the road. The intersection where the car was parked was a large crossroads. The red light in front showed that there were still 60 seconds to pass. The lane on the left was a slope, and the light was also red at this time. Excuse me for disturbing you, I just want to ask, do you know my brother by Jimao? Yes, what happened? He suddenly disappeared these 2 days, and our family has been looking for him. Then? I hope you can provide me with some help, or clues. We are also very anxious if we can't find him. The voice on the phone was polite and ordinary. During the conversation, a dump truck in the left lane also drove down the slope in an ordinary manner. In a short distance, the dump truck seemed to be accelerating until the speed was abnormal. Even someone like Chen Keqing who doesn't drive can feel that the dump truck seems to be out of control. The tension on her pretty face suddenly appeared. Then, boom! The dump truck hit Suze's car directly, but when it was about to hit, the car suddenly turned the steering wheel, turned sideways, and hit the traffic light next to it. It was not that the enemy showed mercy, but that Suze used the power of the guardian. The air, at this moment, seemed to be frozen. Every breath seemed extremely difficult. The impact of the overturned dump truck definitely made the cars parked in front of the traffic lights tremble with fear. If it hadn't been for the change of direction at the last moment, the dump truck would have definitely crashed into these parked cars. And once they collide, it will be a one-sided crushing and unquestionable death. Damn, how do you drive this car? On one side of the two-lane road, a driver stuck his head out and cursed with lingering fear. His car was running alongside Suze. If the dump truck had suddenly hit him just now, he would definitely have suffered. What happened? There was such a loud noise all of a sudden. Ouch, there was a car accident. Damn it, is someone dead? There was a surprised voice from a passerby. They stood far or near, watching the excitement. But no one knew that the car accident in front of them was not an accident, but a failed deliberate murder. Chen Keqing didn't know, or wasn't sure, whether the big truck that suddenly rushed out was deliberately arranged. She doesn't have the time to analyze or think now. The feeling of brushing against death is not that wonderful. Her whole body was tense now, and every cell in her body was screaming. But her expression was frozen, and her eyes reflected fear. To put it simply, she was a little scared. Until Suze's right hand reached over and grasped her unconsciously clenched fist. She just woke up from a dream and recovered a little from the panic. At least she started breathing again without suffocating herself to death. Where did you just say that? Suze spoke calmly. Of course, he was not talking to Chen Keqing, but to the eldest son of the Bai family on the other end of the phone. The car accident just now did not affect the call. Of course, the call was not hung up. Kindness, on the phone, the eldest son of the Bai family could be heard groaning. Apparently because of the unexpected situation, he had to reconsider his words. However, Suze was handsome and kind-hearted, so he didn't make it too difficult for him and made the topic clear for him. Do you think the real opponent is Shin Yushir, or the person behind Shin Yushir, so you can just kill a small character like me? The other party was silent. Because Suze hit the right note. Couldn't be more accurate. The other party just didn't regard Suze as a rival. They just vaguely felt that the disappearance of Suze and Bai Jimo were related, so they planned this accident first. Kill Suze and show some hidden people that their by family's methods are not bad either. Finally, are you a little surprised now that I'm not dead and things haven't been accomplished? Suze kept a calm tone and continued to ask with a smile. Anyway, I don't know what you were talking about. After a brief pause, the eldest son of the Bai family probably felt that there was no point in continuing to be hypocritical. So he changed his tone and said coldly, "Forget it, it seems that I did underestimate you." Ha! Suze couldn't help but smile, and continued, "Actually, you can ask more directly from the beginning. I'm not the kind of person with a bad heart. If you ask, I will tell you naturally." Really? So you know the whereabouts of my brother very well. Perhaps because he felt that his aura was a little suppressed, the eldest son of the Bai family added coldly, "I advise you not to talk about anything, believe me, you won't be so lucky every time." Good luck? Suze sneered, "Actually, we have one thing in common, that is, we don't take each other seriously. Just like you think you don't have to pay any price to kill me, I will save your brother from this. When the world was wiped out, I had the same thought, but it was just an ant that was crushed to death. Why do you think so much? You killed." He didn't wait for the words on the phone to finish. A BMW behind Suze was hit by a large flower pot that fell from the sky. There was a loud boom and many onlookers were frightened. What's going on here? Where did this high-altitude object come from? Some passers-by exclaimed, looking up and looking around, but they didn't see any building around them that could project such a large flower pot from a high place. In the car, Suze hung up the phone. His eyes fell on the rearview mirror. The person in the back seat of the smashed BMW was the eldest son of the Bai family. This guy probably wanted to come and observe, so he kept following Suze's car. Relying on the powerful perception of hostility in the infinite field, Suze discovered this enemy early on, but he was not sure whether that person was the eldest son of the Bai family. It wasn't until the other party called and announced his home address that he determined his target. Yes, the new talent is very useful. Suze remained calm and used his natural ability to secretly observe the situation in the BMW. Being hit by a high-altitude object was just a cover, the real fatal thing was the fragments of the flower pot. There was a sharp fragment, which was used by Suze's patron saint to cut off the neck of the eldest son of the Bai family. Of course, with Suze's current ability, there are definitely 100 other ways to crush the opponent to death. It's just that because he saw that the other person wanted him to die in an accident, he made a temporary decision to treat the other person the same way and let the other person die in such an accident. And at this moment, someone has already approached the BMW to check. Oh my! Dead! It's so scary, stop looking, stop looking. Call the police, something's wrong again. The chaotic exclamations of passers-by kept coming. Suze was satisfied, and smiled inconspicuously, then retracted his talent and stopped observing the situation behind him. Infinite domain, the part of stealing the opponent's ability is temporarily useless, but the hostility perception and long-distance observation can be used at any time, which is much more convenient than before. Suze thought secretly in his heart, weighing the correct way to use the new talent. If he hadn't had the support of the new talent just now, he might have found it difficult to predict this accident. However, even if he discovered the opponent's killer move at the last moment, it didn't matter. In the face of an absolute power gap, this little trick is useless. Restarting the car, Suze walked around the overturned vehicle, glancing at Chenkiching and asked with a smile, "Are you scared?" No, Chenkiching's breathing hadn't been smoothed out yet. After saying one word, she paused and completed the sentence, "No, I'm already very tight if I'm not scared to pee." Heh, Suze couldn't help laughing. If it were Qin Yushir who said this, he would have to ask how tight it was. Chenkiching was really scared by the series of accidents. After the car drove a distance, she recovered a little. Rubbing her plump conscience, calming her still accelerated heartbeat, she asked carefully, "That car just now was here to hit us, right?" "Yeah." Suze nodded and said calmly, "You should know what happened after listening to my phone call just now." Chenkiching paused, not knowing what to say for a moment. Suze was eavesdropping on her thoughts, but her thoughts were a little confused at the moment. The car continued driving on the way back. After Chenkiching rubbed her chest for a while, she finally calmed down completely. To be honest, she had been living such a daily life these past 2 days that she actually didn't quite believe what Suze said before. Thinking that was just an excuse for Suze to live with her. Unexpectedly, what happened tonight would subvert her outlook on life. In this society, there really is a group of people who stand at the top of the food chain. To kill an ordinary person, for those people, it seems like they only need to lift a finger. Don't worry, the matter has been resolved. Didn't you hear just now that the person on the phone was smashed to death, so no one will cause trouble for us for the time being? Seeing that Chen Qiqing was thinking so wildly, Su Zhe had to think again explained. Really smashed to death? Chen Qiqing's eyes widened, surprise written on her pretty face. She was just wondering whether the high-altitude parabola behind was also a deliberate design. Well, I can't die anymore. Su Zhe nodded. Conveniently, he made another call, which was to Qin Yushi. After the call is connected, Su Zhe went straight to the point and said, "The eldest young master of the Bai family is dead. Let me inform you." Qin Yushi had been waiting for Su Zhe to call back, but as soon as the call was answered, she didn't know what to say. That is the Bai family, the most powerful being in Su City, with their hands and eyes as bright as the sky. Is it so easy to deal with them? Believe it or not. Su Zhe smiled. Even through the phone, one could see Qin Yushi's dumbfounded expression. He continued, "I just calculated the time. The time difference between the Bai family's eldest son coming to you and then to me is enough for you to call me 10 times, but it seems that you didn't call me at the first time." Telephone. Let's not think about whether Su Zhe's statement that the person is dead is true. It was rare for Qin Yushi to be frank, and she said straightforwardly, "I hesitated. After all, I have to consider whether I should follow you all the way to the end. If you can't handle it, I won't be able to help you much. In the end, I still have to take the blame." Su Zin said, "I understand. I do understand." Because Qin Yushi must also know that her phone call to Su Zhe was equivalent to making a final choice. She wanted to help Su Zhe and help Su Zhe deal with the Bai family. This is not a matter of words, but once a choice is made, it must be completely kidnapped. After all, Bai Zhimo really disappeared from the world, and it is impossible for the Bai family not to go crazy. I'll go into the garage right away and hang up. After finishing the matter, Su Zhe planned to hang up. Wait a minute, let me confirm. You are talking about the eldest young master of the Bai family. Bai Xianjun is dead, right? Qin Yushi asked word for word. Kindness. Then what are your plans next? Qin Yushi took a deep breath, her tone serious and nervous. I said, why didn't you watch the news today? Su Zhe's tone was as relaxed as a joke. News? It's the end of the world, and you're still worried about this and that. If you're really free, I advise you to go out and buy more food now and stock up so you don't go hungry when the end comes. Su Zhe's tone sounded too much like a joke. But Qin Yushi heard it, and she immediately changed the topic and asked further, "Do you think the doomsday news is true?" Su Zhe smiled, "I think it's true, so I wish you good luck in the apocalypse in advance, bye." Without giving Qin Yushi a chance to be verbose, Su Zhe hung up the phone. He thought to himself, it turns out that upper-class people like Qin Yushi and others didn't receive much news. As for the young master of the Bai family, he probably never thought that the end would really come. Otherwise, how could he have the thought to arrange such a drama? Society, this time it is a bit more fair. Just like this moment, the song coming from the car stereo. The sun gives up this last second to punish people's pride. I endured the torment of the cold and the arrogant roar of the north wind, resisting fate. This is an inevitable catastrophe, no matter who you think you are, anything and everything. Open the door and change your shoes. Su Zhe threw the car keys carelessly on the shoe cabinet. Is tomorrow really the end? Chen Qiqing, who had changed into slippers first, asked with blinking eyes. Classmate Chen Qiqing, when you ask this question, it seems that you are not very smart. Su Zhe held his forehead and said speechlessly. After he chatted with Qin Yushi about the doomsday on the phone just now, Chen Qiqing continued the topic and kept talking to him about it. It's not that Su Zhe is shy about this topic, he just doesn't want to discuss it in depth. Should he tell Chen Qiqing now one by one what will happen after the apocalypse? I'm just asking. Chen Qiqing curled her lips and said unconvinced, and aren't I worried? You were just asking someone on the phone to buy food. If you really believe in the doomsday, shouldn't we go out to buy food now? Well, Su Zhe pondered. He remembered that during previous simulations, at the beginning of the apocalypse, Chen Qiqing would always take him out to buy supplies, but he would come back empty-handed most of the time. There are a lot of snacks left at home, but not enough. Chen Qiqing showed a serious thinking expression. She was really thinking about whether to go out to buy something now. Why don't you think about what you want to buy first? Su Zhe said in a funny tone. Oh, then I'll go in and take a look, and then write a memo. Chen Qiqing turned around and went to count the inventory at home. Let's be honest. If Chen Qiqing was in an ordinary family, her idea of stockpiling supplies in advance might really help the family survive the chaotic stage at the beginning of the doomsday. After all, At this moment, as long as Suze turned on his mobile phone, he could see a lot of news sources saying that the doomsday news was alarmist. In other words, the whole world has not yet accepted the fact that the doomsday is coming. We speculate that the abnormal phenomenon that is now appearing on the other side of the ocean should be affected by many factors. On the one hand, it is the active solar flare, and on the other hand, it may be chemical pollution. Sitting on the sofa, Suze turned on the TV casually. It happened that an expert was talking on TV. In fact, Suze had no prejudice against the word expert, and even those who were talking nonsense on the show at the moment, Suze did not find it strange. Because if you analyze it rationally, you will know that nothing too terrible has happened now. It's just a strange phenomenon in the sky. There were no monsters that suddenly appeared in large numbers, and no one turned into a zombie. It was just that the sky was dark, the sun was not visible, and only a blood moon with an abnormal and strange color could be seen. The abnormality will gradually spread. On the first day, the whole world will fall into eternal night. On the second day, the temperature will drop. On the third day, contaminated areas will begin to appear. On the fourth and fifth days, the contaminated areas will completely erupt and sweep the world. Watching the news distractedly, Suzebian recalled the doomsday simulation in his mind. Until Chen Qiqing finished counting the inventory at home. Came out of the room. I have already thought about what to buy. Let's go now. Chen Qiqing took off her school uniform and changed into a thicker set of clothes, looking very motivated. I feel like I bought a little too much. Suze said casually as he threw the large and small bags he was carrying on the back seat of the car. If tomorrow is really the end of the world, this little food won't be enough. Chen Qiqing narrowed her eyes, her face filled with the desire to complain. The person who clearly believed that tomorrow would be the end of the world was Suze, but it turned out that he thought he bought too much. Cough. Suze coughed lightly, smiled and said nothing. Of course he didn't think it was important to stock up on food, after all there was Avalon. Although, Avalon's completion rate is only about 50%. After getting in the car, Suze stepped on the accelerator. How about we transport these back first and then come back again? Just after fastening her seatbelt, Chen Qiqing looked up and blinked again. Are you coming? Suze raised his eyebrows. He glanced at Chen Qiqing's hopeful expression. To be honest, that expression was not only begging him to go to the evening market again, but also looking forward to the end tomorrow. Needless to say the former. As for the latter, I look forward to tomorrow being the end. Suze can completely understand. Because Chen Qiqing is still a little scared. After all, she just experienced a horrific murder attempt tonight. If tomorrow is the end of the world and the world is in chaos, there should be no need to worry about enemies coming to the door again. Well, this is indeed a bit of an ostrich mentality. It was precisely because he knew what Chen Qiqing was thinking. Suzitsai didn't hesitate at all and directly followed Chen Qiqing's idea and went out to buy food. Just think of it as helping her relieve the stress in her heart. Why don't you come back tomorrow? It's not convenient for you to buy things at night, isn't it? Suze said seriously, suppressing a smile. Yes, okay, Chen Qiqing took the advice, scratched her head, and agreed. How about you go home and get some thick clothes? Suze changed the subject. Oh, right. Chen Qiqing clapped her hands, feeling that what Suze said was very reasonable. Then I'll take a detour to your house first. Suze adjusted the navigation and then asked, by the way, do you have your parents' memorial tablets in your house? No, what's wrong? Chen Qiqing raised her eyebrows and asked. It's nothing, I was just thinking. When I accompany you to get something, I would like to chat with your parents and tell them not to worry. I will take good care of your precious daughter in the future, and she will have food for you. Then she won't be hungry, Suze said with a smile. Chen Qiqing was silent for a few seconds, and then said blankly, I can go back and put one up right away, but can you say a few more words to my parents, like you have loved me for 10,000 years and your sincerity will never change? You are quite demanding. After Suze complained, both of them laughed, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. Return to the community garage. As soon as Suze took the food out of the car, he heard a voice coming from the parking space not far away. Look, husband, people are buying a lot of things. Let's go and buy some too. What if those foreign videos are true? Oh, buy whatever you want. I'm exhausted from work today. I just want to go back and lie down. In my ears, the conversation between a strange couple seems to be a microcosm of the world at this moment. Many people have begun to worry that the end of the world is coming, but many voices are telling these people that the end of the world is fake. The sun will rise tomorrow as usual, so everyone should go to bed early. Maybe it will be like the stock market hitting its limit. At a certain moment, market confidence was completely defeated, and then disaster struck. Everyone fled in panic, but it was too late. Back home, Suze continued to sit on the sofa, staring at the TV and watching the news program. Watching the news was secondary. He was mainly waiting for the simulator to update after midnight. In order to relax her mood, Chen Qiqing went to concentrate on doing housework, so that the two of them would not disturb each other. Time passed quietly in this tranquility. Until the time comes at midnight. The simulator panel in Suze's site immediately refreshed. Updated to Doomsday Simulator version 2.0. If you want to enable Doomsday Simulation, please select the simulator type first. 1. Doomsday Simulator, Classic Edition. Note, the classic version of the Doomsday Simulator can simulate the date after the stars fall. Note 2. The cooling time of the classic version is increased by 1 hour for each simulation day. 2. Doomsday Simulator, Old version. Note, in the old version of the simulator, the simulation content is only related to the contained objects. Note 2. The cooldown time of the old version of the simulator is 1 hour. If you choose Intelligence Reward, the cooldown time is 1 day. 2 versions? Suze stared and carefully read the introduction to the simulator in front of him. Although there is a detailed explanation, cooling time and general simulation direction, the introduction is obviously not comprehensive enough. Just try it. With a thought in his mind, Suze looked directly at the classic version of the simulator. Classic version of Doomsday Simulator has been selected. The Doomsday Simulation has begun. On the first day, the temperature dropped sharply. Although there were a lot of supplies stored at home, Chen Qiqing still pulled you and went out for a walk. However, because there were too many people grabbing the supplies, she quickly gave up buying. Start the simulation directly? Suze had doubts in his mind, and after taking a closer look, he found that a key step was indeed missing. Oh shit. The choice of inherent talent is gone. In addition, the first day in front of us should actually be the second day in the previous simulation. In other words, the simulation starts from the second day. Suze opened and closed his eyes to confirm this small change first. Then continue the simulation. On the second day, the network condition became very bad, but it didn't matter to you. You sat at home, borrowed your innate power, and observed every change in the city. On the third day, the water and electricity were cut off, and the panic spread further. You continued to observe your city. On the fourth day, the situation became worse. You saw many pollution areas suddenly erupted. Some places can indeed be called hell on earth. Life and death are just a matter of a moment. Later, you locked your observation target on Qin Yushir. Sure enough, you saw the eruption of the pollution area. Qin Yushir escaped into the basement by chance and escaped the first disaster. On the fifth day, you continued to observe. This time you extended the distance of observation. You began to observe Yunqing and paid special attention to the YC-14 safe zone, because the safe zone is next to the 18th middle school. During the observation, you found that the pollution area where the 18th middle school is located also erupted completely, so you began to prepare and investigate the pollution area. On the sixth day, while Chen Qiqing was resting, you teleported to the YC-14 safe zone. You observed the living environment here and secretly selected suitable people who could become awakeners. At the same time, you also began to prepare a strategy for clearing the contaminated area. On the seventh day, with the help of the Father God's listening talent, you studied the nightmares in the contaminated area, either openly or secretly. You already had a general understanding of the situation, so you began to arrange people to go to the contaminated area and contact the source of pollution. At the same time, you observed that Qin Yushir became an awakener in the basement without any danger. There seems to be no big change. HX.com. Staring at the content of the classic version of the simulator, Suze calculated the cooling time in his mind. It is still different from the previous simulation rules. He can actively stop the simulation of the classic version of the simulator in front of him. Just like this, he has already simulated the content of the seventh day. If he doesn't want to continue the simulation, he can stop the simulation at this moment, and the simulator's cooling time will be fixed at 7 hours. Try simulating it later, no big deal. I'll try the old version of the simulator tomorrow. Suze weighed in his mind for a moment, and then decisively advanced the simulation again. On the 8th day, you continue to promote the refresh of the contaminated area. At the same time, you observe that due to hunger, Qin Yushir has to choose to take risks. She must escape from the basement, otherwise she will really starve to death. On the 9th day, in the early morning, something unexpected happened to you. When Qin Yushir escaped from the basement, she was blocked by other survivors. As a result, Qin Yushir lost a good opportunity to escape. She was attacked by a wild beast and was seriously injured. When you were about to die, you took action. You rescued Qin Yushir, but you didn't treat her. You took her to the school she originally wanted to go to, but you didn't stay long. On the 10th day, you continue to promote the refreshing of the contaminated area in an orderly manner. On the 11th day, you took the time to observe Qin Yushir's condition. You saw that she was hiding the fact that she became an awakened person, and because of her injury, she was bullied by her former friends. On the 12th day, the awakened person's recovery was good, and Qin Yushir's health improved a lot. She planned to kill the people who had troubled her in the previous 2 days. The matter was done very cleanly, and no one knew that it was her. Killer, this bitch is pretty tough. She deliberately hid the fact that she became an awakened person, probably because she had already planned to deal with those who might be detrimental to her. However, the changes in this round of simulation are too great. Suzai's face showed a thoughtful look. When he saw the simulation content on the 9th day just now, he felt strange. Because a few hours ago, when he was doing a simulation at school, the content of the simulation he saw was that Qin Yushir had successfully escaped from the contaminated area by herself. But the content of the simulation in front of me was obviously different. It seemed that if he didn't help, Qin Yushir would surely die. There is no doubt about it. It must be because there are some additional variables between this simulation and the last simulation. Perhaps it was because Suzai had acquired a new talent. Maybe it was because of what Suzai said to Qin Yushir inadvertently. Such changes are not surprising. Because the previous simulation content has been changing. Suzai has long understood this truth. When he relies on the simulator, every time he peeks into the future, the butterfly of destiny will flap its wings, and this small change may cause a distant tornado, or maybe nothing will change. Anyway, if no other variables are added, the simulation content will probably look like this in the future. But Suzai knows that variables will always exist. Not to mention far away. Recently, there are still old versions of emulators. After he uses the old version, God knows what changes will happen in the future. On the 13th day, your work progress in the YC-14 safe zone was affected by some people. Some awakened people were dissatisfied with your actions and challenged your majesty. You killed all the enemies. On the 14th day, you continue to promote the refresh of the contaminated area. On the 15th day, there was a fight between awakened people in the SC-35 safe zone where you were. You found that someone was spying on you secretly and wanted to attack you, so you took action in advance. You killed many people and established the leadership of your safe zone in one fell swoop. Status: on the 16th day, you were very busy, running in both directions all day long. On the 17th day, you continue to be busy. At the same time, you used the global connection to start communicating with Qin Yushir. Day 18, on the 21st day, the contaminated area where number 18 middle school is located is refreshed. You can't wait to enter and successfully find Qi Xiaoye and bring her back, when the simulation advances to the 21st day. Suzai paused again. In fact, when the simulation progressed to more than 10 days, he wanted to stop. But because he saw the changes in Qin Yushir's side, he was worried that another accident would happen to Qi Xiaoye's side, so he didn't stop. Continue the simulation until 21 days. Fortunately, there were no changes on Qi Xiaoye's side and progress was going smoothly. That's it, 21 hours of cooldown. Muttering in his heart, Suzai stopped the simulation. You have completed the simulation evaluation. It is said that near miss is one of the most beautiful words in the world. The reward for this simulation is 10 talent fragments. You can use talent fragments to strengthen existing talents, or exchange them for random new talents. The current talent fragments are 10 out of 100. The denominator will gradually increase with the number of enhancements and exchanges. Simulator cooling time remaining 20 hours and 59 minutes, TSK, so. There is a reward. Suzai's eyes widened slightly, and his face showed joy. He just thought that the simulator was weakened. After all, there are no talents to choose from. But now it seems that the rewards are still there, just in a different way. Exchange for random new talents and strengthen existing talents. Suzai silently read the content displayed on the simulator. To be honest, the introduction of the simulator is too little to explain, and there is no clue. I don't know to what extent the enhancement here can strengthen the golden talent, and the same is true for exchanging new talents. Ha Chenkiching's heavy breathing brought Suzai back to his thoughts. After several hours of housework, Chenkiching seemed to be exhausted, and even her breathing was panting. At this moment, she stood next to the sofa, watching the news report on TV. According to reports, abnormal weather phenomena are still continuing, and the number of countries and regions affected is still increasing. Listening to the report in the news, Chen Qiqing turned her face and said to Su Zhe, "It seems to be getting worse. It's not really the end of the world." Su Zhe looked at the simulator cooling time calmly and replied, "It's so serious, you still need to ask me, while there is still electricity and hot water, enjoy the last modern civilization." Chen Qiqing was speechless, and the grumble was lingering in her throat. "I want to take a shower and sleep." Su Zhe stood up and walked halfway to the bathroom. He stopped and asked, "Do you want to take a shower together?" Ah, Chen Qiqing's eyes were as big as copper bells. She has never hated the breath of spring, and she has also made physical and mental preparations to welcome spring, but isn't it not good to play so big for the first time? "I'm just talking, you don't have to think so seriously." Seeing Chen Qiqing stunned in place, Su Zhe felt funny. I wasn't." Chen Qiqing shook her head like a rattle. Su Zhe said oh seriously and stopped teasing her. Of course, the ladder of adulthood must be climbed, but there is no need to rush. Morning. The sound of splashing water came from the kitchen. Chen Qiqing, who had just gotten up, was preparing breakfast. Su Zhe, who had just gotten up, stood on the balcony and looked up at the dark sky that had finally arrived. It was time for the sun to rise, but the sky was as dark as a cold night. There were so many clouds that even the blood moon that should have appeared was blocked. Abnormal weather has really spread to our country. After Chen Qiqing brought breakfast to the table, she came over to stand with Su Zhe inside. "Is your reaction a little too calm?" Su Zhe glanced at her and asked with a smile. In fact, Chen Qiqing's inner voice was not as calm as she looked on the surface. Just like Suching at the moment, everyone seemed to be calm, and there was no sign of any riot. Then how should I react? Should I run and jump, and finally die in front of you because of fear? Chen Qiqing complained. He. Su Zhe smiled and went back to the house to eat. Sitting at the dining table, eating breakfast while browsing the phone. The official news reported truthfully that abnormal weather phenomena have spread to most parts of the world. And there is still no accurate explanation. Of course, the authorities are constantly taking various measures to appease the people. The world is still struggling to maintain normal operations. This is the reality that Su Zhe sees now. Even the other side of the ocean, where the abnormal phenomenon first appeared, is now relying on the military and police to take to the streets, barely maintaining the proper social order. How long can this order be maintained? Muttering to himself, Su Zhe put the phone on the table and concentrated on enjoying breakfast. He continued to think that order could be maintained at this stage only because no real disaster had occurred yet. There was no sudden drop in temperature. The planet's magnetic field is also undisturbed. People sit at home and continue to enjoy the water and electricity of modern industrial civilization. Continue to use the communication network as usual, eat well and sleep as usual, so the order will not be disordered. But once any of the above changes, things may turn into another terrifying situation. And the truly terrifying contaminated areas are far from appearing. Su Zhe, are you still going to school today? Chen Qiqing, who was also watching the news, suddenly asked. She just took a look in her class group, and everyone seemed to be discussing whether to go to school today. You forgot what happened last night so quickly? For safety reasons, we are not going anywhere today. Su Zhe replied seriously. Yes, Chen Qiqing nodded. She thought secretly in her heart, let's not talk about other dangers, it's the end of the world now, why go to school? Isn't this something wrong with your brain? However, if you think about it from another angle, once you completely accept the setting of the end of the world, a sense of fear will come over you. The word doomsday is obviously more terrifying than the word go to school. Buzz Su Zhe's cell phone on the table vibrated. It was Qin Yushir who called. Two things. When the phone was connected, Qin Yushir said straight to the point, the first thing is, you asked me to stock up on supplies last night. I thought what you said made sense, so I asked someone to buy some food. It's a bit much, so I was wondering if I should give you some. No, you can keep it for yourself. Su Zhe declined the kindness. And add to your mind that where you live, it's useless no matter how much supplies you stock up on. Why not? Chen Qiqing on the side said in a low voice. Su Zhe was on speakerphone, so she didn't dare to speak loudly. Don't forget it. Let me tell you, the prices outside are skyrocketing now, and even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. After a few words of blame, Qin Yushir went on to talk about the second thing. There is one more little thing, let me ask. After looking at the situation of the Bai family, their family seems to be fighting within themselves, probably between the direct line and the collateral line, so there should be no time to investigate the previous events for the time being, but there are no ifs. Su Zhe said before he could. He knew what Qin Yushir was going to say, and he was just waiting for other people's family affairs to be settled before he came to mess with him. But that situation is unlikely to happen. 2.5 days later, when the contaminated area begins to erupt on a large scale, the past will be meaningless. Oh, I knew you didn't take the Bai family's affairs seriously. Qin Yushir smiled, paused for a moment, and then continued, the last thing, I just heard that there was a woman beside you. The voice of a child. Chen Keqing raised her eyebrows and wanted to rub her hands together. She had obviously kept her voice very low, but she didn't expect to be heard. Well, Chen Keqing is here with me. Su Zhe generously answered Qin Yushir's doubts. It is indeed your little girlfriend. Qin Yushir deliberately used a jealous tone. So? Su Zhe asked with a smile. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. I just want to remind you to remember to wear a condom. If the end of the world really comes, giving birth will be too hard. Qin Yushir laughed. Chen Keqing's cheeks turned red, she pretended not to hear, and quickly took a few more mouthfuls of food. Unfortunately, her inner voice betrayed her completely. If he doesn't wear it, I will give him a big fat son. As the child grows older, he becomes rebellious. Well, after hanging up the phone, Su Zhe pretended to think. After a while, he asked Chen Keqing, it seems that there are no safety supplies at home. Why don't you go out and buy some? I'm just a child. Chen Keqing looked shy, and it took her a long time to hold back a sentence. It's not that she doesn't want to buy it, it's just that she's embarrassed to buy it. So I wanted to use the reason that I was still a child to let Su Zhe buy it. Oh, I remembered wrongly. When I went shopping last night, I bought several large boxes. I won't be able to use them all in a year. Su Zhe said with a smile. Chen Keqing was numb, her face was red, and she didn't dare to say anything anymore. Time passes. 8:30. Chen Keqing was in the class group, confirming the news that everyone did not need to go to school today. If you wanted to, you could still go, but you could only attend self-study. Su Zhe also received similar news. Su University has also completely suspended classes. Everyone seems to be watching this crisis that has not yet fully erupted. 10 o'clock. Abnormal phenomena have 100% enveloped the whole world. Over Su City, the thick clouds and mists dispersed, and the blood moon appeared clearly in the sky. The atmosphere of terror intensified. Su Zhe sat at home, relying on his innate ability in the infinite field to observe the changes on the street. The uneasiness on people's faces is gradually increasing. But it's still within control. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Abnormalities continue. Su Zhe saw other owners in the same community posting many live videos of looting in the owner group. The supermarket was looted. Even if the price increased tenfold, there were still people buying in large quantities. At the same time, Suzhou University also issued an official notice. The school is only open to people entering and not leaving. All students must stay in the school. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The phenomenon of looting is getting worse and worse. Some people even started to buy for 0 yuan. The streets were full of sirens, but some people were still unable to control their restlessness. 7 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a brief problem with network communication. Although there was no official explanation, Su Zhe knew that it should not be a technical problem, but a change in the geomagnetic field. At the same time, many people began to feel that the air around them seemed to be getting colder than before. 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Zhe sat upright in the study, looking up at the blood moon in the sky. The sky now is naturally not as bright as it is during the day, but the moonlight is more blazing than before. In layman's terms, there is no problem with the lighting. Although you can't see everything clearly, you can see it. Lunar matrix. Looking at the moonlight, Su Zhe muttered a famous conspiracy theory. He didn't believe in this conspiracy theory, but it just suddenly occurred to him at this moment. Moreover, considering the end of the doomsday scene in the simulation content, it is definitely more terrifying. When people witness the falling of the stars with their own eyes, I am afraid that all the seemingly incredible conspiracy theories in the world are nothing more than that. The simulator cooling time has ended. Noticing the simulator's prompt, Su Zhe withdrew his eyes from the sky. He was just waiting for the cooling time to end. Because he wanted to try the old version of the simulator first. The old version of the Doomsday Simulator has been selected. Simulation starts. On the 7th day, you get information about the whereabouts of the containment. You decide, 1. Go to investigate immediately. 2. Observe first and then make plans. Suze was surprised when the simulation started. It actually started from the 7th day. And in the simulation, you can make your own action choices. It's really different from the classic version. Suze didn't rush to choose, but thought about it first. When he saw the name of the old version of the simulator yesterday, he thought about a question, whether the name of the simulator itself carries some kind of information. The 2 words old are full of the flavor of the system. But he couldn't be sure if it was what he thought, because maybe the simulator was just named according to his cognition as a human. Just like when he confirmed that those terrifying existences wandering in the Doomsday were called containments, the text of the simulator also changed accordingly, and the weird and terrifying existence was uniformly called containments. The old version of the simulator only provides simulation content related to containments. Suze flipped back to read the simulator function introduction and confirmed this again. Because it only simulates information related to containments, it starts from the 7th day, that is, after there is information related to containments. After figuring this out, Suze began to make a choice. On the 7th day, you got information about the containment, and you decided to investigate immediately. You teleported to the vicinity of the containment. With your talent, you quietly observed the target, which was a statue. You saw a familiar feeling in the statue's appearance. You guessed that when you come into contact with the statue, you can't close your eyes, you have to keep staring at the statue. Based on the above guess, you captured 2 strong men and controlled them to contact the statue. When the 2 investigators approached the statue did not attack them until the 2 closed their eyes at the same time. You didn't even have time to observe, and both of them died on the spot. You thought your guess was correct, so you captured 2 more strong men and controlled them to stare at the statue. At the same time, you personally went to the scene and destroyed the statue. After you attacked the statue immediately attacked you. You were killed by the statue 7 times in 1 second. You realized that the containment failed, so you wanted to end the teleportation state, but when you teleported away, you found that the statue was still behind you, and you subconsciously blinked. You died. Please select whether you need a reward content, location information of the statue, killed just like that? The simulation content made Suze ashamed. What level of containment did he provoke? In just 1 second, he could kill him 7 times? And he could also follow the teleportation. Terrible. Really terrible. It seems that without Chishoya, it really won't work. These containments are too strong. Suze couldn't help sighing in his heart. However, after trying the old version of the simulator, he realized a problem. Maybe Chishoya was not originally a plugin exclusively for him. Because the meaning of the old version of the simulator seems to be to help him find, control, and destroy the containment. Remaining cooling time of the simulator, 59 minutes, without choosing a reward, Suze directly let the simulator enter cooling. In this round of simulation just now, I couldn't figure out the mechanism of the statue. I only knew that the statue was very strange and powerful. Therefore, even if you choose the reward and know the location of the statue, it is useless. You can't repeat the mistakes in the simulation and go there to die directly. At least you have to figure out how to deal with the corresponding containment in the simulation now, then you can further choose the reward, and finally destroy the containment to achieve the ultimate goal of improving your combat power. I have to wait for another hour. Looking up and raising his eyebrows, he has nothing to do. Suze got up from his chair and went to the living room. Just happened to see Chinkiching playing with her mobile phone, walked to her side quietly, and heard her playing games and chatting with classmates in the class. What do you think? Will it be better tomorrow? Maybe like some people say, sleep, everything will be fine tomorrow. Is it aliens who did it? Are we going to have formal contact with alien civilizations? The chat content in the group is a microcosm of the online discussion at the moment. It says that tomorrow will be better, it says that aliens are coming, it says that zombies are going to attack the city, there are all kinds of statements, but just like the game they are playing, it is still operating normally. The world is not in chaos yet. I was shocked. When did you stand behind me? Chen Kiching realized it belatedly and found Suze beside her. Well, it started when one of your classmates said that he was an XP party, not a strength party. Suze recalled seriously. Well, Chen Kiching put down her phone a little shyly. Thanks to the doomsday atmosphere today, the number of people who confessed to her through the internet channel could be gathered into a class. The number of people was not exaggerated at all. Suze could understand that a beautiful, clean and cold girl like Chen Keqing must be the white moonlight in the hearts of many men. However, Chen Keqing herself was embarrassed. As if she was afraid that Suze would be jealous, she quickly drew a line with those people. You continue to play. Suze smiled. He just came over to take a look and didn't plan to do anything else. I don't want to play with them anymore. Chen Keqing shook her head and asked Suze tentatively, are you not busy now? Just now, seeing Suze in the study, reading quietly, Chen Keqing didn't feel embarrassed to disturb him. Compared to playing games with her classmates, she wanted to sit with Suze at this moment, just to sit quietly and watch the news. I'm not busy. Suze read Chen Keqing's thoughts, and suddenly realized it, and said with a smile, oh, you want to play with me, right? The shyness was quickly overcome, and Chen Keqing admitted generously, well, I just want to sit with you for a while. Sit for a while? Suze sat down and joked, how about another kiss? Yes. Chen Keqing answered neatly and quickly. So quickly that Suze was a little surprised. When you kissed me that day, I liked it very much. Chen Keqing thought she would be very shy to say this, but when she really said it, she didn't seem to feel shy at all, but her face was a little hot. However, she had never thought about kissing, but Suze mentioned it jokingly just now, so she took the opportunity to say what she thought in her heart. Well, how much do you like it? Suze smiled and asked. I just like it. Chen Keqing stared at Suze's face, and the soft color of a girl was reflected in her glass eyes. Maybe, at that moment, I understood what it means to be heart-pounding. Oh, Suze nodded, thinking about what posture to use to meet Chen Keqing's small request at the moment. Only kiss. Feeling Suze's eyes, Chen Keqing hurriedly added. A few minutes later. The temperature in the room was out of control, just like the flashover phenomenon in a fire. At a certain moment, the fire was completely out of control and all burned. On the sofa, it was Suze who first asked questions. Didn't you say, only kiss? I didn't say. Let's continue. The first day of the doomsday, 11 o'clock in the evening. It seems to have suddenly become cold outside. Suze went to the balcony to feel the real-time temperature, then returned to the house, closed the French window, and sat on the sofa again. Beside him, Chen Keqing hugged the blanket, curled up her legs, and looked at Suze affectionately. The plan really can't keep up with the changes. The sudden passion not only disrupted Chen Keqing's reserved plan, but also disrupted Suze's original idea. However, both sides of the battle were obviously very satisfied with the result. Speaking of which, in yesterday's simulation, there was no mention of pushing Chen Keqing down. It turned out that on the first day, while talking to himself, the cooling time of the simulator turned good again. The cooling time of the simulator has ended. Please choose whether to continue simulating the last round of containment. Please choose whether to continue simulating the last round of contained objects. Distracted and staring at the simulator prompt that popped up automatically, Suze remained calm and chose to continue the simulation. Doomsday simulation has begun. On the 7th day, you get information about the contained objects, and you decide, 1. Go and investigate immediately. 2. Observe first before taking action. It's still a choice between 2. But an hour ago, Suze had already tried another option, which was to observe first and then act. Unfortunately, the result was still unsatisfactory. In the simulation, he still died at the hands of the contained object. Obviously, his knowledge of his previous life did not actually help him in the simulation. Only part of that strange and powerful statue matched his knowledge of his previous life. On the 7th day, you received information about the contained object, and you decided to go investigate immediately. You learned your lesson. You no longer try to attack the statue. You choose to remotely control the 7 toolmen and go to the location of the containment object. You try to control and contain the statue, but the effect is not ideal. When the toolman approaches the statue within 1 meter, the statue was disturbed, and your toolmen were wiped out in an instant. You are a little helpless, so you decide, 1. Give up the investigation. 2. Go into battle personally and risk your life. You choose to go into battle personally and fight with your life. You attack the statue immediately attacks you, you pull with the advent talent, but it's useless, the statue is faster than you use up all the healing energy, and you die. The simulator enters the cooling time. Although the simulator gave another opportunity to choose, the final result did not change anything. The good news is that the old version of the simulator seemed to give enough room for maneuver. Even though he knew it was a dead end, Suze could still choose to put himself in danger in the simulation. Although the results may not be satisfactory, at least the information is obtained. If you really can't deal with it and choose to give up and continue the previous round of simulation at the beginning of the simulation, then the contained objects that appear in the simulation should change. Suze lowered his eyes and thought secretly. He really wanted to give up, dealing with the weird statue in the simulation, which could kill him 7 times in 1 second, almost completely ignoring the protective ability of the patron saint. It seems that such a terrifying monster is not something he can deal with at this stage. In this case, there is no need for him to be stubborn. It might be a good idea to give up on monsters of this level and pick some easy ones to deal with first. I'm well rested. With a clear voice, Chen Qiqing spoke shyly. The blanket wrapped around the girl's body inadvertently slipped a little, and the fragrant shoulders as white as lotus roots reflected an alluring luster. Let's do it again. I will never cry out in pain. Chen Qiqing promised with a blushing face. Suze remained silent, smiled evilly, and responded with action. He reached into the blanket, grabbed his smooth ankle, and dragged it to him. The next day. 9 o'clock in the morning. The house was still comfortable with the floor heating on, but the balcony was frozen. Transparent little ice picks grow intermittently along the handrails of the balcony, all the time, no longer telling that the outdoor temperature at this moment has dropped to a terrifying level. Sioux City, a southern city, has never seen such a battle. On the 5th day, you received information about the contained object, and you decided to go investigate immediately. With the help of Advent talent, you successfully found the containment object. It was a gorgeous-looking, gold-plated key. You carefully observed it for a long time and found no danger. On the 6th day, you end your observation. You take away the key. You study the key and find that the key can open any kind of lock in the city. It can even open the lock of a woman's heart. You are sure that this is a harmless container. Instead of destroying it, you decide to keep it for now. All simulations have been completed. Please choose whether you need to receive simulation rewards, location information of contained objects, reward received, master key location information, will appear on the 5th day of the first year of Doomsday. The simulator enters the cooling time, remaining cooling time, 23 hours and 59 minutes, on the sofa. Suze stared at the contents of the simulator without squinting. The terrifying statue that first appeared in the simulator last night has been abandoned by him. He tried the simulation 5 or 6 times, but made no progress. After giving up the statue, other difficult containment objects appeared. Until this moment, a harmless containment object finally appeared. He can easily control this special item called the master key. This looks very similar to the master key in the foundation. Thinking secretly in his mind, Suze refreshed the content in the simulator. Currently is the first year of Doomsday, day 2, the first line of the simulator becomes the time display. According to this time setting, at a certain time on the 5th day, the location information related to the master key will appear directly in his mind. Phew, finally done. Chen Qiqing's beautiful figure is busy in the room. The temperature outside has dropped sharply, reaching -10 degrees Celsius, and is continuing to drop. Fortunately, it is still warm inside the house, and washing clothes is no different from usual. And there is a dryer. Chen Qiqing had just cleaned the blanket stained with virgin blood. You can see the streets are covered with snow and the sky is filled with snowflakes. On TV, the news program was broadcasting. The social impact of the sudden drop in temperature did not appear in the official news, but if you go out now, you can definitely see countless chaos at a glance. The sudden change in temperature has brought deeper fear to the world. I see a lot of people rushing to buy supplies. How about we go out for a walk? After finishing the housework, Chen Qiqing discussed with Suze. The inventory at home is not much, but not a small amount. Chen Qiqing is purely a hamster soul, and wants to store as much food as possible to deal with disasters. Whatever, if you want to go out for a walk, I will accompany you. Suze replied indifferently. Then wait for me to pack up, and we will go out for a walk. Chen Qiqing went back to the house, took out various equipment, earmuffs, scarves, windproof masks, wrapped herself tightly, and then pulled Suze out. When they got to the street, they saw a lot of chaotic scenes. Some citizens who were totally unprepared almost filled the supermarkets. If it weren't for the official staff coordinating, it would have been a mess. This store has a lot of people. Do you still want to go in? Suze patiently accompanied Chen Qiqing to wander around. She looked at all the supermarkets and stores around her residence. Either they were sold out or there were so many people that she couldn't buy anything. I'll go over and take a look. Chen Qiqing was curious and walked along the edge of the crowd to the store door to look inside. After a while, she timidly turned back. Let's go back. There were two very wretched men just now, looking at me and laughing. Well, let's go back. Suze smiled and lent his arm to Chen Keqing. As for the wretched man that Chen Keqing mentioned, he also noticed that he was squeezing in the crowd and deliberately squeezing against the woman. When they saw Chen Keqing, their eyes seemed to be shining. Let's go to the garage, it's closer. On the way back, Suze suddenly suggested. Well, it's so cold, will it always be so cold? Based on my shallow knowledge of physics, the sun must not have disappeared, otherwise the temperature would be lower than it is now. But why can't we see it suddenly? Holding Suze's arm, Chen Keqing chatted and tried to analyze the current world situation from a scientific perspective. She obviously didn't have the insight of Suze, and didn't notice that the two wretched men who had looked at her before were following behind her not far away. Damn, this woman is absolutely hot, I really need to fuck her. Really? What are you afraid of? It's a mess outside now. Let's knock that man down and have some fun. Does she want to call the police to arrest us now? Okay, let's fuck him. Even if we just touch him, we'll make money, hee hee. The two of them hit it off and then quickened their pace and followed from behind. However, they had just followed into the garage, and the wretched man in front of them bumped into an air wall. Fuck, what the hell? The man bumped hard and knocked himself to the ground. What's wrong? Don't make a fuss. Is there a wall here or something? Another person stepped forward and tried to reach out and touch the air wall. He did touch it. But what he touched was the sharp blade of Suze's guardian. Wow, the pleasant sound of the air being pierced came slowly from the underground garage. Two headless male corpses fell to the ground with a bang, and the white dark flames immediately devoured their bodies. In the blink of an eye, all traces of their existence in the world were wiped out. On the second day, some people couldn't hold themselves back. In the elevator, Suze muttered to himself. It was just two little ants crushed to death, and he didn't even bother to take a second look. However, these two daring people are the epitome of society at the moment. Some people are probably not afraid of the end of the world. If the end of the world breaks out only in a small area, these people will be scared to death for fear that they will become the unfortunate ones. But if doomsday takes care of every individual fairly, these people will not feel any discomfort in their hearts. Instead, they will be excited and eager to release their desires. Eager to seize what was once out of reach in this disaster. Just like that. Crack! When the door opened, Chen Keqing looked back carefully, fearing that someone with evil intentions might follow behind. After entering the house, she brought up what happened just now. I have something to confirm with you. She asked. Huh? What's the matter? Suze asked while changing his shoes. I know you are very powerful, but I don't know how powerful you are, so I was wondering if you would like to show me in detail. Chen Keqing didn't want to flirt with Suze. She took off her mask and discussed it seriously. This question, I think if this continues, the world will be in chaos. It's very unsafe outside. I'm afraid I'll cause trouble for you. Well, Suze pondered, not in a hurry to speak. Just like the two men just now, there's something wrong with their eyes. Although I know they may not be able to defeat you, but if one day I encounter an enemy with a large number of people, Chen Keqing scratched her head, not knowing how to express it. After a pause, she added conclusively, in short, I can't cause trouble for both of us, but I want to know what level of trouble is considered trouble for us. Suze still didn't answer in a hurry. He smiled and looked at Chen Keqing with soft eyes. A good wife is not a small thing. The wisdom of the ancients emerged unconsciously in his mind. Maybe Chen Keqing has not really shown the attributes of a wife, but she is indeed showing herself her caring and capable side bit by bit and inadvertently. How about you guess first how much trouble we have? While replying, Suze picked up Chen Keqing and placed her on the table in the living room. Well, can you hit 5? 10? Chen Keqing asked tentatively while giggling after being hugged. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Suze reached out and took off Chen Keqing's coat. Let's tell lies first. It's a lie, I want you now. Really, what's the truth? Not just that, but twice. In a blink of an eye, it was late at night. After the previous sharp drop, the temperature gradually stabilized, and the air in Sioux City seemed to be stabilizing at -10 degrees. For many locals, this is definitely a cold experience they have never had before. A plane just crashed over Shanghai. The news is absolutely true. Humanity has always misinterpreted the predictions of the Mayan civilization. The real doomsday will come in 3 days. If you still have unfulfilled wishes, take advantage of these 3 days to do it quickly. Shocked. All the residents of a building were killed overnight. Suze stopped on the balcony and browsed the messy messages on his phone. Some of the news may be true, but most of the news is nonsense and standard rumors. The truly horrific disaster will officially begin tomorrow. The phone vibrated, and the message from the dormitory group was displayed on the screen. Wang Zixin, Brother Zay, I've registered for you. As long as I'm here, no one can take your bed. Strong, Wang Zixin, but if you protect yourself day and night, it's hard to protect yourself from thieves. Wang Zixin, that bitch Sun Bin brought his girlfriend into our dormitory. Sun Bin, silly beep. Sun Bin, don't listen to his nonsense. The school happened to be closed and she couldn't get out, so I kept her in the dormitory. Don't worry, I share a bed with her. Suze, it's okay, you can use my bed as you like. Laughing, Wang Zixin, Brother Zay, you really need to go back to school quickly. I have a feeling that a real disaster is coming this time. We brothers are all staying together. If anything happens, we can handle it easily. Sun Bin, +1 Suze, I'll keep an eye on you. Just stay in school and don't run around. After replying to the message, Suze turned off the phone screen. Similar to what we saw in the simulation before, after the disaster broke out, Suda's immediate handling was very wise and fast. Although there must be various surprises and fluctuations in the middle, the overall order is stable. Where are Qin Yu's poems? With a thought in his mind, Suze concentrated his attention and used his innate ability to observe Qin Yusher's residence from a distance. As expected, I still stayed in Su City. After just one observation, Suze put away his magical powers. He was just a little curious as to why Qin Yusher didn't leave Su City. After all, Qin Yusher's family was still alive, and unlike Chen Qiqing, he had no father or mother. Theoretically speaking, Qin Yusher still had a chance to leave Su City yesterday, and even tonight, but after tonight, it will not be easy to get out of the way again. It's a bit cold. Taking a deep breath subconsciously, the cold air poured into his throat. Suze put his hands in his pockets and went back to the house. The awakened person's physical fitness should be able to resist freezing. As expected, I still have to become an awakened person as soon as possible. He thought secretly in his heart. Doomsday Year, Day 3, on the third day, early in the morning. Just after 8 o'clock, Suze climbed out of the warm bed. Chen Qiqing got up earlier than him and was busy in the kitchen. After a quick wash, he looked at the simulator's cooling time. Simulator cooling time remaining, 50 minutes. Today, the contaminated area will begin to show signs. Sat down on the sofa, turned on the TV and checked the news. As expected, the news was full of topics related to the end of the world. Whether it was experts or hosts, their expressions at this moment were completely different from before. The expressions on everyone's faces were frighteningly solemn. If the disaster was a towering giant or a strange beast that could call the wind and rain under the sea, it might be better. After all, the enemy is visible and modern weapons are within reach. But at this moment, scientists are probably so busy that their heads are smoking, and they still don't understand what is going on in this world. Of course, those scientific research institutions must have made some discoveries now. For example, they found that the space station lost contact, many satellites fell, the cold came without any source, and the planet's magnetic field was in chaos. These terrible changes that ordinary people cannot observe are not mysterious, and someone must be able to observe them. But even if they are observed, it's useless. If you can't stop these changes, it's useless to say anything. Speaking of which, when I simulated for the first time, I was going to live in a single-family house on the top floor. Suze recalled the content of his simulation on the first day. At that time, the threat of the contaminated area was a kind of red-eye disease. And he was initially infected because of a beautiful young woman, and he was infected with red-eye disease on the third day of the doomsday. Why not take a look now? With a sinking breath, Suze mobilized the innate ability of the infinite field and quickly locked the target building. From his observation angle, he climbed up the building and soon found the beautiful young woman. Fuck, they're already driving piles so early. Suze secretly spat in his heart. This slut is really available to anyone. Let's eat. Chen Qiqing's voice pulled Suze's thoughts back. He stood up and sat down at the dining table. Simulator cooling time remaining, 1 minute, 50 minutes soon came to an end. Suze sat on the sofa leisurely, continuing to use his innate ability to observe the city. He saw that some polluted areas had begun to emerge. For example, the young woman observed before, her behavior was a little wrong. In addition, there are 1 or 2 polluted areas with dangerous things emerging, but these dangerous things have not caused large-scale casualties for the time being. Simulator cooling time has ended, please select the simulator type first. The simulator cooling time is over, but Suze is not in a hurry to start the simulation immediately. He is thinking about how to use the 2.0 version of the simulator, which is the most correct way to open it. The previous multiple simulation attempts have made him roughly understand what functions the two different types of simulators have. So, the old version of the simulator only simulates content related to the containment, which can almost be regarded as my exclusive tool. Suze continued to think deeply with his eyes slightly lowered. He must study the containment. Not only because the containment itself is a mysterious existence that makes people curious, but also because he himself needs to rely on the containment to become stronger. So the old version of the simulator is definitely tailor-made for him. In the simulation before the end of the world, when he was studying the containment, the most difficult problem to solve was that it was difficult to find the containment easily. Now, with the old version of the simulator, the problem is solved. If Qi Xiaoya's external clairvoyance is added, things will go more smoothly. The correct way to use the classic simulator, in addition to obtaining the reward of talent fragments, the biggest use should be to avoid possible accidents in the future. The cooling mechanism of the classic simulator is different. If Suze still simulates more than 300 days each time like before the doomsday reward, the cooling time will make him dizzy. But if he only simulates a few days or more than 10 days each time, not only is the cooling time completely acceptable, but it can also achieve his goal of clearing future uncertainties. For example, just like in the previous simulation, he found that Qin Yusher's fate trajectory had changed. Or, when he decided to help Chen Keqing become an awakener, simulating the content of the next 3 or 4 days in advance can maximize the guarantee of no accidents. The short thinking time ended with Suze exhaling a long breath. Then, he looked at the simulator panel again. Old version simulator selected, simulation starts. On the 11th day of the year of doomsday, you got information about the containment, and you decided to go and investigate immediately. When observing the containment from a distance, you noticed the other party's shape, which was like a reptile like a crocodile. Its body was not particularly large, and it seemed to move clumsily. Your domain ability could not even detect danger from the target, but you were still cautious. You used the connection talent to control 7 tools and approached the containment. When your tools attracted the attention of the containment, it launched an attack. Your tools were instantly wiped out and torn into pieces by the containment. You realized that this was an extremely tricky and dangerous containment, and you decided, 1. Turn around and leave, and take a long-term view 2. Face the challenge hidden and fight hidden. You decided to face the challenge hidden and fight the containment. After a difficult fight, you were smashed by the containment. You exhausted all your healing energy and died on the spot. Simulator enters cooldown time. Suze stared at the simulation content expressionlessly. Okay. It feels like he has simulated another containment that he cannot defeat. At least he cannot defeat it at this stage. And after simulating several times, Suze vaguely discovered that his innate ability always fails or has a greatly reduced effect when facing such an extremely powerful containment. It's like being crushed by the aura of a superior. I don't understand what's going on. It's over, the situation is getting more and more terrible. Thinking that Suze was watching the news, Chen Keqing, who had finished cleaning the kitchen, sat down next to Suze. As soon as she sat down, she saw some bad news reported in the news, so she sighed unconsciously. Suze immediately withdrew his attention from the simulator, nodded, and responded seriously, yes, Kopa. The time came to noon. Old Japanese simulator selected, simulation starts. On the 9th day of the year of doomsday, you get information about the location of the containment, and you decide to investigate immediately. The target containment is in the contaminated area, in the kitchen of an ordinary family. You are very careful. When you explore remotely, even if you don't detect any sense of danger, you still choose to use the toolman to contact the containment for the first time. The containment looks like a takeaway coffee machine. On the surface, this thing doesn't seem to be threatening at all. You control the toolman and input the coffee, water, and drinks you want on the coffee machine. The coffee machine really releases the corresponding drinks according to your requirements. On the 10th day, you repeatedly experimented. After more than 1,000 attempts, you determined that this is a harmless coffee machine. It can provide users with any kind of drink that can be seen on the market, but you'd better not enter strange requirements on it. If you enter some strange requirements, terrible things will happen. After the experiment, you take the coffee machine away and put it in a safe place. All simulations completed. Please choose whether to obtain simulation rewards. Selected simulation rewards. coffee machine location information, will appear on the 9th day of the doomsday year, simulator cooling time remaining, 23 hours and 59 minutes. Obtain the location information of a containment object again. Suze smiled secretly in his heart. Sure enough, you still have to use the simulator's deduction ability to easily handle the contained objects. In pre-apocalyptic simulations, the contained objects that appear are often extremely aggressive and terrifying objects that can cause hundreds or thousands of casualties at every turn. One can imagine how difficult it is to deal with this kind of thing. It's different now that we have the old version of the simulator. It's much easier to pick out the soft ones first and study the non-offensive contained objects first. The only thing that made Suze a little unsure. Even he doesn't know now whether if he finds that kind of contained object but doesn't destroy it, it will actually be equivalent to not getting the contained object experience. Fortunately, there is no need to rush to verify this. He can definitely get the answer in the classic version of the simulation later. Manager Wang replied. She said you can go buy it now. Chen Keqing, who was lying on Suze's lap playing with her mobile phone, got up and handed Suze's mobile phone over. The manager Wang she refers to as a cadre of the community and a shareholder of the property company. After the mutation occurred, this manager Wang has been very active and has been working with others to maintain order in the community. Since others have said so, let's go. Anyway, the simulator has entered the cooling time, and Suze doesn't mind going downstairs to take a stroll with nothing to do. Hey, I'll go too. Chen Keqing got up and went to change clothes. Yesterday, Suze had already roughly explained to her what she was worried about. Probably, he can do whatever he wants without worrying about safety issues, he can handle it. Even so, Chen Keqing still plans to keep a low profile. It's so expensive. You people's consciences have been eaten by pigs and dogs. I will buy it at the original price. If you don't sell it to me, I will make trouble. As soon as he arrived at the goods accumulation point downstairs, Suze heard noisy sounds. There were so many people watching around that it was hard to squeeze in, but Suze could see that it was a middle-aged woman who was taking the lead in making a fuss. Suze has never seen such trivial things in simulation content, but he has seen it several times about the goods obtained by the community today. Stop looking and get down to business. Chen Keqing stood on tiptoe behind the crowd, joining in the fun. Suze dragged her away and walked along the edge of the crowd for a while, quickly finding manager Wang. A woman in her early 40s with an average appearance. Just looking at her appearance, she seems to be the type with relatively strong working ability. You are the owner of 6, how many buildings? After a brief greeting, manager Wang recognized Suze's identity. Is it because the price is so expensive that there's a quarrel over there? Suze asked casually. Yeah, this person is unreasonable, and there's nothing you can do against her. Alas, manager Wang continued his work while explaining, it would be great if we could transport these supplies. Whatever the situation now, they are still needed. Let me tell you, the price is a little high, and some people feel uncomfortable. Oh, how much do you want? It can be seen that manager Wang is a little busy. Suze didn't talk nonsense and said, I will give you 100,000 yuan, you can take whatever you want for me. Manager Wang raised his eyes and said in surprise, 100,000? Suze looked at her expression and said in his heart that tomorrow, if I tell you the number of 100,000 again, you will look at me with the same expression, but at that time, you will probably only think, 100,000? Useless. I'll go in and take a look first. Manager Wan was not in a hurry to collect Suze's money and went into the temporary warehouse. After a while, he took out 2 large bags of food and handed them to Suze. That's it. Usually this thing costs a few hundred yuan at most. What do you say? I'll charge you 100,000, but I can't do that kind of thing, so just give me 2 or 3,000, which is the current cost price. It was Suze's turn to be surprised. No wonder, in the simulation, I saw that the order in this safe zone for the previous 10 days had been maintained without any problems. It seems that some people still can't let go of their conscience in a short period of time. You're quite a nice person. Suze sneered, transferred the money, took the things, and left. It's so expensive, but it's good to be able to buy it. With that said, Chen Keqing stretched out her hand to help Suze share some of the weight. Suze was not polite and handed her the 2 big bags in his hand. As a result, she couldn't even walk, so Suze had to take up the heavy responsibility again. I'm a waste, I'm sorry. Chen Keqing rubbed her little arms and followed Suze. If the situation gets worse later, I'm afraid we won't be able to buy anything. Fortunately, we bought a lot of food in advance. While listening to her ramble, Suze thought that Avalon must be completely finished within these 2 days. After all, there will be power and water outages tomorrow, and life will suddenly become very difficult. Time continues to pass. All kinds of bad changes are taking place in turn. The network is interrupted and the power supply is difficult. In addition, the high-speed rail was suspended 2 days ago, flights are grounded, and traffic is also paralyzed. The whole city seemed to be spiraling downward, getting closer and closer to the abyss of fear. And among these horrors, there are no more no less horrifying rumors about contaminated areas. But until now, not many people realize that contaminated areas are the real fatal disaster. Day 4 of the doomsday era. Just after midnight, Suze noticed his simulator and updated the time accordingly. He gradually withdrew from the state of concentrating on organizing Avalon. Going to the living room, I took a look at Chenkiching, who was lying on the sofa, sleeping soundly. She could sleep so comfortably because there was still heating. Tomorrow night, she would probably have to be wrapped up in 3 layers. Starting today, there will be a large-scale outbreak in the contaminated area. Sitting down next to Chenkiching, Suze thought to himself. After a few seconds of thinking, he gathered his attention and activated his talent in infinite fields. The field of vision, like the Byakugan of Konoha, was moving rapidly. Suze went straight to the location of Yunqing 18th Middle School. After a long time, he locked onto the target location. The school seems empty, and the disaster has not yet broken out. He continued to observe. View, exploring YC14 next to number 18 Middle School. It's quite peaceful here. Until Suze observed it intermittently for 6 or 7 hours. The polluted area where number 18 Middle School is located finally showed its fangs. Under the dim blood moon, passers-by walking on the street suddenly stepped on the ground, and a strange feeling extended from the soles of their feet to the Tianling cap. The passers-by were startled, their eyes widened, and they looked down at their feet. Only then did he realize that he was slowly floating. His expression was one of panic at first, and then struggle. He couldn't control his body, like dandelion seeds floating in the wind. But there is actually no wind in the physical sense around us. Fortunately, he quickly mastered some skills to control his body balance by shaking his arms. When he regained his balance, he saw many people like him, slowly flying up. Many people, like him, looked around nervously after barely controlling their bodies. Many of these flying people were screaming and shouting, but there were also some who mistakenly thought they had awakened some special ability and were trying to control their bodies, until a certain moment. Crack! A young body suddenly fell from midair. Warm blood and brains exploded together on the cold street. Then there were more and more snaps, more and more screams, and more deaths. At this moment, the blood moon became extremely scarlet. Many people who hid at home escaped. They did not fall from the ceiling with a snap, they continued to float in the air, but some people could not control their bodies and floated out of the house, and soon they also turned into meat paste with a snap. Many people realized that floating out would mean death, so they desperately grabbed what they could grab. But the feeling of weightlessness became stronger when people tried to resist, which was a difficult test for physical strength. So many people, after exhausting their strength, floated into the sky, and then fell from a very high position with a snap. After a long time, the feeling of weightlessness finally subsided, and the survivors stepped firmly on the ground again. So the survivors began to flee frantically. They didn't know where to run, but they knew they couldn't stay where they were. Some people were lucky enough to run out of the contaminated area and enter the safe area. Some people just moved from one end of the contaminated area to the other, and then at a certain moment, they floated into the air again, until they were desperate. Day 4 of the doomsday year, the time came to noon. Suze sat in the study and continued to observe the weightless contaminated area where number 18 Middle School was located. The formation of the contaminated area comes from human nightmares. Someone, in a nightmare, dreamed that he could fly, but he couldn't control himself, and when he flew to a high place, he would suddenly fall. Suze tried to interpret the dream in his mind. In fact, it doesn't matter whether he thinks so. The important thing is that he has to figure out what the danger of the contaminated area is, so as to deal with it appropriately. For example, the weightless contaminated area that he will inevitably face. For him, this kind of contaminated area is almost threatening. He can not only teleport away and avoid risks, but he can even ignore the danger, as long as the guardian suppresses the power of weightlessness. The nightmare of becoming an awakener is often very similar to the danger of the contaminated area itself, but they are not exactly the same. Suze was thinking about what the awakening nightmare corresponding to the weightless contaminated area would be. Only by figuring out how to crack the nightmare can he use the hands of others to complete the refresh of the contaminated area. Then, he can enter the contaminated area and look for Qi Xiaoye. This is an important event he had planned long ago. If nothing unexpected happens, he will focus on observing the movements of Yunqing in the next few days, and then launch his personal plan at the right time. The simulator cooling time has ended. Coming back to his senses, Su Zhe did not waste a single moment of time. Directly choose to start the simulation. Old version simulator selected, simulation starts. On the 17th day of the doomsday year, you get the location information of the containment, and you decide to investigate immediately. As cautious as usual, you control an awakener and order him to enter the containment's territory. After randomly exploring for dozens of seconds, the toolman suddenly found the figure of the containment at a certain moment when he turned back. It was a strange-looking red cloth doll, which stood not far away and looked at the awakener from a distance. You were surprised to find that you had to see the red cloth doll from the perspective of the awakener, so you thought that the containment might be hostile to only one person, and only the person being targeted could see it. Based on your own guess, you further investigated and ordered the toolman to attack the red cloth doll, but the attack passed through the body of the cloth doll. You tried repeatedly, but it was still ineffective. By chance, your toolman turned back for the third time and observed the red cloth doll. When the toolman turned back again, the cloth doll immediately appeared behind the toolman and tore your toolman into pieces with extremely fast and fierce attacks. The first level awakener was like a toy in front of the containment. You realize that the containment is also very aggressive, so you decide, 1. Go into battle in person and kill it forcefully. 2. Retreat for the time being and make long-term plans. You choose to go into battle in person and deliberately attract the hatred of the red-cloth ragdoll. You succeed. When you look back one time, you see the ragdoll. You choose a suitable position and look back twice in a row to observe the ragdoll. When you look back the third time, the ragdoll really teleports behind you and attacks you. You freeze your own time and avoid the fatal attack. You counterattack and attack the ragdoll with maximum output. Because the ragdoll can only run with its legs, you keep using your advent talent to pull your body position. After tearing the ragdoll apart 21 times in a row, the ragdoll disappears, and at the same time, you feel that the threat disappears. All simulations have been completed. Please choose whether to receive the simulation rewards, rare. Need a containment that can be defeated hidden. Su Zhe decided almost instantly to claim the simulation reward, but before he actually pressed the button, he suddenly hesitated again. 1 day of cooling time. He was thinking whether he should use the classic simulator more often. To be honest, there is something he really wants to know now. That is the end of the doomsday. When the stars fall, what kind of future will mankind face? Will it be hopeless destruction, or a glimmer of hope to survive in the cracks, or will the world be blessed? In addition, he also wants to know what changes will occur if he accumulates enough talent fragments and upgrades the existing talents. Both of these require him to spend a lot of time in the classic simulation. Especially the former. If he simulates with conventional ideas, he has to simulate for more than 300 days to get a glimpse of the future after the stars fall. Let's not talk about what kind of scene we will see in the end. The cooling time of more than 300 hours is enough to make people astonished. Selected simulation reward, location information of red cloth doll, will appear on the 17th day of the doomsday. Simulator enters cooling time. After thinking for a while, Su Zhe still selected the simulation reward in front of him. This kind of containment that can be killed alone is relatively rare. If you encounter it, you can't miss it. And he is still a little uncertain now. I always feel that the containment that can be killed is the safest, and it will definitely provide him with mysterious experience points. It's over, the power outage. Chen Keqing screamed in the kitchen. Su Zhe also noticed that the lights in the house suddenly went out. He has seen this scene countless times in the simulation. After the power outage, the water and gas will soon stop. The reason for the power outage is of course very simple. The pollution area erupted, the line was damaged, or the power station was simply destroyed. In the face of this disaster, modern industry exposed its fragile side. Is it possible that the electricity will come back? Chen Keqing asked when she saw Su Zhe appear at the kitchen door. What do you think? Su Zhe asked back with a smile. It's been so chaotic outside today. Now you can hear many people screaming. I'm afraid you're dreaming if you still expect the power supply to be restored. Chen Keqing opened her mouth with an expression that said I knew it, and then she suddenly showed a smug smile. Fortunately, the rice is already steamed. Ahem. Su Zhe almost choked on her sweet smile. I didn't realize that you have a sense of humor before. A question mark slowly popped up on Chen Keqing's forehead. She probably didn't understand what Suze meant by complaining. It's already this time, and you're still worried about whether the rice is steamed. Should I say you're a big-head person or have a good mentality? Time passes. The disasters evolved from the contaminated area continue to occur all over the world. Suchang is no exception. In the area surrounding SC-35, there are continuous outbreaks of contaminated areas, causing a large number of casualties. Throughout the afternoon and evening, people were either running for their lives or hiding in their homes like turtles, not even daring to show their heads. Day 5 of the doomsday year, it was just past midnight. Listen, someone is screaming again, so scary. Wrapped in a quilt, Chen Keqing leaned against Suze's chest with her face on the bed in the bedroom, and pricked up her ears to listen to the terrifying noise outside. From noon to now, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. Too many terrifying things suddenly broke out, catching people off guard. That voice stopped. Could it be dead? The moonlight was like blood, and only a little bit was vaguely revealed through the gaps in the curtains. With this weak light, the fear on Chen Keqing's pretty face could not be clearer. Well, maybe, Suze answered calmly and perfunctorily. His attention was on Avalon, and he was about to finish it. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to enter Avalon tomorrow and experience the small world he created with his own hands. It's really the end of the world, it's really the end of the world. After muttering twice in a row, Chen Keqing leaned against Suze's chest again, hugged his waist. We must die together. What unlucky words are you talking about? Suze complained. I don't care. I just want to die with you. Chen Keqing said stubbornly. Suze didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He remembered the scene in the simulation where Chen Keqing died for him. Perhaps, the girl in his arms was not just talking. The night was long. For many people, this was undoubtedly another sleepless night. And it was difficult to stay out of it completely. There were many crazy people in the city with flames. He couldn't live, and he didn't let others live, but the community where Suze lived was still a safe place. He spent the night safely. Of course, strictly speaking, there is no distinction between day and night now, but the time is still called this. In the morning. At more than 8 o'clock, Chen Keqing tiptoed in the kitchen. Because she was worried that the noise would be too loud and would cause something bad, although she didn't know what bad thing it was. Suze was of course much more relaxed, sitting upright on the sofa, observing the entire city with the power of the infinite domain. Most of the polluted areas have completely revealed the shape of their butcher knives, and the remaining part is like a blunt knife cutting meat. Just thinking. Chen Keqing came out of the kitchen, shivering, and sat down next to Suze. It's so cold. Chen Keqing's teeth were trembling as she leaned against Suze's arm. There's no fire or hot water. It seems that I can't eat hot food. Then just make do with cold bread or something. Suze was just about to get up and go to the storage room to find food. Dang. Chen Keqing lowered her voice, smiled, and took out a piece of bread sealed in a packaging bag from her chest. Eat it while it's hot. I covered it for a long time to warm it up. You are really a little genius. Suze didn't know whether to laugh or not. Alas, Chen Keqing pursed her lips and sighed, but I can only warm up the bread. What should I do if the world stays like this? Suze smiled and said nothing more. Not wanting to waste Chen Keqing's careful preparation, he opened the bag and ate a few bites of bread. The middle is a little bit cold, yours. Ah? Then wrap it up and I'll warm it up for you again. No need to be so troublesome, I'll just eat yours directly. The time came to noon. When the simulator's cooling time ended, Suze immediately started the simulation again. Classic version simulator selected, simulation begins. On the first day, you pay attention to the YC-14 safe zone, order is formed, and many refugees are temporarily given a place to repair. But at the same time, you also discover the hidden crisis in the safe zone. Some people have conflicts and fights with the managers. Being kicked out of the safe zone, the next day, you continued to observe YC-14. The troublemaker who was driven away the day before turned out to be an awakened one and came back to kill him. After observing for a while, you decided to intervene. On the third day, you took control of YC-14 and started to promote the work of refreshing the contaminated area. On the fourth day, you go to the villa area to investigate the contained object, the coffee machine. At the same time, you continue to pay attention to Qin Yusher's movements. On the fifth day, you send Qin Yusher to school. On the sixth day, in the YC-14 safe zone under your control, an awakened person challenged you, but you easily killed him. The simulation goes here. Suze thought for a moment and stopped the simulation. You have completed all simulations, the simulation evaluation. Everything went as planned. Obtain simulation reward, 3 talent fragments. The simulator enters the cooling time. Simulator cooling time remaining, 5 hours and 59 minutes, 3 talent fragments. I feel that the number of fragments is linked to the number of simulation days. Not directly proportional, at least it should be positively correlated. Suze was so absorbed in thinking that he didn't notice that Chenkiching came over with instant rice in her arms. The only thing I can eat hot at home is, well, it would be great if there was a gas tank. I could still continue cooking. Chenkiching looked at the stove eagerly. When she turned around, she found that Suze didn't seem to hear her at all, so she couldn't help but move closer. Suze, what are you thinking about? You want to be so absorbed in it. It's nothing. Suze responded, and he asked again on a whim, tell me, if you were a well-fed and sleeping pig now, would you climb over the courtyard wall and take a look? Why are you swearing? Chenkiching was stunned. I'm talking about what if. Suze said with a smile, if you climb over the courtyard wall, you may see beautiful freedom, you may see the slaughter of your own kind, and you will not be able to escape the future. If this is the case, are you going to climb over the courtyard wall? First of all, I'm not a pig. Chenkiching scratched her head, thinking about how to answer. Yes, we are human beings. We are people who dare to face the future and are determined to face any unknown difficulties. Suze nodded. Ah? Chenkiching looked confused. She felt that she didn't make much sense. Of course she didn't know that Suze was just thinking about whether she should take a look now and see what would happen after the stars fell. The answer has been obtained in the conversation just now. He wants to see it. After the cooling time ends this time, he will simulate the fall of the stars, and he wants to take a look at what is in that future. 3 p.m. The creation of Avalon is finally complete. Fortunately, there were no internal conflicts and everything was running normally. However, Suze did not immediately enter it to taste his craftsmanship. Because the reward for the information about the contained object that he had received before happened to appear in his mind at this time. I'm going out. Don't run around at home. Close the doors and windows. If someone knocks on the door, you must not open the door unless I come back. Before leaving, Suze told Chenkiching seriously. Chenkiching looked nervous and asked Suze 3 times if she could not go. She was quite scared to stay at home alone. But in the end, he still failed to retain Suze. She had no choice but to hide at home, not daring to express her anger, and waited for Suze to come back. Out the door. When he came to the stairwell, Suze immediately used the talent of Advent, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the contaminated area that he had already regarded as his target location. This polluted area is within Sioux City, but the location is a bit remote. It's a bit far away from where Suze lives now. It would be troublesome to get here on his own legs. Fortunately, he can land directly. Landed. Take a quick look around. This is a corner of a factory park. The factory had stopped working a few days ago, and there was no one around. Because it is in a polluted area, there are naturally dangers here. The main source of danger lies in plants. The plants here are all hidden hunters. They will not explode all the time, but at a certain point in time, they will suddenly grow huge, stretch out their tentacles, and swallow people in one bite. Just like this moment. As soon as Suze arrived at the scene, he was attacked by an inconspicuous bunch of weeds at his feet. The weeds grew huge in an instant, like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, biting at Suze, but Suze didn't even look at it. Only the sound of a sharp blade passing through the air was heard. Boom! The monster is torn to pieces. Suze continued walking deeper into the factory. Soon, he saw a bright-colored key on the machine tool in the factory. The key seemed to be made of precious metal. Just lying there quietly gave people an inexplicable sense of art. You've got it now? It's really easy. Suze carefully packed the master key in a small glass box. Originally, he wanted to teleport away immediately. But suddenly, he heard a quarrel not far away. In a good mood, Suze took another look. Give it to you, all to you, handsome brothers, please let us go. At the edge of the contaminated area, 2 children under 10 years old were stopped by 3 men with unfriendly faces. He gave us all the food, let it go. What's the use of let it go? That little girl is pretty, I want her. You are too perverted. Listening to the conversation between the few people, the slightly older boy, with a nervous expression, grabbed his sister's hand, ready to run away at any time. Boom! The car fell from the sky and killed 3 adults. Then, Suze's figure slowly emerged under the terrified eyes of the 2 children. He was in a good mood, but not so good that he would ask strangers about their well-being. He didn't want to ask about the two children's experience, so he just pointed to the nearest safe area. Run over there, at least there are no man-eating monsters over there. After saying that, Suze looked down and saw that the two children were alert and nervous. Because he found it interesting, he couldn't help but smile and added, "Little boy, this is God's test for you. Only by surviving can you get God's approval." As soon as the voice fell, the little boy put away his fear, grabbed his sister's hand, and turned to run away. But after running a few steps, the little boy turned back and pulled out a plastic bag from under the car that killed people. The bag was full of snacks that children like to eat. After getting the snacks, the little boy didn't dare to look up at Suze. After turning around and running away, he looked back at Suze again. Although it was just a quick glance, Suze suddenly felt a burst of inspiration at this moment. "This is God's test for you." Suze's own voice echoed in his mind. Shaking his head, without thinking anymore, Suze disappeared from the spot, returned to SC-35, and returned to the stairwell where he started. After landing, he did not rush home, but entered Avalon first. The entrance of Avalon was designed by Suze to be very sci-fi, with a time and space portal, probably like Grandpa Rick's teleportation gun, but the entrance color is different. Hot entering Avalon, at a glance, there is an extremely spacious and luxurious living room with all kinds of furniture, and most importantly, there is electricity, heating, running water, and endless food. And this is just the ordinary first floor. In the corner, there is an elevator that can lead to other floors of Avalon, but it is not used yet. Take a shower first, try it. Suze took off his coat and walked towards the bathroom. Did you just take a shower? As soon as she entered the house, Chenkiching came over like Sherlock Holmes and smelled the smell on Suze's body. Fortunately, it was not the smell of a woman's perfume, otherwise, I don't know what kind of expression Chenkiching would have at this moment. "You can smell this?" Suze pretended to be surprised and sniffed his wrist seriously. "The smell of shampoo was so obvious, it would be strange if I couldn't smell it." Chenkiching blinked and asked, "So the thing you said you had to go out for a trip is to go out for a shower? What do you think?" Suze laughed and asked back, "Is there a place to take a hot shower now? Why don't you take me there?" Chenkiching honestly said what she was thinking at the moment. "Do you really think I went out to take a shower? It's just that I happened to come across a place with hot water while doing things, so I took a shower by the way." Suze didn't tell a single truth. To be honest, of course, he enjoyed himself in Avalon. But he was still a conscientious person. Seeing Chenkiching's eager look at the moment, he secretly made up his mind. Before telling Chenkiching about the existence of Avalon, he must try his best to share the joys and sorrows with Chenkiching, and never sneak back to Avalon to enjoy, unless he couldn't help it. In addition, before going home, Suze actually did another thing. He wandered around the edge of his own safe zone. He found a suitable person, threatened the other party with force, and completed the connection. Now the unlucky guy has been controlled by Suze, holding the master key and experimenting with the function of the master key outside. Although in the simulation, it seems that there are no side effects when seeing the use of the master key. But Suze is still a little worried. So this kind of borrowing the hands of the toolman, as many experiments as possible, and collecting experimental data are necessary. If there is a plugin like Qishouye, can even this kind of experiment be saved? The problem of the master key made Suze think of Qishouye again. Without this cheat girl, the process of dealing with the containment seems to be a bit too troublesome. The afternoon passed very slowly. Because it is the time when chaos breaks out, it is not peaceful outside. You can often hear some terrifying noises. If you are on a balcony with a wide enough view, you can even directly witness some horrific scenes. Of course, these are not uncommon for Suze. He sat at home as steady as a rock, waiting for the end of the simulator cooling time, while using his innate ability to continue observing the changes in the world. Until almost 5 o'clock. He accidentally switched his observation perspective back to Suchung, and when he looked towards Qin Yusher's residence. Here it comes. His heart moved, and he focused his vision and went straight to the villa area where Qin Yusher was. When his sight passed the main road, a series of shocking pictures were simply astonishing. Without any signs, countless beasts appeared out of thin air. Whether it was people who fled from other polluted areas or residents who originally lived in this area, all of them could not escape the disaster. Lions, tigers, leopards, black bears, all kinds of real beasts, wreaked havoc in this polluted area. They rushed on the driveways of the villa area, roared in the houses, and jumped up and down in the corridors. They seemed to be hungry and angry, attacking every human they could see and hear. The screams of people and the roars of beasts intertwined and converged into a terrifying symphony. For ordinary people, such a disaster is indeed too sudden. Suze's observation field continued to extend forward. He saw many tragic scenes, and also saw people trying to resist. There were even more than one place where gunshots were heard. But those beasts that appeared out of thin air were so numerous that they seemed to be endless, and they were extremely violent. It was difficult to kill them with small-caliber firearms. It was also difficult to drive away directly, as the roads were blocked. If a heavy tank was driven out, it would be no problem, but ordinary household vehicles would have a hard time here. Qin Yushir, cough, she ran quite fast. Soon, Suze's sight locked onto Qin Yushir's position. When he saw Qin Yushir, it was the moment when Qin Yushir escaped into the basement. She was able to escape to the basement purely because of her good luck. The beast that appeared in her living room first attacked the cooking ant who didn't know what was going on. Of course, Qin Yushir's calmness was also the key to her survival when the first wave of crisis came. After all, among the households living in this area, Qin Yushir's family was not the only one with a basement, and not everyone could survive in the basement. For a long time, Suze withdrew his sight from the villa area. He had confirmed that the scenes that appeared in the simulation were being played out exactly. That was enough. While the simulator was still cooling down, he immediately observed the direction of Yuncheng. The YC-14 safe zone, which concerned him the most, had become a shelter for many refugees. However, the people hiding in that area did not know that they were in a safe place. So many people were still fleeing. People's fear and despair were still escalating. Simulator cooling time has ended, it was past 6 in the evening. Suze came to the study room and opened all the curtains. Under the scarlet moonlight, he took out the notebook he had been using from one side of the bookshelf, and then sat down at the desk. Classic simulator selected, simulation starts, the decision made a few hours ago, now is the time to officially implement it. He wants to simulate until after the stars fall. He wants to see what is waiting for him in the future. On the first day, the 6th day of the doomsday year, you observe the YC-14 safe zone, you find that the man who was driven away becomes an awakener, and fights back to the safe zone. On the 2nd day, on the 8th day, you observe that Qin Yushir falls into a nightmare, and when she wakes up, she becomes an awakener. On the 9th day, you get the location information of the containment, you go to the place where the target appears, and you control the containment. On the 10th day, on the 11th day, the number of awakeners in your safe zone increases. On the 14th day, there is a conflict between awakeners in your safe zone, and you observe secretly. On the 15th day, you take action to punish the awakeners in the safe zone, and people help you. Cheers, you become the spiritual leader here. On the 16th day, Chen Keqing tries to become an awakener. On the 17th day, Chen Keqing becomes an awakener without any danger. At the same time, you get the location information of the containment. At her request, you take her to the scene of the incident and successfully destroy the containment. On the 18th day, your plan in the YC-14 safe zone is advancing in an orderly manner. At the same time, you notice that the awakeners suppressed by you are eager to take revenge on you, but you deliberately turn a blind eye. On the 19th day, the contaminated area where the 18th middle school is located is refreshed. You immediately go to the new contaminated area and successfully find Qi Xiaoye and bring him back. On the 20th day, Suze copied all the simulation content on paper verbatim to deepen his impression. But he did not intend to record the simulation content after 20 days. Because he has already calculated that if his simulation days for this round are around 330 days, then he will have a 14-day cooldown period. In other words, by the end of the 19th day of the apocalypse, he will be able to use the simulator again. When the time comes, he will continue to peek into the future, and the trajectory of the future will also be significantly changed as a result. Therefore, the simulation content after 20 days does not have much reference. The simulation continues. On the 38th day, Chen Keqing's birthday, you finally took out Avalon, and the new home moved Qi Xiaoyi and Chen Keqing to tears. On the 49th day, you still have not become an awakened person, but you finally met Qi Xiaoye today. On the 52nd day, you and Qin Yushir take a bath. On the 73rd day, you reached a cooperative relationship with the authorities, and you further expanded your intelligence network and continued to investigate the contained objects. On the 80th day, with the help of Qi Xiaoye, you destroyed another containment object. On the 81st day, when you wake up, you become an awakened person, and you realize that destroying contained objects seems to be more direct and effective than controlling them. Destroying contained objects is more effective than controlling them. Suze quickly wrote down new information on paper. However, it remains to be seen whether this information is accurate. After all, the words used in the simulation content are relatively cautious and not particularly certain. On the 97th day, the intelligence network came into play and you found a new containment object. After communicating with Chi Shoya, you started planning to deal with the new containment object. Day 191, this is the 11th time you have destroyed a contained object. On the 192nd day, a mysterious feeling appears in your sleep. You realize that you are standing at the crossroads of destiny. After thinking for a long time, you choose a path that you have never chosen before. You have gained a brand new power, which you feel is similar to Avalon, but it was created by your own hands. Under the guidance of your consciousness, a new high-dimensional space appears, and the containment objects you destroyed in the past appear in this space as if they were made into specimens. You try to use your own consciousness to build cells one by one so that these objects can be kept separately, but soon you decide that this is not beautiful, so you renovate the space and make it look like a museum. You named the high-dimensional space you created Museum of the Past. When you wake up from the dream, you realize that from now on, you have a new way to fight against the contained objects. You can put the contained objects into your old museum and turn them into exhibits, exhibitions, books, or just concepts. In short, they are now your toys. But unfortunately, you can't really control the contained objects. The so-called control means controlling the contained objects to go out and fight with each other. Museum of the Past, this is a different route. In the last simulation before the end, after becoming an awakener, he also faced a crossroads of destiny. But last time, I chose to upgrade all my existing talents. Suze stared at the desk and continued to think. He repeatedly and carefully read the simulation content that appeared on the 192nd day. It seems that the evolution in front of him can be simply understood as that he has obtained a brand new talent on his own exclusive evolutionary path. And he used this talent to create his ideal space that could be used to control the contained objects. Functionally, it is very similar to the foundation he is familiar with. But it's far from that complicated. Not that powerful either. Suze took a deep breath unconsciously, but Suze's eyes were still shining with deep thinking. But there was a slight smile on his handsome face. Sure enough, every peek into the future will cause the wings of the butterfly of destiny to flutter. This time, the butterfly of fate flapped its wings as usual. And he will probably make changes according to his destiny. Museum of the Past control and contain those horrific objects? What a good idea. He thought this while advancing the simulation again. On the 290th day, you once again destroyed a powerful containment object, but you did not gain new power. On the 325th day, waiting in peace, you feel the vibration of the planet, and you see the stars falling. Suze's expectations were somewhat disappointed. He originally wanted to see if in the subsequent simulation, he would gain stronger and more incredible power due to the contained objects. But it's a pity because there is no way to quickly obtain the location information of the contained objects. In subsequent simulations, he did not see a deeper future related to his abilities, but his ultimate goal for this simulation finally emerged at this moment. On the 326th day, the big earthquake lasted for a while and ended. The falling stars did not seem to be as terrible as imagined. The survivors around you started talking about it. Some people think this is the last peaceful time of human civilization, while others think this is a turning point. You mobilized all your strength to investigate secretly. You didn't find much, but you noticed that all the contaminated areas disappeared. On the 327th day, your intelligence network played a role. You received a signal from the moon. During the communication, the other party claimed that they were human civilizations like you. From the other party, you learned about the current situation of mankind. The change in gravity is the root cause of the falling stars and the occurrence of major earthquakes, but for some reason, this change did not affect humans. And now, the starry sky you look up to see, the countless stars that seem to be falling, are actually countless parallel blue stars. On those planets, there are countless human civilizations that are similar to you but not the same. The civilization that communicated with you believes that the doomsday disaster of mankind is far from over. They invite you to join them and fight against the still mysterious doomsday disaster together. On the 328th day, you, like other outstanding people in the human race, were thinking about how to deal with the current situation. Until a certain moment, you were furious and realized that danger was approaching. You instinctively dispersed the people close to you and stayed alone, waiting for the unknown danger to approach. The stranger hidden in the black fog suddenly appeared in front of you at a certain moment. He was obviously the danger you feared. The other party came for Avalon. During the conversation, you learned that the other party knew the origin of Avalon and knew that it was a fragment of God's creation. The other party had collected many fragments. In addition, the other party called fragments like Avalon God's relics. In order to snatch Avalon from your hand, the person hidden in the black fog directly attacked you. You used all your tricks, but you were still not a match for the other party. During the battle, the other party arrogantly told you that he and they were apostles of God, people who were truly watched by God, and you and him were at a different level of life. On your deathbed, you finally learned that the other person's life level is called by other humans as the extraordinary apostle, also known as the apostle of God. Beings with this life level can ignore or almost ignore the word spirit art possessed by the awakened ones. You are unwilling to die like this, you explode the old museum, causing chaos in the containment. Before you die, you hear the people in the black fog screaming because of the appearance of the containment. You are dead. You have completed all simulations. Evaluation of this simulation, just almost, I won. Simulation rewards obtained, 199 talent fragments. Simulator enters cooling time. Simulator cooling time remaining, 13 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, in front of the desk. Suze's expression was calm, and there was no sign of any ripples. But his heart was not so calm. To be honest, he had anticipated worse simulation results, so the result of death in front of him did not surprise him. But he did not expect that it was because of Avalon that he brought about his own death. Of course. In the simulation, the information about the content after the stars fell that was worth Suze's repeated reading and word-by-word scrutiny was not only Avalon, but also, this relic of the god. The gods really exist. The Avalon in my hand, or the creation of the gods, is just one of the fragments. The other party is collecting Avalon's fragments, so he found me. The logical relationship is easy to sort out. If it was just to avoid the enemy's attack, maybe abandoning Avalon would achieve the goal, but that would be too cowardly. Suze didn't consider this possibility at all. The apostle of God, the one who is truly watched by the gods. Not at the same life level as the awakened ones, so the words and spirits possessed by the awakened ones, including my current talents, cannot work on them. This is the fundamental reason why I was defeated by them. He continued to analyze calmly. Suze couldn't help but look at the simulation evaluation again just a little bit, almost won. Does this mean that in the simulation, there is still a slight possibility that he can win? Is it because of the containment? Wait, does the containment also have different life levels? Suddenly figured it out. Suze's eyes reflected a brilliant light, and he seemed to know a major secret. In the previous simulation, many containments could ignore his talents and ravage him at will. It is very likely that it was because those contained creatures were too powerful and their life levels were different that his innate abilities eventually became invalid or greatly reduced. But in the simulation, I released all the contained creatures at the last moment. Such an action can threaten the extraordinary apostles with higher life levels. Does it mean that among the contained creatures I controlled and contained at that time, there were already beings of the same level as the other party? Thinking in this way, Suze reaffirmed his previous thoughts and decisions. He must try to build that old museum. Maybe. Such an ability can allow him to control and contain in advance, which is higher than his level, but not too aggressive. If he can really do this, he has no reason to refuse such a future plan. He must use his awakening talent to build the old museum. The mountain is high and the road is long, and the road is long and difficult. After thinking for a long time, Suze smiled a little and muttered a few words softly. It is not terrible to see the difficulties in the future. What is scary is seeing a dilemma that cannot be changed, but it is obvious that he definitely has the opportunity and ability to break through the future dilemma. Use the talent fragments first. 199, much more than expected. Why are there more? The question in my heart cannot be answered for the time being. Suze used the talent fragments first. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to strengthen the talent he already had. After all, instead of trying your luck and drawing a brand new talent with unknown level and ability, it is better to strengthen the existing, very practical talent. Ding! You have consumed 100 talent fragments to strengthen the existing talent. Invite the god. Invite the god, extraordinary. The three guardian gods merged, and he now favors you more than before. Therefore, you can directly use the power of the guardian god. You can use powerful physical attacks, ignore damage, condense time and move instantly. Remaining talent fragments, 112/120, in front of the desk. Suze turned his eyes to the floor-to-ceiling window. On the clean glass, the shadow of the guardian god was reflected. This shadow was more solid and majestic than before. It can be seen that he has 3 heads and 6 arms, just like the 6 Shiras in the myth. Of course, unless Suze takes the initiative to let the guardian god show his true body, others cannot see it. Wow! Suze grabbed with his virtual hand. As if gathering strength, in an instant, the power of the guardian god directly poured into his limbs and bones. He can now become as powerful as the guardian god, and his body reaches an indescribable strength. Stronger than the 6th level awakener. No, much stronger. Suze couldn't help laughing. To be honest, when the talent was upgraded and clearly showed the supernormal level, he should have laughed. Because this was a pleasant surprise. He originally thought that even if the talent was upgraded, the level of the talent would still be trapped at the awakening level, but now, the result is obviously beyond his expectations. With this direct combat power, perhaps, those containment objects that appeared in the simulation before and could kill him dozens or even 20 times at any time are not impossible to fight. As for the other awakened ones in this apocalypse, they are even less worth mentioning. Even the apostles who appeared in the simulation might be able to touch them. It's a pity that the number of fragments can only upgrade this one talent. Suze felt a little sad for a second. Then, he looked at the simulator cooling time, which was close to 14 days, and it seemed that there was no end in sight. Okay. For these 10 days, let him concentrate on enjoying this doomsday journey. Wow! In the study, the white cold flame flashed and disappeared. Suze burned the notebook in his hand. Anyway, the contents above were all remembered in his mind, and this simple recording method was not needed for the time being. He had several notebooks of the same model. He casually took another notebook out from the bookshelf. Looking at the blood moon outside the window, he was in a good mood, so he took up the pen and wrote something back and forth on the paper. After that, he put the notebook on the desk and ended today's working time. So scary. Just after coming out of the study, Suze saw Chenkiching sneaking around the balcony. There were still terrifying noises coming from outside from time to time. She didn't even dare to go to the balcony, so she hid behind the curtains and looked out quietly. If you go to the balcony, you can see many refugees pouring into the neighborhood and inside. Yeah, so scary. Suze imitated Chenkiching's tone and came to the balcony, looking out seriously. Why are you imitating me? Chenkiching muttered. Why are you imitating me? You're crazy. You're crazy. I'm a pig. Then you are indeed a pig. The boring conversation seemed to show Suze's relaxed mood. Chenkiching also relaxed a lot. She lowered her voice and whispered to Suze, I just heard someone holding a loudspeaker downstairs, telling us to take out some of the extra clothes and beddings at home and share them with those people downstairs. Well, then what? Suze did not comment. As for the scene in front of him, where the community organized residents to help the refugees, Suze had seen it in the simulation. Should we take it, or pretend that no one is there? Chenkiching rubbed her delicate hands, looked at Suze, and waited for him to make a decision. No, but there is no need to pretend that no one is there. Suze smiled. He had seen the result in the simulation. This aid would not be too smooth, and it is estimated that not many people would respond. But after all, there will still be some kind-hearted people who take out some things and share them with those in need. Suze has no comment on this kind of people. He would not say that these people are saints, because perhaps it is because these people gave help to the refugees that the refugees settled down and did not have a direct conflict with the original residents. In this way, everyone can live in peace. But he would not praise these kind-hearted people based on their moral qualities, because perhaps some people would suffer retribution for their kindness. Day 6 of the doomsday year, time past midnight again. Chenkiching wrapped herself up very tightly and fell into a deep sleep beside Suze. Suze had no plans to rest for the time being. He had been using his innate abilities to observe the situation. Now various safety zones have been initially formed, including the SC-35 under his feet, which also accommodated many outsiders today. Most of these outsiders gathered in the underground garage, which was slightly warmer. After the garage was full, some people hid in the corridor. There are also many places outside the community that can accommodate refugees, but people now have no concept of safe zones. They are all in a state of panic. Sleeping is a luxury. Many people are lightly equipped and ready to escape again at any time. To survive, these 3 words have become a very difficult task. It is worth mentioning. Someone had knocked on Suze's door in the afternoon. After Suze opened the door, he saw the manager Wang from before. The other party was a reasonable person. After knowing that he was unwilling to provide help, The other party expressed understanding and told Suze to pay attention to safety. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the other party should remember Chinkiching and remember that Suze has a beautiful girlfriend. Apart from that, there is nothing else worth paying attention to. At this moment, after observing the safe zone where he was, Suze briefly put away his talent and poked Chinkiching's hot cheek when he was free. The girl made a sound of anger in her dream. She slept quite soundly. Or rather, she slept quite soundly and peacefully, on the one hand because Suze was guarding her, and on the other hand because the conditions at home were much better than those in the underground garage and corridor. Let's take a look at the movements in Yuncheng. After pinching Chinkiching's cheek, Suze used his talent again. Because he had observed the direction of Yuncheng many times before, this time he was familiar with the road and found the YC-14 safe zone very quickly. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. As soon as he arrived, Suze observed an interesting scene. In the YC-14 safety zone, at the entrance of the most important warehouse, chaos and conflict just broke out. YC-14. The situation in this safety zone at this moment is similar to that of other safety zones with more people. Many refugees have poured in. With so many refugees gathered together, chaos is bound to exist, but until around midnight, the chaos was still controllable. Moreover, there happened to be a cargo warehouse in this safety zone. There were a lot of materials that were previously transported here and were originally intended for disaster relief. As a result, due to the outbreak of the contaminated area, these materials are now all piled up in the warehouse and can't go anywhere. This is of course a good thing for the refugees in YC-14. As long as the things in the warehouse are moved out, everyone can have enough food and clothing in a short period of time, but the question is, who will be responsible for moving the things in the warehouse out, and who will be responsible for distributing the materials? The spark of the contradiction lies in this point. So, when Suze cast his eyes here, the most intense contradiction has been triggered. Lu, you are just a supervisor, why are you pretending to be a leader? You fucking touch me again. Many eyes converged on the place where the quarrel occurred. But now, the people in distress have even lost their habit of watching the excitement in their bones. Many people have been running for a day or two, tired like dogs, and the temperature outside is frighteningly low. They have no mood or energy to care about other people's quarrels. Brothers, kill this Lu, take whatever you want in this warehouse. Damn, I don't believe that they can stop us with just a few people. Take out the food and clothes. You running dogs. You think you are really a big shot. The leader of the conflicting party, let's call him the leader, the so-called supervisor Lu. Before the disaster, he was in charge of the warehouse. Now that the disaster has broken out, he thinks he should continue to manage the warehouse as a matter of course. But the group of people who confronted Supervisor Lu obviously didn't think so. They were like hungry beasts, ready to attack as their leader shouted, ready to pounce on Manager Lu and others guarding the warehouse door at any time. Su Wentian. I'm warning you for the last time, don't bring our personal grudges into this. I, Lu, have never thought of monopolizing the things in this warehouse. I will definitely share the things in it with those who need them. But if you guys keep making trouble like this, don't stay on our land, let alone the supplies inside. Get out of here. Suze, who was observing secretly, turned his eyes to the guy named Su Wentian. He was a young man with a strong body, and he had been exercising a lot. And from what Manager Lu said, it was not difficult to know that the two leaders knew each other before, and there was even a high probability that Su Wentian was originally working under Manager Lu. It is estimated that there was a conflict long ago. Now that the disaster has broken out, it is just the right excuse to lead everyone to grab supplies to settle new and old grudges together. You told us to get out. Who the hell do you think you are? There are so many of us who don't have anything to eat, but you are enjoying the hot food and drinking spicy food in there. You think you are a celestial dragon. Damn it. Get out of the way or I'll kill you bastards. The crowd who wanted to storm the warehouse kept making noises under Su Wentian's push. Some onlookers, after listening to those slogans, really thought that it was Manager Lu leading a group of people who occupied the warehouse and were unwilling to distribute the supplies fairly. Don't mess around. Put down your weapons. You fucking. The crowd became more and more restless, and Manager Lu's voice was quickly drowned in the spit of the troublemakers. Until. Bang. 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 After several gunshots, the crowd fell silent. I order you now to retreat and stay here. Behind Manager Lu, someone stood up with a police pistol. There was really no other way. Only the deafening sound of gunshots could calm these people down. This purpose was indeed achieved. The weakness of humans, similar to that of sheep, is fully exposed at this moment. No one wants the first bullet fired at humans to fall on their own heads. So, the crowd quickly quieted down. Your name is Su Wentian, right? As Manager Lu just said, we can only ask you to leave here. Get out. If you just kill him, nothing will happen later, right? Suze, thousands of miles away, was eating potato chips, smiling, and talking to himself. What a good show. In the simulation content, he saw the next step of this farce. The troublemaker who was kicked out of the safe zone, Su Wentian, should be a lucky man. Tonight, this guy will become an awakener and return to the safe zone. At that time, some people may have to suffer some hardships. It is precisely because we know the future direction. Su Zitsai couldn't help but sigh, if at this moment, the person with the gun killed Su Wentian directly. Maybe it won't last long, but it will definitely not lead to the collapse of order in just one day. Time passes. The crimson moon is still hanging high in the sky. Suze sits at home leisurely, continuing to observe the changes and progress of the YC-14 safety zone. Because of the cooperation between Director Liu and local police officers, the order of the YC-14 safety zone has temporarily stabilized. Although there were many people making trouble at the warehouse entrance before, in the end, only 3 people who led the trouble were driven away. Among them, of course, Su Wentian, who made the most trouble, was included. After the 3 people were driven away, they quickly entered the nearby contaminated area. It is in the opposite direction of the weightless contaminated area where the 18th middle school is located. The danger in this contaminated area mainly comes from paper people. A contaminated area with a very Chinese horror movie style. In this contaminated area, there are countless paper people of all sizes. If you see a paper person hiding in the corner and showing fear at a glance, then the murderous intention will come immediately. The seemingly flimsy paper man will immediately transform into a ghost and kill you. Suze only secretly observed for 2 hours, and 2 of the 3 people died, leaving only Su Wentian alive. This man was quite courageous. Because he was tired from running, he directly pried open the door, went into a shop, wrapped himself in several layers of thick clothes, and soon fell asleep. If the simulation proceeds according to the content, after he wakes up, he will become an awakener, right? Suze recalled the previous simulation content while retracting his vision to observe the direction of Yuncheng. To be honest, he didn't care much about how the situation in YC-14 would develop. It didn't matter whether Director Liu and others stabilized the order or Su Wentian successfully killed his way back to the safe zone. He only cared about whether his plan could be carried out smoothly. What he wanted was to refresh the contaminated area where number 18 middle school was as soon as possible. And in order to achieve this goal, he needed at least hundreds of tools, who would be under his control and contact the pollution source to get the opportunity to become an awakener. Therefore, for Suze, one of the key points of the plan is the toolman. He needs to get materials nearby, and find enough consumables in YC-14. Be patient, maybe there will be a more suitable opportunity to intervene. Suze thought secretly. A few hours passed quickly. Morning. After eating, Suze continued to use the talent of global connection to control the toolman and experiment with the use of the master key. The result of the experiment was relatively simple. The master key did not have any side effects. The most special ability, opening someone's heart, was not very complicated. It just made the target confess his true feelings to himself, and it did not achieve the hypnotic effect similar to the ability of the other world that Suze expected. Well dead. Suddenly, Suze said to himself. His toolman mistakenly entered the contaminated area and was bitten off the head by a monster that suddenly appeared. He then used the Advent talent, went out for a trip, and picked up the master key. The control ability of the connection talent is very convenient for ordinary people. Suze sighed secretly in his heart. Although the talent of global connection is not very effective when facing awakened people, and even cannot control the other party to commit suicide, it is particularly useful when used on ordinary people. The controlled person does not even know that he is being controlled, and will not resist at all, executing the orders secretly issued by Suze, and it is difficult for others to see the clues. There seems to be a fire downstairs. Did someone set a fire? Chen Qiqing was lying on the edge of the balcony, looking down. She was not wrong, there was indeed a fire downstairs, but it was not a malicious arson, but someone was just making a fire to cook. TSK, it looks quite good. Suze also came over and took a look. Just like the usual snack street, there are more than one stall downstairs, making hot food, and the atmosphere seems to be good. It is estimated that someone is taking the lead to stabilize people's hearts. August tank, if we have a gas tank, can we also start a fire to cook? Chen Keqing continued to give full play to her talent as a logistics master. He began to think about the gas tank downstairs. Be content, we can still stay at home now, with food and drink, talking and laughing, while some people, suddenly thinking of Qin Yusher, Suze changed the subject and said with a smile, some people can only hide in the cold basement and shiver. After a while, when Suze looked towards Yunqing again, Su Wendian had already woken up from his sleep in the shop. When Suze's eyes fell on him, he happened to see him performing his fists and feet in the shop. Speed and strength have been greatly improved, but that's all. Suze observed Su Wendian with interest. Observing the first awakener he saw in the doomsday. From the outside, there was no change. Su Wendian did not grow an extra ear, nor did he evolve an extra arm. He still looked as miserable as a stray dog yesterday. But at this moment, he did have power beyond the limits of mortals. With a full-strength punch, even the top professional boxers would be defeated immediately. The speed is also amazing. Bolt is just a little brother in front of the awakened. Have I really become a Superman? Ha, I'm so strong now that I can kill a tiger with one punch. Inside the store, after repeatedly confirming his physical changes, Su Wendian laughed out loud, not to mention how excited and happy he was. To be honest, seeing him so excited, Suze thought he was a fool who would immediately announce that he doesn't eat beef. Unexpectedly, this man is more sophisticated than he thought. After a brief excitement, Su Wendian restrained the joy on his face. He paced back and forth in the store, thinking for a long time before leaving the contaminated area. After returning to the YC-14 safe zone, Su Wendian was not in a hurry to do anything big. He first wandered around the edge of the safe zone, hiding his whereabouts in the still chaotic crowd. Soon, he found his first target in the crowd. Interesting. Suze's mouth curved. He saw something interesting. Su Wendian did not seek revenge. After he found an acquaintance, he actually showed weakness to the other party first. Brother Chen, I was wrong last night. Please help me send a message to Manager Lu. There is a ghost outside. It's so scary. My other two brothers had their throats cut by paper men in front of me, and they were bitten into pieces one by one. I am thirsty and hungry now. If you don't let me come back, I will definitely die outside. I really know my mistake now, please. Su Wendian shuttled through the crowd and found 4 or 5 people to help him speak well. The news soon reached Manager Lu's ears, but the people on Manager Lu's side were not so kind. They would not agree to anything and were unwilling to let Su Wendian return to the safe zone. The matter was temporarily deadlocked. However, because he showed weakness in advance, Su Wendian was not driven away. Some kind people even gave him some food. The order of YC-14 is actually quite good. Suze continued to observe. He saw that a group of people led by Manager Lu were busy running around, making practical use of the limited resources. Many refugees were helped by them and had a temporary place to stay. Unfortunately, not everyone knows how to be grateful. Suze could hear the cursing voices from those who were helped. Damn, this thing is frozen harder than my fist, how can I eat it? It's so cold, can't people build a fire to warm everyone up? What kind of world is this? I really suspect that those people are hiding in there, eating and drinking well, and then using this kind of rubbish to deal with us. The voices of complaints are considered a minority, but if the total amount is large enough, the minority is not a small number. Otherwise, when Su Wendian took the lead in making trouble last night, would so many people respond? Time continues to pass. In the evening, Su Wendian finally found the right opportunity and took the initiative to help transport the goods. He really used to do this. He was very skilled in operating the machine. In addition, he was diligent. It didn't take long for someone to soften their hearts. He didn't really hurt anyone last night. Although it was his fault to make trouble, he has changed now, the world is in chaos now, and we have to be more flexible. Influenced by the opinions of some people, Manager Lu, who now has a hidden leadership position, finally compromised. First, he announced publicly that he would not hold the past responsible, and then he privately pulled Su Wendian to talk, hoping to put an end to their personal grudges. What Mr. Lu said is that I was too impulsive last night, it was too chaotic outside, I was also scared, and my emotions were out of control. It sounds good to say it in person. Turning around, Su Wendian showed a hideous smile on his face, and muttered in his mouth. Fuck, I call you Mr. Lu, and you really take yourself seriously, you bastard, it's the end of the world, and you're still pretending to be a leader in front of me. finally succeeded in getting into the management team. Su Wentian secretly sought information while working. As Suze expected, this guy was indeed afraid of those pistols. So the first thing he inquired about was how many firearms manager Lu and others had in their hands. Not only that, he also took the time to whisper to some of his brothers. "It was my mistake that I didn't succeed last night, but today is different. Follow your brother Su. I promise to kill these Lu guys today. Look outside, there are so many mouths waiting to eat. How many days can the things in this warehouse last? Are you going to starve to death with those sons of bitches, or eat and drink with me? Are you interested in that girl? Damn, as long as we are in power, you can pick any woman outside." I, your brother Su, said it. It is definitely not enough to just talk big. Su Wentian still has his biggest trump card. He constantly showed those who could be won over that he was powerful after becoming an awakener, crushing bricks with his bare hands, with terrifying strength. And when Su Wentian was trying to win over some people, Lu's small team was still unaware. They were all busy and exhausted, and went to sleep and rest whenever they had time. Who would notice that Su Wentian, who seemed to have become honest, was thinking about how to take their lives? Day 7 of the doomsday year, time past midnight again. In the living room, the cold moonlight reflected the faint heat rising from the teacup. Suze held the teacup and stopped in front of the window for a moment. Now even a cup of hot tea like this is rare, and he also brought it out from Avalon. Qin Yushir is really patient. A smile appeared on his handsome face. Suze picked up the teacup and took a sip comfortably. He continued to use his innate ability to observe the progress in several directions. There was no change on Qin Yushir's side. The poor woman was still hiding in the basement, not daring to make a sound. The howling of wild animals from time to time outside made her feel uneasy even when she closed her eyes to rest. It was indeed a double torture for the body and mind. As for why Qin Yushir had to hide in the basement all the time and do nothing, the reason was very simple. It was the same mentality as most refugees now. Everyone was waiting for rescue. Everyone gritted their teeth, thinking that maybe if they held on for another day or two, they would see the dawn of fate, and everything would get better. However, no one could wait for such a dawn. People can only rely on themselves. Haven't you started yet? Sitting back on the sofa, Suze turned his gaze. He turned his view to Yunqing again. After 4 or 5 hours, the bloody scene finally appeared. Su Wentian, who had made sufficient preparations, summoned his most trusted companions. Under the cold night, several people, led by Su Wentian, came to the room where the gunmen rested. The room was dark, and the gunmen slept soundly because they were very tired during the day. Originally, there was someone on guard outside, but unfortunately, the sentry was quickly killed by Su Wentian before he could make a sound. When facing ordinary people, the assassination ability of the awakened is not much inferior to that of the super agents in the movies. "I'll come, you all wait outside." The moonlight vaguely illuminated Su Wentian's face full of murderous intent. Immediately afterwards, he lowered his voice and entered the room. Quietly, he only heard the sound of click, click, click. It was the horrifying sound of a neck being broken with bare hands. Several lives passed away without any struggle in Su Wentian's hands. Soon, Su Wentian put the guns he had collected into the pockets he had prepared in advance. "These guns will be distributed to you later. Now don't worry, get rid of the bodies first, then we will kill the person named Lu. Su Wentian is a thief. He can't even trust his little brothers, so he keeps the guns by himself. Anyway, without a gun, no one is his opponent, so why should he leave such a variable? Brother Su, right here, Manager Lu is sleeping." Not long after disposing of the body, Su Wentian left and returned. Under the leadership of Nei Ying, he quickly found the place where Manager Lu slept. It was also because he was as tired as a dog from distributing supplies, and Manager Lu also slept like crazy. Unlike when he dealt with other enemies before, Su Wentian did not lower his voice this time. He led several people around Director Lu's bed and deliberately made laughter. "Look how cute he is sleeping." Soon, Manager Lu was awakened by laughter. When he opened his eyes, he saw several familiar faces surrounding him. Suddenly, his hair stood on end, and he realized something was wrong. He stood up with a shudder and wanted to run, but before he could stand still, he was pushed back by Su Wentian's palm. "What are you doing?" Manager Lu shouted in a stern tone. There was no answer. Su Wentian didn't say anything, but smiled solemnly. When the others saw this, they didn't say anything and just laughed along with him. "What do you want to do?" Manager Lu increased his volume and shouted. On the one hand, it is to embolden oneself, on the other hand, it is to attract the attention of others and find help. What are you barking at? Su Wentian finally made a move. He punched Director Lu so hard that he almost fainted, and then hit Director Lu with a moderate fist. Damn it, don't you like to deduct my salary? Don't you like to wear little shoes for me? Why don't you stop the buckle? Ah! You're so stupid. Ha, get out of the way, I'm going to pee on his head. The leadership team of the warehouse was completely changed at this moment. Under the weak light, one could see the faces around Su Wentian. They were all nervous and excited, like bandits who were ready to attack the caravan down the mountain at any time. But at this moment, Su Wentian suddenly smiled triumphantly. Be civilized. We have to be civilized and don't make people think we are bad people, you know? Let's also leave a way out for ourselves. When the matter is exposed later, we will do as we agreed before. Let's say that Lu is the leader in corruption, really. No one is a fool these days. Although Su Wentian's concept of civilization is likely to be difficult to implement, at least it is good that he has such an awareness. Of course, Su Zhe, who was observing all this, had no intention of praising the other party. He just continued to stand in the audience, watching all the changes and developments with interest. It's delicious, hee, until Chen Keqing, who was sleeping next to her, said funny sleep talk. Su Zhe then retracted his attention. Glancing at the sleeping Chen Keqing, Su Zhe couldn't help but smile. She probably dreamed of cooking. What Chen Keqing is most confident about now is that her cooking skills are indeed in line with Su Zhe's appetite, so Su Zhe praised her frequently, which made Chen Keqing like to go to the kitchen even more. Gas tank. Suddenly, Su Zhe muttered to himself. He remembered that in the previous simulation, he had gone out and brought back the gas tank. Morning, 8 o'clock. Su Zhe came back from outside carrying a gas tank. Oh my god. Did you steal it from the neighbor? The moment she saw the gas tank, Chen Keqing's beautiful eyes widened. She was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? I exchanged it with others. This thing is very valuable now. You have to use it sparingly. Su Zhe carried the gas tank to the kitchen and said seriously. The gas tank is indeed very valuable, but it was not exchanged for something. Su Zhe just teleported to the warehouse of the production factory. Wow, so touching. We can eat hot food. Looking at the gas tank, Chen Keqing was so moved that tears almost came out. These 2 days have been like a year. Not only do I have to worry every day, but the food I eat is also very simple. I just want to fill my stomach and dare not hope for anything else. Now, with this gas tank, hot food can be cooked at any time for at least half a month. It's installed. Su Zhe connected the pipeline, then laughed and added, at home, you don't have to be so cautious, just use it, don't be afraid of others noticing, if anything happens, I'll cover it for you. Chen Keqing's last worry was wiped out by Su Zhe. She was indeed a little worried that eating hot food at home would attract other people's attention, which was a bit too ostentatious. After all, many people are now eating dirt. But since Su Zhe said that she could use it without worry, she felt more at ease. In a blink of an eye. It was noon. Chen Keqing really didn't waste resources, and made 3 delicious home-cooked dishes and served them on the table. Although he was already sitting at the table, Su Zhe was obviously distracted, as if he was thinking, but in fact, he was just observing the changes in the YC-14 safe zone. He's so strong. He has been struggling since what time? He just won't die. No matter what, he won't die. He's so amazing. Ha ha ha. In the warehouse, Su Wentian tied Manager Lu's hands to a high iron bar and hung him up. Manager Lu, who had suffered several beatings, had already lost consciousness at this moment. His breath was weak, and blood was coagulating on his face and body, revealing the miserable feeling of a loser. Haven't you found him yet? Su Wentian asked the people around him. His wife and children are not at home. They must have hidden. Find them quickly and don't let them run away. Su Wentian urged his men to do things. Hey, Su Zhe. Chen Keqing's hand shook in front of Su Zhe. It will get cold if you don't eat it now. Chen Keqing muttered. Su Zhe then retracted his gaze and looked at the girl beside him. He smiled and suddenly brought up the topic, asking, there is a saying that goes, as long as the saints are alive, the thieves will not stop. You should have heard of it. Chen Keqing was stunned and shook her head honestly, I seem to have heard of it, but I don't seem to know what it means. Su Zhe picked up the bowl and said, this sentence comes from Zhuangzi's The Box chapter. Because Zhuangzi used the illusion of Tian's replacement of qi, some people think that this sentence means that the saints have established good laws and regulations, governed the country well, and have a very good system. However, as long as there are such saints, there will definitely be thieves. The thieves will kill the saints and inherit the system created by the saints. In the end, the thieves can govern the country like the saints, completely stealing the saints' achievements. Chen Qiqing listened very seriously and could fully understand. I just don't understand why Su Zhe suddenly started telling stories. I just thought of it and just chatted. Su Zhe continued the topic while eating, saying, suppose, I tell you now that there is a guy who looks like a saint. He just stabilized his community and provided food for the refugees, but this person was killed by another thief. Now the thief has taken over and started to use the former's management model to continue to manage that area. What do you think? So, the thief is a bad guy and the saint is a good guy? Chen Qiqing is not stupid enough to think that the world is black and white, so she used the tone of questioning. It's not a good or bad thing. That saint actually had selfish motives when he was managing the community. He wanted the people close to him and his family to eat better and live longer. What kind of saint is he? Chen Qiqing sneered, at most, he is a saint. You're right. The thief was driven away, but after a lot of twists and turns, the saint let him come back. Isn't that a saint? Su Zhe laughed. Although, he didn't think that Manager Lu was a saint in the strict sense. If it weren't for the soft-hearted people around him, Manager Lu would definitely want to get rid of Su Wentian. This can be seen from the scene when the two of them were communicating privately. When the two turned around and turned their backs to each other, Manager Lu was actually cursing, and he didn't mean it. So, what really determines victory or defeat is the eternal truth. Whoever has the bigger fist wins and is the truth. I'm going out for a while, you stay at home and don't run around. After dinner, Su Zhe went out again. After the door was closed, Su Zhe appeared in the YC-14 area in a few seconds. There is no cooling time for the talent that descends, only a few seconds of guidance time, so he doesn't have to worry about time, just do the work. As for what to do, there are more than one thief. Su Zhe stood on a high place with his mouth raised. In the wide field of vision in front of him, it happened to be the entrance of the warehouse over there. And at this moment, in the warehouse, Manager Lu had just breathed his last and turned into a corpse. Not far away, Su Wentian's dog legs dragged Manager Lu's wife and children towards the back door of the warehouse. Because it was the time to collect supplies. The crowd had gathered. Many people noticed that the woman was dragged, but they didn't know why. Although the picture looked like a few big men bullying women and children, under the natural disaster, everyone was in danger and couldn't take care of themselves. Who would be in the mood to meddle in other people's business? How did we distribute the supplies yesterday? Today, we will still distribute them the same way. Don't worry, everyone has a share, just line up over there. There is no doubt. The area around this warehouse has already been Su Wentian's world. And, just as Su Zhe chatted with Chen Qiqing at the dinner table, Su Wentian completely inherited the distribution method used by Manager Lu yesterday. Everything seemed the same as yesterday. People were still queuing up for food, still complaining, and still thanking. Su Wentian was not idle either. Under the gaze of many people, he showed off his awakened skills, enjoying the sparse applause and the exclamations. Fuck! Is this guy a Superman? He must be 1 meter high when he jumped? Auntie, are you kidding? It's almost 10 feet high, and you told me 1 meter, what's going on? Has this guy evolved? I remember that the person who made trouble in the early hours of yesterday morning seemed to be him, right? Hush, young man, haven't you figured it out yet? Someone is in big trouble, and now the warehouse has a new owner. Su Wentian didn't care whether the crowd was exclaiming or talking. He just deliberately showed off his strength so that some smart people would shut up and not think about upholding justice. Tian replaced Qi when Tian Chengzi slaughtered Duke Jian of Qi and his relatives. He took over Qi. Everyone knew that Tian Chengzi was a thief who stole the country, but no one dared to criticize him, just because they were worried about getting into trouble. High above, Su Zhe put his hands in his pockets, smiled lightly, and continued to look down with interest. Ah, isn't this my sister-in-law? In the warehouse. Su Wentian deliberately used an exaggerated tone and expression, and circled around Manager Lu's wife. Manager Lu's wife, Huang Yu, is a housewife in her 30s. At this moment, facing Su Wentian's aggressive gaze, Huang Yu lowered her head and trembled all over. She was afraid and terrified. Don't you recognize me? Sister-in-law, I've eaten at your house. Su Wentian held Huang Yu's face and forcibly lifted her drooping head. The woman's face was not very beautiful, let's just say she had a pretty face. TSK, sister-in-law is still charming. Su Wendian smacked his lips, let go, and looked down at the little boy next to the woman. Oh, I don't remember your Uncle Su. I hugged you last time I went to your house for dinner. The child, who was only 7 or 8 years old, didn't dare to say a word, grabbing the woman's pants, as if he didn't know whether to hide or pretend to be strong. What's the matter with all of you not talking? It makes me look like a bad person. Su Wendian pretended to be distressed. He moved his neck, and sat down on the oak chair behind. After lighting a cigarette, he said with a smile, to be honest, I am here for revenge. Sister-in-law, you have been around Mr. Lu a lot, saying bad things about me. I know all of this, so you don't have to pretend to be pitiful. As he said this, Su Wendian clapped his hands. One of the younger brothers immediately understood and threw out the gradually frozen body of Manager Lu. The strange thing is that the woman and the child just looked up at the body, without crying or making a fuss, but the mother and child were still shivering. I thought you would scream after seeing this body. Su Wendian didn't think much about it. He felt that the news must have been leaked in advance, otherwise the woman and the child in front of him would not have hidden before. If you don't scream, I won't be excited. You have to scream. Su Wendian just wanted to play a trick on the enemy in front of him. He suddenly jumped up and tore the woman's clothes at the collar. Originally, he just wanted to scare the woman and deliberately provoke her, but when the white picture appeared, the beast in Su Wendian's heart was unconsciously revealed. His eyes lingered, and his desire rose in an instant. But he was not in a hurry to do it. He wanted to stabilize the situation, and then slowly play with the woman. Ah! The woman did scream as he wished, and began to run out of the warehouse. The younger brother who was guarding next to him wanted to stop the woman, but was waved away by Su Wendian. Help! Help! The woman rushed out of the warehouse and shouted for help. The voice was shrill, and her disheveled clothes instantly revealed her identity as a victim. The crowd gathered outside to collect supplies cast their eyes on the woman. Murder! Help! Please, help! The woman screamed hysterically. But before the crowd could react, Su Wendian followed from behind. He dragged the oak chair in front of him like a leisurely stroll. After sitting down, he raised the loudspeaker in his other hand. With the loudspeaker, he spoke and his voice completely drowned out the woman. Don't listen to her nonsense. Family members. This woman tore her clothes and came out to talk nonsense. Let me explain to you, this woman is the wife of Manager Lu who occupied the warehouse. She is a bad woman. Didn't many of you only get 1 or 2 loaves of bread or compressed biscuits yesterday? But do you know what delicacies Manager Lu prepared for his wife and children? Do you know how much they ate in there? The crowd was in an uproar. Many people did not get very good food yesterday. Su Wendian's incitement was obviously popular. High above, Su Zhe stopped in the cold wind and couldn't help but smile again. What a good show. It's just. Su Wendian, who thought he had everything under control, probably didn't expect that his opponent, the weak woman, actually had a trick up her sleeve. I have evidence. I have evidence. The woman screamed heartbreakingly. She took out her cell phone from somewhere and held it high above her head. I have evidence. They killed people. They killed my husband. And killed other people. Here is video evidence. They are the bad guys. Everyone must help me. The crowd was in an uproar again. Some people who were still confused about the situation looked at each other or whispered. It seemed that the people standing in the jury box now believed the woman more. This was indeed the case. Su Wendian was stunned, and he was ready to throw dirty water on Manager Lu's family to make himself look more decent. I didn't expect it. I never expected it. There was actually video evidence in the hands of this damn woman. Su Wendian's other brothers were also equally stunned. Everyone looked at each other. Some people even stood there at a loss, like children who had done something wrong. These people were probably the first time to be bad guys, and they became hesitant after their evil deeds were exposed. But the evil of human nature is a monster that will grow wildly. Soon, Su Wendian's younger brother realized the seriousness of the problem, reacted, and rushed over to snatch the woman's phone. The woman knew that she was not as strong as the man, so she knelt on the ground, holding the phone tightly, and stuffed it into her pants, not in her trouser pocket. In this way, the person who snatched the phone was also a little afraid, worried about the eyes of the onlookers. This is a life and death struggle. This is not a game. The woman knew that all her hopes were in the crowd in front of her. She had to win the sympathy of most people, and arouse the kindness of bystanders, so that most people would be willing to step forward and help. Only then would she and her child have a chance to survive. Damn it! You can't even handle such a small thing. Su Wentian cursed at his mother as he watched from behind. He was also anxious. He was afraid that his disguise would be completely torn apart by the woman. So, he could no longer hold back, and went straight forward, grabbed the woman's hair, and dragged her without saying a word, wanting to drag her back to the warehouse to make plans. And the crowd, at this moment, was still wavering. But there was no doubt. The woman's shrill and pitiful cry for help did make many people emotional. What the hell is this? These hooligans really killed someone. Oh, so pitiful. That sister. It's better not to get involved. Damn, if something happens, what will happen to my wife and children? How can I help? That person is as powerful as a mutant. Whoever goes up will get slapped. On a high place, Suze listened to people's voices. It was very noisy and struggling. The moral values shaped for people in modern society are difficult to maintain at this moment. Suze could see that some people in the crowd clenched their fists and wanted to step forward to say something fair, but they didn't have the courage to take actual action. Some people were indifferent, thinking, who cares about the warehouse, they are all beasts. Others comforted themselves, thinking that what the woman said might not be true, and that not stepping forward would avoid misjudging right and wrong. However, most people can still distinguish the situation. The people who were responsible for distributing supplies yesterday were not the same as those who were responsible today, and the people yesterday were gone. In this situation, can't we see that what the woman said is true? Bang! Someone was pushed to the ground with a muffled sound. A man wearing glasses and looking gentle suddenly walked out of the crowd. What are you doing? Su Wentian's younger brother, who was nearby, shouted and subconsciously reached out to push the man with glasses, but was pulled back by the man with glasses and thrown 5 or 6 meters away. The power displayed by the man with glasses at this moment clearly exceeded the limit of the human body. It was similar to the power that Su Wentian had displayed before, which exceeded that of ordinary people. Fuck! Another mutant? It's so exaggerated, it looks like he was hit by a truck and flew out. Awesome! Is this going to be a good show? Exclamations rang out in the crowd. You can see that many people's faces are full of emotions, especially those who are kind-hearted or have a long-term vision. These people know who is the murderer and who is the most vicious executioner. They also want to stand up for the woman. Stand up for themselves in this doomsday future. But no one wants to be the first thorn who shouts out. Until this moment. A powerful person, comparable to Su Wentian, appears. The leader seems to have appeared at the most critical moment. Su Wentian's brothers feel completely different at this moment. Their faces are more nervous, and some are even afraid. They also know that they have done nothing good, so they are afraid that they will be punished. Staring at the man with glasses, Su Wentian is also a little nervous. But he didn't say anything. One of his hands was still holding the woman's hair, refusing to let go, and the other hand was placed on his waist without leaving a trace. He had a gun in his pocket. Although the awakened one was very fast, it was not faster than a bullet. He himself is also an awakener, and he knows very well how to avoid mistakes. If the man with glasses approaching in front of him wants to be a hero, Su Wentian will not hesitate to draw his gun and shoot. Unless the bullet misses, he will consider fighting with the other party. The air, at this moment, is particularly solemn. The crowd is terribly quiet. Everyone's eyes are focused on the man with glasses. In fact, it only took a few seconds. The man with glasses just tried his best to walk closer to Su Wentian. Then he stopped and said stutteringly, I want to join you. The cold wind was biting, but it didn't howl. Every word the man with glasses said could be clearly heard by the crowd. So, everything at this moment seemed to be frozen. It was like a basin of bone-chilling cold water was poured down from the head. Just now, many people were excited and wanted to follow the man with glasses to rush up and defend the justice in their hearts. But at this moment, these people were like frostbitten eggplants, and they instantly stopped. The woman whose hair was pulled by Su Wentian was also full of despair at this moment. She had originally regarded the man with glasses who walked out of the crowd as a life-saving straw. She was even grateful in her heart. Fortunately, she endured until the critical moment. Fortunately, she got the evidence of the criminal, and fortunately she protected the child's life. However, things are unpredictable. The situation has become worse than before. The man with glasses didn't want to defend justice at all, he just wanted to join the interest group in front of him. Join us? Su Wentian was also distracted for a short time, almost thinking that he had misheard. The other brothers were the same. First they were surprised, then relaxed, and finally delighted. It was good. I thought there was going to be a fierce battle, but I didn't expect that there would be a fierce battle. and we also added another tiger general to our side. Okay. Brother, I know at a glance that you are also a person with adventures. We welcome your joining. Su Wentian finally let go of the woman's hair and clapped his hands solemnly. But the crowd did not applaud like him. Even his brothers felt that the atmosphere was not suitable for applause. Su Wentian also realized that his group could not get rid of the word bad guys, so he was too lazy to pretend and put his hands down in boredom. I fell in love with a woman. The man with glasses was obviously not as patient as Su Wentian, and he spoke of his desires as soon as he opened his mouth. Stop, brother, let's go in and talk. Su Wentian hurriedly stopped the man with glasses. His mind was much more active than the man with glasses. While he was saying, let's talk inside, he was already thinking about how to get rid of the man with glasses. He was enough as the boss here. High up. Su Zhe took a deep breath and tasted the heavy cold air at the moment. Falling in love with a woman, a good motive. He smiled and said to himself in his heart. The man with glasses was also a lucky guy. On the 7th day of the apocalypse, that is, today, he became an awakener. Similar to Su Wentian's initial approach, the man with glasses was also secretly observing whether there were other people who became special cases like him. Until he saw Su Wentian, he knew that he was not the only special existence, so after thinking about it for a while in the crowd, he made his own choice. He wanted to join Su Wentian's team. He didn't want to be the boss. He just wanted to have sex with more women in this doomsday. He felt that when he made clear his position and showed that he had no ambition, Su Wentian would definitely be happy for him to join. That's why he couldn't wait to express his thoughts under the gaze of the crowd. But his recklessness also completely tore through the disguise of the vested interests. Su Zhe continued to appreciate the scene in front of him secretly. The crowd was just quiet at this moment, but not peaceful. I don't know how many people were cursing in their hearts. It's okay to have Su Wentian, a difficult Superman, but now another bad guy has popped up. Is this going to make people live? In front of him, Su Wentian and others are still pretending to be good people, but this man with glasses doesn't even pretend. And who knows, this group of people will become more and more serious one day and commit heinous crimes again. Let go of my mother. The child who had been silent all the time roared at this moment. The crowd, who had already lowered their heads and decided to ignore it for the time being, had to raise their heads again because of this childish, angry voice. The crowd's eyes converged on the child. He was just a little kid who had just entered the 2nd grade of elementary school. His voice seemed extremely insignificant in the cold wind. However, he was really desperate. When the adult dragged the woman's hair and dragged her into the warehouse again, the child rushed over and tried to bite the adult's hand. Unfortunately, he didn't bite it. The man just pushed the child to the ground with a casual push, and he rolled and crawled around before he stabilized his body. Let go! Let go! The little boy continued to shout. But his shouting was interrupted by a big kick straight in the face. After being kicked to the ground, the little boy seemed to be dizzy for a few seconds, but he quickly got up again. He used a childish voice and shouted under the continuous gaze of the crowd. Transform! The childish voice, at this moment, suddenly had unexpected empathy. Most people, in their childhood, had dreamed of becoming a superhero. The eyes focused on the little boy began to change slightly. Transform! Transform! The little boy continued to shout. The man who kicked him just now was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the little brat in front of him was quite difficult to deal with. Obviously, from his perspective, the nosebleed and tears had already been running down the little brat's face. Not far away. Su Wentian was also a little unhappy. I feel that my little brother is so sluggish in his work. He is such a little brat. I just cover his mouth, drag him into the warehouse and kill him. Who is showing all these dramas? Transformation! 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 The little boy shouted over and over again. At his age, he may indeed still believe, from the bottom of his heart, that he can become a superhero. But unfortunately, nothing special happened. He is still just an ordinary human child. Hey, what are you doing? A low voice came from the crowd. An uncle couldn't stand it and wanted to speak out, but he was dragged by his wife and daughter, who refused to let him take the lead. Similar scenes abound among the crowd at this moment. There are many people who can't stand it, but there are no people who really dare to stand up and say no. Transformation! 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 The little boy was crying, shouting desperately. The man in front of him finally reacted and stepped forward, wanting to kick the little boy again. But at this moment, a golden light shone on the little boy. To describe it as golden light is indeed a bit exaggerated. But in the eyes of many people, the reaction at this moment was golden light. That translucent light shone on the little boy, making that little figure dazzling and sparkling. Who? Accompanied by a sharp shout. Everyone finally realized that the light that hit the little boy was not a superpower. It was just someone shining a bright flashlight on the little boy from a high place. Then, following the light source, people looked up one after another. At a high place, Suze stood on the edge of the building with a smile on his face. He turned on and off the strong flashlight in his hand, continuing to illuminate the little boy. At the same time, he also announced his formal intervention. "You're sick, aren't you? Who is this? Turn on the flashlight and scare me. Go and catch that guy. Damn it. You like to be a hero, don't you?" Su Wentian's brothers all looked up and glared at Suze. Everyone looked like they were going to beat him up. Su Wentian was also annoyed, thinking that this play had been going on for too long. If it dragged on, who knows what cats and dogs might jump out to make trouble, so he thought about going up and catching people himself, killing a chicken to scare the monkey. But he didn't need to go through so much trouble. Suze turned off the flashlight after shining it for a while. Now, he was the focus of the crowd's attention. "Wow, what is he doing?" The crowd suddenly made an uproar. Because everyone saw that Suze was on the edge of a high place, raised his foot and stepped on the air. His figure then fell downwards. But the so-called fall was just an illusion in the blink of an eye. Suze's figure suddenly disappeared in midair. When everyone was still looking up, looking for the figure of Suze who was supposed to fall in midair, his voice had already come from the front of the warehouse. "Here, friend." The moment the voice sounded, Su Wentian's hair exploded all over. He lowered his head and found that Suze actually appeared in front of him. Almost as a conditioned reflex, he punched and attacked Suze. At the moment of punching, he realized that he still had a gun. So he thought in his mind again how to distance himself and use bullets to deal with Suze. But his idea obviously had no chance to be realized. Suze once again moved closer like teleportation, raised his hand, and covered Su Wentian's face with his palm. Bang! A terrifying muffled sound sounded. Su Wentian's head was smashed on the ground by Suze. The skull was hard, and even a shallow crack was smashed on the ground. As for Su Wentian himself, he was already dead, but his body was still twitching, as if he was telling the fear of the moment before his death. Wow! The crowd burst into an uproar again. There were screams among them. People were shocked by Suze's violent means, and were completely shocked. But fortunately, everyone had seen too many horrors and too many dead people in the past few days, and they were numb to corpses, so they would not be scared by Su Wentian's corpse. On the contrary, after a brief shock, some people even secretly cheered. At this point, no one is a fool, and everyone knows that Su Wentian is not a good person. Now that he is dead, it is a great relief. Secretly cheering, of course, is not excessive. Brother Su Wentian's brothers were not in the mood to cheer. One by one, their expressions froze on their faces, and they were all petrified with fear. Even a mutant tough guy like Su Wentian had his head smashed in an instant in front of Suze, so they must be even more miserable. The man with glasses standing next to Su Wentian was the most nervous one at the moment. Because after Suze killed Su Wentian, his eyes immediately moved towards him. The man with glasses didn't even think of resisting. He hesitated and didn't know what to say to prove his goodness and prove that he was not a threat. "Have you been to the direction of number 18 middle school?" Suze smiled and asked the man with glasses slowly. "Number 18 middle school? No. The man with glasses shook his head and denied it without thinking. Suze didn't care about his answer. He could hear the real thoughts of the man with glasses. The answer was that he hadn't been there. The man with glasses didn't become an awakener by relying on the contaminated area of number 18 middle school. So, there was no value in staying. Bang! It was the muffled sound of a fist hitting the chest and shattering the heart. Suze killed the man with glasses with one punch. If the other party was awakened in the contaminated area of number 18 middle school, he would keep his life for a while, ask about the content of the awakening nightmare, and then kill him. But the other party is not, so there is no value. It is best to kill him immediately. After all, Suze turned around. He could see countless eyes converging on him. At this moment, those eyes were undoubtedly expecting him to kill. In a way, the man with glasses attracted more hatred than Su Wentian, because he was clearly the bad guy who showed his desires. The air was still heavy. People were still quiet. The smile on Suze's face was maintained. He turned around and walked towards the disheveled woman named Huang Yu. It was just a few short steps. But it made many people nervous, especially those onlookers standing in the trial seat. They did cheer for Su Zhe's massacre. But they were also afraid. Afraid that the man in front of them, who was obviously more powerful, was no different from the two awakened people who had died. "Sister, put on your clothes." Su Zhe casually pulled off a coat from the dazed man next to him and handed it to the woman. Thank you, thank you." The woman was very nervous and she was also afraid of Su Zhe, but she still squeezed out a word of thanks. Su Zhe just smiled and said nothing more. He turned around and walked towards the oak chair. Under the gaze of the crowd, under the fearful gaze of Su Wendian and his gang, under the praying gaze of the mother and son, he sat down slowly, raised his head, swept his eyes over everyone present, and then said loudly, "Scumbags. Now, you are under my control. I met a good person. Thank goodness. Fortunately, there is that handsome guy, otherwise, those people might do something harmful to the world. Is it still necessary to be sure? They killed a lot of people last night. Those dead people were kind enough to share food with us yesterday. What a bunch of guys who are worse than pigs and dogs. They are still hurting people even though everyone is in such a difficult situation. That little brother is so handsome. He is simply a superhero, and he shocked all those people. So handsome. The management rights of the warehouse have changed hands again. Now, Su Zhe is the one who is in charge here. It's obvious. The discussion outside is now one-sided, calling Su Zhe a good man, and even worshipping Su Zhe as a hero. In fact, Su Zhe did not make many changes. He just slightly changed the amount of distributed materials, and everyone can get more food every day than before, that's all. As for what to do after the inventory in the warehouse is distributed, Su Zhe is not thinking too much now. He is not here to be a mountain king. When he finds Qi Xiaoya, he will pat his butt and leave. Everything here will have nothing to do with him. The saint is dead, and the thief will not rise. In the warehouse, Su Zhe wandered alone. He was thinking about how to proceed next to promote the refresh of the contaminated area. Just as he said to himself when he landed in this area, he is also a thief. However, what he wants to steal is not the materials here, nor the people's hearts here, but the scum gathered by Su Wentian, and those scum hidden in the crowd. These people, in the next 10 days or so, they will become the guinea pigs in his laboratory and the experimental materials he ruthlessly consumes. He will drive these scums away and force them to enter the contaminated area where number 18 middle school is located. Let these people use their lives to pile up, explore, and dig. Until he thoroughly figured out the nightmare content corresponding to the contaminated area where number 18 middle school is located, until he successfully refreshes the contaminated area, until he finds Qi Xiaoya. The plan will come to a perfect ending. Of course. Su Zhe is not so anxious. He will first stabilize the YC-14 under his feet and have a complete ecological system before he will start to implement his own plan. Day 8 of the doomsday year, time has come to the 8th day of the doomsday. Su Zhe continues to be active in YC-14. But he is very mysterious, always disappearing, and every time he appears, he only arranges tasks and administers justice, and does not do other unnecessary things. At this moment, the time is just past noon. Chen Qiqing cooked 2 more of her signature dishes, put them in disposable lunchboxes, and served them on the table. Qin Yushi, is she sleeping? Well, it seems that she will wake up today. It seems that this is just a dream. While eating, Su Zhe did not forget to continue observing this doomsday disaster. In his field of vision, Qin Yushi was curled up, hugging her legs, sleeping in the cold basement. Will there be an accident? Su Zhe continued to watch Qin Yushi from a distance while chewing slowly. Diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. He once again played the role of a spectator in the stands. However, this time, as a spectator, his selfishness was obviously greater than before. Frankly speaking, he didn't want Qin Yushi to die easily. If he saw Qin Yushi's life hanging by a thread when he cast his eyes on her, he would definitely take action. Of course, just like what he said to Qin Yushi in the park before the end of the world. He is not a person who will suffer losses. Since he has already paid, he must have corresponding gains. Even if the other party is unwilling to provide the reward he wants, he will reach out for it himself. For the time being, I can only wish her good luck. After observing for a while, Su Zhe withdrew his attention from Qin Yushi. It seems that Qin Yushi will sleep for a long time. God knows when the nightmare test will appear. He can't just stare at Qin Yushi all the time. Well, it's not impossible. If Chen Qiqing wanted to try to become an awakener, he would definitely keep staring at her to prevent any accidents, but Qin Yushi just treat it as the result of absolute trust in the simulation. After waking up from this sleep, Qin Yushi should be 100% able to become an awakener. By the way, do you want to go downstairs later? Su Zhe suddenly tilted his head and asked Chen Qiqing with a smile. Go downstairs? Chen Qiqing raised her eyebrows and hesitated. To be honest, she didn't want to go out at all. It was chaotic and dangerous outside. Why would she go out to join in the fun? If she got into any danger, she would have to rely on Su Zhe to solve it. Moreover, she is a person who can stay at home. As long as her family has enough food and clothes, she can stay at home in this doomsday for the rest of her life. In this case, why should she go out? There may be some interesting things today. Su Zhe saw Chen Qiqing's thoughts and added, don't worry about safety issues. I'm not exaggerating. The people in this area, even if tied together, are no match for your man. Hey, then go. Perhaps because of the 3 words your man, Chen Qiqing smiled naively. Well, Su Zhe smiled and nodded, and finally added, but you have to wait a little while, wait for me to go out and wander around first. If I find something interesting, I will come back and take you there directly. The so-called going out and wandering around first to find interesting things is of course just a lie made up by Su Zhe. He did go out first, but he did not wander around in his own safe zone, but went straight to Yunqing and landed in the YC-14 area again. It's quite lively. Landing at a height where people rarely pay attention, Su Zhe glanced down. Because it was lunchtime, the crowd gathered and it seemed a bit lively. Finding joy in adversity is probably an excellent quality passed down from generation to generation by many people. At this moment, there are people singing and performing shows below to liven up the atmosphere. I just don't know if this moment of peace and tranquility can continue to be maintained when the official self-rescue news comes in 2 days, that is, on the 10th day of the doomsday. Wow! In a blink of an eye, Su Zhe disappeared from the height. His action looked like teleportation. Actually, it was teleportation. After the upgrade, the strength of the summoning talent has undoubtedly increased significantly. In a blink of an eye, it is not a problem to collapse a building. However, the functionality of the talent has basically not changed. It still has both attack and defense, and can condense time to gain thinking time, as well as the ability of teleportation that he is shown now. But the shortcomings of the abilities certainly exist, such as teleportation. Although it can teleport, it is only the position of the body. If you want to teleport and kill your opponent, you need to take 1 or 2 more steps, and the distance of teleportation is relatively limited. That's why he didn't kill Su Wenian the first time he teleported yesterday, because he had to keep the posture of walking down from a high place. Fortunately, as long as it is used properly, such teleportation ability will not only make people unable to see the clues, but also very handsome. Ouch! You scared me. Brother Su Zhe. In the warehouse, Su Zhe's figure suddenly appeared behind the middle-aged man like a ghost. The middle-aged man's name is Gao Yang. He was the principal of an elementary school before the end of the world. He has a good reputation and seems to have some management foundation and ability. So, after Su Zhe took over the warehouse yesterday, he called this man to help manage the supplies on the recommendation of others. In addition to him, the people in charge of managing goods and distributing supplies in the warehouse are still the group of people left by Su Wenian. Of course, this group of people now all look like they have reformed. More than one person claimed that they were coerced before, and now the boss of the warehouse has changed, justice has been upheld, and they are also very happy. Moreover, this group of people swore to everyone that they would never reconcile with evil in the future. Su Zhe was in no mood to care about these trivial matters. No matter what those people said. All he wanted was for his own plan to proceed smoothly. It's time for dinner, brother Su Zhe, do you want to eat something too? Look, I haven't seen you eat anything since yesterday. Principal Gao smiled at Su Zhe. It can't be said that he was trying to get close to him, but Su Zhe was indeed the one with the biggest fist here, and he felt that he should be more or less appropriate to praise Su Zhe. No, I just ate. I just came to take a look. Su Zhe added before the principal spoke again. He was not a leader who came to inspect the work, so there was no need to force the principal to bring out the bureaucratic set. After talking about the management of warehouse materials, Su Zhe felt that he should leave and do business. I'll trouble you, the principal, for the management of the warehouse. Su Zhe said in summary. What's the problem with me? The current situation can be temporarily stable, isn't it all because of brother Su Zhe? Hey, where is he? The principal was about to praise Su Zhe, But when he turned his head, he found that Suze had disappeared. He couldn't help scratching his head. He didn't dare to speak carelessly. He only dared to mutter in his heart, whether Suze was a human or a ghost. The polluted area where Yunqing No. 18 Middle School is located. Suze's figure appeared on the top of the high-rise building. Weightlessness, whispering to himself, Suze silently felt the threat of this polluted area. The strange power that can easily send ordinary people into the air is also acting on Suze at this moment. But Suze stood firm like a pine tree, as if he had taken root under his feet. This is of course because of the power of the guardian god. The two powers collided invisibly, and Suze's power undoubtedly crushed his opponent easily. So it evolved into the scene in front of us. Suze seemed to be unaffected by the polluted area at all, and he walked forward in the polluted area as if walking on flat ground. Where is the source of pollution hidden? Muttering in his heart, Suze suddenly stopped. He looked up and took a look at the residential building not far away. Someone flew into the air because of weightlessness. But this person was obviously prepared, and he had a short and strong safety rope tied to his body. Not only that, this person also grabbed the water pipe outside the building as soon as the weightlessness came, although the degree of gravity reversal became more severe after his hand grasped the water pipe. It was as if the gravity of the planet came from the sky, but he still persisted, fighting against the invisible force of the contaminated area. It is precisely because of these people who are still active in the polluted area that there will be a steady stream of awakened people. Suze thought secretly in his heart. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and continued to expand his domain power to search for the source of pollution in the contaminated area. From the beginning of the search to the discovery of the target, it only took less than 3 minutes. In a blink of an eye, the source of pollution has appeared in front of Suze. It's near the entrance of an underground garage. The appearance of the pollution source is like a holographic projection, a shadow that appears out of thin air and is wrapped in a strange and ominous black substance. Those black substances are surging, like solar flares that are constantly erupting, and they will suddenly become deep and blindingly black. Maybe there is indeed energy similar to radiation, which actually affects the human body's feelings in a dimension that the human body cannot perceive. If you stare at it for a long time, those dirty black substances will become even more terrifying. It will be like a bunch of wriggling maggots, making you inexplicably physically uncomfortable. But the most terrifying thing is that you can't help but want to fall into it. No wonder, in the previous simulations, it was so easy to find the source of pollution every time. Just one look at these things will make anyone's heart tremble. Suze sighed silently in his heart. He has observed other pollution sources in the past 2 days, and the appearance of those pollution sources is different. Some were ominous, clinging to entities, some were phantoms that appeared out of thin air like in front of him, and some sources of pollution even converged on someone's corpse. In short, pollution sources come in different forms, but without exception, all pollution sources can make human beings feel the most intuitive physiological discomfort, as well as fear imprinted in genes. Very old-fashioned. Muttering to himself, Suze reached out and touched the source of pollution. He pushed aside the black matter surging around the outside and took a look at the shadow wrapped in the innermost part. The virtual image was a close-up of a certain frame in the movie. Suze could vaguely see the sky, clouds, and the unclosed schoolbag with books scattered. Is it someone's dream slice? Suze was suspicious in his heart. He took his hand back and looked around. He suddenly remembered what he saw in the simulation before, the scene after the stars fell. First thing that comes to mind. He is the guy who claims to have been truly recognized by the gods and has become an apostle of God. Get God's approval. Suze repeated this sentence over and over in his mind, savoring this sentence. Based on his understanding of the gods of the old Japanese universe, the so-called approval of gods is purely ridiculous. Those blind and ignorant gods of the past would not cast any glance at small and ignorant creatures like humans, let alone acknowledge them. If those ancient gods really cast their sights, as humans, we should really feel terrified. However, Suze does not hold arrogance and prejudice. He does not think that what he knows is the truth of the universe. He is just thinking about it. Since gods do exist in this universe, what kind of existence do they have? Is this doomsday for human beings in front of us related to the gods? Too many strange questions emerged in Suze's mind. He turned back and looked towards the sky where the pollution source was deeper. He continued to think. Why are there polluted areas in this apocalypse? Why can people use contaminated areas to become awakened? Why does the contaminated area spill over, and why are there the chosen ones? Why do the stars fall? Why are there countless parallel human civilizations? There was a group of turkeys on a farm. The farmer would come to feed the turkeys at 12 o'clock every day. There happened to be an excellent scientist among the turkeys who discovered this pattern. After observing it for a year, he determined the law he discovered is the truth, so on Thanksgiving Day, he announced the truth he discovered to other turkeys. However, at 12 o'clock that day, the food did not arrive as expected as the turkeys expected. The farmer came in, caught and killed all the turkeys. Suze recounted in his mind. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Now, maybe we can go back to the first question. Getting approval from God's eye, maybe it's just people's wishful thinking. Suze sneered and laughed. All other unresolved issues were forgotten by him. There is no point in rushing to find out the answers to those questions now. What he wants to do has already been determined in countless simulations. He wants to enjoy and survive in this doomsday until the end. The next step is to arrange for the scumbags to line up to come into contact with this source of pollution. Stopping in front of the pollution source, Suze sketched a detailed plan in his mind. After a long time, he looked back again, this time because after the domain power was deployed, he observed that an awakened person appeared near the weightless pollution zone. Oh shit! Is this so reasonable? The man was holding a broken kitchen knife and cursing. Because of the monster in front of him, his whole body was tense and extremely nervous. At a moment when he was completely unaware, Suze's figure appeared not far away. The shark is coming. Suze stared at the scene in front of him and smiled secretly in his heart. In front of him, the man who was confronting the monster was about 30 years old. It seemed that he had just become an awakener, so he was not very proficient in using the power he had at the moment. And right in front of the man, a huge great white shark was swimming and circling in the air, obviously looking for an opportunity to give the man a fatal blow. From the perspective of ordinary people, a great white shark swimming in the air, then you must suspect that you are dreaming. This is not a joke. How can a shark swim in the air? But the fact in front of you is like this: a huge shark with a bloody mouth is swimming freely in the air. Shark pollution area. Suze simply gave this pollution area a name for himself. This contaminated area is adjacent to the weightless contaminated area, and both contaminated areas are connected to the YC-14 safe area. Now, the first thing Suze wants to figure out is which contaminated area this man in front of him is in to become an awakener. Get out! Get out! The man was forced into a corner by the great white shark. The weapon in his hand was no longer sharp, and the enemies in front of him were increasing. In a blink of an eye, 3 or 4 great white sharks surrounded him. These sharks were like experienced man-eating masters, cooperating and constantly attacking the man. In a few breaths, the man's blood was surging. If he runs away directly, he should be able to escape, right? Yes, he should. After observing for a while, Suze didn't want to waste time. He approached, raised his hand, and the invisible blade swept through the air, splitting the sharks in half and losing most of their vitality. The besieged man got a breather and quickly pulled away. At this time, the man finally noticed Suze's existence. Oh, no wonder, you are looking for your family. After a few words, Suze knew the other party's name. Wang Chang, a name that is as popular as Zhang Wei. During the conversation, Suze of course kept eavesdropping on the other party's thoughts, so he knew more accurately why this person came. As he said, he rushed all the way from the nearby area. Because his family lived near number 18 middle school, he spent the night in the weightless pollution area last night. Unfortunately, until now, he still didn't find his family. In addition, from Wang Chang's self-description, he was lucky. He experienced the deadly danger of the pollution area several times, but he escaped successfully until he woke up from his dream last night and became an awakener. Maybe your family is in the safe area next to it. Otherwise, you can go with me? After talking for a while, Suze suggested with a smile. So we are called awakeners. Wang Chang followed Suze. He raised his hands and looked at them carefully. There was no change in appearance, but he had indeed become a lot stronger. Well, the awakened one. Suze walked in front, like a mentor, and continued to explain with a smile, as long as you stay in the polluted area, you may become an awakened person after a nightmare. If you are in a polluted area and directly come into contact with the source of pollution, you will definitely do it. That kind of nightmare, in short, as long as you survive the test of the nightmare and successfully wake up, it will be like this for you and me. Behind him, Wang Chang listened very carefully. He had no doubt about Suze's statement. After all, he did have a nightmare last night, which was completely consistent with the rules Suze described. Moreover, when he first woke up from the nightmare, the fear in his heart was so strong that he could not dissipate for a long time. He could vaguely remember that he encountered fatal danger many times in the nightmare. This is consistent with the word test in Suze's description. If there is anything questionable, there is only one thing that Wang Chang can't figure out at the moment, and that is why Suze seems to be much stronger than him when everyone is an awakened person. He tried his best to protect himself from the terrifying sharks swimming in the air before. But Suze killed all the monsters instantly in a way that he couldn't see clearly. By the way, how many people are there in your family? Suze changed the topic and started talking about Wang Chang's family affairs. Because what Suze really wants to know has already been asked just now. What he wanted to know was what kind of test Wang Chang saw in his nightmare, and which of the 6 spells he used to become an awakened person. The same screen is seen in the simulation. Wang Chang had almost forgotten everything about what he saw and heard in the dream. He only remembered the terrifying feeling in the nightmare, and the content was extremely vague. Fortunately, under Suze's hint, Wang Chang remembered the spell he used in his dream, Inspiration. The spell corresponding to the weightless pollution zone is Inspiration. As for how to use the spell specifically, Wang Chang didn't remember. Suze was satisfied with getting this information. As long as he continued to use the human sea tactic, the contents of the nightmare would eventually accumulate little by little, and finally the truth would be revealed. Kindness. If he had a more evil heart, he would not have bothered so much and just risked his life. There would be no need to help write the strategy. Writing the strategy would only speed up the progress. I feel that my family must still be alive. Following the topic raised by Suze, Wang Chang continued. From an ordinary person's perspective, this man can be considered a bold and ruthless person. He crossed 4 or 5 contaminated areas and encountered many fatal dangers. In this way, he still insisted on his goal, rushed into the weightless pollution zone, and found the place where his parents lived. However, luck is also a key factor for him to be able to stand here. He stayed in the weightless pollution zone to sleep last night, and he did not experience a weightlessness crisis all night long. Not long after, Suze led Wang Chang across the edge of the contaminated area and entered the YC-14 area. Go straight to the warehouse. The closer to the warehouse, the denser the crowd of refugees became. Many of them knew Suze's face. Many of them witnessed Suze's battle scene yesterday, so they naturally knew who he was. Brother Suze, you seem to be very popular. After walking behind Suze for a while, Wang Chang couldn't help but ask questions. Before they had walked far, countless people came to say hello to Suze. There was even more than one younger sister who came to Suze to look familiar. This of course made Wang Chang confused. He didn't know what happened yesterday, and he didn't know that many people in this safe zone now relied on Suze and counted on Suze to maintain fairness and order. Popular? Well, it's okay. Suze nodded and didn't waste any time explaining the reason. He took Wang Chang back to the garage and met with Principal Gao. Help find his family. Knowing the cause of the incident, Principal Gao couldn't help but take a look at Wang Chang. To be honest, now is the early stage of the disaster, and everything is in chaos. There are so many people looking for relatives and friends, and it is quite troublesome to really spend the effort to find them. I forgot to mention, he is also an awakened person. If we can help him find his family, he should be happy to help with some things in the warehouse. Suze smiled and added. If it was just a unilateral request for resources, it would certainly not be welcomed, so on the way here, Suze had already negotiated a price with Wang Chang. That's it. Oh, I really didn't see it. After learning that the man in front of him with the name Volkswagen was an awakened one, Principal Gao's expression was a bit bitter. Not every awakened person is as easy to get along with as Suze. If another Su Wentian comes, I can only say that fortunately Suze is here. If a few more Su Wentian were to come, they would be able to control him completely. Another awakener? What exactly is this awakened person? Can we become awakened ones? Also in the warehouse, others were paying attention to Suze's conversation. These people are all Su Wentian's remnants. Suze deliberately discussed this topic with Principal Gao in front of these people, just to arouse the desires of these people. In the midst of this catastrophic disaster, who doesn't want to be one step ahead of others and become a powerful being different from ordinary people? Then, I'll leave it to you, Principal Gao. I have other things to investigate, so I'll take my leave now. After explaining the matter, Suze quickly turned around and left. Not long after he left, the remnants of Su Wentian who were watching by the side, as expected, developed a brotherly relationship with Wang Chang and became close to each other. And Wang Chang is a very down-to-earth person. When others ask, he just says. The secret on how to become an awakened person that Suze told him before, he told everyone else in the blink of an eye. And this was exactly what Suze wanted to see. If you want doomsday treasure, go to the contaminated area to find it. If you don't come back, I'm going to call the police. Oh, it's useless to call the police now. When she got home, Chinkiching pouted and complained about Suze. She agreed to go out to explore and come back soon, but it turned out that she had been there for 2 hours. She had already dressed and sat at home waiting. Who would have thought that it would take so long? If you just wait, that's okay of course. But if you're waiting on tenterhooks, that's a big deal. Chinkiching was very worried that Suze would encounter danger or accidents outside. At the same time, she was also worried that danger would come to her door, and Suze happened to be away. There was someone knocking on the door just now, but you weren't there, so I just pretended that no one was home. Chinkiching added. Really, Suze glanced at the kitchen knife on the table, which was Chinkiching's current personal weapon. She guessed it was because a stranger knocked on the door just now, which scared her a little. In fact, there is no need to worry about safety issues. With his domain ability, he can sense any danger in advance. Unless the danger comes from a higher level enemy, he may miss. But enemies of that level will only appear after the stars fall, excluding the still mysterious contained objects, of course. Let's go, something interesting should happen today. With a wave of his hand, Suze called Chinkiching to his side, held her hand, and went out. Because they had dealt with him several times, Manager Wang naturally greeted Suze. Everyone stopped and stayed for a while. After a few conversations, Chinkiching realized that the person who just went upstairs and knocked on the door was Manager Wang. However, Manager Wang intends to find Suze to discuss the matter. Now there is a shortage of reliable manpower in the community. Manager Wang wants to recruit Suze to join. When they met, Suze expressed his rejection in person. Manager Wang didn't say anything more and just changed the topic to the farce that happened in the garage just now. That young guy is my nephew, and I am his aunt. Manager Wang obviously knew about the changes in her nephew in advance, so he was not surprised at all. And according to her description, her nephew was entrusted by her to help maintain order in the safe zone. That's pretty good. With such a powerful person willing to uphold justice, everyone can feel more at ease. Following Manager Wang's words, Suze responded casually. Isn't it? Now, it's too chaotic, so you have to be more careful. Manager Wang sighed with a sigh on his face. After sighing, he did not forget to give one more instruction. She is somewhat of an elder, but not too annoying, because Suze can hear the other person's thoughts, and such instructions are sincere. In a relatively narrow corridor, Suze and Chinkiching climbed the stairs while continuing to chat. How are you doing? Do you feel like you want to become an awakened person? Suze asked after the preparation was almost done. If you can become powerful after just sleeping, then I don't mind, but if it's very dangerous, I'm a little scared. Chinkiching answered with a frown. Remember what you said now, you can become powerful after just sleeping, so you don't mind trying. Suze chuckled and was not in a hurry to immediately tell Chinkiching the way to become an awakened person. He planned to understand the nightmare test first, and then further guide Chinkiching. In previous simulations, Suze had seen many times that the most suitable spell for Chinkiching should be the Starry Sky. Therefore, as long as you find the corresponding spell in the nearby contaminated area, it is the Starry Sky, and then start in-depth research. Crack! The door opens. Suze was not in a hurry to enter. He smiled calmly and said, "You go in first. I have something else I forgot to do just now." Oh, Chinkiching nodded obediently and closed the door. After the door closed, the smile on Suze's face faded. He turned around and came to the entrance of the corridor. His domain ability had already been activated. After locking the target, his figure disappeared on the spot. 16th floor. The man wearing a peaked cap silently wrote down the floor number of Suze's house. He has a thin build, dark skin on his face, and a pair of eyes that move very fast, which makes people think of the 4 words spy eyebrows and rat eyes. A man and a woman. The man continued to mutter in his mind. Just now, he and Suze passed by each other in the corridor. It seemed that he was not squinting and did not pay any attention to Suze. But in fact, he had already regarded Suze as optional targets. When the end is approaching, how can there be no such evil-minded people? What's more, this kind of guy who specialized in robbing and killing people before the end of the world, seeking wealth and killing people. That's right. The man was stepping on the spot just now. He was looking for a target in this building that was easier to attack and had value. Suze, or in other words, Chen Qiqing next to Suze was a valuable target. That girl looks like a fairy, the man was thinking excitedly. He was thinking about how to quietly invade Suze's home and carry out the atrocities he had dreamed of. But just when he was thinking about it, Suze's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A face-to-face meeting. The hair on the man's body instantly stood on end, and his soul seemed to be trembling. This is not surprising, because Suze has summoned the patron saint and stretched out his hand towards the man from a distance. Wow! As soon as the scene changed, the man's eyes widened. He was horrified to find that he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a tall building. To be more precise, the edge of a tall building. Suze stood on the edge, but the man was already outside the edge, with his feet dangling in the air, as if he would fall from the sky at any time and be broken into pieces. Li Zihua. Suze smiled slightly and said the other person's name. Of course, the name was not spoken by the other person, but what he got when he read the other person's voice. Moreover, the man named Li Zihua was unable to speak at this moment. His neck was strangled tightly by invisible arms. If the force on it was just a little bit heavier, it could completely break the man's neck. But Suze didn't kill the other party directly. 2 reasons. One is because when eavesdropping on the other party's voice, one learns that the other party has accomplices. On the other hand, Suze was thinking that tomorrow would be the time when another contained object, the coffee machine, would appear. At that time, he will have to find a toolman to test the coffee machine on his behalf. In this case, the person in front of you can be put to good use. The man's eyes rolled white, and he squeezed out the last breath from his throat. When he was about to faint, the innate ability of global connection invaded his mind. A few minutes later, Li Zihua continued to walk in the SC-35 security zone as if nothing had happened. He walked along the path covered with vines without stopping, and soon appeared in his old nest, a small flatland under a building, where there was a simple tent. Are you back? How is it? Did you get anything? A rough man with dark skin bent down and walked out of the tent. Yes, but not much. Li Zihua answered while picking up the blanket on the ground and spreading it on the rough man's thigh. What are you doing? The rough man was answered by the blade that Li Zihua suddenly stabbed. The sharp blade, 1 strike to kill. The rough man's neck was pierced and twisted again. The rough man widened his eyes, and his face showed fear and confusion before death. He didn't understand why his accomplice who had committed crimes with him many times suddenly attacked him. Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. Li Zihua gently put the man's head on the blanket. When the blood had almost flowed out, Li Zihua used a blanket in the tent next to him to wrap the rough man's body, dragged him, and threw him to a place near the contaminated area. There are many dead people outside, and in some contaminated areas, corpses can be seen everywhere. Even if such a corpse is thrown on the street, no one will take a second look. It won't take long before the corpse will be frozen into an ice sculpture that even his mother can't recognize. Just treat it as eliminating harm for the people. At home, Suze sat on the sofa leisurely. These 2 people can provoke anyone else, but if they provoke him, he can only send them off. Of course, the remaining one will be killed after it is used up tomorrow. After a while after the little episode just now, Suze returned to his previous state, sitting at home and observing the world. Until a relatively late time. Suze was observing and suddenly saw that something happened to Qin Yushir. Qin Yushir, who had been sleeping for nearly 10 hours, was still curled up in the cold basement with her eyes closed. But it was different from the normal sleep state before. Qin Yushir's face showed fear at this moment, and her brows were furrowed. She was obviously in a nightmare state. Is this the beginning of the test in the nightmare? In the study, Suze put down the book in his hand and muttered to himself. After observing non-stop for half an hour, Suze's figure appeared in the basement. In front of him, Qin Yushir was still trapped in a nightmare and had not yet woken up. Although he couldn't pry into what the nightmare contained. But he could clearly see the emotional expression on Qin Yushir's face. But in front of him, a look of fear appeared on Qin Yushir's face again, as if she was in danger in a nightmare. Suze lowered his breathing. He looked around and took a look at the basement of Qin Yu's poet's house. The furnishings in the basement are relatively simple, but the decoration is exquisite. The not-so-large basement was transformed into a music room by Qin Yushir, with drums, electric guitars, pianos and other musical instruments placed in the corner. Judging from the traces of use, Qin Yushir probably prefers to use the piano. This time it was Qin Yushir's breathing. As if she was relieved, the pain on her face finally slowly dissipated. Suze stood in front of her and observed for a few more minutes. After confirming that the nightmare was over, he disappeared from the place. This is the first time that he has followed the whole process and observed the process of a person undergoing the test of nightmare. The advantage of observation is that when Chenkiching wants to take risks later, he will at least know how to guard Chenkiching. In fact, the actual nightmare lasted less than half an hour. As long as he is guarding him, no matter who he is, even if he encounters an accident in a nightmare, he can rely on the gift from the fall to rescue him in time. If the death time is too long, it will not work. Nor could he save a dead man. The 9th day of the first year of Doomsday, time came to the 9th day. Early in the morning, Suze showed up at YC-14 as usual, secretly advancing his own plan. Then he quickly returned to his own safe zone. As time went by, the physical and psychological torture caused by this disaster to the survivors was gradually increasing. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. Someone in the community spoke through a loudspeaker, just like the one in the school. He couldn't even hear the words clearly. But fortunately, the speaker wrote good words, which helped stabilize the morale of the soldiers. Now many people are hoping that official rescue will appear as soon as possible. It's past 10 o'clock. Residents on the same floor as Suze's house came and knocked on the door. The residents on the first floor all have a sense of crisis, always feeling that the order outside may collapse at any time. So these people want to unite their neighbors on the same floor so that if something happens, everyone can help each other. Suze agreed to all these trivial matters without paying too much attention. It's past 11 o'clock. The community radio rang again, this time announcing that someone in the community had successfully given birth to a fat son with the help of a doctor. Suze could understand the person who reported the news. He must have felt that a newborn mother who was still so strong in the apocalypse would be able to arouse the emotions of many people. Let everyone hold on and wait for the situation to get better. There are indeed some effects, but there are also some people who are very irritable and just think, it's none of my business if you step on the horse and have children. At this moment, the time came to 12 o'clock. It was rare for Suze to be thoughtful enough to cook with Chenkiching. Although he finished half of the meal, he did other things. But luckily, I managed to eat a hot meal before 1:30. Kindness just after eating a few mouthfuls of rice, Suze's heart moved. The location information of the second contained object, the coffee machine, appeared in his mind. What a coincidence! It's right next to Qin Yu's poet, Suze sighed secretly. Last night he went to hang out near Qin Yusher's house. At the nearest moment, the straight-line distance from the contained object should have been less than 30 meters, but I didn't expect that I didn't notice it at all. Who the hell can see that this thing can be a containment object? With the help of his natural ability, Suze inspected the coffee machine from the air. From the outside, the coffee machine is just an ordinary household appliance with nothing special at all. Don't say that I didn't see this thing with my own eyes yesterday. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, I might not be able to discover the mystery hidden in this thing. Bashu69 knew maybe, last night, this containment object hadn't appeared yet. After thinking about it, Suze felt that the contained object might have suddenly appeared in the real world at a certain point in time. Maybe the coffee machine didn't even show up yesterday. After cursing for a moment, Suze put away these messy thoughts and continued to eat while thinking about how to investigate this coffee machine. Moreover, because the location of the coffee machine was right next to Qin Yusher's residence, he wanted to add some temporary plans that might be interesting. In the basement, Qin Yusher closed her thin clothes as much as possible. She hugged her legs and curled up on the leather sofa, which was not too spacious. Goo goo goo, her stomach growled unsatisfactorily again. Every time this kind of sound sounded, she would hold her breath nervously, because she was worried that the sound in the basement would attract monsters wandering outside. It's eating my belly. I feel so much pain. I feel so much pain. Qin Yusher's mind echoed the murmurs of the cook ant before she died a few days ago. After being attacked by a brown bear that suddenly appeared in the living room, the cook lost her ability to move instantly. And that brown bear, just like some horror stories in reality, did not kill the cook immediately, but directly opened the person's stomach and ate it. During that horrific process, Qin Yusher heard the painful wails of the cooking ant, but there was no way she could care about it. Being able to find the opportunity to escape into the basement in that brief moment was already an extremely extreme escape. Goo goo goo, my stomach growled again. Qin Yusher got up from the sofa helplessly. She didn't usually have the habit of storing food in the basement, so she was already hungry from the moment she hid in the basement. Fortunately, there is unfinished mineral water in the basement. Relying on that little bit of mineral water, she survived the first 2 days until she fell asleep yesterday. Have I mutated? Shin Yushir clenched her fists and could feel a far greater power than before rising in her fingertips, blood, and cells. She felt that her punches now were comparable to those of the top boxers fighting in the ring. It seems that such changes can only be explained by words such as mutation and evolution. If this kind of change happened to him in peacetime, Shin Yushir would be so excited that he felt like he was back when he was a child, when he was still childish and loved to watch the world. But now, she wasn't excited at all. Even tomorrow's sun, oh no, tomorrow's moon, may not be visible. What is she so excited about? You know, basements are not completely safe. The wild beasts wandering outside are very sensitive to sound and light. On the 6th day of the end, Shin Yushir heard a shrill scream coming from outside. Thinking about it, there must be someone who hid like her and avoided the first chaos, but in the end for some reason, he was found by the wild beast and was brutally killed. It's really scary. Shin Yushir muttered as if he was laughing at himself. Goo goo goo, my stomach growled again, this time louder than before. Shin Yushir couldn't help but hold her breath, because she could hear wild beasts moving around her house. Fortunately, the sound just now did not attract the beast's attention. This can't continue like this. I have to find a way to escape from here. Rubbing her belly, a look of determination appeared on Shin Yushir's pretty face. She had to take the risk. Originally, she hid in the basement hoping to wait for rescue. But as time went by, she could roughly guess that the outside world was probably in chaos. No one will come to save her. No one has the ability to save her, unless a Superman appears. Suze. Shin Yushir thought of Suze again. She read Suze's name silently, and her eyes immediately fell in front of her. For some reason, she always felt that Suze had been in this basement last night. I must have been confused by my sleep. After his eyes narrowed for a moment, Shin Yushir shook his head and took a long breath. She felt that it was probably just that she slept for too long yesterday and was a little confused, so that she regarded the contents of the dream as reality. In addition, it was also because after the abnormal phenomenon appeared, she always thought of Suze. I think about it day by day and dream about it at night. During this time, Suze has become a frequent visitor in her dreams. Of course there is a reason why I always think of Suze. The past grievances and resentments between Suze and the Bai family still make Shin Yushir feel surprised and confused until now. She didn't understand how Suze killed the 2 young masters of the Bai family. Of course, she tried to use her own rationality to analyze and restore Suze's Hansen approach. But no matter what kind of inference it is too incredible, like a fantasy, and people cannot believe it. Therefore, when the reality is too outrageous, Shin Yushir naturally pushes the reasoning of the matter in a more mysterious direction. Shin Yushir would rather believe that Suze is a person with superpowers than believe that Suze has carefully designed certain killing methods. Especially after she herself became an awakened person, Shin Yushir was even more willing to believe that Suze was different from ordinary people just like she was now. It is for these reasons. Shin couldn't stop writing poems and kept thinking of Suze. Certainly. At this moment. This is not the time to wonder about such things. Shin Yushir knew that her condition was not good. Thanks to the physique of the awakened person, she is definitely much more powerful now than when she was an ordinary person before. However, she couldn't put it off any longer. She was already dizzy from hunger before. If her physique hadn't become stronger after becoming an awakened person, it would be difficult for her to stand up and walk now. Moreover, awakened people also need to eat and replenish their energy. Even if you are an awakened person, you can't go on like this. By being so hungry all the time, sooner or later she would reach the end of her rope and become even more frail and weak. That's when it would be even more difficult to break out of the area where the disaster broke out. I need to regain some strength first. After deciding to fight to the death and escape from the basement, Shin Yushir immediately calmly formulated a detailed escape plan in her mind. First of all, you have to eat something to supplement some sugar to make your body more energetic. Because she didn't know how large the contaminated area beneath her feet was. I don't know how dense the beasts wandering outside are. Therefore, you must try your best to improve your body to a better state in order to cope with unexpected dangerous situations. Since you want to eat first, you must try to avoid the wild beasts at home, Shin Yushir continued to think. She recalled the traces of wild beast activity she had heard in the basement over the past few days. The wild beasts wandering outside are just like the animals on the African savanna. They are constantly moving and lying down to rest, but there is almost no gap. As long as she opens the basement door, she will inevitably run into the beast in the living room. Is there any way to attract the beasts in the living room and courtyard and leave them temporarily? Shin Yushir bit her cherry-colored thin lips, feeling troubled. Even if she becomes an awakened person, she does not want to fight heat-en with wild beasts. Whether it is a brown bear weighing hundreds of kilograms or a tiger with sharp teeth and claws, they are not opponents that can be easily dealt with. But if there were no other factors involved, there would always be wild beasts roaming around in the living room and courtyard on the first floor of the villa, and she would have no way to avoid them. Unless the screams like before happen again. Shin Yushir raised her head and glanced at the clock on the wall. It's just after 10 o'clock in the evening. In other words, more than 4 days have passed since the disaster broke out. Maybe there are survivors who are hiding temporarily like her near her, but will those survivors pay their lives to attract the attention of the monsters outside for her? Roar! Suddenly a beast roared outside. Shin Yushir, who was thinking about countermeasures, suddenly froze her beautiful eyes. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully to what was going on outside. It seems that the beasts outside are gathering in the same direction, attracted by something. Is this an opportunity? Shin Yushir took a deep breath, quickly stood up and came to the door of the basement. She had to admit that when her hand touched the secret door of the basement, nervousness and hesitation suddenly welled up in her heart. She was worried that the sound she just heard was wrong. In fact, there was a wild beast waiting for her to appear outside the door. Fortunately, Shin Yushir is not the kind of hesitant person. Her hesitation only lasted for one breath. Then, she decisively opened the door and glanced at the cold air drifting through the living room. Without any hesitation, she immediately went upstairs. After getting some high-calorie food on the second floor, she non-stop climbed along the balcony on the second floor. The roof of the villa. The awakened person's skill is most vividly demonstrated at this moment. If it were her before, just climbing up to the roof would be too much. She would most likely have to use a ladder to do it. But now, she only needs to jump hard to get upstairs quickly. Going up to the roof, Shin Yushir hid her body with the help of the new energy battery panels on the roof. She didn't dare to hide in the room downstairs because the beasts were very sensitive to ordinary doors and closing the door was useless. Crack! The chocolate bar was quickly stuffed into Shin Yushir's mouth. She was executing her plan efficiently, replenishing energy first. Then, it was to observe the situation around and choose the best escape route. So, while lowering her voice and eating, Shin Yushir also took the time to scan the entire villa area. At a glance, it was devastated. The entire villa area was full of traces of the disaster. There were many scrapped cars on the road, and the exterior walls of some villas were covered with frozen blood. There were not many corpses, and it was estimated that they had all entered the stomachs of beasts. Scanning this horrible purgatory scene, the chocolate bar in her mouth, which was originally very fragrant, was a bit disgusting at this moment. Shin Yushir frowned unconsciously, and when she was about to retract her gaze, she suddenly caught a glimpse. That's Suze? At a glance, Shin Yushir saw a figure appear in the courtyard opposite her house. Although she only stared at him for a moment, she recognized the other person's appearance. It was Suze, the man she kept thinking about in her mind these days. But when she blinked and focused her eyes again, she looked at the courtyard opposite, but she saw nothing. There was no human figure there, not even a beast. Speaking of which, she felt strange just now. How come there is no trace of a beast around? If you stand up and look in a farther direction, you can see a huge beast, but there is no beast nearby. Did I see it wrong? Shin Yushir turned her eyes and carefully looked at the courtyard opposite again in the limited width of her vision. After a few breaths, she gave up the search. She attributed the figure she just saw to her own illusion. Although there was still a stubborn voice in her heart, thinking that it was not an illusion. But now, there is not so much time to verify it. After a short rest, she had to immediately start the next escape plan, so she had to first figure out which direction of this area was the truly reliable escape direction. Just as Shin Yushir was resting and observing, in the courtyard opposite, Suze's figure reappeared. He stopped, with a smile on his lips, and only stayed there for a second, then he disappeared, but did not go far. He entered the house and stopped on the first floor of the living room. His calm sight fell on the secret door on the first floor, which was a basement similar to Shin Yushir's home, and in the basement, there were two survivors, who were listening to the noise outside with their ears erect. After a brief gaze, Suze took a step, slowly, and walked up to the second floor of the villa. I helped lure away the monsters around you. Now, you owe me one. Suze laughed silently in his heart. Of course there was a reason why Qin Yushir couldn't see any wild beasts around. He was responsible for the initial movement. He attracted the nearby beasts around him, and with the help of the power of the patron saint, he easily turned these monsters that appeared out of thin air into ashes. In a short period of time, there really won't be too many wild beasts around. But, only for a short time, now. On the second floor of the villa. In the largest living room, Li Zihua stood in front of the coffee machine with paper and pen, continuing to record the results of his experiments. How's it going? Is the situation still normal? After going upstairs, Su Zhe asked with a smile as if talking to a friend. It's normal. All ordinary targets and some dangerous targets have been tested now. Li Zihua also maintained the most ordinary state while talking to Su Zhe. If someone knew that Li Zihua was controlled by Su Zhe, they would probably not be able to help complaining. Why are you just talking to yourself here? That's right. Work harder. There should be a little more time. Try those dangerous targets again. Su Zhe slowly sat down on the chair in the living room. Like an unscrupulous boss, he was leisurely stirring the coffee cup on the table. After finishing the conversation, Li Zihua turned his head again and continued to operate the coffee machine. Calculating the time, Su Zhe has actually been active in this area for several hours. However, he had appeared intermittently before. The purpose, of course, is to obtain experimental data for the coffee machine. Just like when he got the master key before, Su Zhe was now experimenting with the functions of the coffee machine. Judging from the current results, the experimental data was the same as what he saw in the simulator. The coffee machine can provide all drinks that exist in reality. Whether you want Lafite from 1982, seawater from the middle of the Pacific, or natural mineral water from Changbai Mountain, as long as it exists in reality, the seemingly ordinary coffee machine in front of you can do it easily. And these drinks that can be easily obtained are the ordinary experimental targets in Su Zhe's mouth. Correspondingly, there are dangerous experimental targets. This type of target includes things like blood of old gods and fragments of the strongest containment object, which even Su Zhe himself doesn't know whether they really exist. No, it shows, out of range. Li Zihua seemed to be talking to himself, and he tried another dangerous target. But the coffee machine cannot provide the target drink entered by Li Zihua. Once a target beyond its own capabilities appears, the coffee machine will display the words out of range. This is the same result as when searching for a target such as blood of the old gods. It's a little bitter, but it tastes just right. Su Zhe continued to taste the coffee in his hand as if nothing happened. Li Zihua, who was unaware that he was being manipulated and brainwashed, continued to tirelessly investigate the coffee machine. In fact, from Su Zhe's point of view, what he wants to know now is nothing more than whether the coffee machine's ability range corresponds to the Awakened One or the Apostle. If it's the latter, you'll make a fortune. But precisely because of this, he has to be more careful about containing and controlling it, because once someone else gets the coffee machine, things will go badly wrong. The other party only needs to enter the line Su Zhe's blood is 10,000 milliliters on the coffee machine, which is enough for him to drink a pot of stuffy. Of course, with Su Zhe's current level of life, even if the effect of the coffee machine is only at the level of an awakened person, it is still enough for him to drink a pot. Squeak! A very subtle noise came from the first floor. To be more precise, it came from the basement connected to the first floor. Qin Yushir's previous thoughts were correct. There were indeed other survivors near her. Just opposite her house, in the villa where Su Zhe is. Currently, the basement door was carefully pushed open. They were a pair of men and women with dirty and haggard faces. The two of them walked out of it quietly. The man held a short shotgun in his hand. This old-fashioned gun only had 2 bullets. The woman following him only had a screwdriver as a weapon. After confirming that there were no wild beasts on the first floor, the two people breathed a sigh of relief. After making eye contact, the two continued to walk towards the second floor. Friend, keep your voice down. Before the other party came over, Su Zhe turned around, deliberately lowered his voice and said, Are you? The man went upstairs with a nervous expression, holding a gun. Strictly speaking, they were the owners here, but at this time, it was meaningless to decide who was the owner. A survivor just like you. Su Zhe glanced at the man's muzzle and smiled warmly. Can you remove the muzzle? Although a weapon of this level cannot hurt you at all. Oh, sorry. The man quickly removed the short gun in his hand. After spending many days in panic and despair, his mental and physical condition was not very good. But the two people in front of me seemed to be in good spirits. Not to mention Su Zhe, he is young and handsome, wearing a white shirt and striped suit vest, as if he is not afraid of the cold. Behind the table, the other man's appearance was not as kind as Suze's. With dark skin, drooping eyes and sword-like eyebrows, he did not look like a good person, but the paper and pen in his hand were a bit of a contrast. "Why are you here? Do you live nearby?" The man did not get closer. He kept a certain distance and guarded against Suze and the others. "This is a long story, but I think everyone should be eager to leave this damn place now." Suze was too lazy to answer the other party's questions. He got straight to the point, pretending that he also wanted to leave this polluted area. The man and woman in front of him really showed an urgent look. The beasts outside, the man looked afraid and embarrassed. Of course he wanted to escape to a safe place, but there were monsters outside, and it was not easy to escape. "Don't worry, the number of beasts around has decreased." Suze slowly stood up, and he used the wall next to him to draw a route map of the villa area directly on it. "We came in from a safe place outside to investigate the disaster. We know how to leave here. However, because of the appearance of you two, our retreat plan needs to change some details. Originally, we planned to drive the car parked in the northwest direction after the investigation and leave the villa area along this route. Now our plan remains unchanged. We need at least one person to attract the monster's attention in the southeast direction, that is, the house next door. When the monster is attracted to the southeast direction, we have about 20 seconds to get in the car, drive along the north road, and the person acting as bait jumps off the house. After meeting, we can leave directly." The man gasped and looked carefully at the map Suze drew on the wall. He lives here and is familiar with the surrounding road conditions, so he knows that the route Suze mentioned is fine. Moreover, Suze also explained that there is only one road around here that is passable, because other roads are blocked, and the only passage is also cleared manually. Not only that, Suze also roughly told the two people in front of him about the situation outside. Escape from the contaminated area is only the first step in fighting the doomsday. "We understand, but we may not be able to do this job of jumping off the house," the man said in embarrassment. "We have considered this, so my colleague will act as the bait. He is very skilled, and you can tell by looking at him," Suze said with a smile. The two couldn't help but raise their heads again and look at Li Zihua. He looked like Yanbian F4 and looked like he was indeed a good player. "Then when do we act?" The man desperately wanted to leave this terrifying place and asked. "You can do it at any time. Oh, by the way, there are other survivors here. I may need to try to rescue her, so it will only be my colleague Mr. Li who will accompany you for a while, and he will also leave with you." Li Zihua showed a slightly honest smile. "I understand, then, let's go now. If there are more monsters later, wouldn't it be difficult for us to escape?" The man swallowed his saliva and wanted to urge Suze to take action, but he couldn't make it too obvious. After all, the more dangerous matter of acting as bait is handled by Suze's people. In fact, the man also noticed that there were strange details in Suze's plan, but because he felt that it was dangerous and he didn't need to do it himself, he didn't ask any more questions. Ken Suze smiled, then pretended to give Li Zihua a look. Li Zihua nodded, and then went downstairs with the two of them. When they got downstairs, Li Zihua pretended to be serious and repeated the plan with the two of them again. After confirming how everyone should cooperate, he immediately went to the villa next door. After quickly climbing to a high place, Li Zihua gestured at the top to indicate that the two of them could take action. "Let's go." Holding his short gun, the man walked through the broken floor-to-ceiling windows on the first floor and came to the courtyard. It's not that there are no wild beasts wandering outside, it's just that there's a slight distance between them, and as soon as they come out, the low roars of wild beasts can be heard. The man can't help but become more nervous, for fear of being noticed by some wild beast hiding in the dark. "Yes, there is a lion," the woman following behind suddenly tugged at the man's clothes. According to the plan, when they reached the northwest backyard, they ran into a strong male lion with drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, the scene became awkward. By coincidence, Qin Yushir, who was hiding in the building opposite, happened to get to the edge and look down. She planned to observe the location of the monster and determine the escape route, but when she showed up, she looked directly into the man's eyes. Both sides were briefly surprised. Unexpectedly, I could see living neighbors. Lion. The woman behind him was so nervous that she almost peed. Directly ahead, the lions in the aisle have not yet discovered their hiding place, but are getting closer. The man didn't know whether the weapon in his hand could kill the monster in front of him. Maybe he could just hide and stay still, because when the time was up, Li Zihua would make a sound to attract the monster. They were afraid that the monster would discover them first before the time was up. After a quick way, a fierce look appeared on the man's eyebrows. He turned around, took the screwdriver in the woman's hand, raised his hand, and threw it towards Qin Yusher's position. Crack! The sound was not loud, but in such an empty environment, it was easy to attract attention. The lion, which was wandering around at will, was immediately attracted by the sound, roared, and ran towards the opposite building. Qin Yusher, who was hiding upstairs, suddenly felt the urge to curse. But she didn't move, still hiding on the roof, unwilling to confront the beast heathen. At the same time, on the roof of the villa in the southeast, Li Zihua began to make noise vigorously. This was part of the plan. When the time came, he would make noise to attract monsters. The effect is good. Many wild beasts wandering nearby were attracted by the sound and rushed toward the southeast. Get in the car and get in. Seizing the opportunity, the man grabbed the woman and rushed to the car. Using the fastest speed in his life, he turned on the ignition and started the car. The man stepped on the accelerator, turned around, and headed straight for the joint. Roar! Roar! The roars of the beasts were low and angry, as if they were going to tear every living person they saw into pieces. In an instant, the scene of the initial outbreak of pollution reappeared in front of the two people in the car. Fear rose in their hearts, but this was not unexpected. Just like this moment. The man did arrive at the agreed-upon meeting point, but he only slowed down slightly. In all, there was not even a second of waiting time before he stepped on the accelerator again and drove away. He. The woman in the passenger seat was so nervous that she stuttered. She wanted to say that she ran away before anyone could pick her up. Why do you care? They must have a way to escape. The man glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that a leopard was chasing the car. He didn't dare to park and wait there, so he had to break his promise and run away first. As for what he said, it was purely out of guilt after doing bad things. Just comfort yourself. After all, he only wanted to protect himself from the beginning. He is not a character who would put himself in danger for the sake of others. Ah! Soon, screams came faintly from behind. It seemed that Li Zihua was attacked by a wild beast and was wailing in pain. The man became even more nervous and pushed the accelerator to the limit, fearing that he would end up in the same fate. The car ran wildly along the established route. In the rearview mirrors on both sides, more and more beasts could be seen, gathering and chasing the car. These beasts roared and ran wildly, with a mighty momentum, like a tsunami, which was terrifying. The two people in the car looked extremely nervous and their whole bodies were tense. Bang! Suddenly a tiger jumped out in front and slapped the passenger seat. The car window shattered, and the tiger's claws reached into the passenger seat. Ah! The woman screamed, leaning back and pulling away, raising the short gun in her hand with trembling hands. Bang! The shot was fired, but it missed, and it was close to the face, but it was empty. There was nothing I could do, I was too nervous, the car was shaking violently, and I tried my best not to tilt the muzzle of the gun towards me. Kill it quickly! Quick! The man worked hard to control the car and balance. The icy road was already extremely difficult to control, but he didn't dare to slow down at all. The beasts chasing after him were no joke. Ah! The woman hurriedly changed bullets. But before she could finish it, the sharp claws sticking out of the car window scratched her neck firmly. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the woman's eyes widened, showing pain on her face. But Tiger Claw's attack has not stopped yet. The car shook a few times, and the woman who had not fastened her seatbelt was hooked directly by the tiger's claws and pulled out of the car. It seemed that she would not survive. Seeing this scene made the man's heart beat with fear and his adrenaline surged. But he still had firm control of the car. It wasn't until another 100 meters away that the car completely lost its balance and control due to obstacles on the roadside, spinning crazily on the icy road. Until finally taking off on the spot and tumbling. Thanks to the seatbelt, the man was not thrown out of the car, but the impact of the car knocked him unconscious. In the last second of unconsciousness, he felt remorseful. I feel that I will definitely not escape death, and will be torn into pieces by the beast chasing after me. At the same time, inside the villa, Suze drank the remaining coffee in the cup. Outside, Li Zihua's painful wail lasted for less than 3 seconds before being completely extinguished. How cruel! He smiled to himself and secretly observed the wild beasts that were biting Li Zihua's body outside. Like those great white sharks that roam the air, these beasts are unreasonable and appear out of thin air. He had previously quietly cleared away a wave of monsters, making the area quieter. But this is a way to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. There is no end to the monsters in the polluted area. In a short period of time, the quantity can be reduced, just like Suze did just now. With his current combat power, he could even completely clean up the monsters in the entire beast-contaminated area, but he had no reason to do that. You will gain nothing except working yourself out. Even if he kills all the beasts, within a day, these beasts will appear out of thin air again. TSK, you eat so cleanly. No wonder there are no complete human remains here, only bloodstains. In the blink of an eye, Li Zihua was torn into pieces by the beast and began to swallow it into his stomach. Of course, Suze didn't care about the investigator's sacrifice. He was originally a toolman who could throw it away after use. It was an honor for him to live for one more day without losing himself. So, where is Qin Yu's poetry? Like the great master under the stage, Suze was very busy and changed the perspective of observation. I want to see what choice Qin Yushi will make while taking advantage of the chaos. Move time back a little. Good opportunity. After hearing the noise from the southeast, Qin Yushi raised her eyebrows and immediately realized that this was an excellent opportunity to escape. She also immediately knelt down and sat up, hoping to find an opportunity to escape while the chaos was getting deeper. Only the screwdriver thrown over earlier caused her some trouble. The damn lion was not attracted by the sound from the southeast and was still roaring in the house, looking for prey. There was no other way. Qin Yushi could only change direction. She could not run towards the southeast where the noise came from, nor could she challenge the lion downstairs hidden, nor could she chase the car that was escaping hastily below. She had to leave in the opposite direction. Once you decide, do it. Qin Yushi took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Then, she quickly stood up, headed towards the courtyard downstairs, and jumped down. Her movements were very fast and her voice was very low. Although the speed was not fast, it was better because it would not attract wild beasts. Ah! Screams suddenly came from behind. Qin Yushi quickly hid in the nearest villa. Then, she pressed against the window and looked in the direction of the sound. Is that the source of the noise just now? Qin Yushi's expression was a little stunned. She really didn't understand why her neighbor didn't just throw a speaker to the southeast and set a delayed playback if he could find an opportunity to get into the yard. Why do we have to sacrifice one person and go to the southeast to attract monsters? It can't be because the monster has judgment and won't be attracted to the speaker. Qin Yushi couldn't understand. What she couldn't understand even more was how the neighbor persuaded this unlucky guy to attract the monster. No matter how you looked at it, the whole process was stupid. It has nothing to do with me. After reasoning in his mind for only a few seconds, Qin Yushi quickly turned around and wanted to leave. But as soon as she took a step forward, she suddenly recalled the hallucination she had seen before. In the courtyard opposite, I saw Suze's figure. Wait a minute, the direction from which this scream came, Qin Yushi stopped, her pretty face showing a look of confusion. She turned around again, pressed against the window, and looked in the direction where the screams came from. By this time, the screams had already stopped, and there was only the roar of wild beasts. No way, it can't be Suze. Hesitation flickered in the glass eyes. Qin Yushi didn't want to believe that Suze, a mysterious and unpredictable man, would die casually under the fangs of those beasts. She turned around again and wanted to leave. This is the best chance to escape. If time is delayed for a moment, the gathered beasts will be evenly distributed in this terrifying place again. She had to find a way to leave before that. After passing through another house, Qin Yu's poetry stopped again. Behind him, the roars of wild beasts could no longer be heard clearly. The front is not so bright either. Maybe there is a way out ahead, but it is also possible that if you cross the road in front of you, what you see is not a safe place outside the wall, but another hell where monsters are entrenched. But these are not what Qin Yushi is thinking about at the moment. She still couldn't let go of the speculation in her mind. What if it's really Suze? I was in the courtyard before. I was right. There was someone there. Qin Yushi glanced ahead. He turned his head again and glanced behind him. She finally escaped from what she thought was the most dangerous central area. Now, is she going to go back to confirm whether the injured person is Suze? No matter how you think about it, it's unreasonable. Qin Yushi changed his direction. She was not the kind of person who liked to act first and think later, although her hesitation had not subsided. But she had indeed made a decision and quickly conceived a new escape plan in her mind. Just take a look, who is the person in the courtyard? Qin Yushi returned the same way. She was still cautious, keeping the sound of her actions to the limit. She has now recovered some of her strength and has become more confident than before. She originally made the worst plan, that is, those beasts are smarter than she thought, but now it seems that those beasts are not that smart. Maybe, even if she provokes one or two monsters hidden, she can still get out of danger. This is her confidence to turn back and seek the truth. Soon, Qin Yushi returned to the starting point. The lion that roared and roamed around her house before disappeared. She successfully crossed the aisle between the villas and came to the courtyard under the villa where plants were planted. With the cover of plants, she stuck her head out and observed the courtyard next door. Qin Yushi's breathing became disordered. She saw the worst result, a group of wild beasts, gnawing on something. There were shocking bloodstains, torn clothes, and broken bones on the ground. The wild beasts did not even let go of the bones, and were cleaning up and sweeping the last human remains. Qin Yushi's breathing became heavier. She continued to identify the clothes on the ground, trying to piece them together into the set that Suze had worn before, but the fragments on the ground were too broken and difficult to piece together and identify. Time passed by minute. Qin Yushi knew that she could not stay here for long. After the wild beasts cleaned up the last residue, they would return to their previous state and continue to wander around, searching for humans within sight. However, she still suppressed her heavy breathing. She continued to identify the fragments of clothes on the ground. For a long time. She finally came to the conclusion that the fragments of fabric matched the color of the clothes on Suze's body. The moment she came to the conclusion, the light in Qin Yushi's gorgeous eyes dimmed a little. She was definitely not in love with Suze. She just put Suze in a mysterious position countless times after the disaster. So mysterious that she unconsciously had some expectations. But at this moment, it was like a feeling of shattered wishes. Suze was not the Superman she imagined, but an ordinary person who would be besieged by monsters and fall here. She bit her lips gently. Qin Yushi felt a little uncomfortable. But she had to leave even if she felt uncomfortable, and she had to leave immediately. If she was a step later, the situation would be even more unfavorable. And just as Qin Yushi turned around, Suze appeared at the window on the second floor of the villa, his elbows on the windowsill, a smile on his handsome face. "This beautiful lady, are you interested in coming up and sitting? I would like to buy you a drink." Barefoot, step lightly on the floor of the second floor. Qin Yushi's beautiful eyes were still wide open, unabashedly showing her surprise at the moment. She really thought that the person who died was Suze. But in the blink of an eye, the real Suze appeared in front of him. Wearing thin clothes and having a rosy complexion, she looked like someone on vacation. She didn't have the aura of a refugee at all. "Just regular coffee, okay?" Suze was operating in front of the coffee machine, and he asked. But before Qin Yushi could answer, he had already entered the words "raw coconut latte polysaccharide" on the coffee machine. Qin Yushi's eyes moved, and she reacted slowly. I realized that Suze was using an electrical appliance, but the power had been cut off a few days ago, and other electrical appliances in the room were also powered off. Why was the coffee machine in front of Suze still working normally? These questions only flashed through her mind. Because now there is a bigger question. The man in front of her is the one that makes her most curious. "Sit down." Suze put the coffee on the table, pulled out the seat and sat down. "See this." Qin Yushi could only put away the surprise in her heart first. Because Suze didn't seem to have any intention of lowering her voice, she became much more casual, no longer deliberately lowering her voice, and sat down relatively comfortably. Then, he picked up the coffee cup and took a sip. "Oh, I think you need to replenish sugar now, so there should be more sugar," Suzesha explained in a matter-of-fact manner. Qin said in his heart that he had just seen it, so there was no need. Wait, it sounded like Suze was very aware of his situation. She is quite perceptive. The taste is a bit familiar, like a well-known brand of coffee. Qin Yushi tasted the coffee, and then looked at Suze again. "Can I ask a question now? Why are you here? Didn't you see me before?" "I was in the yard," Suze said with a smile. "It turns out it's really you." Qin Yushi's beautiful eyes widened and she said that she must have seen it right. She then asked, "Then, that scream just now?" Suze smiled and asked instead, "Do you think it's me who died?" Qin Yushi took a look at Suze's clothes and pants. They were white and black in color. The pieces of fabric on the ground just now were also mainly in these two colors. Qin Yushi breathed a long sigh of relief, regained some of his former charm, and said delicately, "I was scared to death. I really thought you were the one who died. That's why you came back to find me?" Suze continued to ask. Well, how could I let you abandon me and run away alone? Qin Yushi replied without any shame. But I see you are quite hesitant. Suze chuckled. You installed a surveillance camera on me? Qin Yushi hugged her plump chest and said angrily, if you really installed a surveillance camera, promise me, you can just watch it by yourself. Don't show it, I'm just a young girl, if you do something like that, I will commit suicide in shame and anger. It seems that you are recovering well and you are in the mood to joke. Well, Qin Yushi smiled slightly, then changed the topic, so, back to the first question, why are you here? When I asked the question for the first time, Suze didn't answer directly at all. She was not the kind of fool who would be easily led around. There is a famous line that says, the more you know, the faster you will die. So, do you still want to know? Suze rested his elbow on the armrest of the seat, tilted his head, and asked with a smile. Qin Yu's poetry is silent. She was a little hesitant when Suze said it. In fact, Suze was also thinking about how he should explain to Qin Yushi if Qin Yushi answered that he wanted to know. Tell Qin Yushi that he appeared here to investigate the coffee machine? This is indeed one of the preliminary plans. If Qin Yushi wanted to know, Suze would tell him. But if it's something more profound, something that even Suze himself doesn't understand, then there's no need to say it. Qin Yushi continued to be silent, thinking, and Suze was not in a hurry. His eyes fell on the coffee machine nearby without leaving any trace. Frankly speaking, he now has more speculations. Why can other people become awakened with the help of spells and contaminated areas, but he can't? Even if he gets the right spell, it won't work. Why the contaminated zone was created based on humanity's nightmares? Why can awakened people have the opportunity to obtain the art of speaking spirits? These rules of the doomsday game that he has figured out cannot be reproduced in him, but if you think about it from another angle, what if he is different? What if the contained object is its own contaminated area? What if the contained object is a terrifying thing created by one's own nightmare? What if the contained object is the way for me to obtain my own spiritual speaking skill? These rules actually correspond perfectly. If he, Suze, is the most special one in the world, and he and other human beings are not following the same evolutionary path, then all this will be a matter of course. Even. Think deeper. The so-called extraordinary apostle, the so-called advanced life that has been watched and recognized by the gods, may have taken the wrong evolutionary route. He is the only one walking on a broad road. Of course, this idea is somewhat too idealistic. It was just his personal beautiful conjecture. But there is no doubt. He is different. He needs to rely on the containment to get the magical power beyond the simulator reward. Moreover, after knowing that there will be apostles in the future, he has more reason to continue to investigate the containment, control the containment, and destroy the containment. Because only in this way can he explore deeper secrets, become stronger, and crush possible opponents when the future comes. Back to the present. What Suze is thinking about at this moment is how much he should answer when Qin Yushi asks, and what truth he knows. I want to know. After a long time, Qin Yushi spoke seriously. She pursed her lips and smiled casually, even if knowing too much is not a good thing, I still want to know. At most, I will be raped and killed by you. Come on, I can bear it. You look so dirty now, I really can't hang you. Suze said with disdain. Qin Yushi was very angry, and her proud chest rose and fell for a while. Suze couldn't help but smile. He looked at Qin Yushi again without leaving any trace. This woman didn't even have time to put on her shoes when she ran away. Her pair of jade feet were frozen pink in the ice and snow. Fortunately, the awakened had thick skin and rough flesh, so the pair of white and tender jade feet only suffered some physical pain. Above, there was a silk nightgown, and inside was warm pajamas and pajamas. There was also a short down jacket on the upper body, but these few thin clothes alone could not keep warm under the current outdoor temperature. Further up, there was Qin Yushi's still delicate face. In the past, Suze's focus was on Qin Yushi's coquettishness, and he really ignored her excellent facial features. She was still beautiful without makeup. It was just that she lacked a little coquettishness, and Suze was a little uncomfortable with it. Okay, since you asked sincerely, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit, diamond suit. Suze took back his gaze and spoke. He picked up the photo frame on the table and pointed at them and asked, these two people are the ones who drove away just now. Do you know them? Qin Yushi didn't know why Suze suddenly asked this, but she nodded and answered, I know the man. He is the owner of this villa, and the woman is his wife. Suze continued to ask, what is the man's name? Tao Chu. Shin Yushir answered, and added, the woman, I only know her surname is Lin, and I forgot her full name. Suze nodded, it's okay, anyway, the woman is dead. Under Shin Yushir's puzzled and surprised gaze, Suze got up and came to the coffee machine. He stretched out his hand and began to enter the words, a cup of blood melted by Tao Chu's heart. The edge of the contaminated area. In the car that overturned on the road, the man named Tao Chu woke up from a coma. He was dizzy and weak. But the instinct of survival prompted him to do his best and take action. He had to climb out of the car to have a chance to escape. Such thoughts filled his chaotic mind. Click! The seat belt popped out. He felt that his ribs seemed to be broken and it hurt, but he didn't care about the pain now. He adjusted his posture and recovered more strength after a few deep breaths. Then, he climbed out of the car. The moment he looked out, the cold wind blew, and he instantly became much more sober. He remembered that the danger he faced was not just a car accident. Behind him, there were countless beasts chasing him. He climbed out of the car now, just changing the way he died. Such a desperate thought came to his mind, but in front of his sight, the beast stayed not far away, growling, but never approached. The man realized that something had changed. He continued to climb out of the car, and soon he climbed into the car and looked in the direction of his escape. Many beasts were turning around in front, but they seemed to be trapped in an infinite boundary line and never rushed over, and some of them had turned around and went to other places. Saved! The man was delighted and staggered out of the car. He turned around and found that there were other survivors not far away, watching the fire from the other side of the river. Those people were hiding in a safe place and observing him from a distance. He was so happy that he was even happier than before. He finally survived. Even if the price of his survival was that his wife was killed and the passers-by who helped them were killed, it didn't matter. As long as he survived, everything was acceptable. The man couldn't help but kneel on the ground and thank God. He was so grateful that he almost cried. However, at the moment when he was so grateful, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in his heart, and then the pain became more intense. The man's face changed wildly and he reached out to cover his chest. Before he had time to struggle, he lost consciousness in the severe pain and his soul returned to the west. Plop! The man lay on his back on the ground and turned into a corpse. On the face of this corpse, there was a look of fear. He didn't understand what happened until he died. In the living room on the second floor, the bright red and hideous blood, with a faint hot steam, gushed out from the outlet of the coffee machine. Suze used a large cup to fill a full cup. Then, he raised his cup to Shin Yushir with a bad taste. Would you like a cup? Shin Yushir's expression was as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. If the blood in the cup in Suze's hand was indeed Tao Chu's melted heart, it would be too disgusting. What's even more disgusting is, just now at the same beverage outlet, Suze also poured her a cup of coffee, and she drank that cup of coffee. Thinking of this, Shin Yushir couldn't help but look pale, looking at the empty coffee cup on the table. Is it that disgusting? Suze smiled and pointed to another mug on the table. I also drank coffee, which was also produced by this machine. Suze also drank it? Shin Yushir's eyes fell on another mug, and she felt a little better. Well, with someone accompanying me, even if I go to hell, I feel a little better. So this machine, what's the matter with this coffee machine? Shin Yushir looked at the thing in the cup with disdain and asked Suze. As you can see, it can produce ordinary drinks, and it can also be used to accomplish some terrible things, just like what I did just now. Suze smiled and explained concisely. Shin Yushir understood Suze's explanation instantly. If it was before the end of the world, she would think about it and be surprised, but now, after seeing the harm of the end of the world, she would only think it was reasonable. She took another look at the disgusting thing mixed with blood and organs in the cup. While feeling disgusted, she was also curious in her heart. What if I input Suze's sperm? What would happen if I put 50 milliliters? I advise you to be kind. If you really dare to input, I will pinch your mouth and make you taste the bitter fruit you sowed. Suze, who heard Shin Yushir's inner voice, silently complained in his heart. Before you misunderstand, I must explain further. Suze put the disgusting cup on the cupboard. Then he returned to the table and sat down, saying, I call this special thing a containment object. It is not the same thing as the monsters and strange phenomena you see in ordinary contaminated areas. Among these containments, there are many extremely dangerous ones. They are not comparable to the contaminated areas outside. Even I have to deal with them carefully. My current long-term plan is to investigate these containments. Suze added with a smile. Shin Yushir blinked her charming eyes and spoke after several seconds of silence. What can I do for you, she asked. Hee, Suze smiled. He felt that Shin Yushir looked much better than before. Or, from the moment Shin Yushir turned back and looked for him, she looked much better. After learning about the existence of the containment object, Shin Yushir's first reaction was actually very important. If she just wanted to survive in the doomsday, she would not ask if she could help. And when she asked this question, she must have understood the deeper meaning. Suze is doing a difficult investigation task. Why is it so difficult, but still want to do it? The answer, of course, is because there are lucrative benefits. A smart woman like Shin Yushir can deduce these logics in an instant. What are you laughing at? Shin Yushir saw that Suze was only laughing, and said with dissatisfaction. I laugh that with your current ability, you can only help me warm the bed. Suze deliberately made fun of it. Tisk, Shin Yushir smiled and said, in this weather, warming the bed is a high-level job. Ah, that's right. Suze nodded seriously, indicating his agreement. So, you want to pull me in? Shin Yushir asked. Why do you want to pull you in? Are you really going to warm my bed? Then you, Shin Yushir gritted her teeth. If you don't want to pull me in, why do you tell me so much? Finished. This man doesn't really want to make her a ghost, so he told her so much before killing her. Shin Yushir suddenly became a little nervous. She had not seen Suze take action with her own eyes, but she could guess with her but that Suze must have extremely strong power, enough to crush her, otherwise Suze would not have been able to act so recklessly in the contaminated area. The introduction of the contained objects is indeed over. Suze said matter-of-factly, now, it's time to send you on your way. When she heard that she was about to go on the road, Shin Yushir became even more nervous. She would definitely not be able to defeat Suze. If Suze really wanted to strangle her to death here, she could only stick out her tongue. Although he was nervous, Shin Yushir looked calm and asked subconsciously, before we go on the road, I want to take a shower, is that okay? Suze said stood up and said, of course, I'm in a good mood today, so I can help you protect the law for a while. Shin Yushir had no choice but to follow the atmosphere and get up. She couldn't hold it back and forced out an ugly smile. Aren't we people in the same boat? There's no need to be so extreme. If you want, we can also be people in the same bed. Suze pretended to be surprised. Oh, look at what I said. When I said I would send you on your way, I meant I would send you to a safe place. I told you just now that there is a safe zone outside. Shin Yushir's pretty face twitched. It's definitely intentional. Suze seemed to know what she was thinking and deliberately frightened her. What a stubborn man. Following Suze, Shin Yushir came to the first floor. She could faintly hear the roar of wild beasts outside, but Suze walked in front with firm steps, so she remained silent. The door, which had long been destroyed, greeted the two of them. The moment he stepped out of the door, Suze turned around and looked at Shin Yushir. Does your house have water? Just take a shower. Shin Yushir didn't answer. Because in her sight, there were several wild beasts running towards Suze. But the next second, those beasts seemed to be hit by invisible sharp blades, and they were all torn into pieces in midair. Not only that, the faint white flames quickly devoured the beasts' bodies. In fact, if Suze didn't use the power of flame purification, these beast corpses would dissipate quickly. But he still deliberately showed off his purification ability. Thinking about it, Shin Yushir, who saw the scene, should now know how Bai Jimao died. I can boil water at home. I'll save some and use it. It should be enough. Shin Yushir looked away from the outside. The seemingly indifferent expression actually contained a considerable degree of surprise. Those surprises couldn't be hidden no matter what, so they simply stopped hiding them. She looked at Suze with the eyes of a monster, wondering how many secrets the man in front of her was hiding. Hurry up. I have a cute little girlfriend at home. It's not like you don't know. If you go back too late, she should be worried again. Suze urged Shin to write poems. Oh, Shin Yushir wanted to roll her eyes, but didn't dare. Suze is the boss now. She understands the importance. Passing through the corridor, Shin Yushir returned to her home again. In the living room on the first floor, there was a faint trace of blood, presumably from the aunt who cooked the meal. Shin Yushir couldn't bear to look at it any longer and went upstairs to find the clothes she wanted to change. After a while, the sound of gurgling water came from upstairs. It was said that hot water could be heated, but Shin Yushir did not dare to delay. He just got some water stored in the past few days and washed himself. Hiss, the cold water was biting, and Shin Yushir grinned because of the ice. There were also some deep or shallow wounds on her feet, which made them more painful when wet. Safe zone, separating some thoughts, Shin Yushir thought about his future in this doomsday. Frankly speaking, she hasn't figured out what to do next. After all, she had just learned some information about the doomsday from Suze. She needed time to personally observe the doomsday before she could make a relatively detailed plan. But if it was just a rough plan, she could make it now. Stay alive. She completed this simple plan with 3 simple words. While the sound of water upstairs continued. Seeing that Suze didn't urge her, she simply stopped worrying and washed her hair again. Since she didn't know when the next bath would be, it was better to seize this opportunity. After washing, Suze would never use such words again to bury her. Time passes. Suze did not rush her, and even played the piano downstairs. Waltz number 19 in a minor. Shin Yushir, who was also good at piano, quickly recognized the music score. What she cared more about than the song itself was that Su Zizhu obviously didn't take the dangers of the polluted areas seriously and was still playing the piano leisurely. Come to think of it, those beasts just now were killed in that incredible way. If you wash yourself for a little longer, I'll have to go upstairs to see if you drown in the bathtub. As soon as Shin Yushir came downstairs, she heard Suze complaining. Bah, a woman looks good if she pleases herself. She dresses up carefully, not just to show off to someone. After revision, Shin Yu's poems have regained their former style. A royal sister-style coat, a down jacket, and trousers. The thick stockings underneath are revealed only when they reach the ankles. Before changing, she must put on a pair of high heels that can increase attack speed. But now is the end of the world, everything is based on practicality, just like her thermal equipment, so under her feet is a pair of ordinary casual shoes. Just to see what's the use. Suze used words and expressions to express that you are a useless guy. You hurt people's hearts so much. Shin Yushir said in a tea-like manner. Get in the car. It's easier to drive on this stretch of road in the middle. Suze smiled. He led the way in front, and the prepared car was parked on the previous road. The beasts around still existed, but because Suze ordered the guardian to continuously clean up the monsters around, there was no trace of the beasts within the site. Are you sending me to the safe zone now? Shin Yushir asked from behind. Well, what else? Suze asked back. Then the coffee machine just now, Shin Yushir was puzzled. In theory, Suze came to investigate the coffee machine, and saving her was just a side job, but now, it seems that Suze has made saving her his main task. In fact, Shin Yushir underestimated herself a little. She could escape by herself. It didn't matter whether Suze helped her or not. It was just because she was following Suze now, Shin Yushir naturally thought that she was the one being saved. Coffee machine? I have destroyed it. Suze answered casually. In fact, he didn't destroy it. He moved the coffee machine away, which was considered to be under control. This thing doesn't need to be destroyed for the time being, maybe it will be useful someday. Destroyed? Shin Yushir hesitated, her face showing a thoughtful expression, and soon she brought up the previous topic again. Are you really not going to pull me in? Do you have to make me explain what I said? It's so hurtful to my self-esteem. You are not worthy of joining the group with your current ability. Why don't you understand? Suze didn't seem to be speaking for Shin Yushir at all, and all his sarcastic words came out. Shin Yushir was choked again and didn't know what to say. It took her a long time to recover and asked, then when will I be worthy? Well, Suze pondered. He stopped. The place where he stopped happened to be the endpoint where he sent Shin Yushir home more than 10 days ago. If you really want to join the group, it's not impossible. As he said that, Suze leaned close to Shin Yushir's ear. Next to the crystal earrings, she deliberately said ambiguously, if you try hard to please me, I will not only consider doing it with you once, but also bring you in. How about that, am I more honest than you? Shin Yushir was stunned on the spot, her beautiful eyes widened a little, and she twitched her mouth unconsciously. Is this the cause and effect she planted? Before, the way she used to tease Suze was now returned by Suze intact. This is really sin. Okay, I'll think about it. Shin Yushir forced a smile and replied in the tone of Suze that day. Come on. Suze sneered and then opened the car door. Get in the car. The roads are icy. The speed of the car on the road is relatively slow, but it is more stable and practical. Inside the car. Shin Yushir, who was in the passenger seat, tilted her head, blinked her eyes and asked, the place where you live is also a safe zone. Why don't you take me to your place and let me go back to school? Suze answered without hesitation, my little girlfriend may not be mentally ready to enjoy the service of a maid or concubine.
Shin Yusher's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her expression was filled with a desire to complain.
I don't know if Suze is deliberately burying her.
In fact, Suze was telling half the truth. Now when bringing Shin Yu's poems back, we must first consider Chen Keqing's feelings. After all, Suze was not that confident in his determination. After spending time together day and night, within a few days, he could put Shin Yu's poems in 18 different postures. If you really want to do this, of course you have to take Chen Keqing's thoughts into consideration. He considers himself a scumbag, but he also has his own bottom line.
Some people's last days are really a happy one.
Shin Yusher murmured something in a low voice, then thought about it for a while and said, I have another question.
Suze concentrated on watching the road and said, have you also seen the Blue Cat's naughty 3000 questions?
Shin Yusher curled her lips and said, last question, didn't you really come here to save me today?
Suze replied, it's not a special trip, but helping you is part of my plan.
That's a pretty honest answer. Controlling the coffee machine, of course, is his core goal and must be accomplished. But meeting Shin Yusher was also part of the plan. As Mr. Chen Danqing said, he likes to show off.
He has loved showing off since he was a child, and he still pretends to be, cough. In fact, it's not all a planned show-off.
If Shin Yusher had not turned back before, but left directly along the established evacuation route, both of them would not be sitting in the car now. Of course, nothing would happen to Shin Yusher, because the escape route she chose was actually correct. As long as she kept moving forward for a while, she could reach the nearby safe zone.
It was the safe zone that appeared in the simulation and made Shin Yusher feel insecure.
Naturally, this part of my experience will no longer exist.
Shin Yu Poetry Club went directly to the school and settled in the school first.
I parked the car at the intersection in front, and we walked the rest of the way.
Suze continued to drive the car calmly.
Shin Yusher, who was in the passenger seat, was holding the seatbelt with both hands, staring straight ahead with surprise hidden in her eyes. In her sight, the road conditions were already in terrible condition, with obstacles and ruined cars everywhere, but none of these things could stop Suze's car from moving forward.
Because of the invisible force, those obstacles were pulled to both sides.
Shin Yusher once again experienced Suze's magical power, but this time she acted relatively quietly, although she was not at all calm. If it weren't for the fact that Suze wouldn't be able to tell her the truth. She had already dragged Suze and asked questions.
Squeak, the front of the car lightly hit the barrier and came to a hard stop. Got out of the car. Suze picked the nearest road and cleared the way.
They are still within the scope of the contaminated zone.
But the contaminated area below is similar to a zombie-contaminated area.
Those zombies are less traditional and more like the night demons in I Am Legend.
Those monsters like to hide in dark corners. You will only be attacked if you are directly targeted by a monster. It was relatively safe for Suze to walk struttingly on the street like he was doing now. Are you walking so slowly because you want to be alone with me for a while?
After walking for a while, Suze turned around and asked Shin Yusher, who was following behind. Why are you so slow? Shin Yusher, who was looking around, said angrily, besides, I walked a little slower because of a wound on my foot. I don't want to open the wound and end up with blood all over it later.
Injury on the foot?
Suze turned back, lowered his head, and looked at Shin Yusher's feet.
Well, Shin Yusher nodded. Take off your shoes and let me take a look.
Shin Yusher couldn't help but take off her shoes. Thick black stockings wrapped her delicate feet. Naturally, the wound could not be seen directly.
Suze was a little playful, stretched out his hand, took hold of Shin Yusher's feet, and lifted them up. Hey, Shin Yusher maintained her balance on one foot. Suze's gaze always fell on her feet. She also became playful and said with a smile, Boss, do you like feet? Suze didn't answer. It's just been washed.
It should still smell good.
If the boss really likes it, you can try it.
Shin Yusher pursed her lips and smiled charmingly.
Suze still didn't answer, but a smile appeared on his face.
He deliberately raised the beautiful black stocking feet in his hands, all the way up, until he positioned Shin Yusher in a standing position.
Let go, it's going to break.
Shin Yusher begged for mercy with a look of pain on her face.
I think you're quite relaxed. Suze didn't let go.
Shin Yusher has a habit of practicing dancing, and it is not too difficult for her to pull a horse. But it was still a little unbearable for her when it was over 180 degrees.
Woohoo, it's really about to crack.
Shin Yusher was crying with a cry, begging for mercy.
It's cracked somewhere. I don't think it's reached your limit at all.
Suze slowly increased the intensity.
My butt is going to split in half. Shin Yushir increased her voice in anger and embarrassment. Wake up, a person's butt is made up of two halves. After calmly complaining, Suze let go and spared her.
Shin Yushir took a breath, gritted her teeth, and rubbed her thighs seriously. I originally wanted to help you look at your wound, but since you are so energetic, let's forget it. Suze turned sideways, finished speaking, and continued to lead the way.
If you don't like feet, just say so. Do you deserve to bully a weak woman like this?
Shin Yushir put on her shoes and hurriedly followed.
It didn't take long. The two of them walked and entered the safe area where Suda was located. The number of this safe area is SC38.
Of course, Suze can't call this safe area that yet.
After entering the school, Suze and Shin Yushir moved separately. Shin Yushir went back to her previous dormitory.
Suze also went back to the dormitory, but he didn't do it for his own bed, he just wanted to meet his roommate.
Brother Zay. You're back. Meet Wang Zixin and Sun Bin at the door of the dormitory.
Sun Bin was accompanied by his girlfriend, named Yang Xiaowei. Suze had met her several times during group activities in the dormitory before, and she was quite familiar.
I brought you some small gifts.
Suze went straight to the point and handed a cigarette to Wang Zixin, who was the only one who smoked in the dormitory.
He also gave Sun Bin a box of oyster essence and a large box of men's vitamins. Brother Zay, you are really my biological father.
Wang Zixin looked at Suze with tears in his eyes. In fact, he was planning to quit smoking.
It was the end of the world and he was still smoking. But if conditions permit, he is willing to renew it.
Maybe he can use the cigarette Suze gave him to exchange for something with others, which is quite good.
Is this oyster essence a lie?
The vitamins are pretty good. Yang Xiaowei looked at what Suze gave to Sun Bin and said with a smile.
Now that the school is starting to run out of supplies, even if Suze just brings back a bag of snacks, it will be enough for them to be happy. It's good to find these things. Thanks, Brother Zay.
Sun Bin is more introverted and not as unrestrained as Wang Zixin.
In addition, the current atmosphere of doomsday is heavy, so he even said thank you very seriously. I have to go back as soon as possible. I don't have much time. I want to reveal some secrets to you.
You all listen carefully. Standing in the corridor with few people on one side of the dormitory, Suze told the information about the Awakeners. Basically, all the information of the first stage was told to his roommate. Because there were no public Awakeners in the school, the two were very surprised. However, because this doomsday was already surprising enough, they did not think the existence of Awakeners was so outrageous. That's all the information. You'd better not be anxious. It's not too late to make an attempt after making enough intelligence preparations. The mortality rate of the first batch of pioneers should be very high. Don't wade into the muddy water unless it's absolutely necessary. After the information was finished, Suze added a sentence. In the simulation, he had seen the friendship between the two roommates many times, so Suze thought about helping them.
So, Brother Zay, you are already an awakener? Wang Zixin lowered his voice and asked curiously. Well, it's considered to be. Suze nodded.
Of course he would not tell the truth, but simply borrowed the identity of the awakener first.
Awesome, Brother Zay. Wang Zixin was excited. Brother Zay, how about going back to the dormitory and sitting down? Sun Bin suggested. Suze shook his head.
In his sight, Shin Yushir was approaching. After seeing Suze, Shin Yushir smiled, came closer, naturally stretched out her hands, and gently pulled Suze's arm.
This is what she is good at, using small details to show her interpersonal relationships.
See you again, you are Wang Zixin, you are Sun Bin, this is, Shin Yushir was as calm and generous as ever. Because of the last social gathering, Shin Yushir recognized Suze's roommates, only Yang Xiaowei was the first time to meet.
My girlfriend, Yang Xiaowei. Sun Bin took the initiative to speak. Hello? Miss, you are so beautiful.
Yang Xiaowei looked at Shin Yushir unconsciously and praised her casually.
Thank you, you are also very beautiful.
After staying for a while, Suze planned to go home. Shin Yushir said she would take him a ride, so she followed him for a while. On the way, Shin Yushir chatted and told how she took back the bed that should have belonged to her. This contained the grievances between women. Suze did not interrupt much, but felt that Shin Yushir's methods were really a waste of talent when used in the girls' dormitory.
The school's current atmosphere is very bad. Do you know what happened on the playground yesterday?
Oh, just listening to my friend's story once, I feel sick. Shin Yushir was talking about the incident of many people having sex on the playground. Suze had seen it in the simulator. This incident also indirectly illustrates the current atmosphere of the school. People were panicking. If there were no calm leaders who plan in advance and maintained the order of the school would have been in chaos long ago. In addition, it was because everyone still held a glimmer of hope, hoping that the authorities would find a way to carry out rescue. After sending you thousands of miles, we must say goodbye. Let's stop here. At the school gate, Suze slowed down and smiled. Hey, why don't you stay in school? If you stay in school, I will feel safer. Otherwise, you can bring Xiaochen's sister here too. Shin Yushir's delicate appearance really has a pitiful charm. If it were many men, they would probably agree just by seeing her like this. It's so inconvenient in school. Suze refused decisively. Then you still want me to please you? I want to please you seriously, but you are not here, how can I please you? Shin Yushir said resentfully. You forgot that I installed a surveillance camera on you. Suze snorted and laughed. Really installed a surveillance camera? Shin Yushir widened her eyes. If you don't believe it, look back. Suze deliberately guided Shin Yushir to look back. Shin Yushir immediately looked back, looking for possible cameras, but of course she didn't see anything strange. Where is it? Shin Yushir turned her head and found that Suze had disappeared. Surprise lasted for a while. Then, she thought gloomily, this man is really good at playing it cool. She tried so hard to keep him, but it didn't work at all, damn it. You're finally back. Back home, Chen Keqing showed a relieved expression. Every time Suze went out, she was actually a little worried and nervous, especially like today, when Suze left for a few hours at a time, she was more likely to worry. I did something important and was a little delayed. Suze explained casually. Did you see anything when you came back just now? I just heard someone arguing outside, and it was so fierce. Chen Keqing thought Suze came back from outside, so she naturally thought that Suze might have passed by the place where the quarrel was. Arguing, in this doomsday atmosphere, it would be strange if there was no quarrel. Although he didn't pass by outside, Suze knew what the quarrel outside was about. In fact, it was just a quarrel caused by some trivial things. If there is anything worth mentioning, it is that the party in the quarrel is a hidden awakener. After the quarrel, the awakener showed his strength and used his fists to make sense. It's just such a simple thing. But it can be regarded as advancing the doomsday process. The awakener is not special. There will be more and more awakeners, and this concept will gradually enter everyone's cognition. Oh, it turns out there are other awakeners. After listening to Suze's explanation, Chen Keqing showed a cute expression of understanding. She was a little sleepy, so after talking about this topic, she came over, hugged Suze's waist, and wanted to pull Suze to bed together. As soon as he hugged him, Suze heard Chen Keqing's inner voice. Hey, there is a fragrance, it's a bit familiar, I feel like I've smelled it somewhere. Oh, it seems to have smelled it in the car, forget it, I won't ask. Eavesdropping on Chen Keqing's inner voice, Suze was secretly ashamed. Classmate Chen Keqing, are you born in the year of the pig? Your nose is so sharp that you can smell it. Day 10 of the last day of the moon, the next day, early in the morning. Chen Keqing tied her hair into a bun, squatted in the storage room, and broke the ice with a sad face. She poured clean water into a basin last night, intending to use it today, but forgot to put salt in it. When she woke up, the water was frozen and could not be used directly. In addition, the water at home is getting less and less. If this continues, the water will be cut off in a few days. How can she not be worried? What's wrong? Suze poked his head at the door and asked. Nothing, it's just frozen. I'll stir it for a while and the ice will melt. Chen Keqing was using physical means to melt the ice. Do you need help? Suze asked again. No, Chen Keqing answered without thinking. Then, she continued to stir the ice water diligently. Since the water and power outage, Chen Keqing has been responsible for the logistics of the family. Although Suze brought back a gas tank from outside, Chen Keqing was reluctant to use gas to melt the ice. In addition, the water stored at home was barely enough because Chen Keqing was very frugal. I'll go out for a walk. Suze looked at Chen Keqing with a smile behind him and said, I'll bring you something later. He went out. Suze went straight to the YC-14 safe zone. Just like clocking in at work, he continued to show up every day. One is to stabilize people's hearts, and the other is to observe the changes in the situation and the progress of his plan at a close distance. At this time, there is nothing special. The only thing worth mentioning is Wang Chang, who was brought here by Suze before, has been integrated into this safe zone and has become the best labor force.
He found his parents here.
In order to repay Suze, he worked very hard, although Suze didn't expect him to work at all. After a stroll in YC-14, Suze came back from outside quickly. When he came back, he carried a few buckets of drinking water and put them at the door one by one.
Did you steal water from your neighbor's house?
Chen Qiqing's eyes sparkled, and her pretty face was filled with joy.
She was really happy.
Not only because there was clean drinking water again, but also because she knew that Suze was paying attention to her troubles.
Why are you always thinking about the things in your neighbor's house? Suze couldn't help but complain. The neighbor's family is not doing well, so just let them go.
Hee, so much water can be used for many days. Chen Qiqing herself probably didn't realize that when she said this, it meant that she was ready to maintain the status quo and continue to endure the hardships of the doomsday. Her mentality is the mentality of most survivors now. Everyone prayed and hoped to be rescued, but at the same time they had to accept the reality and think about how to face such a harsh doomsday environment in the future.
However, just a few hours later, the survivors didn't have to worry about the former.
Everyone didn't need to pray anymore, because rescue would not come for the time being. The planet's magnetic field, which had been completely disordered and fell into strange phenomena, seemed to have briefly restored communication at a certain moment, so a small number of people received the text message. Dear citizen friends, when you read this letter, you must have known that human civilization is suffering an unprecedented test. The content of the text message quickly turned to the main topic after describing many disaster scenes. The authorities tried to guide the survivors in various places to set up camps on the spot, build new survival bases, and maintain order.
And made good wishes. It means that rescue may arrive soon. But at present, everyone needs to save themselves. The scope of the text message is not wide. But someone did receive the message. And this message was quickly spread throughout the entire safe zone by word of mouth in the most primitive way of information transmission. Starting from the afternoon, Suze, who was sitting at home, could hear the noise outside directly with his ears, not only noise but also destruction. The young awakener who was responsible for maintaining order almost broke his legs. Helped to stop and suppress those saboteurs who wanted to go to extremes everywhere. Boom! It sounded like an explosion, coming from outside. Chen Qiqing, who was lying on the sofa, leaning outside and listening to the noise, was startled. She quickly retracted her head and leaned against Suze. No one wants to blow up our house, right? Student Chen, do you have any misunderstanding about the strength of modern buildings? How powerful do you think a weapon would be needed to blow up a building? Suze calmly read the book while answering Chen Qiqing's question. The explosion outside just now was caused by a gas tank. Some people were injured, but Suze didn't bother to pay attention. What can we do? People thought there would be rescue, so they barely managed to keep their emotions stable. Now that rescue is not coming, will those people die with us? Chen Qiqing was worried about a very realistic problem. Living in a house is happier than those who live on the street. Under such inequality, some people will inevitably go to extremes and use violence to grab things that do not belong to them. It's okay. After a while, they will realize that they still have to live. Suze looked straight ahead and continued to read the book calmly. Perhaps influenced by Suze, Chen Qiqing gradually calmed down. She felt that Suze could continue to sit on the throne because he had already anticipated all kinds of possible bad situations, so, as Suze had always said before, believe him, he is very powerful. I just don't know how long they will make trouble, and whether those awakened people will also join the team of troublemakers. Chen Qiqing tilted her head, leaned on Suze's shoulder, and muttered. The awakened people will not make trouble openly for the time being, because they are the ones who have mastered the power, and there is no need to make themselves notorious. Suze moved his eyes away from the pages this time. He was also thinking about a question: when should he take action in his own safe zone? This is his lair in the first stage of the doomsday. He also hopes that others will be more peaceful and not make any noise to affect his mood. So, a question is extended. Timing. He needs a time to take action. Just like the fight between martial arts masters, if you attack first, you lose your moral integrity and will be regarded as a villain, but if you attack too late and the enemy strikes first, it would be a bit stupid. Suze wanted to wait for a suitable time before attacking. Just like in YC-14. His actions represent justice and order, and naturally people will agree with it, and everything will go smoothly. But if he simply shows his force, people may criticize him. Frankly speaking, Suze doesn't care about other people's criticism,
but if he can avoid it, he can do things more beautifully in a relatively mature way, so why not do it? Day 11 of the doomsday year, in a blink of an eye, a desperate day has passed. The chaos in the safe zone lasted for half a day, and was suppressed by several awakened people. Now people's hearts are still scattered, and some even choose to return to the contaminated area to face danger and death, but in the end, the order has been stabilized. At least no one dares to act rashly. After the order was restored, soon it was the scene that Suze had seen in the simulator. The young men and women in the safe zone began to seek pleasure unscrupulously. This is the easiest physical and spiritual enjoyment to get in the doomsday, which cannot be stopped. Those who have a little sense of shame do it secretly, while those who have given up their sense of shame can do it on the street without caring about the eyes of others. There are indeed many people of this kind. But there are still more people who maintain their inherent moral values and are unwilling to do it randomly like some people. Afternoon. There was a knock on Suze's door. Suze got up and opened the door. There was a good-looking woman standing outside. The woman's name is Tan Xianxian. The car that Suze parked in the garage was used by her and her friends. Both of them are female anchors. Tan Xuanxuan's appearance and looks are both outstanding among female anchors. In the eyes of many people, she is already a goddess at this level. Can I come in? Tan Xianxian asked with a smile on her face. Suze could see the purpose of her appearance in front of him at a glance, to give her a shot. This morning, Suze strolled outside alone. He originally wanted to watch the fun and observe the changes in people's hearts. As expected, he was approached by many women. With his current high standards, he definitely doesn't like those who wear rouge and powder. So he rejects all ugly ones. Although Tan Xianxian in front of him is also somewhat pretty, she still doesn't catch Suze's eye. Sorry, it's not convenient. Suze smiled and refused directly. When he replied, Chen Keqing poked her head out. She saw Tan Xianxian standing outside the door, and Tan Xianxian also saw Chen Keqing. But Tan Xianxian had known that there was a woman in Suze's family, so she was not surprised at all. After all, she was more experienced and had already experienced the role of the third party, not to mention in today's world. She even thought that if she reached a deal with Suze, she could live in Suze's house. In any case, this is much better than living in a car. Is it really impossible? Tan Xianxian asked with a trace of disappointment on her face. Well, it's not possible. Seeing Suze's firm attitude, Tan Xianxian had to turn around and leave. TSK, our Suze is really popular. After the door was closed, Chen Keqing laughed. She heard Suze say in the morning that there were many women outside who liked him and wanted to have some relationship with him. Therefore, she was not surprised at all that Tan Xianxian came to her house to offer sex. If you like, you can let her in. Don't worry, I won't be jealous. Chen Keqing continued to laugh. She didn't regard Tan Xianxian as a threat at all. After all, she had slept with Suze many times and had said a lot of secrets. She knew very well that Suze's standards were frighteningly high. Suze would definitely not look down on Tan Xuanxuan's level. At least she had to be Qin Yusher's level to seduce Suze. Let's be honest. Suze has indeed raised his lower limit now. He won't look at beauties who are not above 9 points. Tan Xianxian is still a long way from 9 points. If I really let her in, don't cry, make a fuss, or even hang yourself. Suze also said jokingly. I won't do that kind of thing. I will be sulky and let you guess, ha ha ha. Playing a joke, Suze didn't laugh before he made himself laugh. Chen Keqing was in high spirits at the moment, especially naughty, hanging on Suze like a koala. Let's continue the previous topic. If you really can't help it one day and want to find a little one, remember to discuss it with me in advance. I'm a very easygoing person. Do you really want me to find a little one to serve you? Suze picked her up and asked. No, you can't serve me. I can only do housework. If a little one comes and takes over the housework, won't I become a pure waste? Chen Keqing did think about how she would react if Suze had other women. But at this moment, she certainly didn't think about that. But Suze held her, sat on the sofa, and suddenly said, the day before yesterday, I went out, actually to find Qin Yusher. Chen Keqing blinked her eyes and thought, it was indeed Qin Yusher, and that fragrance was what she smelled in the car. I took her out of the contaminated area and sent her to Su University. Suze looked like he was choosing his words. Seeing this, Chen Keqing's face became a little nervous, and she asked timidly, did you have a deep communication? That's not the case. That's good. Does she like you? Before the doomsday came, I felt that she seemed to like you. Chen Keqing opened her legs, sat on Suze's thighs, and asked coquettishly. Even if she likes me, that's normal, who says I'm so charming? Suze said shamelessly, I mentioned her because I want to say, if it was Qin Yushir standing outside the door today, would you still be in the mood to laugh with me? You didn't bring her back, Chen Keqing avoided the topic. Even if you bring her back, it doesn't matter, because I can whisper it in her ear. Suze's smile became even wider. Okay, you dare to provoke me, and I will punish you according to the family rules. The end of the 11th day of the doomsday. It was close to dawn. In the community, the original property management office now has a sign of the security room. At this moment, Manager Wang and her husband were sitting in the small room used for meetings. Xiao Xiang, you have to work harder these 2 days. You just saw that everyone is counting on you guys to maintain public order. The Xiao Xiang that Manager Wang mentioned is Deng Xiang, the garage judge, Manager Wang's nephew, who is relatively young, 18 years old. It's okay, I'm very energetic now. Deng Xiang didn't seem to feel tired at all. He helped to deal with at least 20 disputes in the past few days. Not only that, he was also responsible for helping to explore the contaminated area and bring back some urgently needed supplies from the contaminated area. Twice, he almost died in the contaminated area, but he never got tired of it because many people now regarded him as a little hero. Every time he saw those who were helped by him showing sincere gratitude, he would feel that his efforts were rewarded. From now on, I am the Dark Knight of this area, and I will do my best to uphold justice. Deng Xiang made a cape himself, with a hood on top. He put the hood on his head, just right against his nose, and really looked like Batman. He is young, and still has some middle school mentality. He doesn't feel shy about doing this kind of thing. Okay, I'll leave the first round of patrols to you. You must remember to be careful and don't get hurt. Manager Wang looked at his nephew lovingly. Thanks to his nephew becoming an awakener, she now has a lot of say in the security office. In addition, it was also because Deng Xiang was the only one who survived in his nephew's family that her eyes were particularly gentle. Now Deng Xiang looked lively and cheerful, not sad at all, but perhaps, it was just that his nephew temporarily forgot the pain of losing his family. Don't work too hard on patrol. Protect yourself, it's more important than anything else. Manager Wang's husband, who had been silent, added in a steady tone. He is a doctor. He led people to help with the delivery of the baby in the garage that day, but he is more dull and doesn't talk much. Even if he gives instructions, he will stop at the point. I know, that I'll go first, you go back and rest. Deng Xiang waved his hand and quickly left the security office. According to the current security team rules, several awakeners need to take the lead and each be responsible for security for a period of time. Deng Xiang was assigned to the early morning hours. He had to follow his uncle's instructions, which was to just do it for the sake of courtesy and not get himself involved, but Deng Xiang obviously didn't get the meaning. He was very conscientious and walked around the safe zone. Until the time came to midnight. Everything was normal. It was not until Deng Xiang passed the logistics station in the community that his footsteps suddenly stopped. Woo, it seemed that someone was covering his mouth and crying. Deng Xiang followed the sound and climbed up to the floor above the logistics station, which was on the 3rd floor. Deng Xiang used the anti-theft railing to stabilize his body on it. He finally found a gap in the drawn curtains and saw the scene inside. The scene in front of him made Deng Xiang stunned. A woman was suppressed by 2 men. The man on the left controlled the woman's hands, and the other man. Deng Xiang knows the current atmosphere in the safe zone. Knowing that he was disturbing other people's enjoyment time, he blushed and planned to leave. But suddenly, he heard the woman whose mouth was covered mumble a help indistinctly. Wow! Realizing something was wrong, Deng Xiang quickly climbed over the security net, found the window at the bathroom entrance, and climbed in. 10 seconds later. Bang! There was a loud bang. Deng Xiang flew out, causing the anti-theft net to loosen. With the anti-theft net broken open, Deng Xiang endured the pain and jumped down from above. The enemy who was chasing him from behind kicked him. He didn't hit anyone, but he completely smashed the anti-theft net. Boom! There was a muffled sound. It smashed out many onlookers, and many residents came to the windows and balconies to see what happened. The enemy who was chasing him on the 3rd floor did not realize that there was someone watching. He jumped down from the building in a hurry and chased Deng Xiang to death. But after landing, the 2 of them had just exchanged a few moves, and the man realized something was wrong. There were too many onlookers around. And there were people standing directly in the courtyard of the community, observing them. Rape.
They rape women.
Deng Xiang also reacted and shouted loudly. The opponent in front of him was also an awakened person.
He had met him during the day.
His name was Zhao Wenwei. Before the end of the world, he was a fitness instructor.
He was muscular and intimidating. What happens? Who started a fight? What happened? Someone raped a woman? Tisk, isn't that the awakened person in our area? There are more and more people watching. Zhao Wenwei felt something was wrong.
During the day, he acted as a messenger of justice, helping to maintain order. At night, he failed to control himself and raped a beautiful woman. He knew very well that the comparison before and after was enough to make him reviled by thousands of people.
On the third floor, the victim is on the third floor. Deng Xiang continued to shout. He wanted the onlookers to know what happened, and at the same time he wanted to seek help, because Zhao Wenwei on the opposite side was very powerful, and he was a little overwhelmed by the beating. What happened? Some onlookers shouted.
Zhao Wenwei didn't answer, his face became increasingly ugly, and he was quickly thinking about how to get out of trouble.
He has even thought about breaking up or running away.
But during the stalemate, another yellow-haired man who participated in the rape came out from the corridor behind, supporting the victimized woman.
It's him, he is the one who raped me.
The woman pointed at Deng Xiang and made a false accusation. But except Deng Xiang himself, who would know that this was a false accusation.
Twists and turns.
Zhao Wenwei was so happy that he almost thought that his skills were so good that he made the girl behind him feel comfortable.
No matter what, the situation has now reversed.
With the woman's accusation, Zhao Wenwei immediately gained momentum.
You little bastard. I have done bad things, and yet I dare to frame others. I'll kill you, little bastard.
Deng Xiang had long been stunned on the spot. He never expected that he would save someone with good intentions, only to be bitten by that woman.
Now, Su Zhe's figure appeared on the balcony of the building next to him. Like most people who came out to watch the excitement, he was watching what was going on below. What happens? Chen Keqing was humming on the sofa.
I wanted to watch the fun, but I was too lazy to get up. I can't help it, I'm too tired. It was said to be a star-absorbing method, but it was just a king with a strong mouth. She was no match for Su Zhe. After just a few hundred rounds, she had no choice but to kowtow and surrender. However, she underestimated Su Zhe's cruelty. At this moment, she only felt that her bones were he was about to fall apart and didn't want to move at all.
It's a rare show, why don't you come over and take a look? Su Zhe looked like someone who was eating melons. Come here and hug me, I want to see. Chen Keqing was like a lazy kitten, stretching on the sofa, but just didn't want to move. It's okay if you don't look. I'll tell you later.
Su Zhe ignored her, turned his head, and continued to stare at the center of the argument downstairs. His eyes passed over the confronting awakened ones one by one, and finally landed on the woman.
It's an acquaintance. Tan Xianxian just arrived at her house in the afternoon and knocked on the door. Nonsense. She's talking nonsense.
I didn't do it at all, it's them, they are the bad guys. After being stunned for a moment, Deng Xiang remembered to defend himself. His face turned red, and he shouted and defended himself at the top of his lungs. But Tan Xianxian, who was opposite her, insisted that it was Deng Xiang who raped her.
This alone left Deng Xiang with more words to say. You little smash.
I didn't realize before that you are this kind of person.
But it's understandable. I'm young and have never seen a woman. I'm anxious.
Zhao Wenwei, who gained the upper hand, assumed the posture of an older man.
Already started preaching. He was able to convince some onlookers by talking about Deng Xiang's age.
In addition, there is a small group of onlookers who have resentment against the awakened ones themselves, and they only add fuel to the fire, regardless of the truth of the matter. They were all there to help and shout, as if they wanted to execute Deng Xiang immediately.
It's not me. It's really not me.
Seeing more and more voices denouncing him,
Deng Xiang's flushed face gradually turned pale.
He was indeed young and did fantasize about women, but he was not the one who did the bad thing.
Why didn't these people want to believe him as a good man? Xiao Xiang, what happened?
Manager Wang and her husband hurried over together.
Family members must be on their side. They raped, but they turned around and said it was me who did it.
Seeing the elders at home, Deng Xiang's weakness as a young man was exposed again. He was like a child, subconsciously seeking help, with tears in his eyes.
Manager Wang, ask the girl yourself who did it.
Zhao Wenwei was also a little trembling in his heart, deliberately pretending to be decent.
Fortunately, Tan Xianxian pointed out Deng Xiang again and insisted that it was Deng Xiang who did it.
Deng Xian was so wrong that he burst into tears and cursed. Bullshit. It was you who yelled for help.
When I went in to save you, you yelled for help.
Before he finished scolding,
Zhao Wenwei said sternly, keep your mouth clean.
Yes. Now the perpetrator has become the messenger of justice and the law enforcer.
Deng Xian was still very excited. His uncle next to him pulled him and didn't know what to say.
Manager Wang gritted his teeth and spoke for his nephew.
There must be some misunderstanding.
Deng Xiang is not that kind of person.
He is your nephew, of course you are on his side. Manager Wang, you just want to protect your nephew.
Zhao Wenwei shut Manager Wang up with just one sentence.
The onlookers also started to make a noise. In fact, those voices were very noisy. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear anything clearly.
But Deng Xiang has lost control of his emotions. He felt that those voices were accusing him and wronging him.
No one is a good person.
The woman who pointed out and framed him is not a good person. After a few breaths, Deng Xiang completely lost control. He shook off his uncle who was holding him and rushed towards Tan Xianxian, but was stopped by Zhao Wenwei halfway.
There is also a gap among those who are awakened. This rule is revealed at this moment. Although there is almost no gap in strength between the two sides, in terms of combat experience, Zhao Wenwei, a fitness coach, is obviously superior.
After a few rounds, Deng Xiang screamed.
Ah!
The screams covered up the sound of broken foot bones. You little bastard! You still want to commit murder! Zhao Wenwei cursed and took advantage of the situation to pursue him. He used force and crushed Deng Xiang's other leg. This time Deng Xiang held back his screams, but all his strength was used to endure the pain.
He had completely failed and had no strength to resist his opponent anymore.
Just when Zhao Wenwei was about to kill him, Manager Wang and his husband rushed over and hurriedly begged for mercy, which prevented Zhao Wenwei from killing him.
TSK, what a good show.
After finishing watching, Suze came back from the balcony and closed the floor-to-ceiling windows to prevent the cold air from outside from continuing to pour in.
So, the awakened high school student named Deng Xiang was wrongly accused?
Chen Keqing, who was not able to watch the scene, started discussing with Suze. From Suze, she learned the truth. Although she didn't know how Suze knew the ins and outs of the matter, since Suze said that Deng Xiang was a good man who acted bravely when he saw justice, she followed the letter without any doubt.
Well, it's more unfair than the sixth son. Suze clicked his tongue.
Wow, how come there are such hateful people, whether it's the two perpetrators or the woman named Tan Xianxian?
Chen Keqing thought of the scene in the afternoon.
At that time, she only thought that Tan Xianxian was thick-skinned. Even though she knew that Suze had a girlfriend, she came to deliver sex, but she didn't think Tan Xianxian was bad at that time. But now, she only feels that Tan Xianxian is so bad that she allowed a good person to suffer injustice.
How do you feel now?
Suze crossed his legs and asked calmly.
The human heart is so terrible. Chen Keqing swallowed her saliva and asked curiously, why did Tan Xianxian help perjury?
You have to ask her herself, but the other party must have used coercion and inducement.
Suze actually knew the root cause.
He listened to the other party's thoughts from a distance. Very twisted voice.
The twisted voice of a victim. It's terrible, it's terrible.
Chen Keqing sighed twice in succession. After a pause, she added, you should be careful, don't fall into other people's tricks.
How many bowls of noodles did Liuzi eat? What do you think is the best solution? Suze smiled and asked the question without answering. Well, Chen Keqing couldn't think of an answer for a moment.
If you can't produce direct evidence to prove your innocence, then the best solution is to kill everyone who is against him.
Suzusan smiled. The 12th day of the first year of Doomsday, as usual.
Suze went to the YC-14 safety zone in the morning to show his face. Under his arrangement and secret influence, many people have tried to go to the weightless pollution zone and come into contact with the source of the pollution.
In addition,
now the news of self-rescue has completely spread. In each safe zone, the refugees are already setting up camp, preparing to fight against the doomsday for a long time. As time went by, the supplies in the warehouse became somewhat exhausted. If you can only go out but not enter, sooner or later you will be unable to withstand it. Therefore, Principal Gao, who was appointed by Suze, is already anxious for manpower and discussing how to obtain supplies. In those polluted areas, many households have hoards of supplies in their homes. It was 3 days before the end of the world. People had stored up food. Now when they search from house to house, they can find a lot of food.
However, the dangers of contaminated areas cannot be ignored.
When ordinary people enter contaminated areas, the casualties are truly uncontrollable. The awakened are relatively free, but not without risk.
In addition, the number of awakened people is relatively small now.
Wang Chang, who was brought here by Su Zhe, now has to do the work of 5 people a day. None of the donkeys in the production team are as tired as him. Fortunately, as soon as Su Zhe came here today, he met the new awakened person. Moreover, the other party was influenced by him and went to the heavily polluted area to try his luck and become an awakened person. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhe helped the other party recall what happened in the dream. Although it was still vague, he got another key piece of information. In the dream test, he needed to go to a destination to complete his awakening. Regarding the content of the nightmare test, I can only piece it together bit by bit. After Su Zhe got the information, after changing hands, he immediately told Wang Chang, an honest man. I believe that Wang Chang will not let him down and will spread like a big trumpet to everyone soon.
Returning from YC14, Su Zhe continued his leisurely life. The farce last night is still continuing today. Many people have heard about Deng Xian's rape of women. Some rational people, based on their impressions of Deng Xiang, feel that there may be something fishy going on, but they won't say anything. Most people simply use this incident to vent their emotions, loudly scolding Deng Xiang, saying that he was a little beast who pretended to be a messenger of justice before, but in the end he did something worse than a pig or a dog. Except this matter continues to ferment. The atmosphere in the safe zone continues to be dissolute. But even if you live just for debauchery, you still have to consider eating and drinking. The SC-35 safe zone is also facing a shortage of supplies. From today on, Comrade Zhao Wenwei will be responsible for finding and managing supplies. Inside the security room, a new meeting has just ended. Compared to Deng Xiang's situation, Zhao Wenwei has now become a hero who saves women and a moral role model. And the supplies are also handed over to him for management. Although he needs to be responsible for replenishing supplies, the power in his hands is also genuine. And previously, Manager Wang, who had a vague attitude of being the boss in the security room, has now been relegated to a marginal person because of Deng Xiang's incident and did not even attend the meeting. It's quite ironic.
Sitting at home, Su Zhe continued to observe the progress of the matter. The perpetrator has now become the leader of security. And the young man who maintains order with a passion can only sit in a wheelchair at home. Zhao Wenwei was ruthless.
When he broke Deng Xiang's 2 legs, he was going to kill Deng Xiang, so Deng Xiang's legs were not ordinary fractures.
Even if the awakened person's physical fitness is greatly enhanced, such injuries cannot be fully recovered in a short time.
It's a bit idle.
After observing for a moment, Su Zhe retracted his gaze. Zhao Wenwei's matter may become the opportunity for him to take action at SC-35. But this opportunity is obviously not yet fully ripe. He has to continue to wait patiently. If the simulator is not in the cooling time, he will definitely simulate the old version a few more times. Taking advantage of this relatively free time, control more containment objects.
Unfortunately, now I can only drink tea and read books at home.
Day 13 of the doomsday year, time passes, and a new morning comes again. After punching in at YC14, Su Zhe went home and continued to pay attention to the development of Zhao Wenwei's incident. Zhao Wenwei continued to gain power and live a carefree life. But on Deng Xiang's side, something unexpected happened to Su Zhe.
Dead?
Su Zhe searched the area in a carpet-like manner and finally found Deng Xiang's body in the nearby contaminated area. The body fell from a high place, and its head exploded in the ice and snow. When Su Zhe looked down, the blood froze and the body turned into an ice sculpture. It was obvious that he had been dead for some time.
The next second, Su Zhe's figure appeared next to the body.
Staring at the body on the ground thoughtfully, Su Zhe used the power of teleportation after a moment.
In the blink of an eye, he came to the high place where Deng Xiang fell.
There were no signs of fighting here, but there were signs of Deng Xiang staying. So, it was suicide, and it had nothing to do with others.
Nothing was left.
Last night, when Su Zhe was resting, the young man sat cross-legged here for a while, then dragged his inconvenient body and jumped down to end his life.
What a pity.
Su Zhe sighed to himself. He didn't know how wronged and uncomfortable the young man felt when he chose to die, but he could guess that the young man must have tasted despair.
No one was willing to believe him.
He had done good things, but no one believed him. Everyone cursed him. They used him as an outlet for their emotions. His aunt and uncle were also implicated because of him, and they couldn't raise their heads in front of others.
His parents also died in the initial disaster. In such a world, I feel that there is nothing to miss, and I can understand it, but I am still too young. Too young to understand some things that are taken for granted. It's better to have fewer such things in the future. Suze found a body bag and buried the body. This young man died in a contaminated area, and generally no one would come here. If the body is left here, it will probably take a long time for someone to find it. Suze just moved him a little. Before leaving, he put some broken flowers on the body so that others could notice it. Did that high school student commit suicide? At lunchtime, Chen Qiqing listened to Suze's story with a surprised look on her face. Well, it should be early in the morning. Suze nodded and answered after roughly estimating the time. In fact, his domain ability can sense such bad things to a certain extent. If Chen Qiqing is in danger, the domain power will bring Suze a faint throbbing and uneasiness. But Deng Xiang could not be taken seriously by Suze, so he died quietly. This is too unfair. He is obviously a good person, but he was forced to commit suicide. Chen Qiqing pursed her lips and said indignantly. Yes, it's unfair. Suze responded calmly. In a blink of an eye. It's the end of another day. At the moment when no one noticed, Suze's figure appeared in the air. He himself does not have the ability to fly or stay in the air, but relying on the guardian, he can grab the handrail with his empty hands to maintain balance. And at this moment, in his hidden sight, Zhao Wenwei was chatting and laughing with his companion. I killed her by accident. You know, we are so strong now. I killed her when I was excited. In the living room, there were 3 men and 1 woman, including Zhao Wenwei. The 3 men were awakened, and the woman was Tan Xianxian. In the bedroom, a woman had just died a few minutes ago. This woman was Tan Xuanxuan's colleague and friend. She was introduced to several men by Tan Xianxian. As a result, they played together for only 1 day before she was accidentally killed by Zhao Wenwei. Xianxian, don't sit there, go in and let me have fun. A man patted Tan Xuanxuan's butt and said with a smile. Humph, Tan Xianxian smoked a lady's cigarette and snorted. Think about how to deal with the body first. What's there to worry about? Many people die every day. When we go out tomorrow, we can just throw the body into the contaminated area. A man laughed and touched Tan Xianxian. Are you going to throw me out someday? Tan Xianxian sneered. That can't be done. Xianxian is our top star here. You have to take good care of her. It's good to know. Don't forget what you promised me before. Tan Xianxian stared at Zhao Wenwei, the scum who raped her, and said, especially you. You killed Deng Xiang. Zhao Wenwei sneered, it's so funny. What about you? You are still accusing others. It was obviously me who made you happy, but you had to say that it was done by a virgin. What kind of a good person are you? No one noticed that there was someone outside the window. This is the height of the 20th floor. Who would have thought that Suze was hanging outside? And Suze was holding a mobile phone in his hand. Don't touch it. Tan Xianxian was not in a good mood. She pushed the man next to her and said, you like to play with women so much. I know a very beautiful one. She is in this community. Before she finished speaking, Tan Xianxian shuddered for no reason. She subconsciously looked out the window, but saw nothing. Day 14 of the doomsday year, morning. Suze played with his phone, replaying the video he shot last night. These scumbags, beasts. Chen Qiqing also watched the video. She was filled with righteous indignation, clenching her fists, and was extremely angry. If she saw Tan Xianxian mentioning her in front of those people, she would probably be even more angry. What are you going to do with this video? After being angry for a while, Chen Qiqing looked at Suze and asked. I will give it to Manager Wang to see if she is interested in helping her upright nephew to clear his grievances. Suze did not hide his plan. Oh. Isn't that equivalent to you getting involved in this matter? Blinking her bright eyes, Chen Qiqing looked at Suze. Her first reaction was not the desire to do justice, but worry. She was kind, but she knew a truth since she was a child that if she couldn't protect herself, then kindness would become stupidity, so she was worried that Suze would suffer, but such worry only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds. She came over, hugged Suze's waist, and laughed. Come on, I believe my man can handle all this. Suze smiled. If nothing unexpected happens, he will find the opportunity to make a move today. When this matter is over, he thinks it is time to officially help Chen Qiqing become an awakener. It was noontime. At Manager Wang's home, Deng Xiang's uncle was cleaning up the room where Deng Xiang had lived before.
Suddenly, he found a Turnitin mobile phone at the head of the bed that had been cleaned up. The phone had no lock screen password. Deng Xiang's uncle subconsciously picked up the phone and the screen turned on. The video screen appeared on the phone screen.
Wang Yan, come and see this.
Deng Xiang's uncle called manager Wang, that is, Wang Yan, with a trembling voice.
What's wrong?
Wang Yan, who still had sadness on her face, had all kinds of emotions on her face after seeing the video. Anger, regret, sadness, regret, too many emotions, all came out at once.
I want to make this video public.
But Deng Xiang is dead, and they still have 3 people, all awakened. That I don't care. I must give Xiao Xiang justice. He helped maintain order because of me.
Time went on. Not long after, someone noticed Wang Yan appeared in the courtyard of the community. At a suitable location, Wang Yan spread out the projector equipment as if no one was around, and asked her husband to bring a generator. What is she doing? Isn't this manager Wang? What is she doing? Showing a movie? Oh, she has so much time. The onlookers who didn't know the truth expressed their opinions casually. Because of Deng Xiang's incident, Wang Yan is now also an object of scorn.
Although most people in today's doomsday environment don't care about the life and death of others, they are very happy to stand on the moral high ground and enjoy having an object that can be scorned at will.
Wow, manager Wang really brought a generator.
On the balcony, Chen Keqing looked from afar.
I'm going out for a while, do you want to come? Su Zhe was about to go out.
No, I'll watch from above, I can see you.
Chen Keqing shook her head. At the same time, in the courtyard below, Wang Yan finished debugging the equipment.
There was no sadness or joy on her face, but she was doing things calmly. Until the video on the phone was played.
He was killed by accident, especially you.
Deng Xiang was killed by you.
You also falsely accused others. What kind of good person are you?
The video screen was played.
Like a blow to the head, the onlookers suddenly fell silent. Everyone subconsciously closed their mouths and watched and listened to the video carefully.
The video did not last long, but it was played repeatedly. More and more people were watching, and the news was spreading.
It's wrong, it's all wrong.
That young man is the one who is chivalrous.
Alas!
I said yesterday that there will definitely be a reversal, otherwise he would have committed suicide. What a good young man, he was forced to death by these beasts.
I didn't expect these people to be so bad. Discussions arose everywhere. More and more onlookers. Wang Yan played the video at a good time.
It was the time when Zhao Wenwei took people out to find supplies, so the video could be played safely for a long time, but not long after, Zhao Wenwei rushed back with people. Before he arrived, Zhao Wenwei had already learned about the above from others.
Without any hesitation, he led 4 or 5 people to the courtyard, quickly kicked over the projector and unplugged the power supply.
Then he glared at Wang Yan.
You made a broken video to fool the devil. Your nephew is a rapist. Don't try to confuse right and wrong. You are also an old dog. Not a good thing. Zhao Wenwei was anxious again. He didn't know how clear the video just played was.
What he was doing now was not even a sophistry, but just a jumping clown. Zhao Wenwei soon realized this.
He was silent and scanned the onlookers.
Many uncles and aunts looked at him with a look of scum, and they could also hear the whispers of the crowd. He knew that his disguise was no longer meaningful.
Yes. Okay. I admit that I did it. So what if I did it?
You old guys, if we weren't out there looking for supplies, you would all starve to death here sooner or later.
What qualifications do you have to point fingers at me here? The crowd's dissatisfaction became even more obvious under his wild words. Some people even hid in the crowd and cursed.
Wang Yan and her husband supported each other and stopped on the stage, and they were also very excited.
In any case, the picture at this moment was enough to prove the truth. They succeeded in letting most people know the truth. Who is cursing at me?
Zhao Wenwei couldn't find the source of the sound because the scene was too noisy. He then turned around fiercely and stared at several accomplices.
In the past few days, his small team has grown a lot. There are 5 awakened people alone, and at least 3 of them are wearing the same pants as him. In this situation, Zhao Wenwei and his friends had already discussed privately that as long as they could eliminate the threats from other awakened people, they could dominate here without having to worry about other people's eyes. And at this moment, they seem to have to choose this route passively. Damn it! Shut up! Get out of here. If anyone dares to gather here again, I'll beat them all with a stick. The crowd did not retreat. Zhao Wenwei raised the stick in his hand and waved it twice. Boom! Boom! Two muffled sounds rang out in horror. The two elderly people in front died instantly, and the screams and wails of their families came from behind. On the stage, Wang Yan and her husband were terrified, but they had already prepared themselves for such a scene, expecting that after the truth was revealed, Zhao Wenwei might break the jar and break the pot. Murder! Murder, run! Witnessing the death in front of them, the crowd also became afraid, and the panicked people screamed and retreated. Some people even ran away. Ordinary people cannot resist the power of the awakened. Unless they have guns, they have no chance of winning in a heated battle. Why, it was like the tide receding. In a few breaths, the onlookers retreated one after another, and no one dared to care about the old man who fell down. However, among the retreating crowds, only one figure still remained. Su Zhe, who came down from upstairs, was also standing in the crowd. You have the guts. Zhao Wenwei quickly noticed Su Zhe and locked his eyes on Su Zhe. He raised the iron rod in his hand and rushed towards Su Zhe. Before taking action, Zhao Wenwei thought that if Su Zhe dared to stay here, he might also be an awakener. But he had easily defeated an awakened person, and with his accomplices behind him, he was naturally not afraid of Su Zhe. Only when Zhao Wenwei rushed forward, his limbs were suddenly cut off by invisible blades, and the smelly blood flew everywhere. The scene was bloody and shocking. The broken body fell to the ground, twitching slightly. There was still confusion and fear on that face. Su Zhe took a step and stepped over Zhao Wenwei's body. In front, Zhao Wenwei's accomplices were first stunned and shocked, then fearful and frightened. They couldn't understand how Zhao Wenwei died, but from the bottom of their hearts, they were afraid of the approaching man in front of them. It has nothing to do with us, it's all Zhao Wenwei. The sound stopped abruptly in the air. The invisible blade pierced the air again. In front, Zhao Wenwei's team was cut off, and everyone died instantly. Quiet, the entire courtyard was silent, except for the faint whistling of the cold wind. The onlookers who were hiding away widened their eyes, expressing their fear at this moment with their pupils that reflected shock. No one knows what happened. But everyone knew that the man who stepped over the corpse was an incredible existence and the person who created the terrifying scene in front of him. Manager Wang. In the silence, Su Zhe looked at Wang Yan on one side. You helped your nephew seek justice, he said with a hint of smile. YC-14. In the warehouse, Wang Chang had just returned with a pile of goods. Fortunately, it's freezing and snowing now. The food seems to be frozen in the freezer, but it's still in good condition. It can be eaten once it's cooked. He got together with Principal Gao and reported his today's results with a smile on his face. I'll drink some water and continue looking for it later. I'm familiar with the road conditions over there now, and I'll definitely be able to find a lot of food when I get back. Wang Chang said, looking for water to drink. Hey, Wang Chang. Principal Gao grabbed him and saw that there was no one around. Then Principal Gao asked, you have become more familiar with those young people. Tell me the truth. Are there some people who are thinking of doing bad things? This question is straightforward enough. Because Principal Gao had been secretly observing for several days. He knew that Wang Chang was a really honest person who worked hard and had no bad intentions. He is just a little too honest. If it were him, he would not tell the truth to others about many things, but Wang Chang told them all, especially about the secrets of the awakened ones. No, Wang Chang shook his head. He really didn't think anyone wanted to do bad things. But he suddenly remembered something. Then he added, by the way, didn't Du Weiming become an awakened person today? I think he may be a little dissatisfied with our warehouse, so he seems to have left us today and gone to other safe areas. Day 15 of the doomsday year, in the morning, YC-14 safe zone. In the warehouse, Su Zhe, who was clocking in as usual, paced. Suddenly, he stopped in front of the shelf. There is no obvious change in the blood tissue of the awakened. Because of the Father God's talent for listening, the sound of a conversation from a long distance came to his ears. The conversation did not provide any useful information. If I have to say it, it is to let Su Zhe know that some scientists are studying the awakened, trying to find the secrets of this doomsday crisis from the awakened themselves. But this kind of research method is difficult to succeed and cannot glimpse the profound truth. At least in the simulator, Su Zhe has not seen a successful case. However, conventional scientific methods can still obtain some useful information, but it will take time to reach this step. Brother Su Zhe, you are here, I have been looking for you. The voice of the principal came from behind. At this time every day, Su Zhe will meet him. Although Su Zhe had no idea of managing YC-14, in the eyes of people like Principal Gao, Su Zhe was the leader here.
If there was anything important, he had to report to him.
Are there any awakeners leaving? I know about this. Suze knew what Principal Gao wanted to say.
The latter was worried that the number of awakeners would increase, and the number of ambitious people would also increase. At that time, the chaos and conflicts that had occurred in this safe zone before might happen again. At this stage, the growth rate of awakeners is relatively slow. The number of awakeners in several safe zones near YC-14 is growing even slower. This is of course because Suze secretly promoted the strategy of the weightless pollution zone. To date, more than 10 people have become awakeners relying on the weightless pollution zone. This speed is already very fast. According to the data Suze saw in the simulator, the refresh progress of the weightless pollution zone should have exceeded 1/3. In addition, as the content of the dream test becomes more and more detailed, the subsequent progress will inevitably accelerate. And this is exactly what Principal Gao and others are worried about. If the number continues to grow at this rate, there will be no awakeners who will commit crimes secretly, which will cause a lot of trouble. I know Wang Chang can't control his mouth, so I deliberately told him the content of the nightmare test. As for those who rely on the weightless pollution zone to become awakeners, you don't have to worry. I have been in unknown contact with them.
Suze said frankly. Ah, so that's the case. Then I'm relieved. The principal was surprised for a moment.
But it was only a short moment, because he vaguely guessed that Suze deliberately told those secrets to Wang Chang.
But he didn't know why Suze did this.
He could ask, but because he saw that Suze had no intention of explaining in detail, he knew what was going on and didn't ask. Moreover, Suze had already said that he would have unknown contact with the awakeners.
This was already enough security guarantee, so of course he wouldn't say anything more. Brother Suze, are you free today?
When he walked out of the warehouse with the principal, he met Huang Yu, who was also helping out in the warehouse and taking care of logistics.
Not very free, I have other things to do. Suze smiled politely.
Is that so? A trace of disappointment flashed across Huang Yu's face. This was not the first time she invited Suze to be her guest. At first, her mind was pure, she just wanted to thank Suze. But after a few days, Suze gradually found that she wanted to repay kindness with enmity. This woman might want to play the role of a widow and covet his body. Suze was naturally not interested in this kind of withered willow.
Returned from the YC-14 safe zone,
Suze then went to the security room of the community to participate in the meeting.
This is Luo Jusen, an awakener, now a member of the security team. This is Xiao Bo, a retired criminal policeman. There were more than a dozen people in the meeting room. Wang Yan introduced them to Suze one by one.
Because of what happened yesterday, the people in the room are looking at him with admiration and awe.
There is no doubt that this is the awe brought by absolute force.
Until now, no one knows how Suze killed Zhao Wenwei's gang yesterday. But no one wants to explore it in depth, nor dares to explore it in depth. People just need to remember that in this safe zone, there is a man named Suze who cannot be provoked.
Of course. The opportunity that Suze is waiting for is naturally effective. He now represents justice and order.
Although everyone is afraid of his power, they also respect him and are willing to give him the power of a person in charge. In terms of management, I have no experience, so I won't get involved. I am only responsible for maintaining order with violence. When it was Suze's turn to speak, he concisely described his true thoughts. His goal is just to make the safe zone where he lives a little more peaceful, and not to make trouble all day long.
He doesn't bother to care about other trivial matters.
Suze has already talked to Wang Yan privately about this matter.
Now Wang Yan is equivalent to his puppet in front of the stage.
Wang Yan is responsible for doing things, and he, Suze, is behind the scenes to provide support.
As for everyone else, Suze was also too lazy to pay attention. As long as the inner circle in charge can keep the safe zone functioning normally. After the meeting, Suze declined the ambiguous invitation from the female awakener and strode out to meet Chen Qiqing, who was waiting outside. The two of them were walking in the courtyard together.
Wow, everyone is so scared of you now. Holding Suze's arm, Chen Qiqing secretly observed the reactions of others. After seeing Suze's power yesterday, she was more excited than anyone else. She pestered Suze at home and asked questions. Suze told her some secrets, but he didn't tell her everything.
But this is enough. At least Chen Qiqing is really at ease now.
Like now, when she was hanging out with Suze, she didn't have to worry about anyone daring to make mistakes. By the way, where is Tan Xianxian? Looking away, Chen Qiqing suddenly asked curiously.
Dead. Ha? Dead?
Well, she wanted to become an awakened person, so with the help of Zhao Wenwei and the others, she came into contact with the source of pollution. However, she was misled by Zhao Wenwei and the others. She thought that she could become an awakened person as long as she came into contact with the source of pollution. In fact, she was not. She had to withstand the test before she could become one.
Become the awakener. Chen Keqing now knows the secret about the awakened ones. Therefore, she understood Su Zhe's explanation instantly. Do you still remember what you said before?
Su Zhe changed the topic and asked with a smile.
Ah? What are you talking about?
Chen Keqing tilted her head and asked.
You said that if you could become an awakened person just by sleeping, you would be willing to become an awakened person.
Well, Chen Keqing hugged Su Zhe's arm tightly and muttered, I'm right, but it feels so dangerous.
Can I just hug your thigh without risking it?
You can escape the first grade of junior high school, but you can't escape the 15th grade.
Su Zhe shook his head.
He hasn't told Chen Keqing yet that when the doomsday reaches the 5th stage, not becoming an awakened person means death, and no one can escape.
I'll think about it again. Chen Keqing said angrily.
The 16th day of the first year of doomsday, within the contaminated area adjacent to SC-35. The first negative floor of a residential building.
On the balcony, a man with sloppy hair and a sallow complexion was humming a ditty. He was in a happy mood.
He put the still warm women's underwear on his head and sang and danced to rap. Inside the house, the young woman whose hands and feet were tied was humming. Her clothes were disheveled, some skin was exposed on her shoulders, there were traces of being beaten on her face, and her eyes were filled with fear. Obviously, the underwear in the hands of the sloppy man was just snatched from her body.
Doomsday, I like doomsday.
The sloppy man continued to hum and talk to himself. He hung the newly acquired underwear on the balcony, admiring his favorite trophy with a perverted look in his eyes.
There is more than one piece of women's underwear on the balcony. They are all full and I can't even count them. I quite like the end of the world too.
Suddenly, a strange man's voice came from inside the house. The sloppy man was startled, as if facing a formidable enemy, and turned around in a hurry. In front of him, Su Zhe's figure appeared like a ghost without warning.
After a few minutes,
the cold white flames engulfed the slovenly man's body in the house, completely obliterating it.
Yes, I got another piece of information. In a dream, you can't run, you can only walk. Su Zhe muttered to himself.
He is helping Chen Keqing collect information about the nightmare test. The contaminated area under his feet is the most suitable fall-contaminated area for Chen Keqing and requires the use of the Starry Sky spell. Fall, this is the name Su Zhe gave to the polluted area beneath his feet.
Because the threat in this polluted area is falling. People in contaminated areas will suddenly fall when moving.
Different from the weightless pollution area, here, people who fall seem to be trapped in an illusion.
A medium-sized hole will suddenly appear under your feet.
Just like stepping in the air, the victim will immediately fall downwards. The height of the fall was at least 10 meters. There are often sharp objects at the bottom of the cavity. Faced with such a sudden fall, ordinary people have almost no possibility of escape and will fall directly to the bottom. Either he fell directly to death, or his body was pierced by a sharp object, which was also death. In addition, the reason why it is said to be an illusion is that in the eyes of others, the victim is simply jumping and falling in place. However, a seemingly harmless fall will end up with the picture seen in the hallucination. In other words, others can see that the victim was beaten to a bloody head or his body was pierced out of thin air. The main threats in the nightmare test and the dangers in the contaminated area itself are usually related.
Su Zhe continued to think.
He had just forced a confession from the sloppy man and got some more content from the nightmare test. In the nightmare, those who undergo the test cannot run, but can only walk. As long as they run, they will fall, which is equivalent to seeking death. This information is consistent with the situation in polluted areas in reality, and it is the same in this polluted area. As long as people run because of panic, they will continue to trigger falling crises, but if they just walk slowly, the probability of triggering the danger is much smaller.
It's a pity that in the early days of the disaster, people would not have thought so much.
When they saw someone dying inexplicably around them, they would be so frightened that they would run away.
The result can be imagined. It's okay.
The speed of obtaining information is faster than I expected. Su Zhe nodded secretly in his heart and planned to continue searching for other awakened people and obtain information one-on-one. Whoa, in the room, the woman whose hands and feet were bound cautiously made a sound.
Su Zhe came back to his senses and glanced at the woman.
I was so absorbed in thinking about things that I almost forgot there was someone else. He sneered, raised his hand, waved his fingers, and used the power of the patron saint to loosen the woman.
No questions needed. He knew that the woman was kidnapped from the safe area by the sloppy man just now. At this stage, some awakened people hiding in the dark like to do this kind of thing. Doing bad things in a safe zone is easy to be discovered by others, but if you kidnap people to a polluted zone, you can play with them casually. However, not every polluted zone is suitable for doing this kind of thing. Afternoon. In the study room.
By the light of the small rechargeable desk lamp, Suze and Chen Keqing sat on opposite sides of the desk. On the table is the math college entrance examination simulation paper that Chen Keqing brought to her new home before the end. I really didn't expect that it's the end of the world and I still have to do questions here, and it's mathematics that I hate the most. Chen Keqing looked like her soul had been drained out, and she was very disgusted with the test paper in her hand.
TSK, it seems I can't count on you.
Suze smacked his lips, shook his head and sighed. Of course, I took the time to study high school math problems because I wanted to find Qi Xiaoye.
YC-14's plan to attack contaminated areas is progressing steadily.
In the past 2 days, the progress has continued to accelerate. Presumably, it will be the same as what we saw in the simulator. The contaminated area will be refreshed on the 18th or 19th day of the end. As soon as the contaminated area is refreshed, Suze can immediately leave for the contaminated area to look for Qi Xiaoye.
Oh, so that's how it's done.
Chen Keqing peeked at the answer and looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Then she put the test paper down, changed the subject, and asked Suze, since becoming an awakener requires a corresponding spell, how did the first group of awakeners get the spell? She is still worried that she will die in the nightmare test.
But Suze told her that even if she really died in the nightmare, it would be fine because Suze would take action in time.
That's it. Chen Keqing hesitated, and was somewhat moved, and had a little desire to challenge this nightmare test.
That's why. She will now start to discuss in detail with Suze about the nightmare test.
How did the first group of people get the spell?
Well, I am also confused about this. Suze pondered and gave an ambiguous answer.
In fact, he had a guess in his mind. But this involves a more distant doomsday future. According to his guess, the first group of people were able to get the spell and become awakeners because they were watched or recognized by the gods. Just like what the super apostle in the simulator said. Of course, it can also be explained in a simpler way, that is, this group of people are lucky. When experiencing the dream test, they inexplicably got inspiration and mastered the spell. According to this idea, continue to think deeper.
The road to becoming an awakener is like pioneering.
The brave will first receive the mysterious gift and gain power, but they also have to take higher risks. Although the latecomers can follow the footsteps of their predecessors and chase closely, as time goes by, they will eventually be gradually left behind.
Such pioneering rules. In the subsequent stages of the doomsday, it seems to be more obvious.
Those who first research the formula can advance and use the formula as a precious bargaining chip to negotiate with others.
If this rule continues,
when the stars fall and all the parallel blue stars appear, it will still be used.
Suze took a deep breath without leaving any trace. Calmly, calm down the thoughts just now. Could it be that aliens are controlling the game behind the scenes, and our world is actually their game? And those who can get spells out of thin air are all paid players?
Chen Keqing boldly used her imagination and said,
Aliens?
Why don't you just say that there are gods controlling all this?
Suze said with a complaining tone.
He has not yet told Chen Keqing that gods really exist in this universe, because this is a problem that he has not yet figured out.
Wait a minute, I'm going out for a trip and found another target.
After sitting in the study for a while, Suze suddenly stood up. With the help of domain talent, he found another awakened person, a guy who had just fallen into the contaminated area and became an awakened person.
Oh, are there bad awakeners again, doing bad things?
Chen Keqing stretched her little head and asked playfully. No, it's just that there may be new nightmare information.
Suze shook his head. He told Chen Keqing about saving a woman in a polluted area. This made Chen Keqing once think that Suze's current role was that of Gotham City's Batman.
But Suze told her coldly that the Batman of Gotham City must not exist, but if he suddenly became interested one day, he wouldn't mind playing the role of the crazy clown of Gotham City.
Whether it's saving people or killing people. Suze never intended to be bound by the so-called morality.
He only did what he was interested in doing.
Wow!
After just a few seconds of guidance, Suze's figure disappeared in the study room in the blink of an eye. After the showdown with Chen Qiqing, Suze showed off some of his talents. The descending talent in front of him is one of his abilities. For example, Suze's father god's ability to listen would probably not be exposed. Eavesdropping on people's hearts was a very interesting thing, and he didn't want this fun to be affected. Gula Chen Qiqing opened her pink lips slightly, bit the straw of the thermos bottle, and took a sip of the still warm milk. The magnificent eyes were blinking, and the slender eyelashes were slightly raised in boredom. With her chin on the desk, she rolled the test paper twice with her snowy cheeks. Suddenly, she looked up and saw the notebooks on the bookshelf. It's Suze's diary. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him write a diary in a long time. In line with the principle of absolutely respecting Suze's privacy, Chen Qiqing quickly looked away from the diary. But in her mind, the scene from last night reappeared, when Suze put her in the 18th position, dripping with sweat. Suze said that he would not hold anything back from her and would tell her all the secrets. It's okay to take a look. Unable to bear her curiosity, Chen Qiqing stood up, pulled out her diary from the bookshelf, and started reading with a guilty conscience. How dare you? How dare you peek into my diary? Suze's voice suddenly sounded in the study. Chen Qiqing, who had just finished reading the last page of her diary, jumped up in shock like a child who had done something bad. Her pretty red face showed the shyness and sweetness that had just faded away, but also the embarrassment of being caught doing something bad. I couldn't hold it back for a moment. Chen Qiqing searched for sophistry in her mind. I'm scaring you. You can read it if you like. Anyway, I won't write it now. Suze smiled slightly and sat down at the desk. His diary was full of deliberately forged sweet words written to Chen Qiqing. To put it bluntly, it was just for Chen Qiqing to see. How could she be worried about Chen Qiqing seeing it? Before the end, Suze originally wanted to use the diary to flirt with Chen Qiqing, and then follow the trend and turn the girl into a woman. As a result, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and the achievement of Guanbao's friendship was achieved on the first day of the apocalypse. So Suze likes me so much, what a boring man, but I like it so much, so happy, take a look. Not telling Chen Qiqing that she has the gift of listening to Father God is indeed the most correct choice. Sit over here. Suze waved, originally wanting Chen Qiqing to drag the chair over, but now Chen Qiqing, who was completely surrounded by sweetness, wanted to act coquettishly and sat directly on his lap. Ahem, let's get down to business first. Suze pulled out the scratch paper on the table and wrote new nightmare information on it. The awakened person just provided a lot of information. He even remembered most of the dream contents. On the paper, there was already some information collected by Suze. For example, 1. In the dream, you have to answer the phone at the front desk, but not the takeout phone. If you answer the wrong call, you have to hang up immediately and hide in the cupboard. 2nd, in the dream, someone knocks on the door and wants an answer, but the door must not be opened. 3rd, in dreams, you cannot run, you can only walk. The content of this nightmare test is a bit like a strange story about rules. People who enter the dream will appear in a hotel with a gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. As long as you survive for a certain period of time, you can become an awakened person. I feel like I already know what dangers I will encounter in my nightmares. There are 10 rules listed on the paper. I don't know if there are other rules, but just the contents on the paper are enough for Chen Qiqing to roughly guess the dangers he will encounter in the dream. With intelligence support, the difficulty of the nightmare test naturally dropped significantly. In addition, the corresponding spells have been prepared. The possibility of accidents should not be too high. There is no difference between reality and dreams. Suze was also muttering in his heart. He saw the sentence in the simulator more than once, and this sentence is very consistent with the setting of Cthulhu mythology. So, he couldn't help but speculate whether the content of the nightmare is actually the real world. What a pity. The evolutionary path he took is different from the world. It is estimated that before the stars fall, he will not have the opportunity to personally experience the nightmare crisis. Have you written down these rules? Suddenly, Suze asked with a smile, and his hand was placed on Chen Qiqing's waist, gently stroking it. I have written it down. Oh, it's itchy. Chen Qiqing twisted her waist and her pretty face flushed. Then I have to help you stop the itch. Late at night. In the bathroom, the mist was thick. It was rare that she didn't need to wash her but with cold water. Chen Qiqing took a hot bath in the bathtub and washed herself thoroughly. She was reluctant to use gas before, but now she knew Suze was great, so she didn't need to be so frugal. After taking a bath, After wiping off the water droplets on her fair skin, she wrapped a bathrobe around her soft and fragrant body. Shivering, Chen Keqing returned to the bedroom from the bathroom.
Guess what I'm thinking about now?
Suze, who was sitting at the head of the bed, asked with a smile while chatting.
Well, what are you thinking about? Chen Keqing asked softly.
She skillfully took out the black lace underwear next to her, lifted her white jade feet, stretched them over, and quickly pulled them up, followed by warm clothes.
It was much better than before.
At least, she was not as embarrassed as before, and she was even shy to show her body in front of Suze.
I'm thinking, there's a surprise gift. Should I give it to you when you become an awakener, or on your birthday? Suze was referring to Avalon.
If it follows the development in the simulator, he would probably prefer to take it out on Chen Keqing's birthday, which is the 38th day of the apocalypse.
But taking it out in advance doesn't seem to be a problem.
Student Chen Keqing has carefully tasted the hardships of the apocalypse, and presumably, she should have understood how hard it was to get Avalon, and would cherish it very much.